Chapter 1. The system arrives, though late. 10 years. A full decade. Do you have any idea how I've endured these 10 years? Why didn't you bind me after I had died? Tu Xiaoxin nearly laughed until she choked. In this beastly world, 10 years had passed, and only heaven knew how she had survived. Despite being a so-called noble female, she was a plump creature loathed by the beast mother. Though she had traversed not to a primitive beast realm, but to a futuristic interstellar era far exceeding Earth in technology, her dire fate remained unchanged. At the tender age of 8, after her beast father perished on the battlefield, her beast mother, driven by greed for the compensation, subjected her to a decade-long regime of fattening agents and imprisonment, leading to her uncontrollable weight gain. She had crossed over at the moment when the original owner, upon her father's death at the funeral, fainted in sorrow. Over the span of 10 years, she transformed from a malnourished 80-year-old into a hefty mass of over 300 pounds. Though the beast world did not equate thinness with beauty, every human possesses an innate desire for aesthetics. Who could possibly be interested in a lifeless blob that merely languishes in bed? Cough, cough, dear host, the system has arrived, albeit belatedly, has it not? There was a minor glitch during the binding process, resulting in a mere 10-year delay. It is just 10 years, it's not yet beyond redemption, is it? The electronic voice of the system resonated in her ears. Tu Xiaoxin pinched her flabby flesh. Indeed, though covered in fat, she could still feel pain. Fine, given my current state, what use is it for you to bind with me? The doctor has declared I won't survive this year. It wasn't that Tu Xiaoxin lacked the will to strive, it was simply that her body was nearing its end. After 10 years of obesity, she not only suffered from various weight-related ailments, but was also impoverished. With only the desperate wish to survive, she believed she would have perished long ago. As for why she did not resist, one must ask what an 80-year-old malnourished girl could possibly do to rebel. Although this was a modern beast society, where the inhabitants were predominantly beastmen and feudal systems still prevailed, it was otherwise quite advanced. Yet this impoverished girl lacked even a communication device, let alone anything more. In an era where a female could have at least 5 husbands, she, having reached 18, was still confined and neglected. By any normal standard, at her age, she should have had at least 1 or 2 beast husbands. Do not panic. Dear host, am I not here to assist you? As long as you fulfill the childbirth task I assign, beauty and wealth will be yours. The system cleared its throat and began to explain. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaoxin almost laughed out loud. Do you even hear what you're saying? A childbirth task for someone like me? What could I possibly give birth to? I can't even find a male to mate with. Don't blame Tu Xiaoxin for being blunt in her current state. She was utterly unappealing. If the act of mating required one to be able to rise, she couldn't even manage that. So, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That is quite the statement. Would I assign you a task that you cannot complete? Do you wish to accept the system? Should you refuse, you will surely perish. And upon your death, you cannot return to your previous world. It would be a complete demise. The system's words were nothing short of coercive. Though Tu Xiaoxin found her life unbearable, the thought of death filled her with dread. Struggling, she sat up in bed. She wanted to cling to life, no matter how miserable it might be. Fine. All right. I accept. Bind me. Now assign me the task. Tu Xiaoxin attempted to sit up, but as soon as she did, her body weakened, and she fell back heavily onto the bed. The aging bed frame, unable to withstand the weight, creaked and broke. Tu Xiaoxin let out a cry of despair, accompanied by the system's gleeful announcement. Ding! The first task has arrived. Please, host, find a male and become pregnant as soon as possible. Once you conceive, you will earn points and unlock the system's shop. Upon hearing the system's words, Tu Xiaoxin temporarily forgot the pain. Her eyes, squeezed by her fat, felt like they might roll back in resignation. Do you see? Even moving is a hassle for me. I can't complete this task. In her current condition, not even a male would find her attractive. The host can claim a beginner's gift package. This gift is an apology for my 10-year delay. Please check it out. As the words fell, a golden light suddenly appeared before Tu Xiaoxin. She struggled to lift her arm and tapped on it. The package opened, revealing card after card adorned with images before her. Unlimited supply of male and female birth pills, exclusively for host use. 1 pill equals 1 pregnancy. Consume as many as you wish. The upper limit is 8. The system has determined that the reproductive limit for females in this world is 8 offspring. More than that is unfeasible. Of course, while quantity is desirable, quality should not be compromised. It is recommended to have fewer births with higher standards when quality cannot be ensured. The first card appeared before Tu Xiaoxin, and the system's explanation nearly caused her to choke in disbelief. If too many were consumed, it wouldn't work, and if too few were consumed, it wouldn't work either. Best to set them aside for now. What's the second item? Tu Xiaoxin was more curious about the subsequent items. Washing marrow pill helps the host eliminate toxins from the body, cleanse marrow and bones, facilitating a successful transformation. As soon as the system finished its introduction, Tu Xiaoxin snatched the pill and popped it into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, not allowing her a moment to react. She didn't bother dwelling on its effects and urged the system to announce what the third item was. Beautiful voice pill. According to the system's assessment, the higher the affection value from a beast husband towards the host, the more points can be generated. Points are related not only to the quality of offspring, but also to the beast husband's fondness. A melodious voice can earn the host greater affection from the beast husband. This pill sounded promising, and without hesitation, she grabbed it and swallowed it down. Continue. With her eyes closed, she noticed the effects of the beautiful voice pill were far quicker than that of the washing marrow pill the moment it entered her mouth. A refreshing sensation coursed through her throat, making her feel as though she wanted to sing joyfully. A bonus personal pregnancy space is provided, capable of housing living beings, but limited to the host, her children, and beast husbands with a loyalty of 100%. Others cannot enter. A personal space. What a treasure. This meant she wouldn't need to buy a house in the future, right? Haha. In times of danger, she could simply retreat to her space. Not bad. Not bad. Continue. The feature that most delighted Tu Xiaoxin in this beginner's gift package was indeed this pregnancy space. It was simply magnificent, far more satisfying than the system's golden finger. Chapter 2. Brother, you are quite hungry. Cough, cough. All items from the beginner's gift package have been utilized. I hope the host finds someone to bear children soon. Go for it. Ollie give. This system is low on energy and will enter sleep mode. Whenever the host becomes pregnant, this system will awaken. After the system delivered this message, it fell silent, leaving Tu Xiaoxin feeling as though everything that had transpired was merely a dream. It caught her off guard. Hello, system? Are you there? After a considerable amount of time, Tu Xiaoxin tentatively called out. The sound of her voice startled her so much that she nearly jumped. In a moment of astonishment, Tu Xiaoxin exclaimed, "What enchanting voice is that?" The sound was so mesmerizing that it felt as though it should be censored. She glanced around, her bewilderment palpable, and pinched herself to confirm her consciousness through a sharp pain. Is it the system? Still unsure, she called out once more. The voice had already captivated her senses, and only then did Tu Xiaoxin realize the system's claims were indeed authentic. The effects of the Mei Sheng Wan were immediate, yet the Shishui Dan seemed to have no impact. As she pondered this incongruity, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her body, akin to thousands of needles piercing her skin, nearly provoking tears to spill forth. Ultimately, the agony overwhelmed her, leading her into unconsciousness. When Tu Xiaoxin awoke again, she felt a considerable relief coursing through her being, but simultaneously, an indescribable stench lingered in the air. Goodness, who has unleashed such a foul odor? Holding her nose, Tu Xiaoxin expressed her distaste. However, as she did so, her hand discovered a greasy residue. Could it be? How could she be so oily? Upon surveying her body, panic gripped her as she realized she had lost an alarming amount of weight. She could not ascertain how long she had been asleep, but she was certain it had not been an extended period, as hunger did not plague her. Yet, her entire being was steeped in a dark, viscous liquid, the very substance that had made her feel so greasy. Raising her hand, she noticed her body felt significantly lighter, free from the previous heaviness. She estimated she had shed at least 100 pounds. Surely, such a rapid transformation must possess adverse effects. Tu Xiaoxin thought, hastily leaping from the bed and rushing to the bathroom. The benefits of her newfound slenderness rendered her agile, banishing the previous lethargy. Upon entering the bathroom and gazing into the mirror, an agonizing scream erupted from her lips. Who was that with a face marred by excess skin and wrinkles? The side effects of her sudden weight loss manifested before her, a sight too unbearable to endure. System, come forth. Why has the Shishui Dan side effects been so severe? Tu Xiaoxin had believed that the system would provide only the finest, yet she was disillusioned to discover its treachery. Her frantic inquiries were met with silence. Did you anticipate this outcome and hide behind the excuse of lacking energy? System, can you not be more evasive? Tu Xiaoxin gritted her teeth. Even the most enchanting voice could not soothe her current emotional turmoil. Her reflection resembled a grotesque entity rather than a human being. It was a complete monstrosity. Outside, a conversation ensued. I've heard there's a dead fat man residing here. Are we certain it's safe to toss Sin Chi in? What could possibly go wrong? Rumor has it that fat man can't even rise from his bed. It's only fitting to dispose of Sun Chi here after all. He crossed the wolf young master. Hurry and open the door. I can hardly wait to see Sun Chi's reaction when he realizes he spent the night with such a creature. What if Hu Xiu learns of our duplicity? Will he not eliminate us? The man is absent, and wasn't it Hu Xiu who instructed us to assist Sun Chi in finding a false female? The dead fat man is at least preferable to that false female. Exactly. Before Tu Xiaoxin could fully process her despair, the brazen conversation reached her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Oh no, someone was plotting against her. Wait, perhaps it was not a scheme directed at her. Cautiously hiding in the restroom, she heard the door creak open. A figure was flung inside, and the group intended to investigate, but was immediately repelled by the overwhelming stench within the room. What the hell is that smell? Did we stumble into a public restroom? Don't be ridiculous. Have you ever encountered a public restroom that reeks this badly? This dead fat man clearly has no sense of cleanliness. I am even more eager to witness Sun Chi's reaction when he discovers he slept with such a being. Huh, I bet Sun Chi will be so furious he'll swallow that fat man whole. Huh, he probably can't manage to do so in one go. Their laughter echoed as the door slammed shut. Meanwhile, a man, afflicted by a poisoned heart, struggled to regain control of his thoughts and escape the foul chamber. Yet he found his body unresponsive to his commands. Driven by instinct, he sought the source of the peculiar scent. Hearing commotion outside the restroom, Tu Xiaoxin's heart raced. As she contemplated whether it would be perilous to leap from the restroom window on this upper floor, the door burst open. A stunningly handsome visage abruptly entered Tu Xiaoxin's line of sight. She was so taken aback by his beauty that she momentarily forgot to flee. Name: Sun Chi. Species: Sun Anaconda. Age: 26. Rank: 7th rank superior male. Bearing his offspring guarantees high points. Background: the sole heir of the esteemed Sun family. Accompanying his visage was a panel that left Tu Xiaoxin in a state of shock. Why did the content within the parentheses resemble something from the system? Sure enough, the system was deceiving her. Before she could vent her frustrations at the system, the striking man lunged towards her. Wow, you can actually tolerate this grotesque appearance? Brother, you must be starving. Tu Xiaoxin lamented, only to find herself firmly pinned beneath him. Before she could continue her complaints, her mouth was silenced by his fervent lips. As their breaths intertwined, Tu Xiaoxin's thoughts evaporated into thin air. What followed was instinctual. It must be said that, despite her 2 lifetimes, she was entirely inexperienced in matters of intimacy. Yet, one need not have encountered a pig to recognize its gallop. Chapter 3. This wave is not a loss. This ghastly situation could not continue. Thus it was imperative for her to accumulate points for pregnancy. Since it was inevitable, she resolved to do it thoroughly. Seizing the moment when her partner released her mouth, she swiftly placed a Shengzi wand into her own. She had contemplated having multiple children, yet the system's stipulations regarding the efficacy of the Shengzi wand weighed heavily on her mind. She pondered whether to have many or to focus on quality. Considering the difficulties of raising children and the fact that this child would eventually be under her care, she decided to test the waters first. The points were secured, and she had funds to purchase items from the marketplace, but she still lacked the money for card draws. As her partner's grip loosened, she noticed him preparing to kiss the wrinkles of her neck, prompting her to hastily push his head towards her ear. "Don't move," she cautioned, for the seductive timbre of his voice nearly overwhelmed her. System notification: target's affection level 5. Goodness. Is he a voice fetishist? Before she could fully process this revelation, he had already seized control, cradling her face in his hands. Gazing into the enchanting depths of Senki's eyes, her heart raced, and she could discern that his gaze was devoid of reason, consumed solely by primal desire. She resolved not to hesitate. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Her past regrets of never having been with a man loomed large, and now, with such an exceptional specimen who did not recoil from her monstrous appearance, why not indulge in the moment? Thus, she surrendered to the passion, and he ignited with fervor. Call my name. Aki, be gentle, it hurts. System notification, affection level, 5. This wave is not a loss. Enduring the pain, she managed to position herself into a spatial realm before losing consciousness. Fearing the moment Senki would awaken to discover he had shared intimacy with her, a female. Otherwise, as the system had previously indicated, if the affection level did not surpass 80, fluctuations were likely. Had the night been in vain? Fortunately, she had the foresight to hide before succumbing to unconsciousness. Otherwise, the hard-earned affection points would vanish. She relied on these points for card draws, hoping to restore her human form. After Rabbit Xiaoxin succumbed to slumber, Senki awoke in a stench-laden environment. The moment he opened his eyes, the overwhelming foul odor intensified, nearly provoking him to retch. Struggling to sit up, the door burst open, and several individuals rushed in. Upon seeing Senki in a state of undress, they erupted into laughter. Senki furrowed his brows, casting a dark glance at the intruders. Ha! Senki, you're finished. They chortled as they switched on the room lights. Aside from the chaotic mess and the unbearable stench, one anticipated figure was conspicuously absent. Their expressions froze in shock as they beheld the empty room. Are you all insane? Senki snapped, rising to his feet. Where's that fat bastard? One of the beast men scanned the room, and, finding only Senki, was left dumbfounded. What fat bastard? Aki, did you enjoy the surprise I prepared for you yesterday? Hushio's voice emerged from behind the crowd, followed by his imposing figure stepping forward, curiously inspecting the bare Senki. Is it necessary to strip for a fake female to provide comfort? Hushio, did you orchestrate this? Senki seethed, his anger palpable, realizing the gravity of the situation. He roared and transformed into his beast form, lunging forward. The beast men trailing Hushio were visibly alarmed. Senki was a formidable 7th-tier beast man. They were no match for him, save for Hushio, who could hold his ground. Senki, have you lost your mind? Transforming in the city? If you're truly eager for a fight, let us step outside. Hushio, taken aback by Senki's furious reaction, wondered why he had to bear the brunt of this chaos. Yet, he stood firm, undeterred by the disparity in their ranks. Realizing he didn't want to be imprisoned for brawling in the city, he proposed to continue their duel outside. Listening to Hushio's words, Senki regained his composure, reverting to his beastman form, picking up his scattered clothes, and replied, "All right, let us go." Thus, the group departed the room in a grand procession. As for Rabbit Xiaoxin, she awoke feeling as though her body might disassemble. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, a familiar electronic voice reached her ears. System notification. Congratulations, host. Successful pregnancy. Reward, 150 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 beast coins. Holy moly, striking it rich overnight. Having traversed this beastly world for a decade, she was well aware that the exchange rate of beast coins was equivalent to that of her previous life SRMB. 10,000 could procure a myriad of items. To her astonishment, she had amassed 150,000. Ha ha ha. Pregnancy leads to wealth. As the saying goes, money can cure all ailments. With her newfound fortune, the pain she felt dissipated entirely, and she even contemplated having 2 more if her body permitted. System notification. Congratulations, host. Last night, Senki's accumulated affection level reached 30. You are entitled to 30 card draw opportunities. 30 draws. This is a fortune. Even if there were a few thank you for participating cards, surely a few would yield favorable outcomes. Besides, this was her inaugural draw. Her luck couldn't possibly be that dismal. Would the host like to draw now? The system's voice sounded more excited than Rabbit Xiaoxin. Yes. Quickly. I desire cards that can alter my physique. Hurry. System, grant me an advantage. A host. Is it truly appropriate to make such demands? This system cannot simply provide cheats at will. If you expect me to face the world in this grotesque state, who would bestow upon me any affection points? I tell you, if you do not provide me with cards to transform my body, I shall perish. Rabbit Xiaoxin expertly grasped the system's vulnerabilities. If she perished without fulfilling the system's tasks, it would meet the same fate. Host, this shall not be a precedent. Commencing the draw, the system had not anticipated encountering such a rogue in Rabbit Xiaoxin and could only comply begrudgingly. As the golden light from the 30 draws illuminated the space, Rabbit Xiaoxin could scarcely open her eyes. When the brilliance faded, she looked up to find that of the 30 cards, 25 were thank you for participating. Only 5 cards emerged. Chapter 4. Top-tier cards. The cards were a beauty card, a skin-like cream card, a radiant body card, a singing god card, and a mighty ability card. My 30 draws. Was it easy for me to accumulate 30 affection points? And this is what I received? Rabbit Xiaoxin lamented the system's abysmal luck. 25 thank you for participating cards. Oh dear host, these 5 cards are all top-tier items, treasures that others covet but cannot obtain. Would you like to use them all at once? The system reminded her with a stoic expression. Use them. Anything is better than this ghastly appearance. Pointing at her own excess flesh, Rabbit Xiaoxin mused that it could hardly get any worse than her current state. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a warm sensation enveloping her, and all aches vanished truly and utterly. She felt invigorated, as though she possessed boundless strength. Wait a moment. Isn't it true that only males can awaken abilities in this world? How is it possible for me, a female, to awaken abilities too? Rabbit Xiaoxin, having spent a decade in this realm, was familiar with its rules. The system's reminder alleviated to Xiaoxin's concerns regarding her lack of means to protect herself, as beauty must coexist with capability for her to navigate this world effectively. Thank you, dear system, she exclaimed, casting a glance at her own form, only to realize that her body remained in its ghastly state. Aside from the brief warmth from using that item, there were no discernible changes. Isn't there any change in my body? Host, physical changes will manifest within 24 hours. Immediate results are not to be expected, the system explained patiently. Very well, I shall remain in the space for an additional 24 hours, to Xiaoxin decided cheerfully. The system remained silent, acknowledging that, given the circumstances, it was indeed safer for the host to stay in the space. System, how are points calculated for being pregnant? To Xiaoxin suddenly recalled her 1,500,000 points. The points for pregnancy are determined by the number of children and the quality of the beast husband. Senki is a 7th-tier beast man, a high-ranking one, and the offspring of a 7th-tier beast man is worth 150 points each, the system elucidated. To Xiaoxin was left astounded, her jaw nearly dropping. Wait, how could Senki, with such high cultivation, fall for such a trap? Ordinary medicine cannot affect a high-tier beast. Ahem. That is because the one who plotted against Senki was also a high-tier beast man. High-tier beasts have their own means of dealing with one another, the system remarked. Surprised by Tu Xiaoxin's resilience, which starkly contrasted with the previous host, who was as obstinate as a mule, refusing to accept her situation and even rejecting the beginner's gift pack, steadfast in her desire for a lifelong partner. In the beast world, seeking a lifelong partner was akin to chasing a dream, leading to her own demise. The system barely survived that ordeal, having only managed to obtain a minimal amount of energy from the previous host's solitary birth. Finally breaking free from the previous host, it sought a new companion, fortuitously selecting a transmigrator who proved to be reliable, unlike the last host who was a living embodiment of chastity. It's just as well. What is it that I am carrying, an egg or a little rabbit? It is a rabbit, host. From now on, you must focus on nourishing yourself. Pay attention to your diet, as only by doing so can you ensure the birth of high-quality offspring, the system stated, embodying the role of a responsible birthing system. How do I nourish myself? Tu Xiaoxin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The host may access the system's marketplace. Upon the system's cue, the marketplace appeared before Tu Xiaoxin. Upon inspecting the items and their prices, she exclaimed, "Goodness! I thought 150 points were quite substantial. Yet compared to the prices here, it seems paltry. Why are these items so exorbitantly priced? The cheapest items began at 10 points. What on earth? Over 10,000 for just one? And that only purchases a single item. The descriptions reveal that these items could enhance the quality of her offspring. Host points are meant to be utilized. As a rabbit-type beastman, you possess 2 wombs. If you feel your points are insufficient, you may conceive again. As long as you have enough offspring, your points will follow suit, the system explained. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I need to be able to afford the nourishment for that many offspring. To Xiaoxin realized the system's calculations. It seemed the system considered her merely a production unit. No wonder it sought to bind with her. She once assumed it was due to her identity as a rabbit-type beastman. Ahem, to gain points, one must bear offspring, and the quality of those offspring is paramount. If you find the treasures in the system too pricey, you might inquire about their costs outside. Those affluent families utilize such treasures to ensure the quality of their progeny. Otherwise, how do you think Senki, at such a young age, possesses 7th-tier cultivation? It all begins from the womb. The system articulated, its logic resonating with Xiaoxin. However, Xiaoxin, being a transmigrator with a mindset from her previous life, quickly grasped the crux of the system's words. Are you implying that the same items are sold at a premium outside, while they're cheaper here? Does this mean I could sell the items from the system outside, pocket the difference, and exchange it for points to purchase more items? The system immediately triggered an alarm. Warning: the host is exploiting a system loophole. Quiet down. Am I really exploiting your loophole? Just tell me, can these points be exchanged for beast coins? Du Xion, feeling the alarm nearly overwhelm her, pressed for clarification. Yes, they can be exchanged, the system replied, calming down, though the exchange rate is 1 to 10,000. All right, I understand. With this revelation, she had discovered her path to wealth. That's more like it. From now on, the host can communicate with me through thoughts. No need to vocalize, lest you attract unwanted attention and be seen as a monster, the system reassured her. Xiaoxin's lips twitched. Chapter 5. Escape from now on. No more unnecessary alarms. Am I not aware of what can and cannot be done? Don't you want me to give birth to high-quality children? The prerequisite is that I need to possess an identity worthy of those high-tier beastmen. Given my current situation, do you truly believe those high-tier beastmen would take notice of me? They hail from ancient, prestigious lineages, while I am but a creature born from the societal underbelly. Xiaoxin articulated her argument with conviction. The system gradually accepted her reasoning, deciding to turn a blind eye to her intentions of reselling marketplace items. With her persuasion successful, Xiaoxin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now, I shall wait for 24 hours to regain my true form before venturing out. Just as she uttered these words, a grumbling sound emanated from her abdomen, faster than usual. The system indicates that after pregnancy, the host's food demands will exceed normal levels, and it is advised that the host consumes food purchased from the marketplace, the system informed her, with no means to venture out and engage with others. Xiaoxin contemplated saving half her points for business while using the other half for nourishment. After thoroughly browsing the marketplace, she decisively selected a moderately priced spirit fruit. This spirit fruit cost 10 points, a reasonable price, with a description indicating it had the taste of an apple. Coincidentally, Xiaoxin was feeling hungry. Upon purchase, a fruit the size of a basketball appeared in her hands, startling her to the point she almost dropped it. At first glance, she thought she had misperceived. However, recalling that items in the beast world were generally much larger than those she encountered in her previous life on Earth, the size of the fruit was not surprising. This sizable fruit would surely fill her. As she anticipated, upon consuming the fruit, her hunger was sated, and weariness soon followed. It was a fact that pregnancy often led to fatigue. Finding a patch of soft grass, she lay down and fell asleep. Upon awakening, she noticed a considerable revitalization throughout her body. As she stretched, she felt a heaviness in her chest, somewhat exhausting. Looking down, she gasped. This must be at least an E-cup. Xiaoxin exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out. System? Tongzi, come out. My back hurts. She had been an airport in her previous life, never experiencing such a heavy sensation. Walking with these two assets would surely exhaust her. The system's voice timidly chimed in. Host, you currently weigh over 130 pounds. If you lose a bit more weight, that area could also shrink. It was indeed unexpected for the system to acknowledge such a concern. Could you not provide a direct solution? Must I do everything myself? To Xiaoxin felt a wave of distress, almost crying. You can't rely on the system for everything. Keep up the good work, host. The system, devoid of empathy, abruptly retreated. To Xiaoxin, resigned, decided to postpone her weight loss efforts for now and focus on tidying up the outdoor cesspool. If the landlord returned and found it in disarray, she might be thrown out. With that thought, she decisively exited the space. Upon leaving, Tu Xiaoxin nearly succumbed to nausea, but recalling the spirit fruit she had just consumed, which cost her 10 points, she held back and began cleaning the house. Also opening windows for ventilation. She had to deal with the small bed she had broken, so she sought assistance from the system to replace it. The new bed was purchased from the system store for 1 point, maintaining the original style. Although it pained her to spend that amount, she remembered the rental agreement with the landlord. Damaging furniture would incur a triple compensation charge and forfeiture of her deposit. Thus, she resolved to do the right thing and replace the bed. Finally, after more than an hour of exertion, she leaned against the window, panting, her body glistening with sweat, revealing her alluring curves. Just as she was catching her breath, a knock echoed from the door. Tu Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow towards the entrance. Is anyone home? Came the landlord's voice, and her expression shifted dramatically. How could he arrive just as she was contemplating? However, recalling that the landlord had been on a business trip for over half a year, she realized he had no idea of her transformation during this time. Gathering her courage, she set down the cloth she was holding and approached the door. Before she could reach it, the sound of a key unlocking the door caught her off guard. She stood, stunned, as the door creaked open to reveal a kindly middle-aged man. He paused upon seeing Tu Xiaoxin, his eyes widening with surprise. Excuse me, is this Tu Xiaoxin's home? The landlord, uncertain, scanned the room until his gaze settled on her. Clearing her throat, Tu Xiaoxin replied, Hello, it's been a while. I am Tu Xiaoxin. Huh? You've lost so much weight. The landlord exclaimed, astonished. He remembered her as nearly 300 pounds and unable to rise from her bed 6 months prior. How could she have transformed so dramatically in such a short span? I lost weight due to hunger, Tu Xiaoxin awkwardly explained. The landlord reflected on her family's treatment upon her arrival and then at her current appearance, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. You look good, really good, without being overly thin. It suits you, undoubtedly. Even though Tu Xiaoxin still wore oversized clothes from her heavier days, her figure beneath the loose fabric was that of a voluptuous beauty, complemented by a captivating face. He seemed to understand why the two women who had brought her here had secretly claimed to have fed her weight gain supplements. They appeared to harbor a grudge against her and wished to see her suffer. Landlord Tu Xiaoxin had already begun to contemplate leaving the city. It was not due to her inability to afford rent, but rather to escape that loathsome family. When she had arrived in this body, the original owner was merely 8 or 9 years old. After her father perished on the interstellar battlefield, her mother, accompanied by another man, began administering weight gain supplements to claim her father's insurance money, intending to ruin her health and ultimately lead to her demise. To make matters worse, her mother held some influence in the area, and Tu Xiaoxin was well aware of the consequences of remaining there. She could not rule out the possibility that the landlord was an informant for that woman, making her departure all the more necessary. Oh, I'm here to inform you that starting this month, no one will be covering your rent. You must pay it yourself. The landlord had his reasons for returning. Tu Xiaoxin remained silent, contemplating for a moment before saying, Landlord, I wish to terminate my lease and move to my grandfather's home in the countryside. According to her memories, the original owner did indeed have a grandfather, albeit one who struggled to make ends meet. Is that so? That's understandable. It's certainly safer to be near family. The landlord had not anticipated her decision to vacate, yet upon observing the room, which remained unchanged from 6 months prior, a satisfied expression crossed his face. The girl evidently cherished the furniture, which was a good sign. After discussing the details of her departure, Tu Xiaoxin worried that the landlord might inform her mother, so she promptly gathered her modest suitcase and exited the room. This marked her first step outside in half a year. Her mother must have sensed her impending demise and loosened her grip, refraining from further torment. Otherwise, she would have sent someone daily to administer the weight gain supplements. Recently, her mother had not visited for several days, leading to Xiaoxin to wonder if she might starve. Thankfully, she had bound herself to the system, which had ultimately saved her. Basking in the interstellar sunlight, to Xiaoxin felt a newfound lightness. 10 years. She had been subjected to weight gain supplements for an entire decade. Without the system, her body would have long since given way. She needed to act swiftly and leave this city, preferably for a distant place. Resolving to flee, she made her way to the interstellar station. If she was to escape, it should be to a far-off planet. She had no faith that her mother could reach her there. Interstellar tickets were costly, and her mother likely could not afford them. However, with the system's assistance, she had accrued 150 points, having spent 10, leaving her with 140. 140 points equated to 140,000. All she needed was to spend 1,000,000 to escape this dreadful place. If she could not confront them, she would avoid them entirely. As for seeking out her grandfather, that was mere pretense. She had little recollection of him after 10 years in this body. When she arrived at the interstellar station, she initially intended to purchase a ticket to a more remote planet, but accidentally bought one to the main planet instead. Just as she decided to refund the ticket, the announcement for boarding echoed through the station. Who could have predicted such timing? The refund would incur fees, leaving her short for a ticket to another planet, necessitating an additional payment of tens of thousands, which was beyond her means. More importantly, the main planet likely had a greater abundance of suitable males, making task completion significantly easier. Upon reaching this realization, Tu Xiaoxin felt a sense of relief, decisively clutching her small bag and boarding the spacecraft. Perhaps due to the stark contrast between her attire and appearance, the moment she stepped onto the ship in her oversized, tattered clothing, she immediately captured the attention of numerous males. Observers frowned in disdain at her outfit, yet their expressions transformed into awe upon catching a glimpse of Tu Xiaoxin's face. Internally, Tu Xiaoxin remained uncertain, as she had yet to see her own reflection. Was she truly unattractive? Why was everyone fixated on her? Even the landlord had been captivated. After her arrival in this realm, she had mostly been confined indoors, which contributed to her social anxiety. Bowing her head, she clutched her ticket and began searching for her cabin, too timid to meet the gazes cast her way. However, the spacecraft was far larger than she had anticipated. Just as she pondered the location of the accommodations, she inadvertently collided with a solid figure. The other person was evidently muscular, his chest remarkably firm. Tu Xiaoxin staggered back in pain, raising her pale, slender fingers to massage her slightly swollen forehead. In her enchanting peach blossom eyes, a hint of moisture gathered. Tears poised to spill over. Hu Xiu had been in a brawl with Sun Qi the previous day, narrowly escaping being strangled by the crazed Sun Qi. It remained a mystery what had provoked that outburst, but fortunately, Hu Xiu had managed to retaliate and evade Sun Qi's lethal strike, fleeing amidst the fierce assault. Concerned about Sun Qi's unpredictable behavior, he had opted to flee aboard the spacecraft under the cover of night, planning to return to the main star. Little did he expect to collide so unexpectedly with a female. Hu Xiu was inherently inexperienced in matters of romance and harbored resentment towards the prevailing polyandrous system. Coming from a prestigious family, he was entirely qualified to seek a mate who would be exclusively devoted to him. Thus, he held a certain disdain for females. In a society where males sought to appease females for emotional solace, his aversion towards self-important females intensified, leading him to prefer their distance. He had never anticipated such a sudden encounter with a female. Just as he was about to curse, his voice caught in his throat upon meeting the breathtaking visage of the female before him. Moreover, noticing her slightly reddened eyes, his intended complaint faltered. Ding! Quality male detected. Name: Hu Xiu. Species: white tiger. Age: 20. Tier: peak of the 6th tier. OMG. The host's luck is extraordinary. Go for it. You still possess a uterus to bear children. One child equals 100 points. Background: the legitimate second son of the interstellar marshal of the main star. Tu Xiaoxin was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's notification. Is there truly an abundance of individuals above the 5th tier in this era? She recalled that in her home city, even 4th-tier warriors were regarded as exceptionally powerful. To her astonishment, she had encountered a 7th-tier Sun Chi yesterday, and now a 6th-tier Hushio today. Are you all right? Hushio inquired, noticing the delicate beauty of the girl before him, feeling an unusual rapidity in his heartbeat. I'm fine, Tu Xiaoxin replied, retreating a step and shaking her head. Observing her demeanor, Hushio felt his heart inexplicably soften. Chapter 7. The most infatuated target. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. I was distracted and didn't mean to bump into you, Hushio stammered, anxious not to disturb the charming girl. It's all right, Tu Xiaoxin quickly reassured him, shaking her head. Host, you must act. The system urged fervently in her ear. Do you think he's an ordinary person? I want to make a move. Wait, this ship takes 7 days to reach the main star. I heard that one must apply for a temporary residence permit to go there, and not everyone can obtain it. I should use these 7 days to build a rapport with this large fellow. If I succeed, that would be ideal. Tu Xiaoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. One must approach such matters gradually. After all, it wouldn't do to scare him off by pouncing on him immediately. Indeed, the host makes a valid point. The system conceded after a moment's thought. Have you not found your cabin? Hushio cautiously asked, scrutinizing the timid girl before him. Yes, Tu Xiaoxin nodded obediently. I haven't found it. This is my first time traveling far. This was no lie. It was indeed her first journey beyond her confines. I'll assist you. Hushio thought he must be under some spell. Otherwise, how could he be so eager to help? Tu Xiaoxin looked up in surprise at his offer, realizing that he was entirely different from Sun Chi. If Sun Chi embodied the archetype of a handsome beauty, Hushio was the epitome of a rugged man. His robust physique, akin to a small hill, provided her with an undeniable sense of security, complemented by his neat, short hair and sunny, handsome face. He resembled the quintessential cheerful young man, the type that older sisters particularly adore. Would that be too much trouble for you? Tu Xiaoxin exclaimed, astonished that he was so keen to assist her without her prompting. Could it be that her appearance had something to do with it? Was her face truly beautiful? Since waking up, she had not gazed into a mirror. The last time she did, before losing consciousness, she had nearly fainted from shock. However, considering the tools she had employed, it was likely their effect. With this thought, she felt much more at ease. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before her. Affection level 555. The affection level continued to rise until it reached 60 before halting its ascent. Wow, host, Hushio has fallen for you at first sight. To witness such a rapid increase in affection upon their initial meeting left Tu Xiaoxin dumbfounded, her expression still one of timidity. As for her pretense, if Hushio were to investigate her background, how could an individual who had been confined for so long possibly appear extroverted? That would contradict her persona, and maintaining her character was no trivial matter. Even if she wished to revert to her true self, it would have to wait until she had reintegrated into society and learned to live anew. No, it won't be a bother. Just follow me, and I'll lead you there. The more Hushio gazed at Tu Xiaoxin's face, the more he found himself enamored, his desire growing stronger, compelling him to reach out and touch her. When he felt her delicate hand gently caress his cheek, he could not restrain himself, swallowing hard. How soft and smooth her skin must feel. He wondered what it would be like to touch. Hushio, what are you doing? He admonished himself. You have just met this young female. However, the girl before him was truly unlike any he had encountered. He had seen many self-important females, but had never realized that they could also possess such fragility, evoking a protective instinct within him. She must have endured some hardship to appear so timid, like a frightened little rabbit. With this thought, Hushio's heart raced even more. The affection level continued to soar, reaching 80. At this moment, both were enveloped in silence. Well, it seems I have encountered a genuine romantic. Tu Xiaoxin kept her head down, forcing a smile to suppress her emotions. The system, meanwhile, began to play good luck in her ear. Really? Is this trend also popular among your systems? Tu Xiaoxin asked incredulously. She vividly recalled how, Back on Earth, she would play this song before every lottery draw. Not quite. We detected that the host had this habit, so we decided to accommodate it. The system replied playfully. Enough. Stop. Tu Xiaoxin interrupted the system's performance. The system obediently ceased the music, yet the cheerful, laughing face remained before her, making it difficult for Tu Xiaoxin to ignore. Thank you, but I have yet to inquire about your name. Tu Xiaoxin is aware of the other party's name, yet the other party remains oblivious to the fact that she knows. One must maintain appearances, after all. No need for formality. I am called Hu Xiao, and you may refer to me as a Xiao. As soon as Hu Xiao uttered this, he felt an urge to slap himself for being so forward with a newly met female. Would she think him too presumptuous? Just as Hu Xiao was consumed with anxiety, Tu Xiaoxin lifted her gaze to meet his, offering a sweet smile in return. How does one describe the way she said Xiao? It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Hu Xiao, rendering him utterly enraptured. Her voice possessed an enchanting quality, both intoxicating and alluring. A melodic timbre that beckoned one to lose themselves in its charm. To his astonishment, not only was the young female stunning, but her voice was equally delightful. Hu Xiao found himself utterly captivated, his eyes fixed upon Tu Xiaoxin with fervor. What is your name? He managed to ask, suppressing the frantic rhythm of his heart. Host, favorability has reached 90. The system's resounding notification echoed once more. Stay calm. Tu Xiaoxin maintained her composure internally, though a blush of peach adorned her cheeks as she lowered her head, avoiding Hu Xiao's gaze. I am Tu Xiaoxin, she replied. My nickname is Sanjin. You may call me that. Very well. Hu Xiao was elated that she was willing to share her nickname, his head bobbing in excitement. However, the favorability score did not increase further. Alas, beyond 90, one must provide tangible benefits to raise the favorability score. This is the most love-struck target I have ever encountered. To fall in love simply by exchanging a few words. Hu Xiao is akin to a novice forger. The system lamented. Tu Xiaoxin had little energy to retort the system, for Hu Xiao could no longer contain himself and reach for her hand. Tu Xiaoxin was startled. She had not anticipated such boldness from him. Although this aligned with her expectations, this was their first meeting. She attempted to withdraw her hand, only to realize Hu Xiao's grip was surprisingly strong. Chapter 8. The worth of favorability. His hand grasped hers like a vice, preventing her from pulling away. Tu Xiaoxin's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao joyfully led her toward the dormitory area. As they walked, Tu Xiaoxin observed the tall young man before her. He must be Hu Xiao, a tiger. Ah, how she had once adored small cats and dogs. She wondered what it would be like to pet a tiger. Once they established a closer relationship, she would ask him to transform back into his true form for her to experience that. Hu Xiao felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He had done it. He had truly taken hold of Sanjin's small hand. Her hand felt so soft and comfortable. Was it possible for a young female's hand to be this delicate? Hu Xiao wished to meld her hand into his, never to let go. Therefore, he deliberately slowed his pace, hoping to prolong the moment. What should have been a 10-minute journey stretched into half an hour. Tu Xiaoxin was at a loss for words. Just as she thought the walk would never end, Hu Xiao halted, exclaiming, Sanjin, your room is directly across from mine. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaoxin could not suppress her curiosity and leaned closer to inspect the door to her room. She then noticed the room number on the ticket Hu Xiao held. Indeed, they were opposite each other. Feeling Tu Xiaoxin's proximity, Hu Xiao's eyes nearly bulged. So soft, so ample. He towered over Tu Xiaoxin by more than a head. Her petite frame was a rarity in the Interstellar Beast World. The average female there stood at least 7 meters tall, yet Tu Xiaoxin was only 65 meters. In contrast, Hu Xiao stood an impressive 98 meters, quite common among male beastmen in the interstellar realm. From his vantage point, he could behold every exquisite detail of Tu Xiaoxin, made all the more evident by her loose-fitting attire. As his gaze lingered, Hu Xiao felt his breath quicken, and his throat grew parched. All his energy seemed to converge into one focal point. Thank you, Xiao. I shall return to my room to rest now. Tu Xiaoxin expressed her sincere gratitude. appreciative of Hu Xiao's assistance in finding her dormitory and providing her with numerous opportunities for rewards. An impressive 90 chances. What a sensation to be on the brink of sudden wealth. Tu Xiaoxin could hardly wait to enter her room and begin her prize draw. With a decisive motion, she snatched the ticket from Hu Xiao's hand and closed the door behind her with a resounding thud, entirely unaware of the crimson liquid trickling from Hu Xiao's nostrils. When Hu Xiao finally regained his senses from the breathtaking view, Tu Xiaoxin had already vanished from sight, leaving only the metallic taste of blood on his lips. Bewildered, he wiped his nose, realizing he was bleeding. Panicking, Hu Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily retreating to his room. Even a cold shower did little to soothe him, as his mind remained consumed with thoughts of Tu Xiaoxin's melodious voice and stunning visage. Not only had his heart faltered, but his body had also betrayed him. After over an hour, Hu Xiao emerged from the bathroom, exuding the chill of cold water. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaoxin commenced her card-drawing adventure. System, what gives? Can you provide an explanation? Is it that gaining favorability is easy, hence it holds no value? Not even a courtesy of thanks? Tu Xiaoxin nearly lost her composure. Host, remain calm. That is not the case. The luck in drawing cards correlates with one's fortune, indicating that your luck is merely average. After 30 attempts, she had received nothing but more chances. The system expressed its astonishment. I don't care. If the next 60 draws yield nothing, I shall quit. If you grant me some benefits, I shall take Hu Xiao tonight. Despite her brief acquaintance with the system, Tu Xiaoxin understood its nature. Only by providing something of value would it yield results. Host, keep striving. You will succeed. Upon mentioning the prospect of offspring, the system promptly became supportive. Tu Xiaoxin scoffed and instructed the system to play good fortune comes. The system complied, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready for another 30 draws. This time, a golden light burst forth. Tu Xiaoxin finally breathed a sigh of relief, for it was certainly better than the previous 30 draws that yielded nothing but dull hues. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the exceptional healing physique card, the passionate Elon fragrance card, and the fresh peach scent card. What on earth are these? As the card materialized, 3 beams of light entered Tu Xiaoxin's body. The system emitted a slightly lewd chuckle. Host, splendid. These are all excellent cards. You will come to understand their value in time. Your laughter does not inspire confidence. She found the system's laughter rather unsettling. Shall we continue with the next 30 draws? The system inquired. What else would I save them for? Favorability can be regained, but the joy of drawing cards is unparalleled. Let the music play on. Tu Xiaoxin continued her card-drawing spree. She realized that human nature is inherently that of a gambler, drawn to thrilling and risky games. In her past life, she had been an honest person, unfamiliar with the intricacies of mahjong or poker, but she had dabbled in lottery games online. Drawing cards felt remarkably similar to that exhilarating experience. Congratulations to the host for drawing the exquisite dual cultivation card, the satin-like long hair card, and receiving 300 points. 300 points. The previous 2 cards flashed into Tu Xiaoxin's body before she could clearly see them, leaving her eyes filled with the sheer excitement of those 300 points. What a perfect stroke of luck. So, one can actually win points through a lottery? With this, she needn't worry about her pregnancy. The spiritual fruits sold by the system are far superior to those available outside. Consuming 1 each week would suffice to nourish the fetus. These 300 points would sustain her for nearly 3 months of pregnancy. Yes, host, strive diligently to earn more points. The system, relieved to see the host finally pleased, reminded her, do not forget the childbirth mission. Keep it up, and tonight, if you conceive the child of Hu Xiao, you could give birth to both at almost the same time. Understood. Tu Xiaoxin beamed at the balance of 339 points, her eyes crinkling with joy. She gently brushed her fingers over the glowing screen before her, trembling with excitement. Wait, I need a communication wristband, otherwise I won't be able to survive on the main star. Tu Xiaoxin needed to register her identity information on the wristband. Chapter 9. The Remarkable Prices. Fortunately, she remembered her ID number. As long as she inputted the correct number and completed a facial scan, she could register her electronic ID and obtain all her identity information. The Interstellar Beast World has a well-developed network. Apart from coupling procedures that require visiting the coupling hall, everything else can be managed via the wristband. I suggest the host check the points mall. The best wristbands in the entire galaxy are for sale there, and the prices are quite reasonable. The system chimed in. Tu Xiao Xin felt as though she had struck a fortune overnight, and confidently opened the mall, which presented a page tailored to her needs. The page displayed a variety of wristbands. The prices were comparable to those outside, and indeed quite affordable. After much deliberation, Tu Xiao Xin decided to purchase a wristband priced at 1 point, befitting her status. A wristband costing 1 point equated to 10,000 star coins, which is considered a standard price outside. The finest wristbands cost 5 points. But Tu Xiao Xin refrained from spending 5 points on a premium wristband purely to avoid revealing her true identity. With her current status, she could not afford such an extravagant wristband. Thus, a 1-point wristband would suffice. After acquiring the wristband, she then noticed her tattered clothes. Just as she contemplated buying garments, the page shifted to display clothing options. Here, 10 outfits were priced at a single point, a truly remarkable offer. These pieces were all designer brands, which would typically cost thousands outside, but here, the average price was merely 0.1 points equivalent to 1,000. Even more splendidly, the outfits were tailored to Tu Xiao Xin's measurements, requiring her only to select her preferred styles. With the system, who needed a wristband? Tu Xiao Xin deemed the wristband superfluous. With a decisive gesture, she lavishly spent 1 point to select 10 dresses. Her material desires were modest, as she believed that a person's beauty transcended attire. Even a burlap sack would look good on a beautiful individual. Suddenly, a thought struck Tu Xiao Xin. She rose and headed to the bathroom, intending to wash up and change into a new dress to flirt with Xiao. However, upon stepping into the bathroom and catching sight of her reflection, she was left utterly astounded. My goodness! Staring incredulously at the beautiful visage staring back at her. She could hardly believe it was her own. Is this me? This is actually me? Tu Xiao Xin gazed at her reflection for quite some time, finally comprehending why Xiao had managed to elevate her favorability rating to 90 within just a few exchanged words during their first meeting. If she were in his position, she would be equally bewitched. The beauty in the mirror was undeniably an epitome of striking allure. No matter the expression, it could not diminish her exquisite charm. She radiated a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, with skin so flawless and features so resplendent that they exuded an indescribable allure. It was no wonder that even a man like Xiao would be rendered speechless. As a woman, Tu Xiao Xin herself found it utterly captivating. Furthermore, the alluring physique she possessed was simply breathtaking. The system proudly declared, products from the system are of exceptional quality. In truth, the host is not lacking in beauty. The beauty enhancement card has merely amplified your natural allure, making it even more pronounced. Tu Xiao Xin nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the original owner had been quite adorable as a child with her large, enchanting eyes. Even after gaining weight, they remained strikingly large. After the enhancement from the beauty card, the effect was no longer overwhelming but rather softened, complementing her features beautifully. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and her large, charming eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos, enchanting beyond compare. Tu Xiao Xin had never imagined she could transform into such a stunning beauty in her 2 lifetimes. She found herself entranced. It was only when she heard a knock at the door that she snapped back to reality. She hurriedly changed out of her tattered clothes, tossing them into the nearby trash bin, and turned to open the door. Upon opening the door, Xiao, confronted by Tu Xiao Xin's visage, felt an overwhelming rush of warmth to his nose, causing 2 streams of blood to flow forth. Oh no! Are you all right, Xiao? Tu Xiao Xin was startled by his reaction. What was wrong with him? Did he really just bleed from his nose upon seeing her? Surely, he couldn't be gravely ill? If that were the case, her desire to bear his children wouldn't seem so morally questionable. After all, she would be leaving him a legacy. No, it's nothing. As Tu Xiao Xin approached on her tiptoes, Xiao hurriedly stepped back, raising his hand to wipe his nose, only to discover he was still bleeding. He was at a loss for words, his senses overwhelmed by Tu Xiao Xian's attire. How could she wear something so stunning? The deep crimson gown she wore accentuated her snow-white skin, paired with her breathtakingly beautiful face, creating an utterly stunning sight. The view before him compelled Hu Xiao to tilt his head back, and he hastily retrieved 2 tissues from the spatial storage system in his wristband, crumpling them and stuffing them into his nostrils to stem the uncontrollable flow of blood. Are you really all right? Seeing Hu Xiao's empty-handed gesture, Tu Xiao Xian felt a fleeting moment of astonishment. Despite his young age and impressive skills, his background seemed equally remarkable. It's worth noting that wristbands with storage capabilities sell for around 100,000 star coins. The one in the system mall costs 5 points, a staggering difference of 50,000 coins. I'm fine. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to go to the restaurant for a meal? After controlling himself for a moment and confirming his nose had stopped bleeding, Hu Xiao finally lowered his gaze to meet Tu Xiao Xian's. However, Tu Xiao Xian hesitated, expressing uncertainty about the restaurant's location. I know. I'll take you there. Hu Xiao immediately regretted his words. In this world, males are abundant while females are scarce. A delicate and beautiful female like Tu Xiao Xian is exceptionally rare. Bringing her to a restaurant would only serve to benefit those unsavory males. Thus, he quickly abandoned the thought of taking Tu Xiao Xian out to eat. Jin, let us not go to the restaurant. The server will bring our meals. Let us just wait here in the room. Tu Xiao Xian found Hu Xiao's contradictory statements puzzling. Or, do you prefer dining at the restaurant? Tu Xiaoxin's head swayed rhythmically, akin to a tinkling bell, her soft and lustrous long hair undulating gently with her movements. Hu Xiao then realized that a beauty can be flawless from head to toe, an embodiment of perfection. Chapter 10. The sad little dog. Some females possess beauty, yet their fur may be coarse and unrefined. Unlike Tu Xiaoxin, whose silky coat invites a longing to touch. Very well. Shall I join you for a meal when the waiter brings the food? Hu Xiao thought to himself, wishing to inch closer, even more so to glimpse at Tu Xiaoxin's quarters. Although he knew the layout would mirror his own, the spaceship tailored its guest rooms according to each passenger's gender, with arrangements easily altered at the touch of a button. All right, if it's you, Xiao, I would gladly dine together, Tu Xiaoxin articulated, her words reflecting a certain sophistication, causing the youthful and impassioned Hu Xiao to become flustered. His handsome face flushed crimson, as if he were on the verge of bleeding. Yes, dining together, Hu Xiao finally stammered, his gaze fervently fixed upon Tu Xiaoxin's lips, which moved eloquently as she spoke. What might those lips taste like? Gulp. Lost in such thoughts, his throat involuntarily began to constrict. Suddenly, a faint scent of peach wafted into his nostrils. This delicate sweetness was intoxicating, illuminating Hu Xiao's senses as he pinpointed its source, Tu Xiaoxin. How does this little female exude such a delightful fragrance? Sweet and fragrant. It beckoned him to draw nearer. He sensed his mental state spiraling out of control, a fervor surging within him. Jin, may I enter and take a seat? Hu Xiao recognized that his proposal was somewhat abrupt. Tu Xiaoxin paused, realizing the extraordinary effect of a 90-point favorability. She nodded in response. Hu Xiao was elated, swiftly maneuvering past her into her room. Once inside, the scent of ripe peaches intensified. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. Xiao, your wristband seems to be lighting up, Tu Xiaoxin noticed as she entered, catching sight of Hu Xiao's wristband glowing. Just as she was about to remind him, she met his fervent gaze. Jin, I long to kiss you, to bond with you. Will you accept? Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback by Hu Xiao's directness. You wish to bond with me? Yet you know nothing of who I am beyond my name. She was incredulous at such straightforwardness. Such details are inconsequential. I am quite fond of you and yearn to be closer. Jin, shall we bond? Once the spaceship reaches the main city, we can head to the bonding hall. Shall we? Hu Xiao himself felt somewhat deranged. How could he propose such a thing to a female he had met only twice? I, Tu Xiaoxin, still have missions to complete. System, can this offspring system bind to just one person for procreation? Tu Xiaoxin asked the system with difficulty, swallowing hard. That is not permissible, host. If your partner is always the same individual, the purpose of this offspring system would be rendered moot. In this world, the higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it is to conceive. We bind you to facilitate reproduction for those males who struggle with fertility. You cannot bear children exclusively with one male. The system reminded her. Tu Xiaoxin felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed she was destined to be a sea queen. Jin, are you unwilling? Hu Xiao's eyes betrayed his disappointment. I am willing, but a Xiao. I will certainly have more than one husband in the future. Tu Xiaoxin felt the need to prepare Hu Xiao for the truth. As expected, upon hearing this, Hu Xiao felt his enthusiasm extinguished in an instant. He stared blankly at Tu Xiaoxin. Are you like those females considering polyandry? His tone was laced with disbelief and defeat. Why did she, who appeared so different, harbor thoughts akin to those of other females? I am sorry, Xiao. If you cannot accept this, perhaps we should not meet again. Tu Xiaoxin sighed, reluctant to break the heart of an innocent youth. Upon realizing that Tu Xiaoxin was unwilling to explain her reasoning and chose to sever ties, Hu Xiao felt his heart wrench. A pain so acute it left him breathless. His entire being felt unsteady. Why could he not understand? She did not seem like a promiscuous person. The stark psychological disparity thrust him to the brink of losing control. Sensing the shift in his aura, Tu Xiaoxin perceived something was amiss. What a disaster! How did his mental energy go awry? Recalling the methods employed in this world to soothe a male's tumultuous mental state, she swiftly grasped Hu Xiao's collar. Before he could react, she rose on her toes and pressed her crimson lips against his. The searing pain of his near derangement vanished almost instantaneously with Tu Xiaoxin's kiss, restoring his clarity. Yet with clarity came an overwhelming physiological urge. He craved more of her sweetness, her essence, everything that belonged to him. With his thought ignited, his gaze intensified as he encircled her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace, skillfully parting her lips to explore the sweetness within, savoring all her beauty. Tu Xiaoxin intended to use the kiss to calm his tumultuous mental energy, yet she never anticipated he would escalate the situation. Realizing the abnormality, she struggled to push him away, only to find her strength utterly ineffective against him, her body firmly ensnared. System, did I not activate the strength card? How can I not push away a man? Tu Xiaoxin pondered incredulously in her mind. Ahem, host, why not surrender to him? Just look at how he is transformed into a sad little dog. Moreover, is this not a prime time for procreation? Would you like me to deploy an offspring pill? How many children do you wish for this time? The system seemed quite pleased. Tu Xiaoxin was left speechless. She should never have allowed Hu Xiao to enter. Inviting him in was tantamount to inviting the task of procreation. With this realization, Tu Xiaoxin ceased her struggles. If she was to bear children, then so be it. Let it be two. One male offspring pill and one female offspring pill. By the way, how many points does a 6-tier beastman require? Contemplating that Hu Xiao might be gravely ill, she wondered if leaving him too would improve his mood. Thus, she proposed having 2 children. Successful conception yields 100 points, and successfully birthing a child rewards 1,000 points. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000, Tu Xiaoxin felt a surge of excitement. With sufficient points at her disposal, birthing 3 children should pose no problem. She decisively instructed the system to deploy 1 male offspring pill and 1 female offspring pill. Chapter 11. How could you deceive me? 2 pills were directly administered in her abdomen, and Tu Xiaoxin ceased to resist. Feeling her surrender, Hu Xiao's kisses intensified. Xiao, please be gentle. Your embrace is too tight, Tu Xiaoxin pleaded softly after Hu Xiao finally released her swollen lips. However, at this moment, Hu Xiao had completely lost his reason, for during their kiss, he detected a change into Tu Xiaoxin's fragrance, a potent scent that drove males wild, inciting a fervent desire to possess her. He lost all control, yet his actions surprisingly softened. Jin, you are truly ruthless. A tear fell from the corner of his eye as he murmured, embracing her tightly. He lifted Tu Xiaoxin effortlessly and tossed her onto the nearby bed, following suit, his broad form enveloping her entirely within his realm of desire. As Tu Xiao Xen gazed upon the immense shadow descending, her body surrendered in a moment of emotional turmoil. System, is the child within me unharmed? She inquired before succumbing entirely to the depths of her feelings. Rest assured, we are a childbirth system. Even if the host were to bungee jump while pregnant, the child would be perfectly fine, the system assured her earnestly, only to be promptly confined to a small black room. The system felt quite aggrieved and began to whimper. Is there truly anything that this childbirth system cannot witness? Curse settings. While complaining, it conjured a small child's body and discreetly pulled out its phone to play games. At that moment, Tu Xiao Xin was oblivious to the system's antics. She realized that compared to Sun Qi, Hu Xiao was not to be underestimated. Several times, she was so frightened that she wanted to flee from the bed beneath her, but he would effortlessly pull her back with a paw. She continued to drift in and out of consciousness until her throat grew hoarse, her body ached all over, and she ultimately lost awareness. Yet this vigorous man did not relent. It is said that men who indulge are terrifying, but Tu Xiao Xin never anticipated it would be to such an extent. She was pinned beneath Hu Xiao on the bed for a full 7 days and nights. If not for the waitstaff delivering her meals thrice a day, she felt she might have starved to death. What puzzled her was that, despite such intensity, her body experienced no discomfort. Rather, it thrived as if she had unlocked some perilous secret. This realization left Tu Xiao Xin quite alarmed. Finally, on the last night aboard the spaceship, she frugally spent 10 points to purchase a health-boosting pill, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of collapsing upon dismounting. Casting a glance at the slumbering Hu Xiao, she muttered a curse against him and hurriedly acquired a full-body outfit from the system that concealed all traces of her experiences before swiftly vacating the room. If her intuition served her right, today marked the day of their arrival at the main star. Hu Xiao had persistently demanded that she become his partner over the past week, threatening her with refusal if she did not comply. She had no choice but to deceive him into believing she had acquiesced. It is said that one should not trust a man's words in bed, and the same holds true for women. Fully equipped for her escape from the room that had confined her for 7 days and nights, Tu Xiao Xin did not even spare a thought for her own head. She donned a hat and sunglasses, all acquired from the system's marketplace. As for the suitcase she had brought aboard the spaceship, she left it behind, as it contained nothing of value. Moreover, if the suitcase remained, Hu Xiao would undoubtedly discover her departure, affording her precious time to flee. Since Hu Xiao would inevitably reject the notion of her taking multiple beast husbands, she was resolute in her decision to abandon him. At worst, she could send the child to him once it was born. Yes, in the Interstellar Beast World, there is indeed a service for delivering children. When Tu Xiao Xin finally arrived at the disembarkation point, she found a throng of individuals waiting to exit the spaceship. She attempted to conceal herself within the crowd, but her height made her conspicuously noticeable. Tu Xiao Xin was exceedingly short, and some even mistook her for a minor, parting ways to let her pass. Unbeknownst to her, perceived as a child, she wrapped herself tightly and remained motionless among the masses, until an announcement echoed throughout the ship, proclaiming its arrival. Tu Xiao Xin's complexion drained of color. Oh no, there's an announcement? System, will Hu Xiao catch me? She questioned anxiously. Host, you've just made your escape, and Hu Xiao has already awakened. The system promptly warned. Recalling the harrowing experiences of those 7 days and nights, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. No way, she exclaimed in terror. Yes, he has already realized you abandoned him and is in pursuit. The system replied gleefully. How can you be so callous? Given Hu Xiao's volatile nature, I fear for my life. Tu Xiao Xin felt a sense of impending doom. Yet, the system merely observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Do not worry, host. Hu Xiao is currently entangled with someone else, it said, offering Tu Xiao Xin a live report. As she watched the screen, witnessing Hu Xiao indeed occupied, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the moment the spaceship stabilized and the doors opened, she decisively slipped through the crowd. Ultimately, she hastened her pace, vanishing swiftly from the throng's forefront. When Hu Xiao emerged, having extricated himself from his entanglement, He initially believed that due to Tu Xiao Xian's petite stature, she would be easy to find. However, after scanning the area, he failed to locate her. His brow furrowed. Di Gudai, Du Xiao Xin, how could you deceive me? He trembled with rage. Yet unlike before, his mental energy did not spiral out of control. Through those 7 days, he discovered something astonishing. His nearly uncontrollable mental energy had returned to normal. Indeed, it had stabilized, and he would not experience a mental breakdown again. He quickly discerned that this was due to Tu Xiao Xian's unique nature, which had such an effect. In the Interstellar Beast World, females serve to soothe the tumultuous mental energy of males, resulting in the prevalent polyandrous structure due to a gender imbalance. An existence like Tu Xiao Xian's was unparalleled throughout the galaxy. He began to comprehend why she had claimed not to have just one husband. For if she were to be discovered by other powerful beings, she would inevitably become a coveted prize. This was something Hu Xiao could not accept. As he searched the world for Tu Xiao Xian, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a figure clad in sports attire, fully equipped, racing towards the exit amidst the crowd. Though her speed was not slow, to a powerful being like Hu Xiao, it appeared absurdly sluggish. Chapter 12. To obtain the certificate, moreover. Her stature and silhouette were unmistakable to him. Found you, he sneered, summoning his mental energy, and in an instant, he materialized beneath the spaceship. With another swift movement, he approached the exit, where Tu Xiao Xian collided with a solid wall of flesh. The familiar impact caused her to stagger back several steps, and as she looked up in astonishment, her sunglasses were yanked from her face. A wickedly handsome face appeared before her. Jean, did you forget something? His voice, hauntingly seductive, sent shivers down her spine. Axu, you're awake? She feigned a smile, though it resembled more of a grimace than a grin. Indeed, I have awakened, only to discover a disobedient little one abandoning me and running off. I'm already yours, yet you chose to flee. Hu Xiao effortlessly lifted Tu Xiao Xian into his embrace. She had no strength to resist. That strength card is utterly useless. Tu Xiao Xian could not help but mentally berate the item. No malicious intent detected from Hu Xiao. This is not a fault I shall bear. The system retorted promptly upon hearing her complaint. Does that mean the strength card only activates when malice is sensed? Tu Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yes, host. The system confirmed. Tu Xiao Xian conceded to the logic. Xiao, I have told you. I cannot possibly have only you as my husband. She felt it imperative to clarify the situation. I understand, but I wish to be the Lord. Hu Xiao had long since come to terms with this. Given Tu Xiao Xian's unique constitution, should others discover her, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Throughout the galaxy, none could soothe a partner's mental turmoil as she could. Hu Xiao recognized that, as a mere sixth tier, he could not protect Tu Xiao Xian. The Lord? That is acceptable. Tu Xiaoxin was uncertain about what prompted Hu Xiao, a steadfast individual, to accept the institution of polyandry. However, his willingness to embrace it was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Really? Are you truly willing to let me be your sovereign? If a stronger beast man were to appear in the future, would you, Hu Xiao, regret having chosen me as your lord? Hu Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether the emergence of a more formidable contender would necessitate his abdication. Would he then become a laughingstock in the interstellar beast realm? As the first to bond with me, you are naturally the sovereign. Subsequent arrivals have no right to choose. If they are unwilling, so be it. After all, I only desire their offspring, not their company. More individuals would merely complicate matters. Is that true, Jean? Hu Xiao was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, Tu Xiaoxin affirmed earnestly. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hu Xiao, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly embraced Tu Xiaoxin and strode out of the main city station. Where we headed? Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback, and before she could react, Hu Xiao had whisked her out of the station with astonishing speed. They soon boarded a flying vehicle, heading directly to the main city's bonding hall. The main city of the primary star was the largest in the entire interstellar realm, occupying half the planet's surface. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, creating an impression of a futuristic world. The streets were intricately woven, with flying vehicles gliding through the skies along designated paths, evoking a sense of both prosperity and order. Tu Xiaoxin curiously leaned against the window, observing the scenery outside. Hu Xiu glanced down and saw the little one gazing out in wonder. His heart warmed, and he gently lifted her chin, lowering his head to capture her lips in a kiss. Tu Xiaoxin gasped, startled by the presence of others ahead. Fear not. He is piloting the vehicle and has no time to notice us. Hu Xiu chuckled softly, kissing her again. After a prolonged moment, he reluctantly released her. My neck aches. Each kiss feels like it stretches an entire mile. Next time in bed, you won't feel any discomfort, Hu Xiu whispered into her ear. Tu Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swatted at his chest. The gentle gesture delighted Hu Xiu, prompting him to grasp her hand and bring it to his lips, teasing her fingers with his tongue. My goodness, do men have an innate talent for this? How is it that just 7 days have transformed this innocent young boy into such a figure? Tu Xiaoxin was astonished, attempting to withdraw her hand. But Hu Xiu's strength was insurmountable, allowing him to indulge in his whims. After savoring each of her fingers, he reluctantly released her hand, placing it against his chest. I truly wish I could hold on to you forever. Ahu! Tu Xiaoxin was flustered and irritated, shooting a playful glare at Hu Xiu. Before Hu Xiu could respond, they arrived at the bonding hall. The main city boasted thousands of bonding halls scattered across various regions. They reached the one closest to the city station. Into Xiaoxin's previous city, bonding halls were rather desolate, with few beastmen attending. However, this hall was bustling with activity, with tall beastmen like Hu Xiu prevalent. Aware of Tu Xiaoxin's appearance, Hu Xiu took a cloak from a storage ring and wrapped her securely before carrying her inside, while many were seen carrying their partners. Hu Xiu was the first to envelop his in such a manner. Curious gazes followed them, but Hu Xiu's fierce glare deterred any scrutiny. Once inside, Hu Xiu sought out a machine to operate. The bonding hall offered both mechanical and manual options, and he naturally preferred the privacy of the mechanical setup. Through a small opening, Tu Xiaoxin observed that the machines resembled high-end photo booth from her past life, albeit significantly more advanced, resembling a compact booth with sophisticated equipment. Once Hu Xiu carried her in, he removed the cloak. Considering Tu Xiaoxin's height, Hu Xiu lifted her effortlessly to ensure their faces aligned for the photograph. After inputting their identification, within a minute, they obtained 2 freshly minted bonding certificates. Gazing at the vibrant certificates adorned with the word sovereign, Hu Xiu's grin was nearly radiant. Thank you, Jin. Thank you for allowing me to be your lord. Hu Xiu had never anticipated encountering a female like Tu Xiaoxin, let alone receiving a bonding certificate at such a young age. Due to the difficulties of procreation, the Interstellar Beast realm mandated bonding ages of 18 for females and 20 for males. Tu Xiaoxin and Hu Xiu coincidentally met these criteria. Hu Xiu, truly, you are at a disadvantage in this union. My education is limited. I was confined at home after primary school, Tu Xiaoxin admitted candidly, not wishing to deceive him. Hu Xiu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Jin, I sense your childhood was not filled with joy. Did no community workers intervene? In the Interstellar Beast realm, every child represents the future and receives proper care. As a female, you would naturally be afforded exceptional protection. Tu Xiaoxin offered a bittersweet smile, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps the injustices endured by the original owner and the 10 years of confinement weighed heavily on her heart. No, my childhood was spent in isolation. After sharing her background, Tu Xiaoxin felt a sense of relief, but upon raising her gaze, she was startled to see Hu Xiu in tears. Hu Xiu, why are you crying? Is it true? Were you fed growth hormones as a child? How could your mother do such a thing? That is illegal. Abusing children and young females is against the law. How dare she? I do not know. Perhaps she never loved my father. A woman who loves a man would cherish his child as a treasure. How could she bear to treat me so? This is unacceptable. I cannot let this go. I will ensure she is imprisoned. Hu Xiu declared fiercely. I will not allow anyone to bully my wife. Immediately regretting his words, he added, Jin, you wouldn't object, would you? I would, but I fear that if I express my willingness, You may think me heartless. After all, she is my mother, nominally at least. No matter what decision you make, I will unconditionally support you. Hu Xiao reassured her, further solidifying his resolve to address the situation with Xiaoxin's mother. Upon returning to his residence, Hu Xiao began investigating the matter. Although he lacked expertise in this area, he had connections and promptly reached out to an old acquaintance. "Hey kid, why are you looking into this person?" On the other end of the phone, a teasing voice emerged. Could it be that a man who had never been interested in the gentle charm of females had finally found one he adored? "Uncle, will you assist me or not? Tu Xiao Xin has become my wife. We obtained our marriage certificate today, and we are officially a couple. Should I concern myself with matters regarding my wife?" Before Hu Xiao could finish his words, the man on the other end abruptly coughed several times, nearly choking on his own saliva. "What did you say? You have entered into a union with someone? You little rascal, have you been duped by a female? You're only 20, and you're already binding yourself to a female?" The tone on the other end became tense, fearing that his foolish nephew had fallen victim to deceit. "Uncle, stop with the nonsense. That is not the case. Jean is the finest female I have ever encountered. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew I wanted to be with her." Hu Xiao raised his gaze towards Tu Xiao Xin, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, engrossed in watching television. His eyes filled with tenderness. "All right, I will investigate for you. Give me about 10 minutes, and I will provide you with the results." The person on the other end was eager to delve into information about this female named Tu Xiao Xin. He genuinely worried that his foolish nephew might be deceived. In their family, it had been over 100 years since his elder brother had produced 2 offspring. They could not afford for him to be tricked. Tu Xiao Xin was absorbed in a legal education program unique to the Interstellar Beast World. Even though it was a rather dull program, she watched it with great interest, as it was something she had not encountered in the 10 years of her confinement. Her knowledge of the outside world had come solely from that mother-daughter pair. Thus, her curiosity about everything was piqued. After finishing the call, Hu Xiao walked over to sit beside Tu Xiao Xin. Without waiting for her to speak, he pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to nestle against him while watching television. "Xiao, why can't one give birth on their own when pregnant?" At that moment, the television was broadcasting common knowledge about childbirth. When one is pregnant, they must go to the hospital for an embryo transfer procedure. In the current interstellar world, I have yet to see a female give birth on her own. The risks are too great, and it can cause significant harm to the mother. Therefore, it is essential to send the child to the hospital for an embryo transfer before it grows too large. But don't worry, we likely won't have children anytime soon. After all, my level is 6th, and it becomes exceedingly difficult to conceive once one's cultivation reaches the 5th level and beyond. After saying this, Hu Xiao lowered his head to nuzzle against Tu Xiao Xin's hair. "Tu Xiao Xin vi mai Xilen," contemplating whether she should tell Hu Xiao that not only did she already carry his child, but also one belonging to another. For what she remembered, could the beast father sense the child in the beast mother's belly? A month later, what's wrong? Why are you asking so many questions about pregnancy today? Does Jean wish for a little one that belongs to us? Hu Xiao's eyes brightened as he stared intently at Tu Xiao Xin. Tu Xiao Xin Fao Xilen, retreating slightly as she decisively avoided his gaze. A little one, of course, is something one wishes to have. She had expected there to be such technology for embryo transfer. System, do I need to undergo an embryo transfer? Tu Xiao Xin decided to inquire with the system. Childbirth system primarily advocates for natural processes, does not support the host undergoing embryo transfer. Furthermore, as the host approaches the time of delivery, this system will relocate the host to the birthing space for the delivery. The system replied, "If childbirth were to be delegated to machines, what dignity would the childbirth system have?" Chapter 14. A snake gives birth to a rabbit. Oh, so the child in my belly should be ready to be born in about 2 months, right? She remembered that the gestation period for beastmen was approximately 3 months. Ah, yes. The system nodded. My first baby is a little rabbit. Can Sun Chi sense this? He wouldn't come looking for me, would he? She recalled that Sun Chi's true form was a python. A python? That's a snake. Goodness, a snake giving birth to a rabbit. How amusing. ISNT it. Well, I'm not certain about that. The system stammered, beginning to dodge the question. Speak plainly. Tu Xiao Xin said, exasperated. Oh dear. Yes. It is possible he may come looking for you. After all, he is a 7th-level powerhouse. The chances of him producing his own offspring are slim, especially considering his mental state is quite poor. If he does come over, it would be best for you to soothe him. Otherwise, his mental sea may erupt. The system hurriedly warned. Tu Xiao Xin frowned. How do I soothe him? Should I give him a kiss? She recalled that the woman had mentioned that to calm an agitated male, one should kiss and hold his hand. That depends on you. If you share an intimate encounter with him, perhaps he will heal completely and no longer face the risk of mental turmoil. The system provided another ambiguous answer. Tu Xiao Xin realized she could not rely on the system. So what are we waiting for? Since Jean desires our little one, let us conceive. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiu could no longer remain calm. He decisively placed Tu Xiao Xin on the sofa and leaned over her. Faced with those plump, rosy lips, he could no longer restrain his impulses and leaned down to kiss her. After spending 7 days and nights aboard the spaceship, Hu Xiu had long shed the title of a novice and had embarked on a bold conquest. Tu Xiao Xin found herself lost in thought. If it were a normal person, the child in her womb would have already been in jeopardy. Noticing Tu Xiao Xin's distraction, Hu Xiu bit her lip playfully. This act successfully brought Tu Xiao Xin back to reality, and she stared at Hu Xiu in astonishment. Hu Xiu smiled, teasing her for not paying attention, and declared, "You shall remain in bed all day tomorrow as punishment." Afterward, he pulled her into his embrace and continued to kiss her crimson lips. Tu Xiao Xin was utterly speechless, her thoughts once again adrift as she followed Hu Xiu's lead. True to his word, he kept her confined for several days and nights. If it were not for the calls from the military academy urging him to attend classes, he might have continued to indulge in her company. It was only when Hu Xiu received a call from the military academy that he realized he was still a student. If he failed to obtain his diploma, his instructor would likely report him to the authorities, who would in turn inform his parents, and ultimately, he would face a severe beating from his elder brother and uncle. The mere thought of such an outcome sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to obediently attend school. The military academy enforced strict management, allowing students to return home only once a month. Consequently, Tu Xiao Xin would be left unattended. Hu Xiu, feeling helpless, sought assistance from his uncle before departing for school, requesting that he look after Tu Xiao Xin. He felt entirely at ease with his uncle, as he too had not yet married and held no interest in females. More importantly, his uncle was his blood relative. There was no reason to suspect him of attempting to steal his nephew's wife. Thus, he spent an entire afternoon pestering his uncle until finally securing a promise that his uncle would come by daily to care for Tu Xiao Xin. Unbeknownst to Tu Xiao Xin, upon learning that Hu Xiu would only return once a month for school, she nearly celebrated with fireworks. Oh heavens! Her waist was finally free. If she did not find relief soon, she would suspect that the child in her womb was doomed. Host, you can rest assured. You have taken the pregnancy preservation pill. Even if you and the male indulge nightly, it will not hinder your ability to conceive. Trust the system. Products from this system are of the highest quality. The system's voice interrupted Tu Xiao Xin's wandering thoughts. Oh, by the way, can I plant vegetables in the birthing space? Where do the seeds come from? The only downside to this interstellar world was the lack of delicious food. Everything was a bland nutritional supplement. After 10 years here, Tu Xiao Xin longed most for food. Yes, host. In order to provide better care for pregnant women, the fields in this space are cultivable and fully automated, eliminating the need for you to laboriously tend to the planting. You simply need to purchase seeds from the shop and sow them. After escaping the constraints of her original family for several days, she hardly had time to focus on the system rewards. Now that she had finally sent away the clingy Hu Xiu, she was determined to thoroughly explore the system rewards she had obtained. Heeding the system's advice, she ventured into the system marketplace. Indeed, the variety of seeds available was astounding, with an abundance of options to choose from. If the host was eager to satisfy her hunger, she could also purchase ready-to-use ingredients, which were also available in the marketplace. The more the host consumed, the greater encouragement it provided to the system. I know. First, Let us plant some vegetables, she replied, curious to discover just how intelligent the pregnancy space truly was. Tu Xiao Xin found plenty of her favorite fruits and vegetables and purchased them without hesitation. The prices were truly heartwarming. 1 point felt equivalent to spending 10,000 in her previous world. The system's pricing standard aligned with that of her former world, making each point quite valuable. After buying seeds, ingredients, and kitchenware, she had nearly everything she needed, all for just 1 point, leaving Tu Xiao Xin grinning from ear to ear. She once again experienced the system's remarkable capabilities. The system merely required her to bear children. How difficult could that be? If such days could last indefinitely, she wouldn't mind giving birth to 100 or more. Host, you're exaggerating. How could that be possible? My system emphasizes humanity. It only permits you to bear children for designated individuals, not indiscriminately. The system interjected, alarmed by Tu Xiao Xin's impractical thoughts. Stun, tu xiao xin zepunde. Why? You can read my mind? Of course, we are one entity. What do you expect? The system replied helplessly. But you didn't mention it was for a designated person. She recalled the system had previously stated that it sufficed for her to find a strong individual. Now it seemed there were additional criteria. Cough. I didn't mention it earlier because I believe you were lucky enough to find the designated persons and win their hearts. In Chapter 15, Uncle Hu Yuan, the individual presented himself at her door. Why should it be a source of concern? Naturally, he should let his host proceed. Tu Xiao Xin fell into a moment of silence. So, if I encounter someone who isn't the designated person, you want give any notification? That is correct, host. The system answered candidly. All right then, be gone. This is truly too difficult. Time for a meal. I am so tired of the taste of nutritional supplements. After glancing at her balance, Tu Xiao Xin looked at the heap of ingredients she had procured, rubbed her hands together in anticipation, and began the process of moving these ingredients into Hu Xiu's large refrigerator. Indeed, while this world lacked gourmet food, it did possess a refrigerator, which served the purpose of storing those nutritional supplements. Hu Xiu's refrigerator had been idle for a while, mainly because Hu Xiu seldom stayed there. The house was merely a gift from his family for his coming of age, not his actual home. Hu Xiu simply wished to settle Tu Xiao Xin in a place where he was the sole occupant. After spending over half an hour organizing everything, Tu Xiao Xin rolled up her sleeves and began preparing the meal. In her previous life, she was a self-sufficient girl, and cooking was a basic skill she could easily manage. Thus, after another half hour, a fragrant spread of 3 dishes and a soup emerged, stirring Tu Xiao Xin's appetite. Just as she removed her apron and was about to sit down, the doorbell rang. She raised an eyebrow in annoyance and turned toward the door. Who could possibly come at this hour? Clearly, she was disinclined to answer the door. Hu Xiu had just left, and he could enter without ringing the bell. So who was it? As a small female, she was reluctant to open the door for strangers. While she hesitated, the doorbell continued to ring persistently. Just as she contemplated calling the authorities, Hu Xiu's voice message arrived. Jean, I've sent my uncle to take care of you, and he should have arrived by now. Please open the door for him. Tu Xiao Xin listened carefully and cautiously approached the door. Through the visual doorbell, she observed the figure outside. He was not incessantly ringing the bell, nor did he appear agitated. Instead, he pressed the doorbell rhythmically and methodically, as if he were performing a task with utmost seriousness. Following the outline of his impeccably tailored suit upward, Tu Xiao Xin caught sight of a mature and charismatic face. She gasped, taken aback by his striking handsomeness, making her want to cry out, "Daddy!" Ding! High-quality male detected. Name, Hu Yuan. Species, white tiger. Age, 35. Tier, peak level 8. OMG. An unparalleled powerhouse, even on the main star. Host go. Pursue him. Have children with him. Background. The most outstanding and astute man on the main star. Are you out of your mind? This is Hu Xiu's uncle. By blood. Tu Xiao Xin had already heard Hu Xiu mention this uncle days prior, describing him as a cold and ruthless individual who would not hesitate to act against his own family when they erred. She conceded that this man was indeed handsome enough to make one want to call him daddy, but he was certainly not someone she wished to provoke. Suit yourself, host. A peak level 8 and an imperial strategist, he controls 50% of the interstellar commercial lifeline. With an elder brother as a marshal and a younger brother as a strategist, it was evident that the beast god favored the Hu family. That is still a no-go. Tu Xiao Xen vigorously shook her head. You better withdraw? Understood. The system replied sheepishly, realizing it couldn't sway Tu Xiao Xen and ceased further persuasion. Tu Xiao Xin took a moment to collect her thoughts and then extended her hand to open the door. As the door swung open, Hu Yuan was about to pull out his phone to call Hu Xiao, questioning whether he had the wrong address, when he noticed a fluffy head peeking from behind the door, standing at an impressive height of 198 centimeters. He had to bend slightly to scrutinize the little one who had opened the door. When he finally discerned her features, a flicker of astonishment graced his eyes. Favorable impression increased by 1. And that was it. It merely increased by 1. Just as Hu Xiao had said. She was indeed a girl who did not attract the attention of men. You must be Tu Xiao Xin, Hu Xiao's mate? The more Hu Yuan observed her, the more his brow furrowed. Could this girl possibly be underage? This rascal Hu Xiao was truly testing the waters. Yes, I'm Hu Xiao's uncle. Hello, uncle. My name is Tu Xiao Xin. Her voice was sweet and melodic, carrying an innate charm that sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan maintained a stoic expression, yet a small voice in his head chimed in. Favorable impression increased by 2. Well, she was also a voice enthusiast. However, her vocal allure paled in comparison to Sun Qi's. Sun Qi had gained 30 points simply from the sound of his own voice, despite his less than appealing appearance. Do you plan to leave me standing at the door while we converse? The more Hu Yuan looked at Tu Xiao Xin's stature, the worse he felt, feeling an impulse to strike someone. He couldn't help but wonder if Tu Xiao Xin was currently bending down to speak with him. Oh, my apologies, please come in. Realizing her oversight, Tu Xiao Xin quickly stepped back and opened the door wider. Upon seeing Tu Xiao Xin standing upright, Hu Yuan's anxious heart finally settled. Very well. Hu Xiao, you are in serious trouble. Young lady, are you of legal age? Hu Yuan inquired with a tense expression. Huh? Tu Xiaoxin was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Hu Yuan, whose countenance was as dark as ink. The formidable aura emanating from him was somewhat intimidating, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps. After a laborious swallow, she reminded herself that she was now an adult, having already obtained a marriage certificate with Hu Xiao. Was she truly an adult? Observing the childish attire and diminutive stature of the man before her, she began to doubt whether the file she had helped investigate regarding Hu Xiao had been erroneous. Shouldn't an 18-year-old female be at least 7 meters tall? Yet this girl was barely under that height. Really, uncle, this is our marriage certificate. Tu Xiaoxin promptly retrieved a marriage certificate from her bosom and presented it to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan raised his hand, his well-defined fingers accepting the document. And upon glancing at the ages listed, his furrowed brow remained taut. Haven't you attended university? At your age, shouldn't you be enrolled in college? He had not even looked into Tu Xiaoxin's specific details, believing Hu Xiao, now grown, should be responsible for his choices. He had not anticipated that Hu Xiao would choose such an ill-suited partner. I never attended university, nor high school, or even middle school, Tu Xiaoxin bit her lip, struggling to articulate the truth. Chapter 16. An unconventional female Hu Yuan inhaled deeply. He realized he had erred in not thoroughly reviewing Tu Xiaoxin's information. Where had Hu Xiao found a partner so mismatched? Uncle, are you angry? Tu Xiaoxin, not a fool, felt the palpable fury radiating from Hu Yuan. Shouldn't I be angry? Hu Yuan retorted almost instantly. However, he soon recollected something, managing to rein in his emotions with another deep breath. A Xiao is too impulsive. My dear female, forgive my candor. Even if a Xiao claims you as his consort, it is still you who has climbed too high. Tu Xiaoxin was acutely aware of the implications behind his words. Indeed, she had reached too far for someone like Hu Xiao. I sincerely apologize. I also feel I have climbed too high. Hu Yuan was taken aback by her response, momentarily stunned. Was this the reaction expected from a conventional female? Shouldn't a typical female be outraged, cursing in indignation? Yet she humbly acknowledged the truth. For a moment, Hu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Tu Xiaoxin's stomach audibly protested. Hu Yuan's words caught in his throat. You should first drink a nutritional supplement. I prepared a meal. Would you like to wait for me in the living room? Tu Xiaoxin gestured toward the dining area. Hu Yuan was astonished. You cooked? What an unusual term. I've never encountered it before. Just as Hu Yuan was engulfed in bewilderment, Tu Xiaoxin had already turned and rushed toward the dining room. The pangs of hunger had reached a peak, driving her to her intended seat, where she swiftly picked up chopsticks and began devouring her meal. Hu Yuan followed her into the room, immediately enveloped by an enticing aroma of food, a scent he had never experienced before. The upper echelons of the main star had their own culinary preferences, but those were either bloody meats or unappetizing dishes that failed to pique his interest. Yet the feast before him compelled Hu Yuan to scrutinize every detail. As he observed Tu Xiaoxin's rosy lips moving, savoring dishes that appeared utterly delectable, he was struck by the realization that food could indeed be presented so beautifully. While eating, Tu Xiaoxin noticed Hu Yuan's gaze upon her, and upon meeting his scrutinizing eyes, she became aware of her own discourtesy. Glancing at the ample portion of food she had prepared, she timidly extended a pair of chopsticks toward him. Would you like to share a meal? Hu Yuan knew he should decline, yet his stomach betrayed him with an embarrassing growl. He hesitated, the refusal caught in his throat, and unwittingly accepted the chopsticks. He then took a seat. Unfortunately, he struggled with the chopsticks. Observing Tu Xiaoxin's adept movements, he attempted to mimic her technique. To his surprise, his coordination proved quite impressive, and he swiftly learned to use the unfamiliar utensils, lifting a piece of sweet and sour meat to his mouth. As the burst of flavor exploded in his mouth, Hu Yuan's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Affinity level 5. His affinity soared to 45 before ceasing its ascent. A mere piece of sweet and sour meat had opened the door to a new culinary world for him, and he felt as though years of his aversion to food had been miraculously cured. His dining manner was elegant, revealing his noble heritage. While Tu Xiaoxin ate, she discreetly observed Hu Yuan. He appeared genuinely focused, his eyes filled with reverence for the food. Tu Xiaoxin's appetite was modest. She could not eat much before feeling full, leaving a significant portion behind. To her surprise, Hu Yuan possessed an impressive appetite, finishing every last morsel with a grace that belied a frantic hunger. After the meal, her affinity had reached 50. Tu Xiaoxin felt a sense of embarrassment. It seemed he was indeed a glutton. Thank you for your kindness. Did you really make all of this? Hu Yuan suddenly remembered that he had been entrusted by his nephew to care for Tu Xiaoxin, only to have partaken in her meal first. How could he allow such a young female to labor in the kitchen? Yes, there is no one else here. Tu Xiaoxin pointed to the emptiness of the house. Is Shou not buy you a robot? For such tasks, you could delegate to a robot in the future. Hu Yuan scanned the house, noting its stark emptiness. Beyond the necessary furnishings, there wasn't even a robot to assist with cleaning. Robots are unnecessary. Can they cook? I have lived here for 10 years and have yet to discover anyone capable of cooking. Tu Xiaoxin expressed her skepticism. They probably don't even know what food looks like, let alone how to properly prepare and pair it. Hu Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he had never heard of robots in the star realm capable of cooking. These are simple tasks. I have no other responsibilities. Cooking is quite enjoyable. With no job and needing to care for her pregnancy, she found solace in household chores as a form of exercise. There was no need to rely on robots for assistance. You are quite remarkable. Were it any other female, not receiving adequate care, she would likely lash out in fury, cursing the males for failing to provide a good life. Yet the young female before me, though appearing underage, is so gentle and docile. It evokes an inexplicable sense of compassion. Affinity level 5, current affinity 55. It was evident that the two shared a familial bond, deftly navigating the nuances of affinity at an astonishing pace. At times, cooking was indeed a source of happiness. Tu Xiaoxin relished the sensation of preparing and enjoying her meals. Each time she indulged in her cooking, she found herself able to eat an extra bowl of rice. She had anticipated consuming the entirety of the 3 dishes and soup after such a long fasting period, but she had underestimated her stomach, which had grown accustomed to deprivation. Fortunately, Hu Yuan had arrived, Otherwise, the meal would have gone to waste. Wastefulness was a disgrace. Happiness? Hu Yuan pondered, somewhat disoriented and incredulous that such sentiments could be articulated by a female. Tu Xiaoxin nodded, refraining from elaboration as she began to clear the table. Allow me, Hu Yuan interjected, hastily interrupting her actions. You are the guest, a Xiao's uncle, and an elder. I cannot permit you to work. Tu Xiaoxin resolutely shook her head, firmly rejecting his offer. She donned her apron once more and proceeded to gather the dishes, heading to the kitchen to wash them. Chapter 17, The Reappearance of Affection Without Cost. Hu Yuan gazed seriously at the petite figure of Tu Xiaoxin diligently washing the dishes. The sunlight bathed her in a sacred glow, rendering her beauty otherworldly. He suddenly realized that this little female was even more enchanting than he had imagined. Affection 5. Current affection 60 system. I do not wish to pursue him. Upon hearing the continuously rising affection, Tu Xiaoxin panicked. This is not a deliberate pursuit. It's merely that the Hu family's affection rises as if it were free, and it has nothing to do with you. If you truly do not wish to pursue him, I can refrain from reporting his affection issues in the future. The system understood that at her core, Tu Xiaoxin was still a traditional woman, but in this beastly world, such moral dilemmas were scarce. The reality was that there were more males than females. And in a world where female resources were extremely scarce, there was little room for such concerns. Is it possible to do that? Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback. She had no intention of pursuing Hu Yuan, as she felt he was beyond her reach. How could a powerful man known as the Empire's strategist be someone she, a mere office worker in her 20s with a meager salary, could attract? She believed she was not worthy of his attention and chose to keep her distance. Yes, host. Do not bear too much psychological burden. With the system's reassurance, Tu Xiaoxin felt at ease. All right then, please do not report any further on Hu Yuan's affection issues. She consented to the system's suggestion, while Tu Xiaoxin communicated frantically with the system in her mind. Her hands moved with remarkable efficiency. She appeared anything but a precious female. Her actions were deft and practiced, as if she had performed them countless times before. What kind of life had she led in the past? When Hu Yuan realized that he was curious about his niece-in-law, he suddenly recalled something. Hu Xiao, his nephew, was indeed his own flesh and blood. It was necessary to understand what kind of person his wife was, especially since his brother and sister-in-law were battling against the insect race on the interstellar battlefield, entrusting the upbringing of their children to him. As Hu Xiao's uncle, what harm could it do to show a little concern? Hu Yuan quickly convinced himself and then activated his risk communicator to access the file regarding Tu Xiaoxin's background. For the wealthy, tracing a commoner's life trajectory was remarkably simple. However, he was taken aback to discover that information about Tu Xiaoxin was scant, and even more so after she turned 8, with records largely absent. Frowning, he decided to invade the interstellar surveillance system, swiftly pinpointing Tu Xiaoxin's location and retrieving records from her 8th year onward. The power of the interstellar surveillance system was beyond the imagination of the lower class. Under this system, no one had secrets. Their life trajectories and behaviors were meticulously documented. Hu Yuan watched as the once adorable little girl was force-fed harmful weight gain supplements by her beast mother, leading to irreversible weight gain. This monotonous existence continued until Tu Xiaoxin reached 17, at which point she was cast out from her home. Hu Yuan had no idea where her beast mother had abandoned her, thus he could not investigate her subsequent life. He only observed as the artificially fattened Tu Xiaoxin was unceremoniously evicted, resembling a lump of flesh, before disappearing from his surveillance range. He had intended to continue tracking her, but upon seeing Tu Xiaoxin emerge from the kitchen with the freshly washed dishes, he shut off his wrist communicator. Little uncle, you intend for Tu Xiaoxin to discover that Hu Yuan had not left and was even seated at the dining table fiddling with something. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to Hu Yuan's actions, engrossed as she was in washing dishes and communicating with the system. Xiao asked me to take care of you, so I must fulfill the tasks he set for me. However, that young man, not knowing how to care for a female, I have already purchased several robots for you. From now on, Let the robots handle all the heavy chores, except for cooking. It is unreasonable for a noble female to do such labor herself, especially washing dishes. That is truly unnecessary. What? Tu Xiao Xin was astonished. A domestic robot, even the cheapest, cost over $1 million. How could Hu Yuan so casually mention buying several? Is it that you prefer to handle household chores yourself? Hu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not really. Tu Xiao Xin enjoyed cooking but detested washing dishes, particularly when greasy water stuck to her hands, making her feel uncomfortable. Very well. Since you are now Ashio's wife, you should set your mind at ease. Our Hu family males do not mistreat our females. Just as Hu Yuan finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Hu Yuan stood up and strode to the door, opening it. Host, Hu Yuan was just investigating your past and almost discovered my secret. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and have altered your life trajectory. Now, everyone will believe you changed after being abandoned by your family. Since you no longer consume weight gain supplements, you have gradually slimmed down. The system's voice echoed. Tu Xiao Xin gasped. But I was locked at home by my beast mother since I was 8. What could he possibly uncover? Do not underestimate the technological advancements of the interstellar world. In the face of absolute power, the lower class has no secrets. Moreover, Hu Yuan, as an imperial strategist, has seen everything, including your beast mother feeding you weight gain supplements, and knows that when you were taken from the Tu family, you weighed nearly 300 pounds. The system explained to Tu Xiao Xin. Oh my, that is too outrageous. Tu Xiao Xin felt her scalp tingle. How could such terrifying things happen? It turned out that the lower class had no privacy. The upper class could scrutinize their lives, revealing their entire history without a shred of privacy. Rest assured, I have taken care of all the monitoring for the first half of your year. Thankfully, Hu Yuan and Tu Xiao Xin were under the same roof. Otherwise, the system would not have detected the electronic energy fluctuations and discovered Hu Yuan's actions. Thank you, system. Tu Xiao Xin quickly expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Serving the host is my duty. The system replied obediently. As their conversation concluded, Hu Yuan had finished signing for the robots and transferred them into the house. The large boxes were too cumbersome for him to carry, so he utilized the storage space of his wrist communicator to facilitate the transfer. Chapter 18 Notification. Hu Yuan purchased a total of 3 domestic robots. 1 for cleaning, 1 for laundry, and a last for attending to Tu Xiao Xin's daily needs. Akin to the role of a maid in ancient times, when the 3 robots, each nearly the height of Hu Yuan at 1.90 meters, were lined up before her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tu Xiao Xin's eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Come, let them recognize their master. The robots required a facial scan to initiate their recognition program. Tu Xiao Xin obediently approached and allowed each robot to register her appearance as per Hu Yuan's instructions. Once the recognition programs were completed, the robots dispersed to begin their tasks. Do they need to recharge? Tu Xiao Xin curiously observed the robots as they sought out tasks to perform and inquired of Hu Yuan. They do not require recharging. That is a feature of older models. These are the latest domestic robots, powered by energy crystals capable of sustaining them for hundreds of years. Upon hearing Hu Yuan's explanation, Tu Xiao Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. That must not be inexpensive, right? Upon hearing the descriptor for Hu Yuan, Tu Xiaoxin immediately recognized the considerable price tag attached. Fear not, as the fund for the robot will be deducted from Hu Xiao's account. What is his is yours. Has that fellow not yet transferred his assets to your name? Ordinarily, upon obtaining a marriage certificate, the male's assets should be allocated to the female's name. Has his dim-witted nephew not yet done so? Ahem, this is hardly necessary. Tu Xiaoxin was oblivious to such matters, having been confined for a decade without any knowledge of them. In his heart, Hu Yuan mused that his nephew was truly inept. How could he treat his little female in such a manner? He resolved to admonish him on a future occasion, lest his little female be whisked away by another male. Tu Xiaoxin remained unaware of Hu Yuan's thoughts. He possessed an expression that betrayed neither joy nor anger, leaving others to ponder his inner musings. As the days passed in each other's company, Hu Yuan began to comprehend that Tu Xiaoxin was indeed unlike other females. She appeared to be an introverted little female. relishing her solitude. Even under the same roof, apart from their daily meals together, she secluded herself in her room, seldom venturing out. Hu Yuan refrained from intruding, believing it to be impolite. He understood her actions, yet felt constrained to act upon them. The moral struggle made it clear to him that he was merely her uncle by marriage. In the course of their interactions, Hu Yuan sorrowfully discovered that he seemed to have developed feelings for this quiet, reserved little female. Her smile brought him joy, prompting him to smile in return, and her slight frown stirred his concern. When Hu Yuan finally acknowledged his affections, he found himself ensnared in a deeper conflict. He loathed himself for harboring feelings for his nephew's wife. No, this cannot be. Yet, there were precedents even within the imperial sphere where such occurrences were not unheard of. Thus, he grappled with this turmoil as Hu Xiu's monthly leave approached. Having made a prior commitment to Hu Xiu, Hu Yuan departed from the home he had occupied for over half a month on the morning of Hu Xiu's return. For reasons unknown, he wished to avoid witnessing their interactions as a couple, fearing he might appear like a dark, obsessive madman, eavesdropping on their relationship. The thought of Hu Xiu completely possessing Tu Xiaoxin stirred a ferocious beast within him, threatening to break free from the constraints of reason. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Hu Xiu rested his head on Tu Xiaoxin's lap, savoring their rare moments together. "Has my uncle come to care for you?" he inquired. "Yes, but he seems to be at work every day. He only returns for meals and rarely stays here overnight," she replied. "Look, my uncle indeed inspires a sense of security. Well then, do you miss me?" Hu Xiu opened his eyes, his deep, captivating gaze causing Tu Xiaoxin to unconsciously smile. "Yes, I do." Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiu felt as though his mind was ablaze with fireworks. Unable to contain his yearning any longer, he leaned in and fervently kissed her. After a lengthy separation, Tu Xiaoxin, too, desired intimacy. Thus she initiated the kiss without consulting the system. Hu Xiu's hand wandered down to her abdomen, where it suddenly froze. "Wait, you seem to have gained weight?" Upon noticing the slight protrusion of her belly, he was taken aback and lifted her loose nightgown. To his astonishment, it was indeed no illusion. Tu Xiaoxin's belly had indeed rounded. "Is it just weight gain?" Hu Xiu pondered, having recently studied the knowledge of the Interstellar Beast World, where males should sense their mate's pregnancy a month in. What was his situation? Hu Xiu scratched his head in confusion, but soon realized something, flashing a harmless smile at Tu Xiaoxin. "Well, having a bit more is better. It feels more comfortable," he said, playfully pinching her belly. Though his grip was gentle, it was still somewhat firm for Tu Xiaoxin, who was now a little expectant mother. Perhaps expectant mothers naturally worry about their unborn children, leading to a larger reaction. The earlier impulse dissipated with Hu Xiu's gesture. Tu Xiaoxin swiftly swatted his hand away. "Is this how you behave as a beast father? Impregnant. There's your cub in here." Tu Xiaoxin was genuinely exasperated. Hu Xiu's words were earth-shattering, instantly dissipating all his previous fervor. He stared at her in shock. "You're pregnant?" As a young and accomplished beastman, he had reached a pinnacle of the 6th rank. Surely, offspring from such a lineage should not be so easily conceived. He glanced at Tu Xiaoxin's belly, then back at her exquisite face, still in disbelief. "Is this real?" His voice trembled. "Yes," Tu Xiaoxin nodded, then awkwardly added, "Actually, there's another child in here that's not yours." In the beast world, there was no concept of mistaken parentage or child swapping, as beast fathers and mothers could sense their children through bloodlines. Once the little bunny from Senki emerged, Hu Xiu would undoubtedly know. From the outset, Tu Xiaoxin had never intended to deceive Hu Xiu. "Another?" Hu Xiu stood up in shock, his eyes wide with fury. "How could this be? I thought my uncle was an upstanding gentleman. What are you imagining?" Tu Xiaoxin blushed, defending her relationship with his uncle. "In the past half a month, I've spoken more with your uncle than with you in a day. How can you doubt him? That is quite hurtful." Hearing her words, Hu Xiu finally relaxed a bit. "True, my uncle is not that kind of person. But which male was so blind as to reject someone as wonderful as you? Hee. I'm fortunate to have this opportunity, and his child will call me Beast Father. It must be said that the men of the beast world possess remarkable acceptance." Hu Xiu almost instantaneously embraced this child that wasn't his own. Tu Xiaoxin was left dumbfounded. Was Hu Xiao truly that naive? Observing him with the demeanor of a foolish landlord's son, her heart melted. Don't you feel unhappy? Of course not. If he had any discernment, I would T have been chosen as the Lord. Suddenly realizing he had neglected an important matter, Hu Xiao remembered his uncle mentioning he wouldn't T act like a suitable lord. Recently, he had been too caught up in his thoughts to realize he had forgotten the most crucial task. No need, I'm not short on money. How could a homebody be lacking in funds? Moreover, I have the system at my disposal. Hu Yuan's favorability has reached 80. Yet I still haven't utilized it to draw cards. It feels as though I'm already in a relationship with him. And it doesn't seem right to draw cards. Due to her lingering hesitation, she refrained from taking action. As for Hu Xiao's favorability, it had been maxed out the moment they obtained their marriage certificate. However, the card draw probability was exceedingly low. It must be noted that Hu Xiao's favorability seemed to be given away freely, leading to the system's apparent disdain for it, hence the low probability of drawing cards. Because Hu Xiao's favorability was not easily drawn, Tu Xiaoxin held little hope for Hu Yuan's favorability, which she felt was no different from being given away for free. After all, the psychological disparity before and after drawing cards was genuinely disconcerting, especially under circumstances of such low success rates. No, your refusal to accept my assets equates to rejecting me. I have transferred everything to you. Hu Xiao deftly maneuvered his hand on the wristband, successfully transferring all his assets to Tu Xiaoxin. Tu Xiaoxin stared at the notification of the incoming funds on her wristband, utterly astounded. My goodness, how many zeros are there? As she gazed at the countless zeros, she doubted her own eyesight. Part of this wealth was half of the family business bestowed upon me by my beast father upon reaching adulthood, and the other part was the modest gains I made from investments over the past few days. Jean, rest assured, I will strive even harder to earn money in the future, ensuring a good life for you and the little ones. Hu Xiao earnestly promised her with a serious expression. Tu Xiaoxin had completely tuned out his words, happily beginning to count the zeros. Upon lowering his head, Hu Xiao noticed Tu Xiaoxin's greedy demeanor and immediately felt his heart melt. He returned to her side, gazing intently at her small abdomen. Jean, you mentioned the baby is already a month along, right? Does that mean I will be able to see them in just over 2 months? Hu Xiao began to feel excitement, wondering how many little ones there would be. Reminded by Tu Xiaoxin, he truly sensed the power of his own bloodline, though he was uncertain of the exact number of little ones. Yes, in just over 2 months. Tu Xiaoxin not that? No way. I must request maternity leave from school. Indeed, in the interstellar realm, if the wife is pregnant, the male counterpart can take leave, whether in university or at work. Huh, you're male and can take leave? Tu Xiaoxin thought only females had maternity leave. Certainly, I can take at least half a year off for this maternity leave. Wait for my good news. The thought of spending over half a year accompanying Tu Xiaoxin filled Hu Xiao with uncontainable excitement. His ears and tail sprang forth uncontrollably due to his exhilaration, swaying behind him like a pendulum. It was utterly adorable. Tu Xiaoxin was equally captivated, being a plush toy enthusiast herself. She was aware that her body would sprout ears when under extreme stress, yet she was surprised to see Hu Xiao exhibit the same trait. Overjoyed, she shot him a knowing glance. Hu Xiao, interpreting Tu Xiaoxin's gaze, instantly realized she had something in mind. Lowering his head, he leaned in closer. Tu Xiaoxin eagerly reached out to touch the tiger's ears, and to her surprise, the sensation was remarkable. Although Hu Xiao's ears were smaller than those of a rabbit or dog, the delightful texture was incomparable, soft and fluffy. She could even feel the crisp bone within his ear. A gentle tug made Hu Xiao's tail stand upright like a telephone pole. Oh no! Hu Xiao swiftly captured Tu Xiaoxin's mischievous hand. Jean, be good and don't act up. You are pregnant now, and we need to go to the hospital for the embryo transfer procedure. A month is precisely the optimal time for the procedure. No. Tu Xiaoxin immediately interrupted Hu Xiao's plan, filled with excitement. Hu Xiao was taken aback. What's wrong? If a little female is pregnant, the offspring will absorb energy from the mother's body. Jean, Your body is too fragile to withstand that. I want to experience being a mother myself. I don't want my little ones to be born in a cold, sterile machine. Tu Xiao Xin understood Hu Xiao's concerns. Faced with her pleading eyes, Hu Xiao found it difficult to refuse. After all, he was only a 20-year-old naive youth, not fully comprehending the responsibilities of caring for offspring. However, it was necessary to visit the hospital to obtain a pregnancy report in order to request leave. Hu Xiao quickly accepted Tu Xiao Xin's perspective, primarily due to his lack of knowledge in this area. He never imagined he could have little ones so soon. All right, Tu Xiao Xin nodded, snuggling into Hu Xiao's embrace. Filled with affection, Hu Xiao relished Tu Xiao Xin's dependence, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he held her close, savoring the rare tranquility. Under Tu Xiao Xin's insistence, they went to the hospital to obtain a pregnancy test report, discovering she was carrying 3 little ones. This news astonished the entire hospital. Chapter 20. They should be arriving soon. In today's technologically advanced era, the upper echelons of society have opted for embryo cultivation to have children. Some females do not even need to carry a pregnancy. Embryos are extracted and matched with male counterparts, and upon successful matching, they are placed into machines. Thus, natural conception, like that of Tu Xiao Xin, is a rare occurrence. Even more astonishing was that this young couple did not plan to undergo embryo transfer. This only heightened their concerns. Pregnancy poses significant risks to the mother's body, and considering the couple's youth, they likely did not fully grasp the gravity of their situation. It's fine if you choose not to undergo embryo transfer, but make sure the little female's nutrition is adequate. You should find some fruits containing special abilities for your wife to consume. This way, the children will receive nourishment and not draw from the mother's energy and nutrients. The doctor reflected on the recklessness of these young lovers. There are indeed some females and males on the main star who become infatuated and wish to nurture their children themselves. However, the outcomes are often perilous. Fortunately, they were born in an era of advanced medicine in the Interstellar Beast World, so issues concerning life were manageable. However, there's a possibility that after this pregnancy, the little female may be unable to conceive again. Yes, I understand, doctor. The system had already informed Tu Xiao Xin of this. During these days, she had not been idle, spending 10 points weekly from the system shop to purchase spirit fruits to ensure the nourishment of the little ones in her womb. All right, just make sure you think it through, and you've already signed the agreement. If you wish to reconsider, it's best to do so within 2 months to undergo the embryo transfer procedure. After that, it becomes nearly impossible to reverse the decision. The doctor kindly advised them. Tu Xiao Xin nodded, resolutely holding Hu Xiao's hand as they left the hospital. Jin, the doctor seems to prefer you to undergo the embryo transfer. Otherwise, we should heed the doctor's advice. After hearing the doctor's words, Hu Xiao felt a lingering unease. Hu Xiao, if you want my little ones to be born from machines, I will leave you and depart from the main star. The system has stated that my children can only emerge from my body, absolutely not from machines. No, Jin, do not threaten me with leaving. I understand. I won't say such things anymore. I will be there for you and the baby's birth. You can rest assured that once I receive the report, I will request maternity leave from school, which has granted me a half-year leave. For this half-year, I can accompany you. The moment Hu Xiao received the report, he promptly took care of the necessary arrangements on his wristband. For the next 6 months, he would undoubtedly have ample time to be with Jin and the baby. After all, he was still a young lad, easily swayed. Tu Xiao Xin felt a sense of triumph, seeing how effortlessly Hu Xiao was convinced. Yet, the thought of Hu Yuan potentially visiting in the future raised her concerns. Would Hu Yuan be as easily persuaded as Hu Xiao? No, why worry about that? Hu Xiao is by my side now. Is there even a need for Hu Yuan to come? With this thought, Tu Xiao Xin felt a surge of confidence. Since you have already requested leave, inform your uncle of your absence. He won't need to come for the next few months. Tu Xiao Xin was curious to see how Hu Xiao would handle the situation. All right, I will inform my uncle. Jin is quite thoughtful. From now on, it will be our time alone. Hu Xiao realized that while Jin spoke of possibly having more than one male partner in the future, she was not the type to attract many suitors. In truth, she was an introverted and shy female who cherished her solitude. For Huxiao, this was an unparalleled source of joy. With this newfound time, he could relish Jin Jin's solitary moments, ensuring that Jin Jin belonged solely to him. After returning home from the hospital, Tu Xiao Xin began to prepare lunch. The series of actions left Huxiao both alarmed and fascinated, especially when he saw Tu Xiao Xin wielding a knife to chop vegetables, prompting him to scream and rush over to his sister. "Oh, my dear, could you please calm down? We are expecting a little one." Huxiao was genuinely frightened. "I want to eat the dishes I've made myself. During the time you were away, I cooked for myself," Tu Xiao Xin innocently replied. "What? My uncle didn't he help you?" Huxiao was taken aback, pausing momentarily in his actions. "He doesn't he know how to cook?" Tu Xiao Xin answered helplessly. "Ah, I see. Then teach me, I learn quickly. For now on, I will handle the cooking while you merely guide me," Huxiao insisted, removing the apron from Tu Xiao Xin and putting it on himself. Indeed, seeing a tall figure of nearly 2 meters wearing a small apron was quite an amusing sight, lending him an air of a rugged husband in the kitchen. Much to Tu Xiao Xin's delight, such a man was something she had never dared to imagine in her previous life. Yet here, he was in this one. The world is truly wondrous. There are plenty of such men, host. After you give birth to these 2 children, don't stay cooped up at home. Go out and explore. You might encounter other potential partners. The system's electronic voice chimed in, unfortunately interrupting the blissful atmosphere that enveloped Tu Xiao Xin. With a twitch of her lips, Tu Xiao Xin retorted, "Don't provoke me while I'm feeling this happy. But I must admit, are all the men in this beastly world so considerate?" No wonder she had often read about women crossing over to the beastly realm in novels and finding happiness. The feeling was indeed delightful. More importantly, the place she had crossed into was not a primitive beastly world, but an ultramodern interstellar beastly realm, where everything was exceedingly convenient. Most are like this, especially the partners that this system has arranged for you. They are all top-notch men, the system added with a sense of pride. "How can you call that a good man, when Sun Chi dropped a child in my belly and then vanished?" Tu Xiao Xin thought of Sun Chi and realized he should be able to sense the bloodline power by now, given that he was 6 years older than Huxiao. At 26, he too was at the age where marriage pressures were mounting. Ahem. That's because Sun Chi had no idea he had relations with you. After all, you had away, the system explained with a cough. Am I supposed to wait for him to wake up and see my wrinkled, monstrous self? Du Xiao Xin Gulat? Bewildered by the system's absurdity. Ahem. Well, the current situation is that Sun Chi is completely unaware of your encounter. However, as a month has now passed, he should come seeking you in the next few days. Just as the system finished speaking, Tu Xiao Xin dropped what she was holding in shock. Chapter 21. Stunned. The noise startled Huxiao. What happened to Jin Jin? Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the hand. Tu Xiao Xin chuckled awkwardly, bending down to retrieve the fallen ingredients. But Huxiao was already quick to pick them up and began inquiring how to chop and cook. Tu Xiao Xin's mind was in a whirl. Should she pretend to be informed or act oblivious when Sun Chi showed up? "System, are you sure you've altered my records for the past 6 months?" Tu Xiao Xin queried, still uneasy. "Yes, I've modified them, including the night you spent with Sun Chi. Even if he investigates, he will only discover that you were out shopping when he woke up," the system assured her confidently. Tu Xiao Xin breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I know what to do." With her heart somewhat settled, Tu Xiao Xin began teaching Huxiao how to chop vegetables. To her surprise, he chopped quite well, which bolstered her confidence as she explained the cooking process to him. When Huxiao's first dish was ready, and she beheld the dark, charred mass before her, she realized her faith may have been misplaced. Ahem. Jin Jin, is it supposed to look like this? Huxiao gazed at her with his innocent dog-like eyes. Tu Xiao Xin felt a pang of compassion and suggested, "How about you chop the vegetables while I cook?" "No, cooking can be dangerous." The last dish burned because the fire was too fierce, and it scared Huxiao. She insisted, "It's not dangerous. If you don't believe me, watch me make a dish, and then decide who should cook in the future." Tu Xiao Xin coaxed gently. Huxiao hesitated, but, seeing her gradually cooling demeanor, conceded. "All right, but I want to accompany you." "Okay, you chop, and I'll tell you what to cut." Huxiao had a knack for chopping and washing vegetables, and he performed admirably. "No problem. What needs washing? Hu Xiao, inexperienced in cooking, assumed it would be as simple as chopping and washing, only to realize it was far more complex. However, he wasn't naive. He stood by Tu Xiao Exin, attentively observing her every move as she prepared vibrant, fragrant dishes. He was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. This is incredible. With the same pot and the same hands, Jin's hands seem magical, while my own feel utterly inept. Refusing to give up, Hu Xiao resolved to try a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The results, however, confirmed that cooking indeed required a certain talent, as he once again produced a pot of burnt mess. Even he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of it. "All right, please prepare 2 tomatoes and 3 beaten eggs for me." Tu Xiao Xin shook her head in amusement, thinking the saying about boys eating their parents out of house and home was true, especially since she believed Hu Xiao's appetite would be much larger than Hu Yuan's. Consequently, she prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all in generous portions. My Jin, is the best." Hu Xiao was overjoyed to see Jin, not the least bit angry, and even allowing him to help, his tail wagging uncontrollably behind him. Tu Xiao Xin swiftly grabbed that life-threatening fluffy tail, and no exaggeration, the sensation was exquisite. At the moment Tu Xiao Xin's soft hand clasped his tail, Hu Xiao hesitated in his movements, a hazy warmth enveloping his eyes as he turned to gaze intently at her. Jin, do you really like my tail?" Tu Xiao Xin, looking down, playfully toyed with Hu Xiao's large tail. Hu Xiao, his voice hoarse with suppressed emotion, asked, "You like it?" "I love it. I really do." Tu Xiao Xin unabashedly expressed her fondness, smiling brightly. Hu Xiao made no attempt to withdraw his hand. Instead, he bent down and cupped her chin, leaning in for a passionate kiss. Taken by surprise, Tu Xiao Xin tensed, tightening her grip on his tail. "Oh!" Hu Xiao let out a low groan, his body tingling. Overwhelmed by unexpected emotions, he abruptly released Tu Xiao Xin. "Why did you stop?" Tu Xiao Xin raised an eyebrow. Feeling this was unlike Hu Xiao. "Don't tease. You're expecting a child, and we still have to cook and eat. I can't let you and the baby go hungry." Hu Xiao retracted his tail, shaking it until it vanished behind him. Seeing the fluffy tail disappear, Tu Xiao Xin felt a hint of disappointment. "Later tonight, can I cuddle you to sleep?" Tiger Xiao could not bear to see Tu Xiao Xin's disappointment. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, inquiring softly. Tu Xiao Xin's face lit up with surprise as she looked at Tiger Xiao in disbelief. "Are you serious? You will hold me while I sleep tonight?" "Yes, of course," Tiger Xiao affirmed with a firm nod. "Hurry. It's the last dish. Let's give it our all." Tu Xiao Xin could hardly wait for nightfall, eager to snuggle against Tiger Xiao's fluffy tail. Seeing her impatience, Tiger Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Tu Xiao Xin shot him an annoyed glare before turning to wash her hands. Even though she knew Tiger Xiao's tail was clean, maintaining hygiene while cooking was essential. After all, as someone with a fastidious palate, the thought of encountering Tiger Xiao's fur in her food would likely send her into a spiral. Tiger Xiao also washed his hands, opened the refrigerator, and began to prepare the ingredients. After a few minutes, the final dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was ready. Tiger Xiao gazed at the feast of 4 dishes and a soup laid out before him, his expression one of awe. Jin, where did all these ingredients come from? And how do you know how to cook?" Tiger Xiao was astonished, having learned about Jin's difficult past, which made him more sympathetic towards her. Tu Xiao Xin was momentarily at a loss. She could not divulge the details of the system. Her eyes darted around. "I bought the ingredients online. You know, in this interstellar age, what can't you buy? As long as you have star coins, you can get anything." As for the cooking methods, during those years I was confined, I had many bizarre dreams, some of which taught me how to cook. I found it particularly intriguing, so I remember it all vividly. While you were at school for half a month, I practiced daily, so naturally, I can cook. Chapter 22. Altogether, Tu Xiao Xin's explanation was reasonable. Otherwise, Tiger Xiao would genuinely doubt the origin of her ingredients and skills. "My Jin, I will not let you suffer again," Tiger Xiao declared earnestly. Tu Xiao Xin smiled and, after taking her seat, placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs into Tiger Xiao's bowl. Try it, it's sweet and sour. Your uncle loves it. After spending some time with Hu Yuan, she had learned of his preferences. It was surprising to discover that this seemingly cold and ascetic older man enjoyed sweet and sour dishes. How do you know what my uncle likes to eat? Tiger Xiao frowned slightly at her remark. We eat together every day, what do you think? Tu Xiao Xin replied with a playful smile. Oh, I'm really jealous of my uncle for getting to taste your cooking first, Tiger Xiao grumbled, just as he was about to bring the piece of spare ribs to his mouth. The doorbell rang. The two exchanged startled glances, and Tiger Xiao stood up. I'll get the door. Don't starve, little one. Okay. Tu Xiao Xin note that. Quickly grabbing a piece of spare ribs for herself. The spare ribs from a system shop were quite affordable, and with her ample points, she had purchased a large quantity, truly achieving her freedom with sweet and sour spare ribs. The sight of a whole platter was irresistible. Since becoming pregnant, she had developed a particular fondness for this dish. Thus, she savored it delightfully. The meat was tender, bursting with flavor, and most importantly, it fell off the bone with ease. Content. Tu Xiao Xin took a mouthful of rice to accompany it, relishing its taste even more. As she was enjoying her meal, cheeks puffed, she caught sight of two figures entering behind Tiger Xiao. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to swallow the food in her mouth. She glanced at the two figures following Tiger Xiao and immediately lowered her head, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Her gaze landed on the strikingly handsome man. How could it be him? You came here following your bloodline's guidance, only to find it was Tiger Xiao's house, Sun Qi thought, feeling conflicted. Not long ago, he had misunderstood and gotten into a scuffle with Tiger Xiao. Thankfully, Tiger Xiao was rather simple-minded and didn't hold a grudge. Otherwise, their lifelong friendship could have been jeopardized. The portions of today's meal look generous. Mind if I join for a meal? Hu Yuan, after a morning of restlessness, arrived right at lunchtime, only to bump into Sun Qi at the door. Uncle, please sit. Tu Xiao Xin naturally invited Hu Yuan to take a seat instead of sending him away. Hu Yuan smiled slightly and went to serve himself food. When he returned, he was holding a small bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Settling down opposite Tu Xiao Xin, Sun Qi's gaze fell upon Tu Xiao Xin, and when he met her stunning face, his heart skipped a beat. Affinity 5 remarkably, he had gained 20 points of affinity at first sight, raising his initial 30 points to 50. It felt easier than exhausting himself, serving him all night. Indeed, this world was one that, judged by appearances, Sun Qi scrutinized Tu Xiao Xin before finally noticing the slight bulge of her abdomen. Frowning, he asked, "Are you carrying my child?" Like a bolt from the blue, as soon as the words left his mouth, Tiger Xiao jumped up in outrage. Sun Qi, don't be ridiculous. Jin is carrying my child. Tiger Xiao was furious. How could Sun Qi claim that Jin's baby was his? Hu Yuan paused in disbelief, glancing at Tu Xiao Xin. If you remember correctly, Sun Qi possessed 7th-tier abilities. Could 7th-tier powers enable a female to conceive? Tu Xiao Xin cleared her throat. Why don't you sit down and eat something? We can discuss this after the meal. She felt that this was not the right time for such a conversation. Upon hearing Tu Xiao Xin's soft and alluring voice, Sun Qi felt his bones turn to jelly. Affinity 5, his affinity increased by 20 points once more. Clearly, he was enchanted by her voice. Just a few words had elevated his affinity to 70%. I'm not hungry, Tiger Xiao interjected, displeased. He had put in so much effort to help Tu Xiao Xin prepare the meal. It was one thing for his uncle Hu Yuan to share a bite. But what right did Sun Qi have to partake in Jin's cooking? Excuse. Both Tu Xiao Xin and Hu Yuan exclaimed simultaneously, causing Tiger Xiao to shudder. Taking a deep breath, he said, "All right, sit down. I'll serve you some food." After speaking, he glanced at the bowl of rice Hu Yuan had served himself, wondering how his uncle could be so ungracious. How had he never noticed this thick-skinned demeanor before? Sun Qi had initially intended to clarify that he wasn't there for the peculiar assortment of dishes, but rather for the child. However, upon catching the rich aroma of the food in the air, his words faltered. Seeing how Tiger Xiao cherished this meal, could it be that all these dishes were prepared by this little female? Curiously, he observed her as she resumed eating. Her cheeks puffed out like a little winter hamster hoarding food, utterly adorable. He had always loved little hamsters, each bite a delight. With that thought in mind, he couldn't resist licking his lips. Hu Yuan and Tu Xiao Xin remained oblivious to Sun Qi's actions, engrossed in their meal. Hu Yuan felt that not eating seriously would be a disservice to Tu Xiao Xin's culinary skills. Over the past month and a half, his greatest anticipation had been the daily meals. Having skipped breakfast that morning, he felt he had already suffered a loss. If he didn't eat lunch, he feared he would starve to death. After enjoying Tu Xiao Xin's delicious cooking, he couldn't care less about the unpalatable nutrient solutions. Let those who wanted to drink them do so. Eat. Tiger Xiao brought a small bowl of rice over and placed it in front of Sun Qi. It was about the same amount of rice as a typical household would serve, but for a large male like Sun Qi, it was far too little. How could Hu Xiao possibly allow the other party to eat more? This was the first meal of rice cooked by Jin that he was about to indulge in. You all have utensils. Do I eat with my hands? Sun Qi stared blankly at the solitary bowl of rice placed before him. Observing Hu Yuan and Tu Xiao Xin expertly wielding their chopsticks only deepened his sense of dismay. You are quite troublesome, coming to someone else's home and being so difficult. Hu Xiao had never exhibited such an attitude towards Sun Qi before, even after their misunderstanding led to a confrontation where Sun Qi nearly incapacitated him. Chapter 23. The unmerited favorability points. This could only imply that the root of all this stemmed from the little female harboring his offspring. Axu, give him a pair of chopsticks. Just as Hu Xiao was about to eat with his hands, he heard Tu Xiao Xin's words, and his clean hands hovered in midair. Upon glancing at the chopsticks in Tu Xiao Xin and Hu Yuan's hands, an idea struck him. He rose to fetch 2 pairs of chopsticks from the kitchen. Reluctantly, he handed 1 pair to Sun Qi and kept 1 for himself. He began to observe Tu Xiao Xin's movements to learn how to use the chopsticks. The males of the Hu family possessed an innate talent for dining, and it did not take long for him to master the chopsticks. In contrast, Sun Qi struggled, dropping the chopsticks several times. Naturally, this prompted Hu Xiao and Hu Yuan to mercilessly mock him, even as they savored a piece of boiled beef in front of him, their expressions betraying sheer delight, causing Sun Qi to grit his teeth. Having initially been hungry, Tu Xiao Xin, after a few mouthfuls, looked up to witness the childish antics of the 3 men. Instantly, she felt speechless. Honestly, these 2 uncles are quite immature. Sun Qi, hold the chopsticks like this, see? Tu Xiao Xin paused her meal to instruct Sun Qi. Upon hearing his name, Sun Qi's handsome face flushed, and his favorability rating surged 10 points to 80. Hearing the notification of increased favorability, Tu Xiao Xin became invigorated, rolling up her sleeves to continue explaining the nuances of using chopsticks to Sun Qi. Sun Qi, being astute and a 7th-tier ability user, understood that intelligence was crucial for rapid advancement in cultivation. After all, there were many secrets involved, and only the clever could progress swiftly. As a standout among the younger generation, it was rare for someone in their 20s to break through the 7th tier in such a vast star system. Once Sun Qi mastered the use of chopsticks, he realized that Hu Xiao and Hu Yuan were indeed gluttons. The dishes were nearly finished off by them, although he had come from consuming nutritional supplements. He gritted his teeth at the thought and joined the food battle. Ultimately, he not only cleared the table of what Tu Xiao Xin believed was an unfinishable amount of food, but also nearly left the plates spotless. As Hu Xiao licked them clean, "Oh dear, I'll cook for you again tonight. Don't be so embarrassing. Du xiao xin et galim," pulling Hu Xiao's arm as he reached for the plate to lick it. Unamused, Hu Xiao retorted, "It's my home. I can do as I please. Besides, this is the delicious meal you prepared for me, and I cannot bear to waste a morsel." Ignoring the astonished gazes of Hu Yuan and Sun Qi, he proceeded to lick the plates clean. A moment of silence enveloped Hu Yuan and Sun Qi, who understood that Hu Xiao was a simpleton, but they had not anticipated such a degree of simplicity. Tu Xiao Xin, though exasperated, found herself laughing inwardly at the system's antics. She knew Hu Xiao's character was endearingly naive, but had not expected it to be so charming. When Hu Yuan and Sun Qi met Tu Xiao Xin's gaze, which was filled with gentle affection for Hu Xiao, they felt as if their hearts had been pierced by countless needles, a sharp pang of discomfort. Upon glancing back at Hu Xiao, their expressions turned a bit more venomous. What gives this foolish tiger the right? Now that we are full, can we discuss matters? Sun Shi, unperturbed by Hu Xiao's antics, remained focused on his objective. He wanted to ascertain whether Tu Xiao Xian was indeed carrying his offspring. Very well. Tu Xiao Xian understood that certain matters must be confronted, and thus she nodded. Hu Xiao placed the plates on the table, glaring at Sun Shi. To say what you need to, why beat around the bush? For reasons unknown, Hu Xiao felt that Sun Shi had nothing good to say. Ignoring Hu Xiao's complaints, Sun Shi moved beside Tu Xiao Xian, placing his palm on her abdomen and releasing his bloodline power to sense the presence of his offspring within her. He quickly received a response, his icy serpent-like eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Tu Xiao Xian's slightly rounded belly. It was indeed true. You truly are carrying my offspring, but when did this happen? Before he could finish his sentence, a thought struck him. A month ago, on a remote planet, he had been set up by a group of people and thrown into a foul-smelling room. He had been drugged and lost consciousness. During that lost time, he had seemingly heard a soft, beautiful voice call out to him. Achi. The memory of that voice and sensation caused him to feel dizzy even now. The more he thought about it, the more his face flushed. He raised his eyes to meet Tu Xiao Xian's calm gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Could you call me Achi? Oh my. Before Tu Xiao Xian could respond, Hu Xiao erupted once more, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Sun Shi. However, Hu Yuan swiftly seized his wrist. Calm down. Every beast father can sense their offspring's bloodline. Sun Shi is not the type to falsely claim a child. As an elder, Hu Yuan did not wish to witness discord among the younger generation. Though furious, Hu Xiao had no choice but to yield under Hu Yuan's watchful eye. Akui. Tu Xiao Xian complied obediently, calling out, Achi. No. Soften it more, make it gentler. Sun Shi shook his head, requesting once again. Hu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly exploding with rage. Is this guy serious? Akui. Tu Xiao Xian, recalling that night, hesitated. She remembered how gentle Sun Chi had been, as if he were trying to melt her. Her heart fluttered, and she called out just as she had that night. Favorability increased by 5 points, successfully reaching 90. Sun Chi's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. It was not a dream. Everything was real. He had truly connected with a little female. Sun Chi was utterly astonished. Gazing incredulously at the stunning little female before him, his heart completely softened. The day you and I were both unconscious, I left to buy cleaning supplies. And by the time I returned, you were no longer in the room. Tu Xiao Xian began to explain, I'm sorry. I only realized I was carrying your offspring after I became pregnant. No, do not apologize to me. How could I allow you to apologize? I am the one at fault for not delving deeper into the truth, causing us to lose an entire month. Then turned his gaze towards Hu Xiao. Chapter 24. Nonsense. Hu Xiao glared at Sun Shi, and in that moment of eye contact, sparks seemed to fly. Observing the increasingly tense atmosphere between the two, Hu Yuan understood all too well. Sun Shi, what is lost is lost. For the past month, it has been Xiao by Jin Jin's side. Moreover, Xiao and Jin Jin are officially registered. Xiao is Jin Jin's lord. Hu Yuan timely interjected to dispel the brewing tension. You scoundrel, wasn't that all orchestrated by you? Sensi retorteth. Anger flaring as he recalled how Hu Xiao had asked him if he was satisfied with the fake female arranged for him that night. I know, I said it all. I was merely led astray, thinking that at 26, even if you didn't seek a true mate for solace, you might at least find a false one. Little did I expect you would be schemed against, accidentally entering the wrong room. And, of all places, it was Jin Jing's room. I truly regret this to the point of wishing to end my own life. Such is the caprice of fate. If only it were my own situation. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Tu Xiaoxin began to understand why Sun Chi had ventured into the room she rented. There was a sense of helplessness, mixed with amusement. What shall we do now? I am her first man. I should be her lord. Sun Chi spoke with unwavering conviction. What nonsense! I have been by her side all along. Who do you think you are? Hu Xiao laughed in anger, bemused by the sheer audacity of the claim. Ahem, in fact, I have spent the most time with Jin Jing, Hu Yuan interjected, unable to contain himself, uttering a rather candid observation. Immediately, he was met with 3 piercing glares. Little uncle, this joke is not amusing. Regardless, I've spent more time with her. What gives you the right to claim lordship? Hu Yuan shot a furious glance at Hu Xiao. Once in Qi was enough chaos, why add to it? Can you, old man, go somewhere else and not interrupt my discussion about the mistress with Hu Xiao? Sun Qi rolled his eyes dramatically, expressing his impatience. Little uncle, this jest is not humorous. Tu Xiaoxin felt utterly speechless, questioning why he would want to contribute to this ruckus. Who are you calling mistress? Did Jingjing agree to be your mistress? Hu Xiao found himself laughing at Sun Qi's words, utterly shameless. Little female, what is your name? It then dawned on Sun Qi that he was unaware of the other's name. Huh, you don't even know her name, and you wish to call her mistress? How laughable. Hu Xiao chuckled heartily, though his laughter was laced with reluctance, as he had already anticipated the outcome. Xiao, tu xiaoxan sigue de dipli. Softly calling out Hu Xiao's name. Hu Xiao fell silent, lowering his head, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. When he looked up to meet Tu Xiaoxin's gaze, he asked, Jingjing, have you decided to make him your consort? Upon finishing, his eyes reddened further, tears brimming. The sight of this muscular man in tears left Tu Xiaoxin utterly astonished. Ah, how could she have known Hu Xiao would resort to such tactics? It was maddening. Seeing Hu Xiao's reddened eyes and pitiful expression, Tu Xiaoxin inwardly cursed herself for being so helpless. She stepped forward, wanting to offer him comfort. Hu Xiao, a mistress cannot have only one husband. You must accept me. Sun Qi was completely unfazed by the other's tactics, recognizing that this child had always been a crybaby, now resorting to emotional manipulation to win the mistress's heart. How shameless. If you are a man, can't you assert yourself with strength? I know. Don't talk to me. I'm speaking with Jingjing. I want to hear what she has to say. Hu Xiao growled lowly, his frustration palpable, and 2 large tears fell, instantly alarming Tu Xiaoxin. Oh my Xiao, please don't cry. Tu Xiaoxin felt a pang of sympathy, even wavering slightly. Host, do not falter. Think of your life. Are you willing to perish like this? You will die if you do not complete the task, and you cannot return to your previous world. The system hastily reminded Tu Xiaoxin. Imagining the prosperous life awaiting her upon returning, she took a deep breath. With a steely resolve, Xiao, you will forever hold a unique place in my heart. Tu Xiaoxin's words were a balm for Hu Xiao, who, upon hearing them, broke into a smile. Really? Jingjing did not deceive me. Although Hu Xiao smiled, the sense of grievance was still evident in his voice. I would never deceive you. You know, I've always been honest with you. Tu Xiaoxin assured him, reflecting on the fact that she had never lied to Hu Xiao from the very beginning. Witnessing the interaction between the two, Hu Yuan and Sun Qi felt a pang of envy. This fellow truly has an enviable life. 2 drops of tears can evoke such sympathy from the little female. How had they not noticed his cunning before? Jingjing, I love you. Hu Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion and pulled Tu Xiaoxin into his embrace. You should let her go. She is pregnant now, carrying my child, Sun Qi exclaimed, startled by Hu Xiao's actions. Are you certain there is a child? If you can feel it, it must have been over a month. Jingjing, are you planning to undergo embryo implantation? Hu Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, older men possess far more knowledge than their younger counterparts. We have checked. Jingjing wishes to bear the child herself. She does not want her child to be born from a machine. Hu Xiao answered on Jingjing's behalf. Nonsense. Nonsense. Hu Yuan and Sun Qi chimed in unison, chastising him. Hu Xiao looked innocent, confused by their reactions. It was my request. I do not want my child to be born from a cold, sterile machine. Tu Xiaoxin gently patted Hu Xiao's hand as a means of comfort. Meeting the worried gazes of Hu Yuan and Sun Qi, she declared, My child, I can make my own decisions, even if you're the father of the beast. You cannot dictate my choices. My child must come from my womb. But, Jingjing, have you considered that this choice could likely result in your inability to bear children in the future? Hu Yuan reasoned, drawing from his life experience. The fact that you were able to conceive little Qi's child speaks volumes about your fertility, which is among the best in the entire star field. Do you not wish to conceive again in the future? This is my decision. Regardless, my child must come from my womb. If you do not agree, that is fine. After all, you two have no bearing on my choices. My beast husband's consent is all that matters, right, Xiao? Tu Xiaoxin turned her gaze to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao nodded earnestly, finding a comfortable position to sit down, then cradled Tu Xiaoxin in his arms. The height difference between the nearly 2-meter Hu Xiao and the 1.65-meter Tu Xiaoxin created an adorable contrast, making her appear like a delicate figurine in his embrace. I support all of Jingjing's decisions. Hu Xiao was indeed a devoted husband. Whatever his wife said was right. Chapter 25. What nonsense! Hu Yuan and Sun Qi found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging glances before asking, "Have you truly made up your mind?" "I have made up my mind. Do not think of forcibly taking me for surgery. Perhaps you do not understand my character. I would rather shatter than compromise." Tu Xiaoxin's resolute gaze dissuaded both Hu Yuan and Sun Qi from pursuing any abnormal means to compel her into embryo implantation. Very well, very well. This is the little female's own request. Sun Qi was profoundly shocked, unable to comprehend why a female with such remarkable fertility would willingly risk losing her ability to bear children, all to have her child born from her own body. His astonishment was palpable, yet upon witnessing Tu Xiaoxin's gaze directed towards her abdomen, filled with maternal love and purity, his heart trembled. He was a beast who had never been favored by his mother. At the moment of his birth, she wished to eliminate him. Had it not been for his father's timely intervention, he might have perished at her hands. The reason he, at 26, faced the peril of a mental breakdown, yet refused comfort from females or false females, was that he had long seen through their true nature. These females, indulgent and lazy, regarded males as possessions, shamelessly humiliating and discarding them. Even the females of high society were no different. He had presumed that such base traits were inherent to all females. Thus, he had never allowed any female or false female to touch him. Yet, unexpectedly, one day, a female like Tu Xiaoxin would appear in his life, nurturing his child within her. Affection level maxed out. Here's your reward. As he contemplated this, his gaze once again fell upon the exquisite countenance of Tu Xiaoxin, and he realized he had fallen head over heels for this little female. So, this is what it feels like to be enamored by a beloved female. Hu Xiao, let us compete. If I win, the position of Lord shall be granted to me. Senki took a deep breath. Although the petite female before him lacked formal acknowledgement of their bond, the existence of their offspring was undeniable. Their shared experiences were genuine, and thus, he was resolute in his pursuit. How shameless! Hu Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, enveloped Tu Xiaoxin in his embrace, pulling his coat tighter to conceal her face completely. Had the cunning serpent's tail revealed itself? Did he truly think he could best him in a fight? Even at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, he was no match for a 7th tier opponent. Did he intend to send him into a healing chamber? Hu Xiao recognized his own limitations. Lacking intelligence meant he should refrain from engaging in a battle of wits with the astute. Though he could not win, could he not evade? Upon hearing Hu Xiao's words, Tu Xiaoxin, hidden within his garment, could not suppress a giggle. The sound of her laughter caused the 3 males present to involuntarily smile. So this is what it feels like to be fond of someone, to be influenced by their emotions. Are you not a true male, lacking such courage? Senki pondered how to provoke a reaction, thinking that perhaps a little teasing would elicit a positive response. No, all I desire is Jingjing. The title of true male is merely an empty label. Hu Xiao held onto his partner without the slightest intention of letting go. The sight stirred a sense of irritation in Hu Yuan and Senki, while Hu Yuan felt relief that his foolish nephew had not been easily swayed by Senki's words. Witnessing his closeness with Tu Xiaoxin made his emotions tumultuous, as if Ba were rising in his throat. Then Jingjing, what say you? Although puzzled by Hu Xiao's affectionate term for the female, since her name was clearly Xiaoxin, Senki decided to echo Hu Xiao's endearment. Hey, is Jingjing a name you are entitled to use? Before Tu Xiaoxin could respond, Hu Xiao glared fiercely. I am inquiring of Jingjing, not you. Senki felt entirely helpless. He had once considered Hu Xiao a simple-minded yet trustworthy friend, but now it seemed that foolishness was only apparent until one encountered something they truly valued, at which point they could become astute. Tu Xiaoxin struggled slightly, emerging from Hu Xiao's clothing with a fluffy head. Her disheveled hair, tousled by being wrapped in the fabric, made her appear adorably like a newly formed little beast. Senki and Hu Yuan's hearts raced at the sight. If you wish to bond with me, you must obtain Hu Xiao's consent. Once he agrees, I shall comply. Tu Xiaoxin's response surpassed everyone's expectations, especially Hu Xiao, whose eyes glistened with excitement. In the entire galaxy, no female would relinquish her mate selection to her lord or male, yet Tu Xiaoxin did so without hesitation. She granted him a significant amount of respect. Senki and Hu Yuan gritted their teeth, questioning why this foolish male deserved such an honor. Ahem, Hu Xiao, we're good friends, are we not? Moreover, Jin already carries my child. Please allow me to enter. I have no issue with being a secondary partner. Senki, witnessing Tu Xiaoxin's absolute reverence for Hu Xiao, was willing to step back, asserting that he would not be the last. Ah Qi, you should understand, in light of future secondary partners, we must form an alliance. Hu Xiao contemplated Tu Xiaoxin's formidable healing ability, which was unparalleled across the galaxy. If her powers became known to outsiders, it would spell disaster. He must select sufficiently strong males to become Tu Xiaoxin's secondary partners in attendance, ensuring her safety. At 26, Senki, having achieved the 7th tier, was certainly a fitting candidate. Jin, do you harbor feelings for him? If you do, I shall accept him as your secondary partner. Hu Xiao pondered, likewise granting Tu Xiaoxin the choice. Tu Xiaoxin gazed at the pleading eyes of Senki, recalling their tender night together. It was clear that Senki and Hu Xiao were two entirely different types of beings. After some contemplation, she replied, I am willing. As soon as the words left her lips, she was swiftly pulled from Hu Xiao's embrace by Senki. Hu Xiao, caught off guard, could hardly register that such a petite female had vanished from his arms. By the time he reacted, Senki had already taken her out the door, heading towards the bonding hall. What madness! Jin, Hu Xiao was furious and quickly deployed his abilities to follow. Was it not stated that there could only be one lord? How could there be room for another? The three stood before the options on the bonding hall machine, enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, Tu Xiaoxin voiced her doubts about life. Upon hearing her words, no one was more excited than Senki. His hopeful gaze was fixed upon her, a look that Tu Xiaoxin could decipher. Chapter 26. What would I do without you meanwhile? Hu Xiao gritted his teeth, spotting the designation of Lord 2. 2. Did that not imply a position following the first? It would never be Jin's first choice. Glancing between the number 2 and Senki's expectant eyes, Hu Xiao clenched his jaw and marked the option for Lord 2. Both Tu Xiaoxin and Senki were left in shock at Hu Xiao's choice. Since you have entrusted the selection of a mate to me, it signifies your absolute respect for me. With the honor you have given, I shall naturally embrace my duties as Lord 1. Hu Xiao cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Tu Xiaoxin stood on her tiptoes, tugging at Hu Xiao's clothing just enough to plant a kiss on his chin. Hu Xiao's eyes reddened as he wrapped his arms around her waist, bending down to kiss her in one fluid motion. After being confined to school for over half a month, he had yearned for her, feeling his mental energy disarray intensifying. Only Tu Xiaoxin could soothe and heal his spirit. In truth, Hu Xiao had overthought his situation, mistakenly believing his mental turmoil was due to his own shortcomings, while in reality, Tu Xiaoxin had already alleviated his distress. Nevertheless, his desire for her was genuine. Witnessing their intimate kiss, Senki suppressed his jealousy, feeling a newfound respect for Hu Xiao. He was commendable for allowing himself to be a lord as well. Moved, he quickly completed his own information. Once all his details were filled out, he ensured that Hu Xiao was pushed out of the machine's photo range, capturing a beautiful image of himself embracing Tu Xiaoxin against a red backdrop. Initially, Tu Xiaoxin had found the idea of being held for photographs somewhat uncomfortable, yet she had grown accustomed to it. After all, what choice did she have? She was simply too short. It was hard to imagine that one day, at 1 meter 65, she would consider herself short. Amidst her reflections, Senki and Tu Xiaoxin completed their paperwork and successfully added a page to the existing bonding certificate between Tu Xiaoxin and Hu Xiao, a page that naturally contained their bonding certificate. Holding the freshly minted document, Senki was far more exhilarated than Tu Xiaoxin. He had finally acquired a little female. With that thought, his affection score surged by 5, reaching 95. Tu Xiaoxin, hearing the system's notification, speculated that their intimate interaction would max out the affection value, leading to a moment of high stakes. Recalling that Senki's previous affection score of 30 had yielded numerous excellent cards for her, she eagerly anticipated the card draw that evening. Upon their return from the bonding hall, Senki began to express his disdain for Hu Xiao's modest abode, declaring it too small for another occupant. They needed to find a larger residence. Hu Xiao considered this, realizing that the current space was indeed cramped. If additional members were to join, it would be untenable. Thus, he proposed that he and Senki jointly invest in a more spacious home. Initially, Tu Xiaoxin could not fathom the concept of a larger house until they purchased one and moved in together. Only then did she comprehend the true meaning of a large house. This was no mere large house. It was a veritable estate. As Rabbit Xiao Xn gazed upon the expansive courtyard and the majestic castle-like structure behind it, she felt as though her eyes might pop out in astonishment. This must be worth a fortune, she mused. Unconsciously, she checked Hu Xiao's account balance, relieved to find that, despite a few less zeros, it had not changed significantly. A slight sigh of relief escaped her lips. We both contributed, she remarked, and my uncle also played a significant part. He transferred this property into your name while charging us both a fee for the transfer and taxes. The sale of a property incurs taxes, which are estimated based on its size and location. Thus, the tax combined with the purchase price of the house certainly amounted to an exorbitant sum. You accepted your uncle's house so readily? Rabbit Xiao Xian could hardly believe her ears, recalling Hu Yuan's usual stoic demeanor. Such a person, so seemingly reserved, could be so generous? Why not? My uncle has no children. Eventually, it will be mine, Hu Xiao asserted confidently. Sun Shi was left speechless for a while before finally interjecting, "Don't listen to him. The taxes on this house aren't trivial. The transfer taxes alone could buy us a place in the city akin to Hu Xiao's." He then added, "By the way, all my assets are now under your name." Although Sun Shi had been abandoned by his beast mother since childhood, he was still the only heir of the main family, the Sun clan. As his father's sole offspring, he naturally inherited the title of the exclusive heir. Sun Shi's assets outnumbered Hu Xiao's by several zeros, as Hu Xiao's wealth had to be divided with his elder brother. Whereas Sun Shi did not face such constraints. Hu Xiao was at a loss for words. Was this boy doing it on purpose? After all this time, he had only just thought to transfer the assets to Jin Jin, while Sun Shi had immediately done so, making him appear rather ungracious. "You are too polite," Rabbit Xiao Xan remarked as she glanced at the assets section on her wristband, confirming Sun Shi's significant holdings. The multitude of zeros left her pondering the stark contrast in their circumstances. Some were born into wealth, while others, like herself, were not. "Jin Jin, if you continue to be so polite, I shall be displeased." Sun Shi feigned anger, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Not at all. I just needed a moment to process everything. We accomplished 2 significant tasks today: marriage registration and property transfer. In my past life, handling such matters on the same day would have been quite extraordinary. The two seemed to be in perfect sync, acting immediately on their decisions. Jin Jin, come here for a moment." Just as Rabbit Xiao Xin was about to explore the sprawling estate, Hu Yuan's voice interrupted her. She paused, turned around, and greeted him, "Uncle, you are here." "Yes. You all left in such haste that you forgot the robots. I brought them for you, and I added a few more, as 3 robots might not suffice for such a large house." During their frantic moving, Hu Yuan had taken care of the remaining arrangements. "Wow, thank you so much, Uncle. I would have been lost without you," Hu Xiao exclaimed dramatically, rushing towards Hu Yuan with a grateful expression. Hu Yuan sidestepped Hu Xiao's exuberant gesture, exclaiming, "Get off. I'm not some male with romantic inclinations." Hu Xiao feigned hurt, feeling rejected by his uncle. "Thank you, Uncle," Rabbit Xiao Xan said respectfully, bowing her head in gratitude. Observing this, Hu Yuan quickly intervened. You are the one who will carry on the tiger family's lineage. You are a great contributor to our family and do not need to thank me. His expression softened, embodying the demeanor of a caring elder. Chapter 27. Bloodline Inheritance. Rabbit Xiao Xin felt a bit shy at Hu Yuan's words, offering a bashful smile. She was then guided by Hu Yuan to introduce the robots to their new roles. He brought in 7 additional robots, totaling 10, with 5 designated for maintaining the castle and the other 5 for the courtyard, their duties clearly delineated. Watching the robots move in perfect unison, she couldn't help but laugh. This new life was something she had never dared to dream of over the past decade. Thank you, system, she thought. However, she was acutely aware that this life was a gift from the system. You're welcome, host. Assisting you is my duty. You still have a long way to go in finding all your destined beast husbands. The system reminded Rabbit Xiao Xin of her primary task of childbearing. So, after 2 months, when your little ones arrive, you must continue to work diligently. Understood. I will, Rabbit Xiao Xin affirmed, recognizing that she must fulfill her responsibilities as a task-bearer after receiving such benefits from the system. Her gaze returned to Hu Yuan, a gentle warmth spreading in her eyes. Since the interstellar realm lacked conventional rules, she acknowledged Hu Yuan's kindness. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person afford such a magnificent property on the main planet? Yet, this house was a gift from Hu Yuan, with Hu Xiao and Sun Qi merely covering the taxes and transfer fees. Now, the property was officially under her name. Hu Yuan caught her gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Thank you, uncle, Rabbit Xiao Xin expressed, never having imagined she would live in such a splendid home. Foolish child, Hu Yuan chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Rabbit Xiao Xin's hair. This marked their first intimate touch after spending so much time together. When Hu Yuan realized what he had done, he awkwardly withdrew his hands and anxiously glanced at her, fearing he might have startled her. Rabbit Xiao Xin, however, pretended as if nothing had happened, turning away to join Hu Xiao and Sun Qi, taking their hands as they began to explore the castle. As she walked away, Hu Yuan gazed down at the hand that had just brushed against Rabbit Xiao Xin's hair, still feeling the lingering softness of her strands, akin to the touch of exquisite silk. He raised his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply, catching a whiff of her unique peach fragrance. It was not an artificial scent, but rather her natural aroma, intoxicating and compelling. Realizing his emotions were in turmoil, Hu Yuan quickly suppressed them. Just how vast was this house? As Rabbit Xiao Xin explored, she gained a clearer understanding. The estate comprised 5 floors, each exceeding 1,000 square meters. Each level resembled an expansive, independent flat, exceedingly spacious. She had never envisioned enjoying all the entertainment amenities the outside world offered without leaving home. Not to mention the cinema and gym, the swimming pool was a given, alongside many more facilities that Rabbit Xiao Xin had not anticipated. By the time she completed her tour of 1 floor, her legs felt weak. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had dashed off to the kitchen to prepare ingredients for dinner. Indeed, in less than an afternoon, they had managed to secure their marriage certificate and finalize the property transfer, all thanks to their impressive family backgrounds. Hu Xiao busied himself with the preparations, while Sun Qi, just as Rabbit Xiao Xin was about to enter the kitchen, pinned her against the wall outside and captured her in a deep kiss. Little did he know that upon realizing he was not merely dreaming that night, he had longed to savor the sweetness of her lips, and now that he finally could, he intended to indulge thoroughly. As his tongue explored her mouth, Rabbit Xiao Xin felt as if she were swept away by a dizzying sensation. Especially as his forked tongue danced within, it proved to be far more dexterous and enticing than Hu Xiao's. The places touched by his forked tongue would send shivers down to Xiaoxin's spine. Simultaneously, Senki discovered something astonishing. His nearly collapsing mental fortitude began to regain its composure the moment he kissed Tu Xiaoxin. How could this be possible? Such a degree of solace was unattainable even by the most soothing of females. Yet, with Tu Xiaoxin, a single kiss accomplished it. Would deeper contact yield even more delightful results? His anticipation was palpable. Tu Xiaoxin and Senki have yet to draw the healing card during their first encounter, so it lacks healing properties. Jin, the dishes are ready. Hu Xiu called from the kitchen. Upon hearing his voice, Tu Xiaoxin began to struggle. Senki, wishing to claim Tu Xiaoxin right then and there, hesitated at the thought of Hu Xiu's temper. Reluctantly releasing Tu Xiaoxin, he asked, "Will you stay with me tonight?" Tu Xiaoxin, her face flushed, swiftly escaped from his grasp and dashed to the kitchen. Hu Xiu, oblivious to Tu Xiaoxin's slightly swollen lips, eagerly approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, which, despite her pregnancy, still appeared remarkably delicate. From behind, one could hardly discern any signs of her condition. She resembled an ordinary female. This was a rarity in the vast expanse of the galaxy. Hu Xiu relished the sensation of holding Tu Xiaoxin from behind, burying his face in her shoulder. "Oh, Xiu, I need to cook," Tu Xiaoxin giggled, evading Hu Xiu's playful breath. Unyielding, Hu Xiu pressed closer, thoroughly enchanted. Just as Tu Xiaoxin was about to speak, Senki entered and pulled Hu Xiu out of the kitchen. "Cooking is dangerous. You shouldn't cling to her." Senki couldn't bear to watch Hu Xiu behave like a clingy puppy with Tu Xiaoxin. Hu Xiu was speechless, thinking this guy is really something. Tonight marked the coupling night for Tu Xiaoxin and Senki. As the Lord One, he had to set an example, suppressing his jealousy to allow them to embrace the significance of their union. As for the offspring, there was no need for concern. Such matters would not harm the child, but rather allow it to absorb more of its father's pheromones, thus inheriting a greater lineage. For the little one, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Hu Xiu was already content with the time he had monopolized Tu Xiaoxin. Naturally, he had to be magnanimous and refrain from jealousy. However, Senki, unaware of Hu Xiu's sentiments, pulled him from the kitchen. Tu Xiaoxin surveyed the ingredients Hu Xiu had prepared and recalled that the three of them seemed to have not eaten enough at lunch, deciding to increase the quantity. She called Hu Xiu back in. Upon hearing her call, Hu Xiu hurriedly re-entered. Senki, curious, followed suit, relieved that the kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate them all. As Hu Xiu adeptly washed and chopped the vegetables, Senki refrained from competing with him and began to stand beside Tu Xiaoxin, eager to learn how to cook. Each time Tu Xiaoxin added an ingredient, Senki would curiously inquire. After each question, he would memorize the item and silently follow her lead. Eventually, Senki asked Tu Xiaoxin for a chance to try his hand at cooking. Aware of the male's nature, Tu Xiaoxin, concerned for her well-being, decided, "All right, just prepare a small portion first." She compromised, knowing that if she didn't, Senki would persistently nag her. The positivity of the beastmen was refreshing. They worried about their females working too hard, unlike the scoundrels of her previous world who only feigned concern. "All right." Upon Tu Xiaoxin's acquiescence, Senki was nearly overwhelmed with joy. After Tu Xiaoxin prepared another dish, he rolled up his sleeves, donned an apron, and got to work. Tu Xiaoxin stood by to guide him. To her surprise, she found Senki's culinary aptitude far surpassed Hu Xiu's. While Hu Xiu excelled in brute tasks, Senki was more adept at cerebral endeavors. Cooking indeed required intellect. Otherwise, even the seasoning could overwhelm a person. Under Tu Xiaoxin's guidance, Senki successfully prepared a plate of stir-fried greens, and without forgetting, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and offered it to her. Tu Xiaoxin eagerly accepted, her eyes lighting up. "Senki, you are truly remarkable," she affirmed, showering him with praise. A gentle smile graced Senki's lips, softening his usually stern countenance. A handsome man smiling was a sight to behold. Tu Xiaoxin suddenly felt a rush of shyness as she caught his gaze, her cheeks blooming like a ripe peach. Seeing Tu Xiaoxin's face, flushed with a delicate hue, Senki felt his heart race. He couldn't help but lament why he and T delved deeper into that night's events. All of this was Hu Xiu's fault. If he and T let his guard down, those rascals would never have drugged him, leading to his hazy memory of his first encounter with Jin. Unable to direct his frustration towards Tu Xiaoxin, he decided to lay the blame squarely on Hu Xiu. "Why don't you stir-fry the remaining vegetables?" Since Senki's understanding was so high, Tu Xiaoxin was content to let him take over, pointing to the remaining dish for him to handle. Senki eagerly accepted the task, fervently beginning to cook. With Tu Xiaoxin's guidance, the final dish was effortlessly completed. Hu Xiao, witnessing their seamless cooperation, nearly succumbed to jealousy. Determined not to be outdone by Senki, he promptly stepped forward to serve the dishes. Soon, the four of them gathered around the dining table, staring in silence at the bountiful spread before them. Jin is truly thoughtful. Hu Xiao's heart swelled. Surely Jin had anticipated that he and the other two would require more food, hence the generous portions. The thoughts of the other two men mirrored his own. Let's dig in. Once again, thank you, Jin. From now on, I will handle the cooking at home. You can just teach me, Senki declared, recalling that his beast father had once told him that females appreciated sweet words. By being sweet-tongued, he believed Jin would favor him even more. All right, Tu Xiaoxin was not one to be overly sentimental. Since Senki was willing to take care of things, she would let him. Thank you, little female. Upon hearing Senki's words, Hu Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking, so he can be charming, can he? Tu Xiaoxin was not the type to be swayed solely by sweet talk. She calculated her own needs. With 3 little ones in her belly, she required ample nourishment, not just for herself but to ensure her children were well fed. Thus, she paid no heed to the subtle rivalry among the 3 men, focusing instead on her meal. Seeing his little uncle and Senki at odds, Hu Xiao thought little of it. Observing Tu Xiaoxin enjoying her food, he was inspired to join her and began to eat as well. With the 2 of them starting their meals, Senki and Hu Xiao soon followed suit. Though the larger portions were absent, the 3 males consumed every last bite, leaving Tu Xiaoxin with a newfound understanding of their appetites. It was said that teenage boys could eat their fathers in a bankruptcy. But these beastmen were truly the epitome of insatiable hunger. It seems I must earn more points. To conceive a child, at the very least, I need to engage with Hu Xiao, who offers 100 points, while the most generous, Sun Qi, provides 150 points. But what about Hu Yuan? If I were to bear Hu Yuan's child, perhaps I could devise a way to procure his seed, thus earning 200 points for conception and an astonishing 2,000 points upon the child's birth. Host, you finally grasped the essence. In truth, males with higher cultivation levels not only offer greater rewards, but their card-drawing success rate also far exceeds that of their lower-level counterparts. The system interjected, sensing Tu Xiaoxin's thoughts and responding with a reassuring expression. Tu Xiaoxin's eyes brightened, revealing an expression of realization. Host, persevere, regardless of the method employed. As long as you conceive a child with a designated male, you will complete the childbirth task and acquire points. The system reminded Tu Xiaoxin, aware of her strong moral compass. Relieved by the system's words, Tu Xiaoxin exhaled. She had feared that Hu Yuan had to become one of her beastly husbands. As long as she could give birth, she was absolutely confident. With this thought, Tu Xiaoxin glanced at Hu Yuan. To be fair, Hu Yuan possessed a maturity that neither Hu Xiao nor Sun Qi could match, exuding the air of an elegant and refined young master from a prestigious family. She was curious to see what lay beneath his composed facade. Chapter 29. The 7th level. At 20 years old, the more she pondered, the more her thoughts strayed, prompting Tu Xiaoxin to abruptly interrupt her musings. Have you finished eating? Jin, would you like to take a walk with me? Hu Xiao stood and extended his hand toward Tu Xiaoxin. She nodded, recognizing that the chore of washing dishes was already handled by the household robot, and there was no need for her to interfere. A post-meal stroll indeed aids in maintaining a healthy physique. Who says this fellow is foolish? He is exceptionally astute. Sun Qi had not anticipated that he would be outmaneuvered by Hu Xiao. The after-meal walk had completely eluded his mind, inciting his frustration. Why hadn't he thought of that? Hu Yuan then stood and said, I shall take my leave first. If you wish to stroll, would you mind escorting me? All right. Tu Xiaoxin thought that establishing a good relationship was the least she could do, considering her plans to acquire his seed in the future. Otherwise, how could she ensure he willingly part with it? Without waiting for Hu Xiao's reaction, she readily accepted Hu Yuan's suggestion. Let's all 3 accompany you. Sensi, having grasped Hu Yuan's intentions, swiftly joined in. Hu Xiao bit his lip, contemplating saying something, but the thought of Sun Qi monopolizing Tu Xiaoxin's time for the entire evening left him feeling somewhat nauseated. Yet, He reminded himself that he was the primary consort, as the designated first wife. The beast father had mentioned that a female willing to accept him as the primary must hold a unique place in her heart, and thus, he must reciprocate her kindness. Yes, he must not feel jealous. Absolutely not. Reassuring himself internally, Hu Xiu managed to convince himself. However, his attention soon shifted as he noticed Tu Xiao Xian's actions. She had taken the initiative to grasp his hand, filling Hu Xiu's heart with warmth. His gaze upon her softened significantly. Thus, the four of them, each harboring their own thoughts, began their journey to see Hu Yuan off. Surprisingly, their conversation flowed quite smoothly, creating a false illusion for Hu Yuan that his presence would enhance the harmony of their household. These two youngsters, what do they know about interacting with a female? Allowing a female to dictate everything is hardly beneficial for her. I shall take my leave now. You may return. The estate is rather expansive. Unbeknownst to them, Tu Xiao Xin and her companions had escorted Hu Yuan to the entrance of the manor. Hu Yuan spoke up, urging them to head back. Yes, take care, uncle. I have already requested maternity leave. You need not return. Hu Xiu, exhibiting a typical attitude of using someone until they're no longer needed, primarily wished to spend more time with Jin. Once the offspring arrived, he wanted to bond with them as well. Hu Yuan scoffed, for it was not his decision to make regarding attendance. Had this young man never heard that inviting a deity is easier than sending one away? He thought he could so easily dismiss him? How naive. Disregard what Hu Xiu says. If you wish to join us for meals, you are welcome to come any time. There will be plenty of food, Tu Xiao Xian interjected, sensing the implications of Hu Xiu's words. Well, if the young female welcomes me, I shall come, Hu Yuan replied, his expression softening as he smiled at Tu Xiao Xian. Naturally, she would welcome him, for she was effectively gifting him the estate without a single expense. How could she not welcome such a benefactor? Jin, tonight is our wedding night. The men of the beast realm do not shy away from expressing their inner desires. Sun Shi, glancing at the darkening sky, reached out to grasp Tu Xiao Xian's other hand. Her delicate hand felt as though it were made of cotton, very pleasant to touch. Hearing Sun Chi's impatient words, both Hu Xiu and Hu Yuan darkened their expressions. Tu Xiao Xian, however, felt her cheeks flush. I know, there is no need for such reminders, right? Do I lack dignity? Yet, she quickly realized that the men of the beast realm do not comprehend subtlety. Most are brash and uncouth, while Hu Yuan was the most gentlemanly male she had ever encountered. As for Sun Chi and Hu Xiu, they were even more boorish. Despite Sun Chi's handsome appearance, his crude words flowed effortlessly from his mouth, leaving one utterly defenseless. Hu Xiu, may I take my wife back to rest? He asked, seemingly inquiring, but truly impatient. Sun Chi feigned a demeanor of a dutiful husband as he cautiously posed the question to Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu's lips twitched. He was merely pretending. This fellow was putting on an act. Go ahead, be magnanimous. He is the primary consort. He must be magnanimous. He repeatedly reminded himself, and thus, Hu Xiu released his firm grasp on Tu Xiao Xian's hand. The moment Hu Xiu let go, Tu Xiao Xian reached up to grab the collar of his shirt, pulling him down, and then, on tiptoe, she leaned in to give him a passionate French kiss. Hu Xiu's mind exploded in an instant, and then there was no turning back. He was overwhelmed with excitement. His mind erupted with fireworks, and even his spiritual sea began to churn, exhilaratingly breaking free from constraints. After a prolonged kiss, Tu Xiao Xian finally released him and returned to the ground. Hu Xiu, thank you. Hee, no need to thank me. We are partners, after all. Hu Xiu chuckled heartily. Then, both Sun Chi and Hu Yuan watched as a faint golden light flickered across Hu Xiu's form, and his status elevated from the pinnacle of the 6th level to the 7th. 7th level at 20 years old. Sun Chi and Hu Yuan were taken aback. They exchanged glances, their fiery gazes now fixed on Tu Xiao Xian, realizing that she harbored astounding secrets. Their expressions turned sour as they regarded Hu Xiu, realizing he had concealed this from them. Unbeknownst to Hu Xiu, who remained blissfully unaware of his elevation, he smiled down at Tu Xiao Xian, his demeanor radiating a naive charm. Tonight is your wedding night with Senshi. I shall not intrude, but tomorrow you will be mine, all right? He added with a playful tug on Tu Xiao Xian's clothing. When a strong man acts playfully, can Tu Xiao Xian withstand it? Absolutely not. Remembering the pills in the system shop, she felt a sense of calm. Yet, she forgot that she had previously drawn a card that enhanced her physical abilities whenever she was with a male. Nonetheless, it was not entirely her fault. The men of the beast realm were inherently gifted in that regard. Even with the card's enhancement, she often felt sore and fatigued, prompting her to take the provided pills after being with Hu Xiao to alleviate her discomfort. Anzai, du xiao xin vet. Let us depart. It is already nightfall. Upon hearing this, Sun Chi exclaimed, "How can that be?" Before even starting, this young man is already attempting to secure his place for tomorrow. Chapter 30. How much time is left for you? If he manages to get Jin out of bed tomorrow, then Senki is truly a useless fool. With this thought in mind, Senki swiftly lifted Tu Xiaoxin into his arms and strode away with purpose. Hu Xiao watched their departing figures, feeling a mixture of emotions. Such an outstanding little female. The number of beast husbands will only increase in the future. Xiao, you must strive to keep up. Hu Yuan felt a pang of bitterness as he glanced at his foolish nephew, deciding to offer some guidance. The uncle's words were misplaced. Regardless of how many beast husbands there are, they will always be behind me. Hu Xiao shook his head, recalling Jin's words that she was the most unique. Yes, she may be behind you, but Xiao, being a good lord is not an easy task. One must not be overly jealous. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's words, Hu Yuan felt his eyes roll to the heavens in exasperation. How did his brother produce such a naive and sweet child? With all those beast husbands vying for the little female's attention, how much time is left for you? Hu Yuan posed a painfully poignant question. I believe in Jin. Hu Xiao's heart sank at Hu Yuan's words. After much contemplation, he took a deep breath and could only weakly utter this. Fool, do you think I do not know what kind of person the little female is? But Xiao, we both understand that the little female is very kind. An excessive kindness may lead to you, as her lord, being neglected. You need to find allies, do you understand? Hu Yuan no longer wished to comment on his nephew's intelligence. There was simply none to speak of. Allies? Hu Xiao frowned as he looked at Hu Yuan. If among her future beast husbands, there is someone you have chosen to help her, does that mean the time you spend with her will increase? After all, a person chosen by you will naturally stand by your side, aiding you in competing for the little female. Is that not a matter of course? Furthermore, you could serve the little female together. Hu Yuan lowered his voice and leaned into whisper to Hu Xiao. As these words were spoken, Hu Xiao's eyes began to brighten. Uncle, you are absolutely correct. Who do you think would be a suitable choice? Very well. There are advantages to being dim-witted. Hu Yuan suppressed his inner joy, feigning calm on the surface. This choice cannot be an outsider. If it were, they likely would not wholeheartedly assist you. Hu Yuan hesitated, wanting to entice Hu Xiao to mention his own name. I understand, uncle. I will ask my brother. I want a wife, not just anyone. Hu Xiao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, realizing his brother was also a bachelor. The two brothers serving their wife together would be considered a tale of great harmony in the beast world. Hu Yuan's smile froze on his face, showing signs of cracking. A storm raged in his eyes. He knew this fellow's mind would never let him down. Your brother does not like females. He is allergic to even touching them. Have you forgotten? Hu Yuan wore a sardonic expression. Right. My brother has a condition. Then who else is suitable? Hu Xiao's expression fell at this remark. Hu Yuan took a deep breath. Is there really no one other than your brother that you trust? Well, Hu Xiao lowered his gaze, pondering for a long time, then slowly raised his head to meet Hu Yuan's eyes. Hu Yuan's face seemed to shout, look at me. Uncle, you are not coupled either. You would be a good candidate, but you are too old. Jin is only 18. You are over 30. Hu Xiao remarked disdainfully, while sizing up Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan, furious, forced a smile. Am I old? Is that not so? Hu Xiao met Hu Yuan's nearly predatory gaze. Realizing he had misspoken, and awkwardly continued. As an 8th-tier male without collapsing mentally, I can live for over 300 years. At my age, is that considered old among 300-year-old beastmen? Hu Yuan's voice grew louder, questioning his nephew's intelligence. Indeed, Hu Xiao suddenly understood. His uncle's age was not particularly advanced. But uncle, do you not also dislike females? Your willingness to be my partner feels somehow off, yet I cannot quite articulate it. Is your mental state truly without any issues? Hu Yuan did not respond to Hu Xiao's inquiry, but a single statement sent chills down Hu Xiao's spine. Uncle, how did you discern that? Hu Xiao was taken aback. My time with the little female has not been long, and she harbors secrets that neither you nor Senki can keep. Hu Yuan concluded with certainty. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao panicked. Senki was still unaware. However, after tonight, he likely will be uncle. What should we do? At this juncture, what else is there to do? Given my status, I shall become the little female's third beast husband. However, this matter requires your consent. As long as you agree, even if Jin does not, it can still proceed. The greatest assurance for forming a bond is the Lord's approval of which male the wife is with. Truly, my uncle is astute. I understand now. I shall discuss it with Jin. Hu Xiao felt Hu Yuan's reasoning was exceptionally sound. Given the family dynamics with Senki, he had no voice in family matters, let alone protecting Jin's secrets. Perhaps his uncle is indeed the most suitable partner. Moreover, his uncle had always treated him well, so he would surely find ways to keep Jin by his side, limiting her interactions with other beast husbands. The more he thought about it, the more Hu Xiao felt his uncle was the intellectual backbone of the empire. His mind was truly sharp and capable. As for why Hu Yuan was so determined to guide him into agreeing with this arrangement, Hu Xiao's limited thinking did not even consider this angle, unwittingly inviting the wolf into the fold. Tu Xiaoxin had no idea that an agreement had been reached between Hu Xiao and Hu Yuan. Even the system, attempting to relay their conversation to Tu Xiaoxin, was unable to do so. This was because the system had been locked away in a small dark room. Upon entering the house, Senki unceremoniously embraced Tu Xiaoxin and kissed her, causing the system to be kicked into the dark room. Tu Xiaoxin had initially planned to draw cards that night. However, she was far too naive. Senki granted her no time whatsoever to draw cards. What was even worse was that Senki's tongue was far more enchanting than Hu Xiao's, leaving Tu Xiaoxin utterly defenseless, let alone distracted by drawing cards. The entire night was spent adrift in a sea of passion. She thought she should have lost consciousness, but unexpectedly, she found herself increasingly exhilarated by Senki's advances. From dusk till dawn, never leaving the room. Chapter 31. What is so special? Then from dawn to dusk, she still did not emerge from the room. A full 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao waited outside, his expression shifting from black to white to black again. He had cursed Senki several hundred times, completely forgetting the 7 days and nights he had shared with Tu Xiaoxin. The waiting was torturous, especially with Tu Xiaoxin's alluring voice drifting from the room, pushing Hu Xiao to the brink of explosion. The more he suffered, the clearer his mind became. Jin sounded so joyful. No, compared to Senki, a beast with countless schemes. I stand no chance. It seems my uncle's suggestion must be prioritized. I hope that once my uncle enters the fold, he can subdue that beast Senki. With this thought, Hu Xiao resolutely took their marriage certificate to the registration hall. With a flourish, he added Hu Yuan's name. However, when it came to giving Hu Yuan an official title, Hu Xiao hesitated. But when he saw the title Lord Tu following Senki, he snorted, "My uncle, I cannot let him lose to you." Ultimately, he decisively granted Hu Yuan the honor of Lord 3. Upon completing the marriage certificate, Hu Xiao felt invigorated and called Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan is not a man of idleness. Recently, he was summoned by the Empress to the Imperial Palace to discuss numerous matters concerning the main star. In truth, the agenda consisted of tiresome, repetitive issues, causing Hu Yuan to grow increasingly impatient. These individuals were torn between wanting to voice their opinions and fearing that their suggestions might be inappropriate. This predicament vexed Hu Yuan to no end, and he yearned to leave at that very moment. Just as his patience was wearing thin, a call from Hu Xiao came through. His spirits lifted, he stood and announced, "Your Majesty, I shall step outside to take this call." "Go ahead," the Empress replied, casting a glance at Hu Yuan, noting his evident impatience. Observing the expressions of the conservative ministers, the Empress let out a heavy sigh. "Mother, Why not heed the advice of the chancellor? Suggested the eldest prince, who noticed his mother's furrowed brow and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. The chancellor's suggestions can be adopted to a degree, but not in their entirety. His strategies are too ruthless, often advocating for the annihilation of entire races. The empress replied in a hushed tone. If Hu Yuan's tactics were implemented, countless races detrimental to the empire's peaceful development would have been eradicated multiple times. The prince pondered the methods proposed by Hu Yuan, falling into silence. In certain aspects, Hu Yuan indeed leaned toward the belief that those outside his kin could not be trusted. His approach towards alien races was often one of extermination. Hence, his suggestions warranted careful consideration. This propensity to avoid forming a family and bearing children at his advanced age likely stemmed from his extreme and radical mindset. The empress occasionally indulged in gossip, as is the nature of females. She leaned toward her son and whispered, and just as her words left her lips, a notification pinged on her wristband. Upon opening it, she let out a sharp gasp. "What is it, mother?" the prince asked, astonished. "The chancellor has taken a mate. Just today." The empress shared the information with her beloved eldest son. Curious, the prince leaned in to take a look. Upon seeing the entry for the chancellor's mate, he quickly investigated the details of this female, named to Xiaoxin, discovering that although she had just turned 18, the age of marriage, she already had 3 beast husbands. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Her 3 beast husbands are Hu Xiu, Senki, and Hu Yuan? Surely not. Aren't both Hu Yuan and Hu Xiu averse to females? How could they willingly take a female as their partner? The prince felt his worldview shift dramatically. These 2 obstinate individuals were notorious within their elite circle. Despite their mental turmoil, they relied solely on calming agents, never venturing near females. Alarmingly, their family's bloodline was somewhat flawed, leading to a high likelihood of mental breakdowns, a fact researchers from the Hu family had failed to remedy. They would rather endure suffering than seek the company of female. And now they were forming a bond with the same female. What monumental news this was! Investigate this female. She must possess some extraordinary qualities, commanded the empress, and naturally, the eldest prince complied. Your Majesty, my mate is merely an ordinary little female. There is no need for further investigation. I have already looked into her background, Hu Yuan interjected. The empress and prince halted in their tracks, exchanging glances before offering Hu Yuan a conciliatory smile. Chancellor, you have returned. The eldest prince grinned, inquiring. Indeed, Hu Yuan replied, calmly returning to his seat, a distinct air of contentment gracing his countenance. He had not anticipated Hu Xiu's impressive support. It seemed he needed to expedite this meeting and return home to embrace his little female. As this thought crossed his mind, Hu Yuan felt a sense of ease, recalling moments shared between Xiaoxin and Hu Xiu, which only intensified his yearning. Will any resolution arise from this matter? Either adhere to my suggestions or devise your own solutions. I advocate for extinction, and if you do not support it, so be it. Hu Yuan, unwilling to linger any longer, declared as he stood to leave, leaving behind a group of ministers and the empress exchanging bewildered glances. Mother, shall we continue the investigation? The eldest prince inquired cautiously. Investigate what? Are you unaware of the chancellor's temperament? If he discovers our clandestine inquiry into his mate, he may very well call for the extermination of our entire royal lineage. Do you believe? The empress shot her son a disapproving glare, exasperated by his suggestion. After contemplating Hu Yuan's ruthless nature, the eldest prince took a deep breath and resolved. Very well. Coincidentally, both Hu Xiu and Senki are my friends. I shall inquire further. He was genuinely intrigued by what kind of person could captivate such males who harbored an aversion to females, especially since Senki also exhibited a severe dislike for females. The fact that 3 such individuals would deign to favor the same female suggested she must possess some remarkable qualities. Since they were destined to bond, he thought it prudent to seek a partner rather than merely a political alliance. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxin, she had become the object of scrutiny without having provoked anyone. Aki, I truly cannot endure any longer, she lamented, pressing against Senki's chest, her lips slightly parted as she exhaled her plea like a fragrant breeze. Chapter 32. Little Darling Darling. Our little treasure wishes to see you again, Senki replied, his legs transformed into a tail entwining around hers. The icy sensation only heightened her already fervent state, making her feel that embracing this tail in summer would be exceedingly delightful. You said the same before, to Xiaoxin retorted, rolling her eyes, recognizing this excuse as worn. Be good. Listen to me. I merely desire to draw closer to you. Senki relished an unprecedented comfort, the once tumultuous state of his mind now eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of impending collapse. This sensation enveloped him in a refreshing embrace, akin to being immersed in a cool spring, tempting him to let out a victorious cry. He had also discovered to Xiaoxin's secret. It turned out his little mate was remarkably capable. His reliance on her only deepened. To Xiaoxin, however, found herself unable to resist the overwhelming force of Senki. At times, the system would directly suppress her strength, rendering her powerless to resist. Thus, she felt like a fish on a chopping board, entirely at their mercy. To Xiaoxin wept softly, provoking even more fervent thoughts from Senki. He adored the sight of her tear-filled, pleading eyes, which only enhanced her already stunning beauty. When Hu Yuan arrived at the estate, he found Senki still not relinquishing his hold on to Xiaoxin. Noticing Hu Xiao's darkened expression, Hu Yuan quickly deduced the situation. What a waste, he silently muttered, promptly using his wristband to make a call. Retreating to a secluded corner, he connected with the call's recipient shortly thereafter. Downstairs, hurried footsteps echoed as Senki rushed down. Anxiety etched across his face. Oh, finally decided to join us? Hu Xiao taunted sarcastically. Senki shot Hu Xiao a glance, but refrained from responding. I'm returning to the Sin family. Jin is quite exhausted, so allow her a day of rest. With that, he strode out, failing to notice that Hu Yuan had also arrived at the estate. As Senki departed, Hu Yuan emerged from the shadows. Hu Xiao approached with an expression of admiration. Little uncle, did you do this? With your intellect. It's no wonder you needed my assistance to be a mate to a little female. You truly cannot compete with Senki in the slightest. Hu Yuan examined Hu Xiao with disdain, eliciting a sense of embarrassment in him, who scratched his head in regret. That fellow has an abundance of cunning. If I could ever match him, it would truly be a miracle. Speaking of which, I must seek out Jin. With that, Hu Xiao dashed up the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he discovered the door was firmly shut. Just as he contemplated smashing the door, a notification ping from Senki interrupted him, advising Hu Xiao that it would be best not to attempt door breaking, for he had electrified it. Should he dare touch it, he would be met with a shock. Hu Xiao, upon reading the message, could not help but laugh in frustration. How shameless could Senki be? Hu Yuan, eager to see his beloved who had now become his wife, followed closely behind, only to overhear Hu Xiao's furious exclamations. With a twitch of his lips, he remarked, Your wristband should have the power switch for this residence, right? As the first beast husband, you ought to have a grasp on everything in the household. Hu Xiao, perplexed, responded with a blank stare. Hu Yuan, losing his temper, seized Hu Xiao's wrist adorned with the wristband, activated the butler function, and indeed, a control panel appeared. With a single press, he shut off the power, plunging the entire manor into darkness. With the door no longer electrified, it became merely a decorative barrier. However, considering the hassle of purchasing a new door, Hu Yuan employed some clever tactics to decipher the door's code, successfully gaining entry into the room. There, on a spacious 3-meter by 3-meter bed, he beheld a small figure curled up tightly, deeply asleep and looking utterly exhausted. His heart softened, and he moved closer, lifting the slumbering figure from the blanket. No, don't, murmured the dreamy rabbit Xiao accent, feeling the touch. Damn Senki, look at how startled Jin is. Uncle, hand Jin to me. Hu Xiao reached out to take rabbit Xiao Xin into his arms. Hu Yuan was reluctant, but upon contemplating the long future ahead, he realized that rabbit Xiao Xin might not yet be ready to accept him. Recalling how she had always regarded him with respect as an elder, he decided to temper his desires. I will entrust the little female to you, but could you please soothe her for me? I feel a bit disoriented mentally. Naturally, nothing could truly disturb his mental state. This was merely an excuse from Hu Yuan. But she looks so tired. She can't engage in such activities Hushio replied, slightly taken aback. However, pondering that being comforted by his wife was also a privilege of a beast husband, he felt he should yield to his uncle's wishes. I only wish to embrace and kiss her. The comfort a female provides to a male does not necessarily require more than physical contact. In truth, a male who experiences disorientation in his mental state can exhibit regressive traits. During such episodes, he is prone to a complete breakdown. Very well, but uncle, do restrain yourself. Though Hushio was reluctant, he thought of how much his uncle had assisted him and, with great reluctance, handed Rabbit Xiao Xian over to Hu Yuan. A glint of cunning triumph flashed in Hu Yuan's eyes as he naturally carried Rabbit Xiao Xian to his prior room in the manor. In her dreams, Rabbit Xiao Xian felt as though she were being enveloped by a furnace, almost melting away. Already irritable, the heat seemed to draw closer. Instinctively, she attempted to push away the bothersome warmth. It was as though the furnace understood her discomfort and finally retreated, yet a tingling sensation lingered on her lips. It felt as if she were being melted by something. Rabbit Xiao Xian let out an impatient murmur, turning to escape. However, her head was held fast, rendering her immobile. Just as she sank into confusion, wanting to open her eyes and discern her surroundings, she found herself unable to do so. What is happening, system? With no other recourse, Rabbit Xiao Xian sought assistance from the system. Beep! The electronic sound of a malfunction responded, indicating she was still trapped in the small dark room. No, what is going on with Senki? Didn't he receive a call and step out? Why is he back? Wait, could it be Hushio? This cannot be. Before leaving, didn't Senki say he wouldn't allow Hushio to disturb her slumber? Chapter 33. The Treasure of Females. Now what does this mean? Rabbit Xiao Xian quickly found her thoughts spiraling. Clearly, the person whose identity she could not discern possessed skills far more adept than the inexperienced Senki. In no time, under the enchantment of their magical touch, every cell within her body began to fervently yearn. Regardless of who it was, the technique was simply too exquisite. Although she had been with both Senki and Hushio before, never had she felt such profound sensations, such exquisite comfort. A low, sultry laugh reached her ears. It was magnetically alluring, instilling a sense of euphoric anticipation. Rabbit Xiao Xian found herself bewitched by the voice, unconsciously emitting soft sounds of pleasure. Uncle, is your mental state all right? What has Senki been up to? He has been out the entire night, while Hu Yuan, after cradling Rabbit Xiao Xian through the night, returned her to Hushio. Hushio, overjoyed, cherished every moment, holding her close throughout the day. Rabbit Xiao Xian was evidently exhausted, remaining in a deep slumber. Even when hunger struck, it was Hu Yuan who fed her with nutrients. So young one, did you already know that little Guai has the ability to heal a male's mental state? Hu Yuan glanced at his foolish nephew, wishing to indulge a bit longer. But his methods could only keep Rabbit Xiao Xian unconscious for a mere 10 hours, concerned that she might awaken to find him in panic. He reluctantly returned her to Hushio. Even Hushio was unaware that, in truth, Hu Yuan had not neglected any duties the previous night. He could feel that Rabbit Xiao Xian was immensely satisfied. Little Guai, what odd name. Startled by Hu Yuan's reference to Rabbit Xiao Xian, Hushio shivered. Uncle, have you noticed? This is Jin's greatest secret. This secret is indeed remarkable. We must be cautious moving forward, Hu Yuan solemnly warned. Hushio nodded, suspecting that Senki might already be aware. I plan to discuss this with him once he returns. Senki is certainly not a fool. He knows what should and should not be revealed, not only concerning the mental state, but also regarding abilities. After years of stability, there seem to be signs of fluctuations in the intensity of his powers. All of this is due to his relationship with little Guai. Indeed, my little Guai is a treasure of a female. Since binding to the system, Rabbit Xiao Xian had not slept so soundly in ages. Upon awakening, she sensed that every bone in her body felt utterly relaxed. She did not experience any aches, likely due to the restorative pills she had secretly consumed. Otherwise, the men of this beastly world truly were formidable. Had her constitution not been exceptional, she might have perished from exhaustion long ago. Reflecting on this, Rabbit Xiao Xin found it odd that no one was clinging to her that day. Just as she pondered, the door swung open, and a tall figure stepped inside. Noticing that Rabbit Xiao Xin was awake, he hurried to her side, assisting her to sit up. "You're awake?" Hu Xiao gazed at the little female in his arms, his heart warming and softening. For reasons unknown, seeing Rabbit Xiao Xin filled him with an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he had finally found his place in life. How long have I slept?" Rabbit Xiao Xin felt as though she had been in slumber for an eternity. "Not long, merely a day and night," Hu Xiao replied, extending his hand to gently tend her long hair. In no time, he had woven a thick, long braid and placed it before her. Zabit Xiao Xin, with her stunning face still bearing traces of sleep, appeared adorably dazed. Her delicate face bore a subtle rosy hue, and her lips, perhaps swollen and dry from just waking, evoked an irresistible urge to kiss them. In truth, in certain respects, Hu Xiao never neglected his own desires. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, offering no chance for Tu Xiao Xin to react. Her misty eyes were momentarily clouded with astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure, wrapping her arms around his, surrendering herself to his advances. Jin, are you hungry? Shall we head downstairs for a meal?" Hu Xiao had no intention of letting Tu Xiao Xin go hungry. He considered her well-being, so even when she was asleep, he would rouse her to drink a nutritional supplement, striving to keep her from feeling too dazed. "Have you learned to cook?" Tu Xiao Xin asked in surprise. "It's not my cooking. It's Ah Chi's," Hu Xiao admitted reluctantly, unable to deny that Sun Chi's culinary skills far surpassed his own. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, pouting in displeasure. Upon seeing Hu Xiao's expression, Tu Xiao Xin couldn't help but laugh. However, she knew how to soothe his emotions. She opened her arms and said, "Why not carry me downstairs? I'm nearly starving." She touched her slightly rounded belly, realizing just how miraculous life in the beast world truly was. The gestation period was not only short, but no matter how much one exerted themselves during it, it was inconsequential, even aiding the offspring in acquiring more parental traits and abilities. It was simply astonishing, since she had also applied for maternity leave. Yet Hu Xiao was uncertain about the gender of the child in Tu Xiao Xin's womb. He fervently hoped for a daughter, but the probability of giving birth to a girl in the beast world was dismally low. He merely entertained the thought of having 2 males and 1 female. Tu Xiao Xin was entirely oblivious to the contraceptive pills he had taken. At his words, Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "How did you know?" "Just consider me someone with foresight," Tu Xiao Xin replied with a chuckle. "Huh, nonsense. I don't believe it. It must be that you possess some special ability, allowing you to discern the gender of the child within you without the aid of medical equipment." Sometimes, Hu Xiao's lack of intelligence proved beneficial, especially when it came to crafting a plausible lie. He excelled beyond any other male in this regard. Thus, there were reasons why Tu Xiao Xin was willing to have Hu Xiao as her first beast husband. Such a sweet and innocent partner was perfectly suited to take the lead. "Yes, my Hu Xiao is truly clever." Tu Xiao Xin nodded, her smile radiant. Hu Xiao grinned, proudly lifting his chin, and after a moment of playful arrogance, he lowered his head and scooped Tu Xiao Xin into his arms. Jin, let us go. I'll take you downstairs to eat." Carrying her felt effortless, as if she was weightless in his embrace, nestled against his solid chest. Listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, this life was something Tu Xiao Xin had never dared to imagine before. After all, her previous circumstances had been quite different. Chapter 34. The Empire's premier hacker before long. Hu Xiao descended the stairs with Tu Xiao Xin in his arms and entered the dining room. It was then that Tu Xiao Xin spotted an unexpected guest, though he was not entirely unanticipated, given their familiarity. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Hu Yuan, Tu Xiao Xin recalled a dream she had during her slumber, one that was rather suggestive, with Hu Yuan as the subject, which made her heart race upon waking. Hesitant to think of his face for fear of blushing. To her surprise, he now stood before her, causing her heart to quicken. Her cheeks flushed. While she had indeed planned to undertake the systematic task of childbirth, The mere sight of Hu Yuan stirred moral dilemmas within her. What's wrong? Don't you want to see me, little darling? You'll be seeing me often from now on, Hu Yuan declared, addressing her as little darling in a manner that startled Tu Xiao Exin, leaving her agape in astonishment, unable to comprehend the origin of such a term. Before she could respond, Sun Shi emerged from the kitchen with the final dish. Excellent. These are all dishes I have made before, Tu Xiao Exin noted, recognizing that only dishes Sun Shi had previously prepared would bear his signature taste, as he knew precisely how much seasoning to use and how long to cook them, which demonstrated his culinary wisdom. Jin, you may be unaware of the good deed this uncle and nephew have committed behind your back, Sun Shi thought to himself, contemplating how Hu Xiao had unwittingly included Hu Yuan in their household registry, pondering how this dimwit could invite someone so cunning into their home. Moreover, Hu Xiao believed he was in the right. What did you do? Tu Xiao Xin Inquit? Bui. Ha! Your first beast husband is quite impressive. While you were occupied with Sun Shi, he went ahead and brought in a husband, and it happens to be your own uncle, the system's voice chimed in, providing clarity to her confusion. Tu Xiao Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Hu Xiao, who held her somewhat awkwardly. Jin, you see, my uncle has always been a single male, and Her Majesty the Queen has urged him to marry. With no suitable candidates, I thought, why not help my formidable uncle? You don't mind, do you? Hu Xiao stammered, his gaze uncertain. Tu Xiao Xin stood in shock, her expression reflecting a mix of incredulity and disbelief. Ahem, I apologize. Little darling, I made this decision without consulting you. You aren't angry, are you? Some females could not accept their first beast husband making unilateral decisions, as such actions challenged the authority of the wife. Hu Yuan too felt a twinge of apprehension, his tone cautious. Upon hearing Hu Yuan's explanation, Sun Chi scoffed, casting a skeptical glance. Tu Xiao Xin hesitated, contemplating whether it was her place to question the appropriateness of this situation. After all, given his status, was it not expected for him to be the primary husband? The Empire's foremost aide taking on the role of a third beast husband? Who would believe such a tale? Hearing Tu Xiao Xin's retort, Hu Yuan sighed in relief. It's all right. If it's you, having a third beast husband is inconsequential. The tension in Hu Yuan's expression eased, replaced by his usual gentle smile. Sun Chi rolled his eyes, ready to voice his thoughts, but was met with a warning glare from both Hu Xiao and Hu Yuan. Sun Chi dismissed Hu Xiao's warning, for he feared no one who could not match him in strength or wit. His true concern lay with Hu Yuan, the cunning old fox. Let us eat, Tu Xiao Xin suggested, gesturing toward the table laden with dishes. The other three nodded in agreement and were about to sit down when the butler robot hurriedly entered from the front door. Masters, the Crown Prince is here. The robot's announcement caused the three males to furrow their brows, adopting a demeanor of impending conflict. Tu Xiao Xin, bewildered, asked, Who is the Crown Prince? I'll go take a look. Hu Yuan sighed, standing up and striding toward the entrance, evidently intending to block the visitor from entering. However, before he could exit the dining room, a tall and elegant figure appeared from outside. Upon raising her gaze, Tu Xiao Xin was struck by the sight of golden eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. Goodness, how can someone resemble a sculpture? She had thought that Hu Yuan, Sun Chi, and Hu Xiao were remarkable, but it seemed there were indeed others who surpassed them. Moreover, his naturally straight, deep azure hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, yet it seemed as though each strand possessed its own will, perpetually exuding an irresistible charm. This sight caused Tu Xiao Xin's heart to race uncontrollably, prompting her to decisively turn her head away to avoid the embarrassment of being captivated. However, the system had no intention of letting Tu Xiao Xin off the hook. Ding! High-quality male detected. Name, Long Zheng breed. Qinglong, age, 30, rank, pinnacle of 7th level. Background, first prince of the Interstellar Empire, #1 hacker in the Empire. What are you waiting for? If not now, then when? She knew better than to harbor expectations towards the system, yet it turned out to be one of her targets for conquest. Given her reclusive nature, attracting 4 males already was quite a feat. What would happen if she ventured outside? Would the system morph into a human trafficker? compelling her to bring more beast husbands home? Ahem. Host, life is tough enough. Excellent. The system eavesdropped on her thoughts again. Tu Xiao Xan rolled her eyes inwardly at the system, feigning ignorance of its presence as she bowed her head to focus on her food. Truth be told, she was quite famished. Once these males had ensnared her, they had made her reliant on nutritional fluids for sustenance. The sickeningly sweet taste of the fluids had led Tu Xiao Xin to question whether the creators of such concoctions had all but perished from purchasing sugar. Why was each bottle sweeter than the last? Long ago, I heard you got married. The Empress Mother specifically sent me to congratulate you and deliver a small gift. Long Zheng had anticipated that Hu Yuan would not easily allow him to meet his mate, so he hacked into the estate's identification system, successfully gaining entry. Aside from being the first prince of the empire, he was also the empire's foremost hacker. Chapter 35, You Overrate Me. There was no system or network he couldn't infiltrate. Was it a bit presumptuous to come uninvited? I haven't granted you entry yet, have I? Hu Yuan was not easily swayed by such tactics. After being friends for over 2 decades, he could decipher Long Zheng's intentions with the slightest hint. What relationship do we share? Your estate's identification system has long recorded my visage, so I simply opted to come in uninvited, Long Zheng replied with a mischievous smile. I've already deleted and reset the estate's identification system. Would Hu Yuan show this rascal any favor? Absolutely not. Really? Who designed your system? It seems poorly executed. How else could I have entered? Long Zheng feigned innocence. Hu Yuan was both amused and infuriated. Just as he was about to respond, he heard Hu Xiu cheerfully call out, Big Prince, would you like to join us for a meal? Upon hearing Hu Xiu's words, Hu Yuan felt murderous intent rise within him. This fool. Sure, a Xiu, you're much better company than your miserly uncle. Long Zheng eagerly circumvented Hu Yuan and made his way to the dining table. Finally, he caught a clear glimpse of the little female face that had been obscured by Hu Yuan. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the Interstellar Beast World, there were no unattractive females, as artificial reproduction allowed for the selection of superior genes. Most affluent females ensured their offspring were aesthetically pleasing. However, the little female before him was breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that even technology could not replicate. Long Zheng raised an eyebrow and took a seat. Another character reminiscent of Hu Yuan in the beginning. Thinking of Hu Yuan, Tu Xiao Xian decisively checked his favorability rating, only to discover it had remarkably reached 100. Including the 70 contributed by Sun Qi, she still had 170 draws left. Moreover, the system stated that the higher the rank of a beast husband, the greater the chance of drawing a golden card. At this thought, Tu Xiao Xian felt her mouth water, keeping her head down to conceal her excitement. She was startled when a pristine hand appeared before her. This pair of hands was undeniably exquisite. Indeed, handsome individuals were captivating from start to finish, their fingertips radiating an enchanting allure. Hello, I am Long Zheng, a good friend of Yuan. Long Zheng's self-introduction elicited an unrestrained scoff from Hu Yuan. Long Zheng, unfazed by Hu Yuan's reaction, smiled as he awaited Tu Xiao Xian's response. Finally lifting her head, she replied, Long Zheng, hello, I am Tu Xiao Xian, their mate. Du Xiao Xin, what a lovely name. Is your true form a rabbit? Long Zheng inquired with a smile, exuding an air of inscrutability. However, he appeared less threatening than Hu Yuan, prompting Tu Xiao Xian to approach him with caution. Indeed, my true form is a rabbit. This was something Tu Xiao Xian suspected they were already aware of. Ah, little rabbit, quite delightful. So you are here as the first prince, not unfamiliar with food. Yet none of it can compare to the delectable dishes before us. As you can see, I am dining, Tu Xiao Xian replied succinctly. Dining? Perhaps this term was somewhat foreign to Long Zheng. He gazed perplexedly at the colorful and aromatic array of dishes on the table. Would you care for some? Hu Xiu inquired before Tu Xiao Xian could speak. This left Hu Yuan and Sun Qi speechless. Was Hu Xiu unwell? Then I shall not hold back. Long Zheng was not one to feign politeness. He readily agreed to Hu Xiu's suggestion and gracefully took a seat, his every movement exuding the elegance befitting nobility. Tu Xiao Xian found Hu Xiu's actions puzzling and curiously glanced at him. Noticing her gaze, Hu Xiu looked back at her with an air of pride. as if seeking her praise. Tu Xiao Xin was uncertain about offering compliments, yet judging by Hu Yuan and Sun Shi's expressions, it seemed they were ready to devour someone alive. After Long Zheng settled in, Sun Shi and Hu Yuan, though irritated, said nothing and swiftly picked up their chopsticks to eat with a speed akin to a whirlwind. Nevertheless, they did not forget to serve Tu Xiao Xin. Realizing the atmosphere was amiss, Hu Xiu hastily joined in, grabbing his own chopsticks. Long Zheng, however, found himself in an awkward position. Xiu, you all have utensils. But am I to use my hands? I wouldn't mind, but you all might object. Upon hearing Long Zheng's words, Hu Xiu suddenly remembered he had neglected to prepare bowls and chopsticks for him. Wait, he exclaimed, quickly rising to fetch them from the kitchen. Individuals of higher status tended to be intelligent, and as the most favored prince of the Empress, Long Zheng's perceptiveness was exceptional. He quickly adapted, matching Hu Yuan's speed. Was it possible that individuals of high intelligence were inherently more capable than the average person? Tu Xiao Xin mused internally as she continued to eat. Good upbringing taught Long Zheng moderation, yet the dishes before him were irresistibly delicious. They were so delightful that he unwittingly indulged to the point of being half full. This was a novel experience for him. He yearned to be fully satisfied, but aside from Tu Xiao Xin, who was rather nonchalant, the other three were like ravenous wolves. The ravenous wolves had already raised the stakes, leaving him with no opportunity to savor even a single extra bite. His favorite dish remained a sweet and sour pork, its flavor perfectly balanced, providing a delightful experience that left Long Zheng feeling utterly content. With his eyes narrowed in delight, he smiled at Hu Yuan. Did you prepare all these dishes, Yuan? In Long Zheng's view, Hu Yuan was the most likely candidate to have cooked. Huh, you flatter me. It wasn't me. Hu Yuan replied coldly, dismissing the notion. I made them. I regret disappointing the prince. Sun Shi responded with an icy tone. Long Zheng was momentarily taken aback. You truly have hidden talents. I never would have guessed. There are many things you may not know. It is all thanks to my little female's teachings. Sun Shi remarked as he attempted to pull Tu Xiao Xin into his embrace affectionately. However, it was evident that Hu Yuan's speed was even greater. By the time Sun Shi's hand reached in front of Tu Xiao Xin, he missed entirely. Tu Xiao Xin had already been pulled into Hu Yuan's embrace. Hu Yuan lowered his head and rubbed against her soft hair, saying, My dear, you are so impressive, teaching Sun Shi so well. A group of onlookers was left speechless, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Tu Xiao Xin, who was being praised, wore a silent expression, thinking, if I could get up to cook, I would do it myself. Indeed, while Sun Shi was skilled, his culinary talents could not compare to hers. Next time, you should cook, Hu Yuan remarked, for he always preferred the delicacies prepared by Tu Xiao Xin. Chapter 36. Is this person unwell? The intimacy displayed by the two, oblivious to their surroundings, made Sun Shi and Hu Xiu feel envious. However, Hu Xiu, being astute, quickly grasped the implications of his uncle's actions. If Hu Yuan and Tu Xiao Xin were close, it could mean a share of the affection for himself. With this thought, he suddenly found himself no longer envious and began to grin foolishly. Sensi, upon seeing Hu Xiu's silly expression, lost all irritation, thinking, is this person unwell? His wife is almost enchanted into foolishness by a rival, and he can still be so cheerful? Long Zheng, meanwhile, observed the scene with a playful glint in his eyes. He then discerned another admirable trait in Tu Xiao Xin. Her temperament appeared exceptionally gentle, unlike most females. Her voice was melodious, soft, sweet, and delicate, a sound that seemed to resonate deep within one's bones. Furthermore, her demeanor was consistently warm and stable, a rarity in the entire star realm. Today, my dear is mine. You all have no objections, do you? Seeing Tu Xiao Xin's obedient demeanor, Hu Yuan felt his heart melt. Truly, she was his precious one. Sun Shi gritted his teeth, wondering what objections he could possibly have. If not for that female's predicament, he would have kept Tu Xiao Xin in his room for 7 days and nights. It seemed that the Prime Minister was quite busy, so I shall not disturb further. Long Zheng said with a smile as he rose, casting a scrutinizing glance at Tu Xiao Xen, his eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. Tu Xiao Xin quickly checked the favorability rating, which was glaringly high, compared to the favorability ratings given freely by Hu Yuan and the others. Long Zheng's had only ever been one since the beginning. Does Long Zheng dislike females? As the designated target of conquest, Tu Xiao Xin felt compelled to pay attention. Being reported by the system meant he was the system's chosen one, and it was best to secure him. That seems plausible. Apart from his mother, he harbors equal disdain for all females. Your favorability rating of 1 is already an unprecedented achievement in his eyes. Upon hearing the system's response, Tu Xiao Xin nodded, finding it rather challenging. Could you help me investigate his preferences? To pursue him effectively, she needed to understand his likes and dislikes. Of course, it will cost points. The system was not shy about demanding payment. Please, why do you think I want to know his preferences? And you are still counting this so meticulously? Do you want me to bear your children or not? Did the system even realize what it was saying? Points were a rare commodity, and with the impending birth of children, she had to be frugal. Each week, she needed to consume spiritual fruits, each costing at least 10 points, which weighed heavily on her. Although she had 170 draws left, she had no idea if they would yield any points. Host, one must sacrifice to reap rewards. The system's stance was unwavering. Such matters had to incur a fee. The two parties remained at an impasse until the system finally relented, agreeing to provide the information on the target for just 1 point. Considering that having a child would grant her 150 points, and each child would yield 1,000 points, she reluctantly spent the point. Subsequently, Tu Xiao Xin successfully learned about the target's background and preferences. To her surprise, he had a fondness for sweets, though not the excessively sugary kind found in the Star Realm, but rather those that were sweet yet not cloying. His favorite treats were the spiritual fruits, and as a prince, indulging in expensive fruits was not a significant expense for him. He simply enjoyed their pure, natural sweetness. After perusing the entire profile, Tu Xiao Xin knew exactly where to begin. The four males remained oblivious to what Tu Xiao Xin was doing, merely watching as she fiddled with the buttons on Hu Yuan's shirt, appearing utterly bored. Long Zheng, uninterested in witnessing the affectionate display between Hu Yuan and his little female, turned to leave. Once he departed, Sun Qi and Hu Xiu drew closer to Tu Xiao Xin, each taking hold of one of her hands and playing with it. Tu Xiao Xin fell silent, bewildered by the situation. With her innocent big eyes, she looked up at the three imposing men surrounding her, marveling at their godlike features. Realizing they were truly favored by the beast gods, "I'll prepare something else for you to try. I plan to earn some star coins from this." As she spoke, Tu Xiao Xin withdrew her hand and began to explore the functions of her wristband. It was no wonder that the wristbands in the Star Realm were remarkably powerful. One device combined the functions of a phone, tablet, computer, and television. Truly remarkable. Having been here for some time, she had not truly explored this world. Why did she need to earn star coins? Was what they provided insufficient? Observing the conscientiousness of these beast realm men utterly eclipsed that of men on earth. With heartfelt sincerity, Tu Xiao Xin raised her gaze to the three men before her, saying, "The star coins you provide are yours. I once claimed to be noble and refused to use them, but I enjoy earning my own money. Can you understand that?" The three exchanged glances, not perceiving her words as greedy. To them, her sentiment was refreshing. It was astonishing to encounter a female who preferred to earn her own income. "So, how do you plan to make money?" Hu Yuan seemed to grasp Tu Xiao Xin's intentions, prompting him to inquire. "I want to sell some food. Are there any permits or requirements?" Tu Xiao Xin gestured towards the kitchen, knowing that her culinary skills were her strongest asset. In her past life, she had been a chef, skilled in both Western and Chinese cuisines. Even traditional Chinese pastries and Western cakes were within her expertise. It had been rumored that someone had sold such delicacies online. Let me investigate what specific preparations are necessary. The Star Realm also has its own regulations. Not just anything can be sold online. Unlike Earth in the Star Realm, once you purchase an item online and take a photo, the item disintegrates within the material of the wristband and reappears in the buyer's hands. Chapter 37. I will help you investigate. This remarkable technology allows one to do everything from home, even eliminating the need for delivery fees. It is indeed one of the most extraordinary inventions of the star realm. Many alien races have attempted to breach this technology, but to no avail. Some races have repeatedly waged war, endeavoring to force the Empire to concede and share this technology. Yet the Empire remains vigilant, ensuring that this technology remains out of their grasp. Even their frantic attempts to acquire discarded wristbands for analysis yield no results. Will this trouble you? Tu Xiao Xian asked. Hu Yuan chuckled softly. Why would you think that? You are my beloved wife, if you do not trouble me. Who else could you turn to for help? I will assist you in your inquiries, Sun Qi interjected, unwilling to be outdone. So, Jin, are you planning to sell these dishes you have prepared? Hu Xiao inquired with curiosity. No, I do not wish to sell these items. I aspire to create cakes and desserts instead, Tu Xiao Xian replied candidly, shaking her head. With the transfer of Hu Yuan's and the other's assets to her name, acquiring points in the mall system would merely be a matter of direct exchange. There were ample points available, and one need not bear children to achieve financial freedom. However, who would complain about having too much money? Wealth signifies the ability to procure anything one desires. Tu Xiao Xian had perused some unique items in the system's marketplace. These items were attribute-enhancing products, which, upon purchase, would augment her specific attributes. This was what intrigued Tu Xiao Xian the most. Yet, those items were exorbitantly priced. They surpassed even the cost of prenatal pills and spiritual fruits. According to the system, those attribute values would accompany Tu Xiao Xian for a lifetime. If all went well, given her health, she could easily live for 300 to 400 years. The mere thought of such longevity made Tu Xiao Xian deem it essential to enhance her attributes. Cakes? The three looked at her in confusion, failing to comprehend. I will prepare them for you this afternoon. You should rest for now. Since Tu Xiao Xian had resolved to win over Long Zheng, she would inevitably expand her own endeavors as well. After all, she was a woman who had traversed into another world and would not simply languish like the females here. Aren't you going to take a nap? Hu Yuan raised an eyebrow, pulling the newly awakened Tu Xiao Xian back into his embrace. Tu Xiao Xian was taken aback. No way. Cakes are quite challenging to make. Compared to the relatively simple dishes, the process for cakes is indeed more intricate. More importantly, she had yet to discern what flavor of cake Long Zheng would prefer, planning to try a variety. Thus, her workload was considerable. Then perhaps you should delay it. A few days won't matter. Once I understand the necessary documents for this matter, we can proceed with the preparations, Hu Yuan asserted, effortlessly lifting Tu Xiao Xian and carrying her toward the staircase to the second floor. Since she could only stand by, clenching his fists, while Hu Xiao's eyes brightened, following suit. Hu Yuan, noticing Hu Xiao's movement, silently inhaled sharply. This unfortunate lad knew how to provoke him. However, this was a promise he had made, and it seemed he would have to resort to extraordinary measures. She knew it. She had known that the males of this beast world were not to be trifled with, especially after such an extended period of acquaintance. She had not anticipated that Hu Yuan would initially accept serving alongside Hu Xiao. This truly challenged her perceptions, but what surprised her more was that after just one round, Hu Xiao had succumbed to slumber, unconscious. What followed was her being treated like a doll by Hu Yuan, bathed, and then moved to the floor, where the bedding was changed before she was placed back onto the bed. This led to several days and nights of tumult. She was genuinely astonished. She nearly lost track of time, only to awaken one day, her body aching intensely. She had to purchase pills from the marketplace to alleviate her discomfort. This won't do. You all promised me. I want to make cakes. And have you even done anything productive these days? After giving herself a moment to eat, the three men took turns trying to coax her upstairs. Learning from experience, Tu Xiao Xian firmly grasped a pillar, refusing to budge. She would not go upstairs. No matter what, the three men's plans crumbled, and they could only sigh in resignation. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Qi said, Jin, I have taken care of the tasks you assigned. You only need to get a health checkup to obtain a health certificate. I have already arranged for an expedited process. We just need to find a time to go together. Tu Xiao Xian was overjoyed upon hearing Sun Qi's words. Really? I thought my grand plans were still far off. She had not expected such progress. Of course, your matters have always been my top priority. Unlike certain males who promise much yet constantly distract you with frivolous pursuits. The indirect criticism was blatant. Hu Yuan scoffed lightly, not taking it to heart. Meanwhile, Hu Xiu felt regret. Had he been too excessive in the past? Why did he keep fainting after just one round lately? He found it embarrassing to even think about it. Would Jin ever disdain him? That simply couldn't happen. He was determined to strengthen his body to ensure Jin's happiness. That is not the case. For the males of the beast world, nothing is more important than children. Since I can bear them, they naturally hope I can give birth to their offspring. This was indisputable. My Jin is simply too kind. Let us go. We shall obtain your health certificate, and once that is done, we will take care of the other documents as well. Sun Qi said, lifting Tu Xiao Xin into his embrace and hoisting her onto his shoulders. Du Xiao Xin, petite as she was, felt entirely comfortable sitting on Sun Qi's shoulder. In fact, she felt like a charming little accessory. Tu Xiao Xin marveled at the experience. Sen Si, without hesitation, carried her away. Hu Xiu quickly followed suit. However, Hu Yuan chose not to pursue them. He saw no reason to compete with these childish males for time spent with Tu Xiao Xin. Instead of quibbling over trivial matters, he preferred to contemplate how to entice Tu Xiao Xin into his room tonight. Sun Qi did not wish for Hu Xiu to follow, but alas, Hu Xiu was the primary beast husband. In Chapter 38, like-minded, their respective positions dictated that he had no choice but to agree. Thus, the three of them squeezed into a flying vehicle, both Sun Qi and Hu Xiu casting disapproving glances at each other. You both are causing me great distress. Tu Xiao Xin sighed, feeling like a sandwich caught between them. Both men, startled, turned their attention to her. Jin, what has happened? They asked in unison. You are all my beast husbands, my dearest family. Seeing you at odds troubles me more than anyone else. Naturally, it was best if they could coexist peacefully. Who could endure constant arguments between their men? This was only among three of them. If she would wed all the men designated by the system, it would surely lead to chaos. Tu Xiao Xin shuddered at the thought of such a tumultuous scene. Will Jin be unhappy? Sun Qi asked, perplexed, as other females would relish having their males compete for their attention. In fact, many females took pleasure in having their beast husbands fight to earn the right to spend the night with them. Yet, Jin claimed it would sadden her. Yes, I have said that you are family to me. Do you understand the meaning of family? In the beast world, there was no real concept of family, only that of kinship. Is being a family merely living together under one roof? Hu Xiu replied, somewhat confused. Not entirely. Well, we share no blood relation. We have become a family living under one roof because of me. In the future, our cubs will refer to you as the first and second beast fathers. You are the fathers of my children, connected by blood to my offspring. That is why you are family. The meaning of family transcends the traditional notion of kinship. It embodies a bond that is more profound than mere blood relations. After expressing this sentiment, Tu Xiao Xin extended her hands to grasp one from each of them, allowing their three hands to overlap with hers nestled in between. She conveyed warmth and strength through her palms and the backs of her hands, imparting the essence of what it means to be family. Instantly, Sun Qi and Hu Xiu's gazes softened, and they declared that their Jin was the finest female in the entire interstellar realm. Jin, we understand now, they exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Indeed, they had grown up together, sharing the bond of the closest friends since childhood. Once he shed his competitive thoughts regarding Sun Qi, Hu Xiu realized that their relationship was that of true brotherhood. Prior to his encounter with the Asii, he too had believed Sun Qi was his best friend. Sun Qi, however, felt rather uncomfortable, lacking Hu Xiu's carefree demeanor. Jiaxi, is that the one from our previous encounter? Tu Xiao Xin raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes. Thankfully, it was you. Otherwise, I would have truly lost my mind. He recalled the state he found himself in upon waking that day, feeling as if the world had collapsed around him. Grateful that no one was present inside or outside the room, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely a dream induced by medication. Indeed, how fortunate it was that it was me. Otherwise, my Chi would have been so distressed. Tu Xiao Xin gently cupped Sun Chi's face in her hands. I must say, it's pleasantly cool to the touch. Indeed, the sensation of a serpentine beastman's skin was remarkably comforting in the summer. I've already explained. I merely sought the assistance of the Ci to alleviate your psychic turmoil. I never intended for you to engage with the Ci in any manner. How was I to know those rogue males would drug you? Hushio was too exasperated to explain further. Do you think I am so indiscreet? I dislike females myself. Why would I push you toward them? That day, I was also intoxicated and unaware of what transpired. Let us forget the past. What is done is done. Let us look forward, Tu Xiao Xin interjected, halting their trivial quarrel. There was indeed no need to continue arguing over events that had already passed. All right, I'll heed Jin's words and refrain from arguing with you in the future. Sun Chi relented, setting aside his pride, though still slightly awkward, unwilling to meet Hushio's gaze. Understanding Sun Chi's nature, Hushio didn't take offense. Instead, he pulled Tu Xiao Xin's hand and rested his chin on it, saying, I too wish for Jin to touch me. Adhering to the principle of fairness, Tu Xiao Xin decided to support each of their chins with one hand, beginning to stroke them affectionately. Perhaps due to Hushio's feline nature, he relished the sensation of Tu Xiao Xin caressing his chin, tilting his head back and emitting a soothing, purring sound from deep within his throat. Noticing Hushio's demeanor, Tu Xiao Xin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking, Shall I rub your ears as well? Is that truly permissible? Hushio's eyes lit up, gazing eagerly at Tu Xiao Xin. Of course. She nodded. Hushio shook his head, and his beastly ears sprang forth, seemingly possessing a will of their own, appearing and retracting at will. Upon seeing Hushio's ears, Tu Xiao Xin was reminded of how Hu Yuan used to reveal his ears for her to pet, and would occasionally display his tail for her to grasp. The memory made her cheeks flush. Yet, she was genuinely curious to compare the texture of Hushio's ears with those of Hu Yuan, so she reached out to touch them. To her astonishment, she discovered that Hushio's ears were far softer than Hu Yuan's, possessing a delightful, kitten-like quality. Does Jin prefer males with long fur like those females? Sun Chi, observing Tu Xiao Xin's captivated expression, felt a pang of jealousy, as if he were on the verge of drowning in a vat of vinegar. Nonsense. I cherish you both equally, Tu Xiao Xin insisted, resolutely denying any favoritism. It is worth noting that before her relationship with Sun Chi, she had harbored a genuine fear of snakes, those cold-blooded creatures. However, Sun Chi was no ordinary serpent. He was a snake beast man, endowed with human emotions and personality traits, transcending the traditional definition of a cold-blooded animal. More importantly, he offered the free air conditioning of summer. Who could possibly resist that? Tu Xiao Xin's words delighted Sun Chi, prompting him to flick his tail, resting his glossy black tail on her lap, encouraging her to treat them with equal affection. Gazing at the tail, which was thicker than her own legs, she felt faint. Thankfully, Sun Chi had a flair for creativity in that regard, finding immense joy in using his serpentine tail to brush against her body, a sensation that was undeniably exhilarating. Consequently, as she grew accustomed to it, the sight of the tail became less intimidating. Chapter 39. Indeed, not simple. Suppressing the tingling sensation that coursed through her, Tu Xiao Xin freed one hand and began to gently caress the scales of Sun Chi's tail. The sensation nearly made Sun Chi cry out. The driver in front wore an expression of envy, feeling an immense admiration for Sun Chi and Hushio, marveling at their extraordinary fortune in having such a gentle and amiable partner. In contrast, a typical female would likely be irritated by such overt displays of affection from their beastly partners. Yet, not only did she maintain her serene demeanor and seek to mediate their petty disputes, but she also set aside her pride as a partner to soothe their emotions. It must be said, she embodied the very essence of a model female. More importantly, this petite female was stunningly beautiful, exuding a delicate and soft charm that surpassed many females who appeared more robust than their male counterparts. The more the driver contemplated, the more envious he became. leading him to accelerate, ensuring they arrived at the documentation hall ahead of schedule. When they were dropped off, the trio found themselves in a state of bewilderment. What? Why did we arrive so quickly today? Indeed, Sun Qi and Hu Xiao, still longing for Tu Xiao Xian's gentle touches, were caught off guard by their abrupt exit from the vehicle. Isn't it better to arrive early? Du Xiao xin in guit, pu dao. Sun Qi looked at his legs, which had transformed back into their bipedal form upon being ejected from the car, wearing an irritated expression. I much preferred the sensation of my tail. However, due to city regulations, transforming in public was akin to behaving indecently, warranting a visit to the authorities. As for Hu Xiao, he also retracted his beastly ears. Only Jin was allowed to see them, and no other female could take advantage. Tu Xiao Xian remained oblivious to their thoughts, relieved to have finally arrived, lest her fingers become sore from the prolonged wait. Joyfully pulling them into the documentation hall, an hour later, Tu Xiao Xian emerged, clutching a substantial stack of certificates. So efficient, she had expected to undergo a thorough medical examination at a hospital, but the documentation hall had a scanning machine that assessed her from head to toe. It was astounding. Even minor ailments hidden within her could be detected with clarity, under the nourishment of those spiritual fruits and the waters of the spatial spirit spring. Her physique was as robust as that of an ox, and she was not at all inferior to the males of this world. This revelation astonished both Sun Qi and Hu Xiao, who accompanied her into the scanning machine. They began to mentally strategize, realizing that they could no longer relent when Tu Xiao Xian pleaded for mercy. Clearly, her health was exceptional. This scanning machine would be her first trial. After completing the examination, the report was ready within minutes. She approached the window with the report, and after a series of operations, her permits for selling food online were successfully processed. Naturally, a guarantor was required, and the guarantor needed to possess a certain level of renown. Without hesitation, Sun Qi and Hu Xiao filled in Hu Yuan's name. Hu Yuan was a name that resonated thunderously throughout the main city. As the staff delved into the relationship details between Hu Yuan and Tuxiaxin, they were taken aback, utterly astonished. It was hard to believe their own eyes. However, upon seeing Tuxiaxin, they understood why Hu Yuan was captivated by her. Her beauty was exquisite, akin to the dolls that children play with. Such a visage was indeed on par with the Empire's foremost strategist. After sending Hu Yuan a message inquiring whether he would agree to be Tuxiaxin's guarantor, he responded almost instantaneously with an affirmative. Consequently, the necessary documentation was processed with remarkable ease. I'll keep these for you. Hu Xiao acknowledged his lesser fame compared to Hu Yuan, yet he relished the unassailable position of being the first beast husband. With delight, he retrieved a few certificates from Tuxiaxin's grasp, quickly scanning them before placing them into his storage ring. Senki scoffed, thinking that being the first beast husband was essentially akin to being a housekeeper. What was there to boast about? So can I sell my little cakes online now? Tuxiaxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to the two men beside her. Of course, they replied in unison. Tuxiaxin hopped in delight. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Xiao, Qi, do you think people will actually buy what I sell? She believed that in this culinary desert of the star realms, her business would surely flourish. Absolutely. My Jin is the best. Hu Xiao, an ardent supporter of Tuxiaxin, offered unwavering encouragement. Tuxiaxin beamed with joy, her face blooming a rosy hue. Well then, shall we head home now? You need to bake some cakes for this department. Once they approve, you can sell them online. Apart from the required documentation, final verification by another department was essential to ensure the safety and nutrition of the products being sold. Tuxiaxin had already perused the guidelines for opening an online store and was well aware of the procedures. Nodding in agreement, she happily returned home with Senki and Hu Xiao. Upon arriving home, Tuxiaxin dove headfirst into the kitchen, embarking on her cake-making venture. She crafted a 10-inch cake in one go, using ingredients she had discreetly smuggled from the system's marketplace. They remained oblivious to her methods, as she cleverly disguised her actions by directly binding a shopping robot, purchasing the items and transmitting photos for delivery. This way, no one could question the origins of her supplies. Tuxioxin believed her plan was flawless. Yet it fell entirely within Hu Yuan's watchful gaze. He sat outside the kitchen on a dining chair, stroking his chin as he observed Tuxioxin flitting about like a cheerful little bird. Indeed, his little female was remarkable. The items she presented bore no semblance to what one would expect in the beast realm. But what did it matter? He would ensure that no one could uncover her secrets. He had already blocked the main city surveillance, preventing it from scrutinizing their homes' every move. Thus, he effectively safeguarded their privacy. During her absence, he had also masked all unusual footage related to Tuxioxin. While his hacking skills could not rival Long Zhang's, he was nonetheless renowned as the top strategist in the Star Realms. Just because he refrained from certain actions did not imply he was incapable of them. Tonight's dinner naturally featured Tuxioxin's cake. An experienced cook, she had not baked in over a decade, yet her skills remained sharp, making the process feel effortless and smooth. By dinner time, 4 fruit cakes graced the table. Are these for sale, or are we eating them? Senki inquired as Tuxioxin arranged the cakes. First, let you try them. If you deem them acceptable, I shall list them online, Tuxioxin replied, unwilling to wager without certainty. The sweetness of each cake varied, as she was concerned that the beast realm's palate might differ from that of Europeans, who had an insatiable sweet tooth. Thus, she categorized the cakes into low, medium, and high sweetness levels. The 3 exchanged glances, then picked up forks to sample the cakes before them. Senki closed his eyes to savor the texture, finding it soft and cloud-like, infused with a subtle egg flavor but lacking in sweetness, rather bland. Hushio raised an eyebrow. Not at all. It's quite sweet, even bordering on overwhelming. My flavor is balanced, sweet but not cloying, similar to what Senki described, Hu Yuan remarked, taking another bite. Senki and Hushio exchanged knowing looks and decisively sampled Hu Yuan's cake. Their eyes lit up. The flavor was simply magnificent. Oh my, this is undoubtedly the best food in the entire Star Realm. Hushio exclaimed, his surprise genuine. I'm glad you enjoy it, Tuxioxin said, gaining confidence. She had discerned the general consensus regarding sweetness, realizing it hovered between the preferences of her homeland and that of Europeans. The cake before her mirrored the delightful texture of Hu Yuan's. Without further ado, they commenced a cake-eating contest. Don't hog it. I still have one here, Tuxioxin remarked, taking the low-sweetness cake from Senki's side and indulging in a bite. My goodness, I feel rejuvenated. I thought I would never taste such delicious food again. I'm so moved, Senki noted, observing Tuxioxin's reaction. After satisfying her hunger with a few bites, Tuxioxin hurried back to the kitchen. I'll make another to submit for review, she declared, rolling up her sleeves to continue her work. Senki, having also devoured a few bites, rushed to assist her. It must be said that Senki possessed a natural culinary talent. He learned quickly and adapted well. Previously, it was his assistance that allowed them to finish 4 cakes so swiftly. Before long, a 5th cake, uniquely shaped and adorable, caught their attention. Oh, what a cute cake. Is it a little tiger? Hushio and Hu Yuan exclaimed, intrigued by the tiger design Tuxioxin crafted. The previously made cakes had all been devoured by the 2 of them. Although Hushio's cake was a tad too sweet, it did not detract from its delightful taste. With beastmen having larger appetites, it was only natural that he consumed more. Using cream to create animal designs on cakes is a fundamental skill for a baker, Tuxioxin explained. She had not focused on aesthetics previously, as her priority was testing the sweetness level. Jean even made me a little cake with a snake on it, Senki boasted, presenting a small cake adorned with a lively little black snake. Hu Yuan and Hushio's expressions soured at the sight. And you 2 have devoured so many cakes. You're still not full? Tuxioxin questioned incredulously, having witnessed their voracious appetite. Hushio had even licked the bottom clean. Full? How can we be full? They lamented. Well then, since Achi hasn't eaten much, he can help me out. I'll go transmit this. Rabbit Xiaoxin eagerly anticipated witnessing the fruits of her labor. After arranging the cake, she initiated the transmission process with her wristband. In the instant she pressed the shutter, the cake vanished from sight. Several dozen kilometers away, in the review department, a group of beastmen gathered around a table, upon which lay the small, tiger-shaped cake that Rabbit Xiaoxin had sent. Is this edible? It feels so artisanal. Indeed, What kind of food is this exquisite? Can we actually eat this little tiger cub on top? The sender assured us that it is all consumable. When did our interstellar realm come to possess such delicate cuisine? What's its name again? It seems to be called a cake. Cake? Yes, the aroma of goo goo dawn is profoundly rich. Shall we inspect it first and then purchase it to taste? The price isn't exorbitant. It's merely 160 star coins. 160? That is quite reasonable. Let us scan it. The group swiftly agreed and picked up their devices to scan the cake. The results displayed that the cake was non-toxic and delicious. Upon seeing the unexpected word delicious, the beast men were taken aback. Could the inspection device be malfunctioning? Can those two words truly appear on the scanner? Let us try another device for verification. They tested several scanners, all yielding the same result. The beast men's gaze towards the cake transformed from skepticism to fervor. If even the scanner proclaimed its deliciousness, could it surpass the taste of high-grade nutritional supplements? After a brief discussion, they promptly contacted the sender and, having paid 160 star coins, eagerly leaned towards the cake. Just as they were about to indulge their curiosity, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. What is this? Startled by the voice, they turned stiffly towards the source. No way. Why is this fellow here? Is our delicacy still hidden from him? The cake is a food item that a small female intended to sell online. One of the beast men quickly explained. Is that so? Have you inspected it? Can we eat it? The other raised an eyebrow, increasingly recognizing the little tiger on the cake. Why does this silly appearance resemble a certain tiger? It could be eaten. The scanner indicated it is delicious. One beast man excitedly explained. Just as he finished, he was met with several murderous glances from the others. Those looks seemed to say, "Is it just you who has a mouth?" The beast man, under scrutiny, swallowed hard. Is that so? Let me give it a try. As anticipated, the other picked up a nearby fork, scooped a bite, and brought it to his mouth. Chapter 41. The heartfelt bento plan, the moment the cream melted in his mouth. A radiant gleam enveloped his eyes. He could hardly believe the delightful flavors relayed by his tongue. Your Highness, how is it? What does it taste like? The beastmen gazed at him expectantly, awaiting his response. Well, the taste is mediocre, the scanner exaggerated. As he spoke, he directly lifted the entire cake away. The beastman who had paid was left dumbfounded. Wait, Your Highness, you didn't pay. I bought it. How much? I'll transfer you. Long Zheng said as he slyly tucked the cake into his embrace. Next time this food comes, make sure to inform me first. Wait, Your Highness, didn't you say it wasn't delicious? The previously silly beast man remarked again. The other beast men were too exasperated to comment, questioning how someone with such low intelligence ended up in the review department. Long Zheng cast a glance at him and turned to leave, thinking that next time, if they send more over, he would know the price when he pays. After saying this, he left the review room, cake in hand, while the other beastmen glared at the garrulous beastman. One by one, they began to stretch, their intentions clear. Affection 10, shortly after the first cake was sold. The system's notification rang in Rabbit Xiaoxin's mind. She glanced at the objects of the increased affection, her expression one of confusion. What is Long Zheng thinking at this late hour? After she had skillfully fended off those three men to gain her rest, she was unexpectedly jolted awake by the notification. He tasted the cake you made and absolutely loved it. The system's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Rabbit Xiaoxin felt her drowsiness vanish. He knows it was made by me? I don't know, the system replied defiantly. Then how is the affection increasing? Rabbit Xiaoxin pondered, perplexed as to why the affection soared without reason, now reaching 52%. This left her feeling somewhat anxious. He has developed curiosity and admiration for the cake's creator, unable to believe that someone in the interstellar world could possess such culinary skills to create such delectable desserts. It's well known that desserts in the interstellar realm are often quite lackluster. Since you made the cake, the affection naturally accumulates towards him. So when he eventually discovers you are the creator, it will only maintain a normal growth in affection. The system's explanation seemed rational, and Rabbit Xiaoxin found it acceptable. Oh, I see. In that case, I should make a few more cakes to take to Hu Yuan for him to enjoy at work. If she wasn't mistaken, Hu Yuan worked in the same place as Long Zheng. Great idea. Hu Yuan's workplace has other targets for strategy as well. Moreover, that individual is notoriously difficult to pursue, being an absolute vegetarian and suffering from anorexia, making the challenge more complex than dealing with a sweet-toothed prince. You could prepare some vegetarian meals to bring for Hu Yuan. The system's words left Rabbit Xiaoxin in disbelief. If that's the case, this main city truly is my task sanctuary. I can strategize so many targets without even leaving home. Reflecting on this, she opened the alarm settings on her wristband, deciding to rise early tomorrow to prepare a bento for Hu Yuan to enjoy at work. There was no alternative. Hu Yuan was reluctant to go to work, but alas, he had no maternity leave to take. He could only hope that after Rabbit Xiaoxin gives birth to these two children, he would definitely want to secure a spot for the next child, thus allowing him to take maternity leave. After setting the alarm and resolving her determination, Rabbit Xiaoxin cocooned herself in her blanket like a silkworm and drifted off into a blissful sleep. When Rabbit Xiaoxin awoke, it was to the sound of the alarm. After getting up, she glanced at the reminder on the clock and hurriedly donned her clothes and coat before rushing downstairs to begin cooking. Hu Yuan was the first to awaken among the three males, perhaps due to being slightly older than the other two, resulting in a more regular routine. He had anticipated that the little female would sleep in, but was surprised to find her already bustling in the kitchen. "Little cutie, why are you up so early?" As Hu Yuan entered the kitchen, he wrapped his arms around Rabbit Xiaoxin from behind. "I'm making you a bento," Rabbit Xiaoxin replied cheerfully. Hu Yuan looked puzzled. "A bento? Aren't you going to work as well?" "It's too troublesome to rush back for lunch, so I prepared some bento for you to take to work," Rabbit Xiaoxin explained, adding that she had already prepared dessert and was now working on the main course. Hearing this, Hu Yuan felt his eyes welling with warmth. No female had ever treated him so well, not even his own beast mother. Lowering his gaze to Rabbit Xiaoxin, he adjusted her posture, lifted her into his arms, and finally kissed her ruby lips. "Don't be silly. There's still stuff cooking in the pot." Rabbit Xiaoxin raised her hand to cover his mouth. "You must have already used up all your vacation days, right?" "You know," Hu Yuan gritted his teeth, regretting that his leave was insufficient. Just a few days ago, he had used his annual leave to be with Rabbit Xiaoxin. Currently, there are no holidays available. "I vaguely heard you called in sick." Tu Xiaoxin is now too hesitant to move. The men of this beastly world are not to be trifled with. Just a kiss has left Hu Yuan in a state of uncontrollable excitement. If he moves even slightly more, he might find himself facing dire consequences. "It seems I have not exerted enough effort." Hu Yuan chuckled softly, "Just enough for you to hear my voice on the phone." "How annoying. Put me down quickly." Tu Xiaoxin playfully protested, her cheeks flushed, urging Hu Yuan to let her go. Hu Yuan was reluctant but complied obediently, setting her down. "I have prepared a dessert for you. If the meal isn't sufficient, you can enjoy some cake afterward," Tu Xiaoxin remarked, pointing to the neatly packed sweets beside her. "No worries. If I'm still hungry, I can just drink another nutrient solution," Hu Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Males are not so delicate. You are my beastly husband, and you may indulge. Since I have chosen to cook for you, I must ensure your hunger is satisfied. If I cannot fill your stomach, how can I claim to be your wife?" Tu Xiaoxin stood once again at the stove, wielding a frying pan with unparalleled finesse, flames dancing around her, captivating Hu Yuan's gaze. For some unknown reason, Tu Xiaoxin exuded a remarkable confidence while at the stove, as if enveloped in a radiant glow. Chapter 42. Thus, spoiled by affection, little darling. Don't you worry that spoiling me will lead to my arrogance? Hu Yuan remained in the kitchen, choosing to assist Tu Xiaoxin with tidying up. In the past, he would have scoffed at such chores, but now, as long as he could be with Tu Xiaoxin, these tasks felt remarkably soothing. "Then I shall be spoiled," Tu Xiaoxin responded nonchalantly. Hu Yuan gazed deeply at her profile. "Little darling, your actions stir my possessive thoughts." Yet, he dared not voice his innermost feelings, knowing well that she would not wish for him to do so. How bothersome. Fortunately, there are only Sinchi and Hu Xiao, two little rascals, so they are easy to handle. Tu Xiaoxin had a clever plan, preparing extra vegetarian dishes for Hu Yuan. She had gauged his appetite, ensuring he would have enough to eat, thereby allowing that nameless strategist to savor her cooking. As for the cake, Her cake from yesterday had been purchased by the review department. The Grand Prince had probably caught a whiff of it and would likely end up with the small cake as well. Thus, she felt no worry whatsoever, as a skilled hunter understands the value of patience. After packing all the food, Tu Xiaoxin instructed Hu Yuan on how to heat it, ensuring he would have a warm meal. Hu Yuan paid close attention, memorizing all her instructions before happily heading out with the food, as it was nearly time for work. He used to find a day's time quite tedious, but now, with the Xiaoxin's meals, each day held a promise of anticipation. After all, the morning work hours were only 3, and then came the long-awaited lunch break. Previously, he couldn't eat during lunch, as the nutrient solutions had made him nauseous. Now, he could feast on the dishes prepared by his little darling, along with dessert. Heaven! He felt like the happiest male in this interstellar beast world. Longjing noticed that Hu Yuan was unusually lively today, seemingly buoyed by an unseen wind, with a joyous expression and light steps, even humming a tune as he entered the department. Longjing observed from the shadows, his attention drawn to the large bundle Hu Yuan was carrying. What could those be? Indeed, Hu Yuan could have easily stored the lunch Tu Xiaoxin prepared for him in his hand ring. Yet he wanted everyone to know what a wonderful wife he had. Would their wives ever concern themselves about their husbands not being able to handle nutrient solutions? Preparing lunch and dessert for them? Certainly not. Hey, Lord First Assistant, what do you have there? Longjing, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. How do you know my wife prepared food for me? She worries that I might only drink nutrient solutions for lunch, Hu Yuan cheerfully explained upon hearing the question. The other's expressions froze, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Was he truly asking that? Ahem. Lord First Assistant, are you married? Why was there no wedding? You already have a wife? Heavens. Their Lord First Assistant is married. Yes, we registered, but have not held a wedding ceremony yet. My wife is quite introverted and shy. She said she would prefer to wait until she feels comfortable. He wished to give to Xiaoxin a grand ceremony, but regrettably, she was not inclined. She even preferred to stay hidden at home rather than appear in public. Her need for Xinqi and Hu Xiu to follow her everywhere was evident. More importantly, she only ventured outside for essential matters, favoring her time at the villa over the outside world, often dreaming of farming. Is that so? A wife with such a personality must be wonderful. Introverted and shy. Is she perhaps an alpha? Indeed, my wife is the best in the world. Hu Yuan's face brimmed with pride at the mention of Tu Xiaoxin. The expressions of those around him grew increasingly complex. Is that so? Why does it feel as though I've been unceremoniously splashed with dog food? Lord First Assistant, you seem particularly cheerful today. Longjing could no longer listen in silence and stepped out from the shadows. Upon seeing Longjing, Hu Yuan immediately suppressed his smile, lifting a hand to place the items into his hand ring. Grand Prince, you're here early. He put on a forced smile, noticing Hu Yuan's vigilance. Longjing raised an eyebrow. Surely he didn't think that by doing so, he could conceal what he had brought? How naive. He had plenty of time. Come lunchtime, he would follow him. Unless Hu Yuan hid away at home, there was no escaping him. Good morning, Yuan. Before the Grand Prince could say anything, a languid voice chimed in. The voice carried a hint of fatigue, and as they looked up, a tall, slender man with snow-white hair appeared in their view. Now, that was a rarity. What brought the National Master to work today? This elusive figure often seen only in the hospital was making an appearance? The reason for his elusiveness was that he was a frequent visitor to the hospital, often fainting due to his refusal to consume nutrient solutions. Just discharged from the hospital. The Empress sent me here, the white-haired man replied, his face bearing a pallor distinct from other males, marked by a sense of fragility. Yet despite this, his ethereal beauty and aura placed him among the most striking men, rivaling the Grand Prince and Hu Yuan. National Master, why are you not consuming nutrient solutions again? This is not good for you. Longjing stepped forward, knowing the National Master was a vital member of their empire and one of the most formidable 8th-tier powerhouses. Had it not been for his peculiar aversion to food, he would have likely broken through to the 9th tier long ago. I understand the reasoning, but I simply detest the taste of nutrient solutions. They are dreadful. He would rather endure the pain of countless needles than drink those horrid nutrient solutions again. Longjing sighed, but quickly turned his gaze back to Hu Yuan. Why are you looking at me? Hu Yuan asked, his expression unreadable. If I remember correctly, doesn't T. Yersin Chi cook? Have him prepare something for the national master. You both work under the same roof and are childhood friends. Long Zheng is the kind of person who would use Hu Yuan's situation to ask for favor. Upon hearing the mention of Sun Qi instead of Tu Xiao Xian, Hu Yuan's expression relaxed considerably. All right, I will mention it to him when I return today. Chapter 43. After all, they're childhood friends, there's no need for that. Did you not bring food with you today? Long Zheng suggested with a cheerful smile. Hu Yuan's countenance darkened. That was not made by Sun Qi. I know it was prepared by your wife, but I've seen her make plenty of dishes for you. Really? Is the relationship between you and the national master so fragile that you wouldn't share a morsel of food? Long Zheng exclaimed dramatically, as if Hu Yuan were a rogue friend of the highest order. Hu Yuan was both amused and annoyed by Long Zheng's words. A Rui just came out of the hospital. He shouldn't need the food made by my wife. If he does, I'll have Sun Qi prepare some for him. Expect him to share the love-filled bento made by Xiao Guai. Not a chance. That was made out of affection. National Master, look at him. Long Zheng was taken aback by Hu Yuan's unwavering stance. Is this kid out of his mind? No waities. A Yuan is quite resolute when it comes to things he cherishes. You and T know, it's normal. It seems a Yuan is quite fond of his little wife. As a national master, he had foreseen that Hu Yuan's destined partner would appear this year, and he was surprised that it happened so soon and that they were already together. Observing Hu Yuan's adoration for his partner, it was evident that she must be an exceptional female. Look, Hu Yuan understands me. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts, Crown Prince. Let me tell you, I would rather starve than share Xiao Guai's food with anyone. Hu Yuan asserted with conviction. 3 hours later, did Xiao Guai make too much? I can't finish it. Hu Yuan assessed the quantity of bento before him and quickly realized something. However, soon he deduced, Xiao Guai must not know my appetite and worried that she made too little, which is why she prepared extra. Thinking of this, he felt a warm glow in his heart as he took out his chopsticks, ready to pick up a piece of eggplant from the 3 delicacies. He suddenly locked eyes with a pair of eager ones. What are you doing here, Bai Rui? Hu Yuan frowned at Bai Rui, who was staring intently at the steaming, fragrant bento he had just warmed. Is this the food you mentioned? Did your little wife prepare it? It smells delightful. Bai Rui's nose twitched as he fixated on the eggplant in Hu Yuan's chopsticks, salivating. Want to eat? Hu Yuan was taken aback. This fellow actually had an appetite? I can tell this is vegetarian, and it smells so good. I've never seen anyone prepare such fragrant vegetarian dishes. It even surpasses the aroma of spiritual fruits. Bai Rui exclaimed excitedly, completely captivated by the aroma. All right, since Xiao Guai made a bit too much today, I'll share some with you. These dishes are vegetarian, and those are meat. Don't touch those. Hu Yuan sighed, pointed to several vegetarian dishes, and glanced at the 2 servings of rice, knowing he had dessert afterward. He reluctantly shared a portion of rice with Bai Rui. By coincidence, Tu Xiao Xian had prepared 2 pairs of chopsticks for him. It seemed Xiao Guai hoped he could find a dining companion, as meals are indeed more enjoyable with company. This thought made Hu Yuan miss Tu Xiao Xian even more. His little Guai was truly the best female in the entire galaxy. What is this? Bai Rui was astonished when he received the chopsticks and rice. Chopsticks, otherwise. How would you eat? Hu Yuan replied curtly, glancing at Bai Rui's gaunt cheeks and bony hands, feeling a twinge of sympathy. This kid would starve himself if he didn't consume nutritional supplements. All right, teach me how to use them, Bai Rui said, his curiosity evident as he observed Hu Yuan's technique with the chopsticks. Hu Yuan raised his hand to begin the chopstick lesson. Just after finishing, he noticed the Crown Prince sauntering in with a nutritional supplement in hand, his gaze fixated on the lavish spread on the table, instantly finding the taste of his nutritional supplement bland in comparison. TSK. What preferential treatment, Prime Minister? Didn't you say your wife's cooking was exclusive to you? And now you invite the national master? My wife must have prepared extra, thinking it would help me build good relationships with my colleagues. She always says meals are more lively with more people. Hu Yuan began to eat, finally allowing that piece of eggplant to enter his mouth. The rich flavors spread across his palate, causing him to squint in sheer pleasure. Upon reopening his eyes, he noticed Bai Rui had already sunk into his meal, chopsticks flying with fervor, completely absorbed in the culinary delight. Both Hu Yuan and Long Zheng fell silent. It was indeed a sight to behold. It was the first time in his life that Hu Yuan had witnessed Bai Rui display such enthusiasm for food. He was utterly transformed, shedding his usual languid demeanor, resembling a ravenous beast. Ahem, Rui, those are meat dishes, Hu Yuan said as he saw Bai Rui's chopsticks inching toward the sweet and sour spare ribs, promptly pressing down on Bai Rui's eager utensils. Huh, I know, it smells delightful, and I just want to try it. Bai Rui blinked innocently at Hu Yuan, as if to say, are you really not going to share even a single rib? Clearly, Hu Yuan could not withstand Bai Rui's pleading gaze. He sighed. Make sure you're prepared. Just don't end up spitting it out. All right, don't worry. Bai Rui quickly picked up a spare rib and was immediately taken aback. Is this meat? It's so delicious. There is not a hint of gaminess. Bai Rui felt as though a new world had opened before him. The reason he had been a vegetarian was that people in the galaxy often mishandle meat. Many would prepare it either in a crude manner, splattered with blood, or overcook it until it was dry and tasteless, often leaving a strong odor. This made it unbearable for Bai Rui, who was particularly sensitive to smells, prompting him to abstain from meat entirely. Yet, he never anticipated that there existed someone capable of preparing meat so delectably. Long Zheng observed the interaction between the two with a deep breath, then shamelessly leaned in. Prime Minister, could you spare me a taste? How good could it possibly be? I didn't find Sun Chi's cooking to be anything extraordinary yesterday. It didn't compare to the cake I had in the afternoon. Chapter 44. Long Zheng. You old scoundrel, to be honest, that cake was truly a marvel. I was planning to finish my nutritional supplement and head to the review department to wait for more cake. Hu Yuan disdainfully pushed Long Zheng's face away. There's only enough for two here, don't even think about it. Be good and finish your nutritional supplement. The message was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Long Zheng, exasperated, thought this old man truly has a narrow mind. With a quick flick of his tongue against his cheek, he seized the opportunity while both were distracted and snatched a spare rib, swiftly escaping the office. Left in a state of chaos, Hu Yuan soon realized that the beast man, newly acquainted with the taste of meat, had entered a ravenous frenzy. By the time Hu Yuan regained his composure, he discovered that the rogue had pilfered more than half of his food. This was unacceptable. Hu Yuan quickly resumed eating, finishing his meal. Both he and Bai Rui, reclining in their chairs, clearly unsatisfied. Ah Yuan, you're being unreasonable. Can't you bring more food next time? I'll pay you in star coins. Bai Rui looked at Hu Yuan with a pitiful expression. How about I treat you to a meal instead? Why are you relying on me? Is my wife a chef? Hu Yuan cast a discontented glance at the other party. A Yuan, please. I have finally come across food that I desire to eat. Can you truly bear to watch me starve to death? Bai Hui implored, feeling that life had previously lacked flavor. Now, with these delectable dishes before him, he felt he could live for several more centuries without issue. Hu Yuan shot Bai Rui a sidelong glance and replied, this decision is not mine to make. I must consult Xiao Guai first. Will there still be such delicious food to eat after you finish work tonight? Bai Rui asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What? Are you planning to come over for a free meal? Hu Yuan chuckled with irritation, bemused by Bai Rui's boldness. Is that permissible, Li Yuan? We are the best of friends. Bai Rui began to play the friendship card. Huh? Hu Yuan scoffed, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Bai Rui's words. Observing Hu Yuan's evident reluctance, Bai Rui adopted a persistent approach. Still feeling a bit hungry after Bai Rui had taken half of his food, Hu Yuan thought of the sweet treats in his space and contemplated how to send Bai Rui away quickly. All right, I will take you. You may leave now. I need to take my lunch break. With that, Hu Yuan strode towards the office's break room. Thank you, Yuan. I knew you were the best. Bai Rui exclaimed joyfully, leaping to his feet. Hu Yuan waved his hand, storing the remaining items into his storage bracelet, intending to leave the cleaning to the housekeeping robot upon returning home, as he found cleaning himself quite troublesome. After putting away the dirty lunchboxes, Hu Yuan entered the break room, nervously locking the door behind him and retrieving the small cake that Tu Xiao Xin had prepared for him. The treat was a white chocolate cream-filled cake, each the size of a palm and shaped like a small tiger, exceedingly adorable. As Hu Yuan examined the various expressions on the little tiger cakes, tears brimmed in his eyes. His Xiao Guai held one of the cakes close to his cheek, closing his eyes to savor the delightful aroma. Just as he prepared to open his eyes and indulge, there was a knock on the door. Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Her Majesty the Empress requires your presence, called a voice from outside. Hu Yuan frowned, perplexed. What is this? Is it not break time? I shall not go, he declared without a second thought. Prime Minister, the Empress insists it is urgent. You must go, the voice insisted. Growing agitated, Hu Yuan rose and opened the door. Just as he did so, a figure rushed in, disappearing into the room before Hu Yuan could react. Turning around, he noticed that only one of his little tiger cakes remained. Hu Yuan was both furious and amused. Oh, splendid. Should I thank you for leaving me one? Who dares to steal my cakes? He roared, his voice echoing like thunder, shaking the entire imperial building, a testament to his rage. What small cake? Bai Hui, who had returned upon hearing the commotion, entered curiously. Upon seeing the scene, Hu Yuan immediately turned and stuffed the remaining cake into his mouth with such speed that Bai Rui could hardly comprehend. Bai Rui, bewildered, asked, Wait, what was it you just devoured? You still have food. You didn't eat enough at lunch. Brother, does our bond of brotherhood not matter? This was a dessert prepared for me by my wife, and 4 were stolen, leaving only this one. Hu Yuan lamented, heartbroken over the loss of his 4 adorable tiger cakes. He cursed the thief who had taken his cakes. Huh, someone stole your dessert? That's outrageous. No wonder you're so protective. There's only one left. If it were me, I would be just as protective. Bai Hui exclaimed, Sudani speeded. I will help you find the cake thief. Will you share one with me? Certainly. Hu Yuan readily agreed, realizing Bai Rui's talents. 1 for him, and he could still enjoy 3 more. Let us go. Bai Rui formed a hand seal, and a strand of white silk appeared, extending from Hu Yuan and leading them outside. Together, they made their way to the Grand Prince's office, exchanging knowing glances that spoke volumes. As Hu Yuan attempted to unlock the door, it swung open to reveal Long Zheng, who appeared rather smug. Oh my, that was quick, Long Zheng remarked, a sly smile on his face. My cake, return it to me, Hu Yuan demanded, exasperated. Your cake? First, tell me who made it, Long Zheng replied, having already devoured one, with remnants of cream still lingering at the corners of his mouth. You ate one, Hu Yuan exploded, noticing the cream. Indeed, knowing you would come to claim it, I had to eat one first, Long Zheng admitted without remorse. So, who made this delightful treat? Who else could it be? Hu Yuan retorted, shoving Long Zheng aside as he entered the room, discovering the remaining 3 cakes. His heart ached at the sight. Long Zheng, you scoundrel, he exclaimed, foregoing formalities and adopting Tu Xiao Xi's colorful language to express his frustration. Chapter 46, Strawberry-Flavored Beverage. Sometimes, after an exhausting session with Tu Xiao Xin, she would unleash a torrent of curses, though Hu Yuan could not comprehend the words. However, her expression suggested she was quite vulgar in her grievances. Hey, speak properly. I didn't finish eating. I simply wish to ascertain whether this cake tastes like the one I had yesterday, Long Zheng hastily explained. And? Does it taste the same? Wait, you also had cake yesterday? You didn't buy it from Xiaoguai, did you? Hu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, is it truly your wife's cake? Long Zheng's eyes brightened. Could you make me a few more? I wish to savor them slowly. Today's chocolate cake is even more delectable. The rich chocolate flavor was intoxicating to him, akin to a treasure. If you desire cake, go to the review department. Do not cut out the middleman, Hu Yuan retorted, waving his hand to take the remaining 3 cakes. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and handed one to Bai Rui. Here, as promised. Thank you, brother. Bai Rui beamed, his eyes sparkling with delight. He triumphantly waved the cake in front of Long Zheng. Before Bai Rui could retract it, Long Zheng transformed his head into that of a dragon, opening his mouth wide to gulp down the small cake. Staring at his empty palm, Bai Rui's triumphant smile froze in disbelief. How dare you steal from someone with an eating disorder? Bai Rui cried out in despair, regretting his earlier boast. Who would have thought the Grand Prince would engage in such undignified behavior? With how you devoured your food at lunch, who would believe you have an eating disorder? Long Zheng scoffed, recalling the piece of rib he had snatched earlier. The dishes made by Sun Shi were indeed inferior to those prepared by Tu Xiao Xian. Increasingly curious about her culinary skills, he resolved to visit the review department to await today's batch of small cakes. Seeing Long Zheng's smugness, Bai Rui fumed and stomped his feet in frustration. Upon noticing Long Zheng sprinting toward the review department, he too felt a surge of excitement and followed suit, deeming it a challenge to secure another cake for himself, under the premise that a portion of his cake had already been pilfered by Long Zheng. He decided that it was not overly greedy to seize Long Zheng's share as well. The more he pondered, the more justified he felt in his decision. It was then that he noticed Long Zheng heading towards the review department, an unusual sight for him. Was today truly a day of miracles? Long Zheng, of all people, was taking an interest in the review process. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily followed and positioned himself at the door to eavesdrop on the proceedings within. Your Highness, you have arrived. Several employees of the review department greeted the Crown Prince with a mixture of disdain, fear, and a hint of grievance. Long Zheng hesitated, contemplating the absence of the beast man who had yet to deliver items for review. Noticing the eager anticipation of others, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps the timing is not yet right. Should we not wait a little longer? Suggested one of the employees. Very well. There remains only an afternoon's worth of time. I have time to spare, so I shall wait here. Long Zheng surprisingly decided to stay. Standing at the door, Bai Rui became increasingly convinced that something of great significance was transpiring inside. With a plan forming in his mind, he turned and left the entrance of the review department, heading towards the pantry. It was a rare occasion to see the National Master in the administrative building, and his striking appearance drew the attention of many female employees, who discreetly observed him from the shadows, hoping for a chance encounter. However, they were all too aware of the National Master's formidable reputation and dared not approach him too closely, lest they suffer dire consequences. Deliver this to the Crown Prince. Where is he? In the review department, I presume. After meandering through the pantry, Bai Rui's gaze fell upon the assortment of beverages. He took it upon himself to pour a cup of Long Zheng's favorite strawberry-flavored drink and presented it to him. The beast man, caught off guard by Bai Rui's sudden gesture, looked utterly bewildered, his expression filled with questions. Bai Rui, rolling his eyes in impatience, retorted, Do you not understand human speech? I do, but National Master, you just added something to this drink. The beast man stammered, his voice quivering. Is there a problem? Bai Rui shot back defiantly. That wouldn't be poison, would it? I haven't heard of any discord between the National Master and the Crown Prince. Surely, you wouldn't poison him? Of course not. Relax. Just ensure the Crown Prince drinks it, and I will bear the consequences, Bai Rui replied with an air of nonchalance, as if he had committed no grave transgression. The beast man felt a chill run down his spine, and as he prepared to deliver the drink, Bai Rui added, Oh, and do not mention my name before he drinks it. Understood? The warning sent the beast man into a state of panic. This life cannot go on. It simply cannot, he thought, mustering the courage to utter a reluctant acknowledgement before hastily departing with the tray. Bai Rui, ever vigilant, followed closely. Upon reaching Long Zheng, the beast man obediently presented the drink. Your Highness, this is the beverage prepared for you. Is it strawberry flavored? Long Zheng inquired, glancing at the beast man without much concern and taking a sip. Indeed, the beast man replied, lowering his head to diminish his presence, attempting to conceal his anxiety. Why does this taste somewhat peculiar today? Long Zheng furrowed his brow, but nonetheless finished the drink, placing the cup back down. It was prepared by the National Master. The beast man confessed, noting the empty cup. Long Zheng froze, raising an eyebrow at the empty vessel. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to the beast man who had delivered it. Who did you say prepared it? Chapter 47. Joyful Heart, the National Master, Your Highness. The beast man felt as though he could sink into the earth. Very well, Bai Rui, Long Zheng said, his brow furrowed as a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Clutching his stomach, He hastily made his way towards the review department. As he exited, he spotted Bai Rui leaning against the door, wearing a radiant smile. Bai Rui, I curse your beastly father. The restraint in Long Zheng's expression prevented him from expressing anything more vulgar. Only able to utter a greeting to Bai Rui's father before sprinting towards the restroom. Is my pastry truly that delectable? It is yours. Bai Rui scoffed, entering the review department to take a seat. Just as he settled in, the familiar aroma of pastries wafted into his nostrils. They have arrived. The employees of the review department stood in astonishment as they beheld a quantity of cake far exceeding that of the previous day, enough for each of them to enjoy one. Moreover, there were corresponding beverages labeled with the enticing name Yang Zhigan Lu. Everyone's eyes brightened. Let's inspect them first. Although momentarily stunned by the appearance of the cake and beverages, someone soon suggested they conduct a review. After inspection, none of the items were deemed unsuitable for sale, and the beastman who had paid yesterday promptly purchased the entire lot for today. He then gestured towards Bai Rui. National Master, would you like a portion? There is enough for everyone today. They sensed that the National Master had come specifically for this. One portion? Bai Rui raised an eyebrow, beckoning the paying beastman closer. The beastman, eager to please, approached with a smile. I will reserve one for you. The rest I shall take for myself. Such delicious fare must be savored at leisure. With that, he unceremoniously transferred all the money he had received from the Xiaoxin to the paying beastman. Then, waving his hand to retain one piece of cake and Yang Zhigan Lu, taking the remainder for himself. The other beastmen exchanged glances, feeling a mixture of emotions. Was the National Master stingy for only leaving them one portion, or generous for treating them to a meal? Never mind. This is still a vast improvement over the Crown Prince from yesterday. They thought, their gazes fervently fixed upon the cake and beverages, relieved that today, as portions were plentiful. As the beastmen prepared to indulge, they suddenly heard Long Zheng's voice from outside, causing them to spring into action and divide the remaining cake among themselves. Finally savoring the cake they had craved all day, its melt-in-the-mouth texture and exquisite flavor nearly brought them to tears. Goodness, the Crown Prince truly has gone too far. Bai Rui, I curse your beastly father, Long Zheng exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he spotted Bai Rui exiting the review department, humming a tune. If my beastly father knew how diligently I served the Empire and how much the Crown Prince missed him, he would surely be touched. I shall inform him of your sentiments, Bai Rui declared, reaching for his communicator to contact his retired father. Curse you, Long Zheng began to retort. But another wave of agony struck his abdomen. His face paled as he turned and dashed back towards the restroom. Bai Rui, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. Oh, how delightful! Can you not endure this? With that, he cheerfully made his way to Hu Yuan's office, eager to share the delicious food he had acquired with his childhood friend, for he was far more deserving than the heartless Crown Prince. However, this is the only piece. The rest he will savor slowly, leaving some for a midnight snack. Humming a tune, he entered Hu Yuan's office, only to find Yuan lost in thought, having just swallowed the last bite of cake. Here, this is for you, a token of gratitude for treating me to dinner. Bai Rui approached Hu Yuan's desk, retrieving a portion of cake and drink from his wristband and placing it before him, staring at the 10-inch cake and a large cup of Yang Zhigan Lu. Hu Yuan was genuinely bewildered. Where did you get this? It's clear that it was made by 2 Xiaoxin. In the entire galaxy, only 2 Xiaoxin can create food that looks this exquisite. Naturally, it came from the review department. Long Zheng snatched the cake you gave me, so I had to seize what he was waiting for. It was obvious what that fellow was up to by going to the review department. He had indeed seized the opportunity. Did your little one only make this much today? Are you willing to share it with me? Hu Yuan was astonished. Bai Rui did not seem like the generous type. Of course not. Your little one made a total of 5 portions. I left one for the review department, gave one to you, and I still have 3 left in my wristband. Bai Rui was quite candid with Hu Yuan. As expected of you, Hu Yuan gave Bai Rui a thumbs up. All right, let's taste your little one's culinary skills together. I must say, this looks delectable. I wonder how it tastes. In high spirits, Bai Rui enjoyed teasing the gluttonous Hu Yuan while relishing such delightful fare. Joyful and carefree, he decisively took out another portion, pulled up a chair, and began to chat with Hu Yuan while they ate. As they indulged, their camaraderie blossomed. However, until Bai Rui revealed himself before Tu Xiaoxin. His favorability rating would not receive any acknowledgement from her, even if it reached 100% due to her culinary delights. Meanwhile, Long Zheng had finally exited the restroom with the help of his assistant, fuming and seeking trouble with Bai Rui. Yet, he hesitated, recalling that if he confronted Bai Rui, he might provoke his beast father. Bai Rui's beast father was unconditionally indulgent toward his only offspring, and remarkably, Bai Rui's beast mother also showered him with affection. This meant that Bai Rui was one of the few beast men raised under the loving care of both parents. On the surface, he appeared as a modest gentleman, but only those familiar with him knew otherwise. When it came to matters he cared about, he could be dangerously ruthless. Logically, someone raised in such a wonderful family should not possess such a split personality. Yet it was precisely because his family was too perfect that he developed such traits. Abducted by a foreign tribe in his childhood, he nearly lost his life and endured considerable torment upon his return. That experience marked the beginning of his split personality. Once the dark side emerged, bloodshed was inevitable. Chapter 48. What stimulated him? Ah Yuan, your little one is truly remarkable. How can they make food taste so exquisite? This Yangji Ganlu is delightful. Long Zheng sought to obtain Tu Xiaoxin's contact information from Hu Yuan, but as he reached the door of Hu Yuan's office, he overheard Bai Rui's irritating voice. Instantly, he felt a headache coming on and took a deep breath before entering. There, he saw the two of them enjoying cake and sipping on what appeared to be a delightful beverage. Long Zheng's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Where did this come from? I visited the review department, and they said the items hadn't arrived. So, it had already arrived, and Bai Rui had taken it all. How infuriating. Naturally, I bought it. It's quite delicious, Bai Rui replied, flashing a harmless smile at Long Zheng, licking the spoon in his hand and feigning ecstasy. What a pity, Zheng, you missed out. Bai Hui. Long Zheng felt his temples throbbing. Hey, I still have 2 portions left, planning to save them for a midnight snack. Bai Rui was so smug that he didn't even notice his own tail had popped out. The fluffy tail swayed behind him, looking utterly adorable. Yet in Long Zheng's eyes, it bore an air of provocation. Infuriated, Long Zheng gritted his teeth, nearly lunging at him. Share one with me. I'll pay. He barked. Do you think I need your spare change? Bai Rui retracted his smile and tail, turning to scoop a mouthful of the Yangji Ganlu, waving it in front of Long Zheng. You say you'll never snatch my food again, and I'll share a portion with you. Bai Rui dared to make this offer, fully prepared to share one with him. Long Zheng, an esteemed prince, was someone not to be trifled with. Yet, if he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he continue to brazenly steal his food? I swear to the beast god, I will never take your food again. Long Zheng gritted his teeth as he swore. Bai Rui's expression improved significantly. All right then, since you seem sincere, I will share a portion with you. After speaking, Bai Rui produced another cake and a cup of Yangji Ganlu. Just as he set them down, Hu Yuan swiftly snatched them away. Hu Yuan. Long Zheng stared in disbelief, unable to process what he had just seen. What? Isn't this compensation for you stealing my cake? Hu Yuan asked with a smile. Long Zheng's face darkened. He understood the situation all too well. Fine. Very well. So this is how you want to play, huh? Just wait. Once I take your little one as my wife, let us see how smug you can get. With that thought, Long Zheng flashed a chilling smile at Hu Yuan and turned to leave. Did Long Zheng become so agreeable? How could he remain unperturbed after you did that to him? Bai Rui asked incredulously, looking at Hu Yuan. Who knows? Hu Yuan shrugged, dismissing the matter. That brat is too arrogant, repeatedly stealing my things. He needs a lesson. Indeed. Now let us continue eating. Hee. Why don't you return that portion to me, Yuan? Bai Rui grinned as he leaned closer to Hu Yuan. Not happening. What I took is mine. Hu Yuan replied without a hint of consideration for his friend. Oh my. I paid for that. You could have gone home and eaten for free. You have your little one, yet you still steal my food. Woe is me. Bai Rui feigned tears, his eyes reddening. Hu Yuan's lips twitched. Stop crying. I'll take you home for dinner tonight. All right? All right. Bai Rui instantly ceased his faux weeping. A good beast man shouldn't lie. I'm not lying. Let us eat. Hu Yuan chuckled helplessly with his friend, he truly had no means to contend. After all, his true form was a creature that no beastman could easily refuse. Bai Rui's true form was the mythical beast Bai Zhe, akin to Long Zheng, a mythological beastman. Such beings were born as Tier 3 powerhouses, distinctly different from ordinary beastmen who began as Tier 1. Who was at the door? After finally waiting for Tu Xiaoxin to finish her tasks, Senki and Huxiu finally had time to interact with her after days of separation. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Before they could discern who was outside, they heard the voice of the robotic butler announcing, "Masters, the crown prince has arrived." This announcement left Senki and Huxiu even more bewildered. Tu Xiaoxin was also taken aback, unconsciously glancing at Long Zheng to gauge his favorability rating toward her. To her astonishment, it had soared to an astonishing 80%. What on earth is happening? What has stimulated Long Zheng? Tell the crown prince that we have no time to entertain him. Let him make himself at home. Huxiu declared, already lifting his hand to begin unbuttoning Tu Xiaoxin's clothing. Tu Xiaoxin was left utterly speechless. The men of the beast world were indeed bold. Moreover, they were entirely indifferent to the presence of others. This is inappropriate. The crown prince is of the same generation as your uncle. Senki raised his hand to grip Huxiu's, exhibiting a calmness that contrasted sharply with Huxiu's brash demeanor. My uncle now shares the same generation as us. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Can we control the heavens, the earth, or even the air, let alone dictate the affection between us and our wives? Huxiu spoke impatiently, insisting, if you don't want to, then just leave. Don't waste my time. I need to prove myself. The shadows of recent days still loomed over Huxiu, who even began to doubt his own capabilities. Senki was at a loss for words. Very well. You stay here, and I shall meet the Grand Prince. Senki could not afford to be as reckless as Huxiu, for the Grand Prince was not someone to offend lightly. He donned his coat and strode out of the room. As soon as Senki left, Tu Xiaoxin barely had the chance to speak before Huxiu silenced her, exclaiming, Jin, I can finally have you all to myself. His emotions surged as he fervently kissed Tu Xiaoxin, his restless hands beginning to explore her form. Any thoughts of resistance vanished from Tu Xiaoxin's mind as she let out a soft moan and closed her eyes. By the time Senki descended the stairs, he found no trace of Long Zheng below. Where is he? Senki inquired of the robotic butler. I do not know. When I went downstairs to notify, he had already vanished. I have also contacted other robots, and they all claim not to have seen His Highness, the Grand Prince, the butler robot replied candidly. Never mind, this estate is vast. Perhaps the Grand Prince has simply stumbled upon something. Senki sighed in resignation. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it was inappropriate for no one to accompany him within their estate and resolved to seek out the Grand Prince. Chapter 49. Why are you crying? Meanwhile, as Huxiu was about to engage in some activity upstairs, he suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. The scent was strange, and before he could ponder it further, darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Tu Xiaoxin also detected an unusual aroma, reminiscent of something she had encountered before. Yet there was no time for reflection as her consciousness began to wane and blur. She faintly perceived a strand of azure hair fall before her eyes, and ultimately, her body transformed into a solitary vessel adrift in the vast sea, rising and falling. Huxiu, feeling utterly humiliated, gazed at Tu Xiaoxin, who was in the kitchen humming a tune while preparing dinner. He felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Shoving a piece of clothing into his mouth as he sobbed, overwhelmed with frustration and helplessness, Senki was assisting Tu Xiaoxin, while Long Zheng observed Huxiu with a sense of satisfaction at his distressed demeanor. What are you crying about, kid? Long Zheng had been searching the estate for a while without success and was about to give up when Huxiu and Tu Xiaoxin came downstairs to prepare dinner. Hu Yuan had called earlier to inform them that guests would be arriving, requesting Tu Xiaoxin to prepare a meal. Tu Xiaoxin suspected that this guest might be one of the targets mentioned by the system, thus she readily agreed. Long uncle, Huxiu choked on his words, hesitating. He then recalled an unspeakable incident and, unable to contain himself, burst into tears. Hearing Huxiu's commotion, Tu Xiaoxin dropped her spatula and rushed out. What happened? Tu Xiaoxin sensed that something was amiss with Hu Xiao. However, recalling that she had somehow found the energy to cook, she quickly deduced the reason behind Hu Xiao's distress. Amused yet exasperated, she approached Hu Xiao, cupping his face in her hands, and then nestled into his embrace like a cute figurine. Hu Xiao's tears flowed freely, his nose running in his state of utter grievance. Xiao, do not be sad. Tuxioxinis gentle comfort gradually quellet huxius sops. In the kitchen, Senki had taken it upon himself to assume Tu Xiaoxin's role. Jin, I fear I may not be able to provide you with happiness anymore. Hu Xiao whispered, his voice trembling. Not at all. My Xiao has always been the best, Tu Xiaoxin assured, leaning close to Hu Xiao's ear, though her voice was barely audible. The heightened senses of higher-tier beasts enabled Longzheng, sitting nearby, to hear their entire exchange. Surprised by Tu Xiaoxin's tenderness towards her beast husband, his affection surged by 10%, reaching an astonishing 95%. When did that extra 5% accumulate? Tu Xiaoxin pondered the notification panel's message, stealing a glance at Longzheng, who met her inquisitive gaze with a slight raise of his brow and a charming smile. Caught in the act of spying, Tu Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, too shy to meet his eyes. Ignoring her flustered demeanor, Longzheng was in high spirits, knowing he had ample time to cultivate feelings with Tu Xiaoxin. Well then, tonight Hu Xiao gazed at Tu Xiaoxin with longing in his eyes. I shall keep you company tonight, if that is agreeable. Tu Xiaoxin recognized Hu Xiao's yearning for affection, understanding that since being together with her, he had become even more starved for love. Really? You're not deceiving me? Hu Xiao's face lit up with joy. I would not deceive you. I shall only be with you. Regardless of whether Hu Yuan or Senki arrive. It will not matter. Tu Xiaoxin declared resolutely, I do have some standing as your first beast husband. Jin, I truly love you. Hu Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion, tightly embracing Tu Xiaoxin and leaning down to bestow a tender kiss upon her rosy lips. Nearby, Longzheng, the onlooker, witnessed the exchange, causing Tu Xiaoxin to blush profusely. I shall go prepare dinner now, she said quickly, slipping away from Hu Xiao's embrace. Hu Xiao's spirits were lifted by Tu Xiaoxin's soothing words, and he glanced toward the kitchen with renewed happiness. Long uncle, my Jin is truly wonderful, is she not? Unable to help himself, Hu Xiao began to boast. Yes, she is splendid and quite suitable for me, Longzheng replied, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze lingering on Tu Xiaoxin, who was working harmoniously with Senki in the kitchen. The little female seemed perpetually cheerful. The rage and cruelty often seen in other females were nowhere to be found in her. Though Senki occasionally made mistakes, the little female acted as if she had not noticed and quietly rectified his errors. As Senki felt a twinge of guilt, she even took the time to comfort him. How could such a gentle and kind little female not be captivating? Moreover, she had prepared his favorite sweet treats. Recalling the sensation of her 10 delicate fingers from earlier, Longzheng felt a dryness in his throat. Those soft, tender hands provided him with an exquisite experience, one enveloped in happiness. As he pondered this, Longzheng's ears turned slightly red. Hu Xiao remained oblivious to Longzheng's gaze, his eyes adoringly fixed on Tu Xiaoxin. Senki was focused on assisting, leaving no one to notice Longzheng's subtle expressions. We have returned. Hu Yuan's voice cut through the air, and everyone turned to see him alongside a striking figure draped in white. The others, except for Longzheng, were filled with excitement at the sight. Tu Xiaoxin felt nearly blinded by the radiant figure. She had previously thought Longzheng was a rare beauty, only to discover that the white-haired male Hu Yuan brought back was equally captivating, if not more so. What was even more striking was the divine aura that surrounded him, a quality absent in other beasts. Divinoha, a voice echoed in Tu Xiaoxin's mind. Name, by Rue species. Rue beast by Zay age, 39 years tier. Peak level 8 background. Imperial Star Empire's national master. The sole heir of the Bai Zay clan affection level. 100. No need for the host to pursue. Direct pairing is recommended. Your culinary skills have cured his anorexia, and he is now ready to pledge himself to you. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tu Xiaoxin found herself momentarily speechless. It was truly unprecedented to encounter a target of affection who offered 100 points of favor right from the start. Are you the little darling that Yu speaks of? Little darling, your cooking is exquisite. Bai Rui, completely unaware of the presence of Longjing lounging on the sofa, immediately fixed his gaze on the sole female in the household upon entering. Chapter 50. I cannot do it upon discovering just how diminutive this little female truly was. One might mistakenly assume her to be underage. Tu Xiaoxin hesitated, perfectly embodying the awkwardness of meeting someone for the first time. Hello, little darling. My name is Bai Rui, a friend of you. He mentioned that I could join you for dinner today. Bai Rui presented himself with confidence, approaching Tu Xiaoxin and gently taking her hand to place a kiss upon her knuckles. Startled by his gallant gesture, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Rui, this is my wife. You cannot call her little darling. Hu Yuan strode forward, firmly pulling Bai Rui away. Are you out of your mind? Only I have the privilege of calling Tu Xiaoxin little darling. Bai Rui, do you think you're worthy? Bai Rui showed no signs of anger. In fact, he seemed quite pleased. His eyes, a deep gray, sparkled with delight as he gazed at the little darling. So soft were the hands that created such delightful dishes. Just as I imagined, they are truly magical. Tu Xiaoxin felt her heart race at the sight of his charming smile. The allure of a handsome man can ensnare the attention of all, leaving everyone in a state of enchantment. Thank you for your affirmation. You, please escort our guest to a seat. Tu Xiaoxin chuckled awkwardly and resumed her culinary tasks with determination. All right, little darling, there is no need to rush. Please ensure that Achi learns well. He will be responsible for our meals in the future. Hu Yuan spoke gently to Tu Xiaoxin. Yes, understood. You, I successfully sold 5 cakes and 5 drinks today. It seems my career is taking off. I'm very pleased. Tu Xiaoxin shared her day's achievements with Hu Yuan. Upon hearing the figures Tu Xiaoxin mentioned, Longjing, who was about to take a sip of water, inadvertently crushed the cup in his hand. The sharp crack of a shattering glass drew everyone's attention, all eyes converging on Longjing. What are you doing here? Hu Yuan's pupils dilated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Crown Prince visited this afternoon and has been at our home all day, Hu Xiu explained. Hu Yuan's expression darkened further. He had wondered why he hadn't seen the man at the administrative building all afternoon, only to find him at home instead. I am, of course. Here is a guest. Tu Xiaoxin welcomed me. Longjing grinned mischievously, casting a glance at Tu Xiaoxin. Tu Xiaoxin was bewildered. She had spent the entire afternoon in bed. How could she have welcomed him? However, as he was the Crown Prince, it would be impolite to dismiss him. After some thought, she concluded that a guest is a guest. Hu Yuan's temples throbbed. The Crown Prince had opted to visit someone else's home instead of remaining at the administrative building? What an unprecedented choice. Bai Rui regarded the situation with confusion, questioning why Longjing had chosen to come alone instead of waiting for the rest of them. Because first come, first served? Longjing replied with a mysterious smile, casting a knowing glance at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan's expression darkened further, while Xin Qi narrowed his eyes. Hu Xiu was left bewildered, filled with questions. What did the Crown Prince mean by that? Bai Rui raised an eyebrow, watching as Longjing's gaze shifted from Hu Yuan to Tu Xiaoxin, even winking at her. Tu Xiaoxin shivered at the implications of Longjing's look. What did he mean by that? What have you done? Hu Yuan was all too aware of Longjing's capabilities. You are wronging me. What else could I do but be a guest? Longjing feigned innocence in his response. Enough already. Cease this nonsense, Bai Rui interjected, casting a glance at Longjing. Longjing, recognizing the moment to retreat, chose to withdraw, though a smirk remained on his lips as he continued to observe Tu Xiaoxin. Tu Xiaoxin swallowed hard, feeling unnerved under Longjing's gaze. Was tonight's dinner prepared by you, little female? Bai Rui, noticing Longjing's restraint, shifted his warm gaze to Tu Xiaoxin. Yes, Tu Xiaoxin nodded, feeling the weight of Bai Rui's enthusiastic attention, which only heightened her embarrassment. She dared not meet his eyes, lowering her head as she hastily completed the final dish. Little female, you are truly remarkable, Bai Rui praised without reservation. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan and Long Zheng exchanged glances, sensing that Bai Rui's enthusiasm towards the Xiaoxin was somewhat excessive. However, upon reflection, they realized that Bai Rui, despite his struggles with anorexia, had a notorious aversion to females. His particular interest into Xiaoxin was likely due to her culinary skills, as she had become something of a savior for him. If he continued to neglect food, Bai Rui might very well become the first beastman in the entire galaxy to perish from starvation, a fate that would undoubtedly invite ridicule from all. Quickly finding a rationale for Bai Rui's exceptional interest into Xiaoxin, Sin Shi and Hu Xiu began assisting in the preparation of dinner. As they gathered around the dining table, Tu Xiaoxin felt a lump in her throat while gazing at the 5 beastmen before her, all of whom exuded an intense aura. System, can you tell me how many more targets I have? She felt that the 5 before her were quite sufficient. Moreover, the beastman's physical prowess was extraordinary. One of them could easily match several others. With 5 present, she felt she might never leave her room again. Ahem, host, rest assured, there are still more targets to come. You have the finest men in the galaxy arranged for you. Just enjoy. The system's cheerful voice rang out. I'm afraid I might perish in bed. Tu Xiaoxin lamented, wishing she could pry open the system's mechanical head to see if it were filled with nonsense. Surely, she would meet her demise, wouldn't she? Ahem, host, have you forgotten about the numerous lottery chances you have yet to utilize? There are still many points available for you to redeem for items that can alleviate your fatigue. The system reminded her with a cough. Huh, do I have time for that? You can create time. As a female, you can persuade those beastmen not to trouble you. This was purely a matter of personal ability. If the beastmen do not heed your words, you should reflect on yourself. You know full well that I am not like those females from the beast world. I would never be domineering towards my beastmen. Tu Xiaoxin fell silent again. Had she truly been like those beast world females, the 5 men before her would not spare her a glance. Then find a way to soothe one of them, and make time to draw lots. I assure you, tonight's luck will be particularly favorable. The system relentlessly promoted its agenda. Chapter 51. Self-exploration. How many lottery chances had gone unused? I will trust you this once. After all, Xiu is quite obedient. Into Xiaoxin's view, Xiu was the most compliant among the 5 men. The other 4 included 2 who were utterly unpredictable, while the remaining 2 were cunning in their own right. Especially Hu Yuan, whose depths were as unfathomable as his name suggested. Good luck, host. The system cheered her on. Tu Xiaoxin kept her head down, ostensibly focused on her meal, while her mind raced with thoughts in conversation with the system. The 5 males around her were too preoccupied to notice her internal musings, as they were intent on ensuring they secured their portions of food before the others could claim them. In order to prevent their food from being snatched away, they are dining at an astonishing pace. However, the estimable Tu Xiaoxin has prepared abundantly, so by the end of the meal, each of them has indeed satisfied their hunger. After this meal, Bai Rui has further solidified his belief in joining this family. He takes out a cloth to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth, restoring his composed and dignified demeanor. Yet, when he faces Tu Xiaoxin, an overwhelming tenderness emanates from him. Tu Xiaoxin is drawn by Bai Rui's voice and looks up in confusion. I wish to become your side husband. Would you agree? Bai Rui goes straight to the point. This declaration causes Hu Xiu and the others to leap up in excitement. Bai Rui, Hu Yuan is the most reactive, exclaiming, I regarded you as a brother, and you wish to be my younger brother? Hu Yuan, in his exasperation, realizes he had misjudged Bai Rui's desires. He should have recognized that Bai Rui's fervor for the dishes prepared by the Xiaoxin was not indicative of a man without wants. Bai Rui calmly states, Yuan, I merely wish to enjoy the delicious meals prepared by my beloved wife every day. I do not seek anything else. Bai Rui is keenly aware of Hu Yuan's sensitive spots. My life was saved by the little female. Without her, I would not have long to live. I promise you, after I bond with the little female, I only desire to scrape by. Bai Rui expresses his demands with such humility that the others begin to doubt his sincerity. Really? Hu Yuan is now hesitant to trust Bai Rui easily. Do you not know me? After decades of brotherhood, You dare to doubt me. Bai Rui feigns sorrow, looking pitiful. Hu Yuan takes a deep breath and turns to Hu Xiao, asking, is 3 not enough? Before Hu Xiao can respond, since she impatiently interjects, glaring at Bai Rui. This old fellow has no shame. He claims it is about the food, but it is actually aimed at our Jin. Achi, 3 is indeed insufficient. Since the esteemed national master has spoken, we cannot play the villain, especially since they are not here for Jin. Hu Xiao is the most naive among the males. His statement earns eye rolls from the others, except for Bai Rui, who thinks, what a fool. Xiao, you are truly magnanimous, the first beast husband. Bai Rui smiles brilliantly, his deep gray eyes sparkling with delight, indicating that Hu Xiao's actions have pleased him. Even so, do add me to the mix. I'd rather not have my mother empress send me out for a marriage alliance. Longjing lazily leans against the table, propping his head with one hand, speaking nonchalantly. No way. Longjing's single utterance causes all the other males to erupt in protest. Even the usually good-natured Hu Xiao glares at him. I merely wish to avoid a marriage alliance. I harbor no ulterior motives towards the little female. That's a lie. Hu Yuan ruthlessly exposes Longjing's falsehood. Do you not realize who you are speaking to? Do you think the Empress would willingly send you off for a marriage alliance? Bai Rui, now recognized by the first beast husband, joins the ranks against Longjing. Alas, I ponder whether I am not lacking. Little female, can you truly not accept me? Longjing feigns a cheerful demeanor while internally cursing Hu Yuan and Bai Rui. Is it so easy to discard your brothers once you achieve your desires? He laments. I am so tired. I shall take a nap. Tu Xiaoxin opts to bury her head in the sand, rising with her now rounded belly and hastily departing the scene, leaving the men to glare at Longjing with shared animosity. Tu Xiaoxin rushes to draw cards, indifferent to how the men will reconcile their differences, for she knows well that Longjing is far from an easy opponent. Upon witnessing her escape, Longjing's affinity for her skyrockets. See, among these men, I'm the one whose approval is hardest to earn, yet here I am, unexpectedly winning him over. Longjing might just be the embodiment of a sunny, charming young man on the outside, while harboring a twisted and sinister disposition within. Thus, Tu Xiaoxin remains unconcerned about any ill fate befalling him. Upon returning to her room, she eagerly opens the system interface to embark on her journey of drawing cards. Higher-tier beast husbands indeed yield rewards more readily, yet the overwhelming quantity of points makes her chuckle. Come now, system, clarify for me what this overwhelming accumulation of points signifies. Tu Xiaoxin's patience wears thin. Cough, cough, host, do not be angry. Is this not better than just a simple thank you? Besides, points are incredibly useful. Do you not see? With this card draw, you have already amassed an astonishing sum of over 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Such a fortune. I appreciate that. If the last round of card draws yields nothing but points, I shall cease my search for a romantic partner. Do not. There will be good things coming your way. The system, acknowledging Tu Xiaoxin's prowess in seizing the moment, pleads. Ignoring the system, she decisively initiates her final 10 draws. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appears, and her eyes widen in excitement. Congratulations on acquiring a permanent instant teleportation card and an exceptional physique card. Points, 800. Excellent. Tu Xiaoxin's irritation dissipates as she gazes at the 2 golden cards and the 800 points, feeling her wounded heart begin to mend. What, pray tell, is an exceptional physique card? She inquires, perplexed. Hee, host, you shall discover it for yourself. It is, after all, a treasure you have long desired. The system's glitchy laughter suggests it is not conveying anything of genuine value. Tu Xiaoxin's mouth twitches, just as a knock sounds at her door. Jin, are you asleep? It is Hu Xiao. Chapter 52, not yet opened. Tu Xiaoxin rises, approaches the door, and opens it. Alongside Hu Xiao are several of the other males. Have you come to inform me of the outcome of your discussions? Tu Xiaoxin asks, arms crossed, feigning nonchalance. Well, tomorrow, let's find a time to accompany the National Master and the Crown Prince to register. Hu Xiao appears exceedingly reluctant, yet strives to maintain an air of generosity. Since you have made your decision, that is your affair. Xiao, please come in for a moment. Tusios na. Lacking the exuberance one might expect at the prospect of securing the national master and the crown prince as partners. Hu Xiao, drawn into the room by Tu Xiaoxin, feels his eyes brighten, momentarily overshadowing the pain of welcoming two new brothers. Jin, he begins, but the door closes, and he finds himself pressed against it by Tu Xiaoxin. As we agreed, your compensation, Xiao, choosing you as my first beast husband is the best decision I have ever made. Tu Xiaoxin never anticipated that the once jealous individual capable of causing a ruckus could tolerate one beast husband after another entering their home. Such composure is rare among males, and she believes the others do not possess it. Jin, Hu Xiao gulps, his throat tightening as his large hands encircle Tu Xiaoxin's slender waist, lifting her before him. I understand your acceptance of Bai Rui is due to your uncle, but what of Longzheng? Why accept him as well? Tu Xiaoxin presses her lips against Tu Xiao's and curiously inquires. The crown prince stated that as the crown prince, he has duties regarding marriage alliances, and no matter how much the empress favors him, it is unavoidable. Forming a bond with another female is his best way to evade such alliances, and he also assured me he would not initiate any advances towards you. This is what allowed my uncle to relent. Hu Xiao explains. Tu Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he would take the initiative to touch her. Did he believe she would be the one to make the first move? This young man harbored ulterior motives. How absurd. My Jin would never have the energy to engage with him. If he could muster the strength to approach her, it would only reflect our incompetence as beastmasters. Hu Xiao let out a haughty snort, then lowered his head to bestow a fervent kiss. It nearly left Tu Xiaoxin exasperated, as one cannot help but acknowledge the timeless nature of a man's possessiveness, unchanging throughout history and across cultures. Axio, I miss you. This kiss ignited the deep-seated desires within Tu Xiaoxin, causing her body to unexpectedly heat up. Was it merely due to a kiss? Goodness, such a significant physical reaction. As she pondered this, Hu Xiao lost all reason upon hearing a single phrase from Tu Xiaoxin. The tiger tail that had emerged swiftly encircled her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly until they reached the edge of the grand bed. Gently, he laid Tu Xiaoxin down, and as he gazed at her, even in her pregnant state, she appeared remarkably petite, igniting a fervor in his eyes. Jin, my beloved, Hu Xiao rasped, pouring forth his overwhelming affection. He then leaned down, initiating an exceptionally tender kiss. Under the warmth of Hu Xiao's gentle embrace, Tu Xiaoxin felt as if her body had melted into a puddle, completely surrendering to his hold. Having spent numerous evenings together, Hu Xiao knew that Tu Xiaoxin preferred such tender expressions of affection. Thus that night, he devoted himself to an exceptionally gentle and restrained encounter with her, surprising himself as he discovered that Tu Xiaoxin, who usually could barely withstand 2 rounds, not only endured but thrived through the entire night. Even at the end, she did not faint but curled into his embrace, clutching his hand with a fierce affection, embodying a delicate and obedient female form. This completely transformed Hu Xiao's heart into a fluffy cloud, filled with tender thoughts of Tu Xiaoxin. The following morning, before the certificate office had opened, Tu Xiaoxin and Hu Xiao were escorted by Bai Rui and Longzheng to the office, where she drowsily nestled against Tu Xiao, oblivious to their arrival until they reached the entrance. It was only Longzheng calling the staff to open the doors that coaxed her to barely lift an eyelid. Tu Xiaoxin, feeling utterly exhausted, lamented, "I just fell asleep." After last night, she finally understood what the exceptional physical constitution card meant. It felt as though her body was no longer her own. Though tired, it was not the same overwhelming fatigue that had previously rendered her unconscious multiple times. "They will be here to open the doors shortly. Little female, please wait," Longzheng remarked. He longed to ruffle Tu Xiaoxin's hair, curious if it remained as soft as before. Yet the caution in Hu Xiao's gaze deterred him from any movement. Any sign of action might expose his deceit. Not wishing to rush, he thought that once they successfully bonded, he would have a lifetime to be with Tu Xiaoxin, especially with his enchanting abilities at his disposal. Unable to hold on any longer, Tu Xiaoxin succumbed to unconsciousness in Hu Xiao's embrace upon hearing Longzheng's words. Bai Rui cast a glance at the delicate little female, his heart racing as he beheld her peach-like complexion. Why did she seem more delectable than any delicacy? With Longjing's instructions, the staff quickly arrived to open the doors. As the entrance swung open, Longjing and Bai Rui led Hu Xiao into Xiaoxin into the bonding hall, not to a manual window, but directly to the machines. Minutes later, the quartet emerged from the certificate office, boarding the flying vehicle back to the manor. Hu Xiao, unable to resist any longer, fell asleep as soon as he sat down. Yet, before succumbing, he ensured that Xiaoxin was comfortably settled, entrusting her to Bai Rui's care, wary of Longjing, whom he distrusted like Hu Yuan. Moreover, prior to their departure, Hu Yuan had warned him to keep Longjing away from Xiaoxin at all costs. His methods were cunning. Hu Xiao obediently complied. Bai Rui was unexpectedly overjoyed, cradling the fragile little female in his arms, radiating happiness. In the front passenger seat, Longjing seethed with frustration. Hu Yuan, just wait. Bai Rui gazed down at the tiny creature he held, marveling at how petite she was, with a face smaller than his palm, a slender neck, and a perfectly proportioned figure. She truly resembled a splendid collectible. Unable to contain his excitement, Bai Rui gently traced Xiaoxin's delicate features with his fingertip. Chapter 53. Is Sinchi's cooking not palatable? From her elegantly arched brows to her closed eyes and pert little nose, finally to her petal-like pink lips, Bai Rui found himself nearly unable to resist the urge to lean down and kiss her. His fingers trembled above her lips for quite some time, yet he could not summon the courage to press forward. No, if he did, Hu Yuan would surely be displeased. Longjing, oblivious to the scene unfolding in the back seat, was frantically searching for tasks to assign to Hu Yuan. Oldung, if he doesn't tire himself out. He has lost. Bai Rui remained unaware of the tension brewing between Longjing and Hu Yuan, instead entranced by the soft texture of Xiaoxin's lips and the electrifying sensation her touch evoked, feeling utterly enchanted. The flying vehicle moved swiftly, and before Bai Rui could withdraw his hand, they arrived at the manor's entrance. Upon hearing the driver's announcement, he quickly retracted his hand, behaving properly as he cradled Xiaoxin. The vehicle entered the manor, halting before the castle's entrance. As they disembarked, Bai Rui had barely set foot outside when Sinchi whisked Xiaoxin away. Hu Yuan had been summoned to the administrative building early that morning, genuinely occupied with important matters. An alien princess was set to visit, making the upcoming period quite busy on the main planet. As the Prime Minister, he had been entrusted with the significant responsibility of hosting the alien princess. Naturally, Xiaoxin was unaware of this, as Sinchi, due to having taken leave, was not required to partake in the festivities. Hu Xiao was in a similar situation. However, Bai Rui and Longjing undoubtedly had far more to attend to than Sinchi and Hu Xiao. Watching as Sinchi took away the beloved little female, Bai Rui felt a pang of emptiness, but considering the long road ahead, he resolved to head to work. Wait for me. I'll catch a ride with you, Longjing stated, attempting to appear indifferent. The two departed one after the other, exchanging glances with Sinchi and Hu Xiao, who simultaneously sighed in relief. Achi, why do you think the National Master and the Crown Prince, both exceptional beasts, would willingly serve as side consorts to Jin? Hu Xiao inquired, rubbing his drowsy eyes. I'm not them. How would I know? You seem exhausted. Go rest, Sinchi replied, glancing at Hu Xiao. Oh, just don't disturb the little female. You still need to prepare lunch for the uncles, Sinchi reminded him. They had discussed the previous night that if the little female had time, she could prepare lunch for them. If not, Sinchi, who had been thoroughly trained by her, would take on the task. I understand, Sinchi nodded, though he was reluctant to take on the role of chef. Yet, he was even less keen on allowing their rivals to savor the little female's cooking. Thus, he willingly accepted the role of cook. Well then, I shall take a brief rest, Hu Xiao yawned as he departed. By the time Xiaoxin awoke, it was already lunchtime, since she not only prepared meals for the three of them, but also quickly dispatched 3 lunchboxes using his wristband. The speed was remarkable. They were likely already enjoying Sinchi's culinary creations. Wife, I crave your cooking. Someone sent a playful message to Xiaoxin upon receiving the lunchbox from Sinchi. Xiaoxin, having just awakened, still felt a bit dazed as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. After sampling the dishes prepared by Sinchi, she quickly replied to a message, questioning whether the food was not to her liking. The reply was curt, expressing her disdain, as she felt that some individuals indeed had a legitimate reason for developing anorexia. With exasperation written all over her face, she was about to rise when Sinchi and Hu Xiu pressed her back down. Let her go hungry. Her uncle had once said that it was a common occurrence for the national master to endure hunger, advising against overindulgence to avoid other distractions. Naturally, Hu Xiu and the others noticed the message sent by Bai Rui, remarking on the exhaustion of Jin Jin, since she echoed Hu Xiu's sentiments, lamenting the plight of Bai Rui, who had married her for the sake of her cooking. She could not go back on her word. It was merely a bento, after all, and would be ready shortly. With a sigh, Xiaoxin recalled Bai Rui's original intention for marrying her was simply for sustenance. So she ultimately chose to rise and prepare a meal. Observing her determination, Sinchi and Hu Xiu set aside their own meals to assist her. Within an hour, 3 identical bentos were prepared. Although Sinchi and Hu Xiu were eager to express their opinions about the food, they held their tongues. Let us enjoy the meal prepared by Sinchi, Xiaoxin declared, unwilling to let his hard work go to waste. After sending out the 3 bentos, she settled down comfortably to dine with Sinchi and Hu Xiu, exchanging praises for Sinchi's culinary skills, which had evidently improved. His spirits lifted significantly, for Jin Jin understood the importance of considering everyone's feelings. Hu Yuan, you cannot always trouble Xiao Guai for meals. She is weary, especially now that she is pregnant. He remarked disapprovingly to Bai Rui. I know, Bai Rui replied weakly. Having listed the bento, Sinchi sent him online, fetching an astonishing price of 10,000 star coins. His anorexia stemmed solely from being picky. Not everything was palatable to him. Longzheng followed suit, selling Sinchi's bento at a significantly higher price of 50,000 star coins. Upon witnessing this, Hu Yuan promptly sold Sinchi's bentos for 20,000 star coins each. The 3 men transferred their earnings to Xiaoxin, explaining the origins of the star coins. Just as she took a bite of her meal, Xiaoxin almost choked, exclaiming in disbelief, my goodness. She then sprang to her feet in excitement. What is it? Sinchi and Hu Xiu inquired, puzzled by her sudden outburst. Aki, your bento was sold by the 3 of them for a staggering 45,000. What about the few hundred for my previous cake? Was I foolish not to set a proper price? Cough, cough. I did mention that your previous pricing was far too low. In the interstellar realm, culinary delights command high prices, since she interjected with a light cough, asserting that this pricing was the norm. Xiaoxin fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on her pricing strategies. How should I price my dishes in the future? She pondered, realizing that such professional matters should be entrusted to an expert. I will assist you with pricing in the future, Sinchi readily offered, as he was quite knowledgeable about business affairs. Just don't set the prices too high. After all, food is not a luxury item. If priced excessively, ordinary people will be unable to afford it, which is not appropriate. Xiaoxin mused to herself that she could not be as unscrupulous as Hu Yuan. Thus, she decided to let Sinchi thoughtfully determine the pricing. Understood, he replied, recognizing Xiaoxin's character. She was not one to act with malice. Her kindness and gentleness were qualities that set her apart, making her particularly appealing to Sinchi. Hu Xiu, who had initially thought Xiaoxin was overly concerned with star coins, realized the sincerity reflected in her eyes. She genuinely believed in her principles. Surprised by her kindness, Hu Xiu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Sinchi and Hu Xiu shared similar sentiments, and after their meal, the trio retreated upstairs to rest. Although they referred to it as resting, it was evident that they were soon ensconced in a room together. Initially, Xiaoxin thought one companion would suffice, but the 2 of them were at odds, unwilling to yield to one another. Xiaoxin grew concerned they might come to blows, so she reluctantly allowed them to accompany her for an afternoon nap. However, she did not anticipate their restless nature. With both gathered together, mischief ensued. Previously, Xiaoxin would have felt akin to a fish frying in hot oil, but for some inexplicable reason, she found herself invigorated, almost as if she had inadvertently mastered a form of arcane cultivation. Besides Tu Xiaoxin, Sinqi and Hu Xiu were equally astonished. They had expected her to be too exhausted to prepare dinner later, yet she donned her nightgown and descended the stairs with an air of vitality, ignoring the two husbands resting behind her. Her light steps and vibrant demeanor created an uncanny sensation, leaving Sinqi and Hu Xiu perplexed. After exchanging bewildered glances, they arrived at a conclusion. Their little female companion had likely awakened an extraordinary ability. Otherwise, no ordinary female could endure such a trial. The higher the level of ability, the stronger the corresponding capabilities. Both Sinqi and Hu Xiu were undoubtedly exceptional, yet Tu Xiaoxin could seamlessly transition from attending to them to preparing meals. This realization fueled their existential doubts. After a prolonged silence, they could only watch as Tu Xiaoxin vanished from their sight. Am I truly incapable? Hu Xiu mused, examining his own physique, which appeared unchanged. Foolish Sinqi, let us seek the explanation from our little female companion. She must have undergone an extraordinary transformation, becoming even more formidable. With that, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Why are you so thrilled? Hu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you hope she faints halfway through the day. Sinqi retorted coolly. Hu Xiu fell silent. That's not it. Well, if that were the case, I could be more reckless. I have been holding back. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Sinqi, uninterested in his musings, donned a jacket and rushed out the door. Where are you going? Hu Xiu hurriedly followed. To help Jin prepare the meal. Otherwise, with 3 additional mouths to feed, we might wear her out. Sinqi replied irritably, already categorizing Hu Yuan and the others as mere gluttons. As expected, the 3 were indeed gluttons. Tu Xiaoxin had prepared an abundance of food to accommodate them, yet they devoured every morsel without leaving a trace of broth. Realizing their prodigious appetites, they quietly opened their wristbands and transferred funds. Upon finishing her meal, Tu Xiaoxin discovered her account had received an overwhelming influx of zeros, leaving her utterly astonished. After confirming the transaction multiple times, she gazed at the 3 men before her in disbelief. I can understand my uncle giving me money, but you two? Aren't you in a pretend marriage? Though Tu Xiaoxin had already begun to view them as potential fathers for her future children, she believed they should adhere to their recent decisions. Did they truly just grant her their entire fortunes? Staring at the countless zeros in her account, she suddenly realized she had struck a fortune. In my world, there is no such thing as a fake marriage. Once wed, it is binding. According to interstellar law, beast husbands must turn over all their assets to their wives without concealment. Long Zheng responded with a blank expression. Yet internally, he found himself perplexed by Tu Xiaoxin's words. In his understanding, females were predominantly greedy. They would never turn their noses up at a scarcity of Xingbi. However, Tu Xiaoxin did not proactively request any, and even after they had transferred some to her, she inquired about their motivations for doing so. Bai Rui pointed at Long Zheng, expressing a similar sentiment. Isn't this just a straightforward case of marriage fraud? Upon hearing their remarks, Hu Xiu instantly darted to Tu Xiaoxin's side, much like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, and scooped her into his embrace. Bai Rui and Long Zheng fell into a moment of silence. Hu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of disturbance. Yet his gaze frequently flickered toward Tu Xiaoxin, eager to observe her reaction. As soon as Hu Xiu finished speaking, Tu Xiaoxin raised her hand to cover his mouth, insisting, "It's not that serious. I've already reaped the benefits. How can this be considered marriage fraud? If all the men on earth had such awareness, willingly surrendering their assets right after marriage, perhaps no family would experience discord." Following the examples set by Bai Rui and Long Zheng, she would not mind being deceived a few more times. After all, these were tangible gains. Hu Xiu found Tu Xiaoxin's words amusing, lowering his head to nuzzle her forehead with his nose. "You little money grubber, are you ecstatic now?" Tu Xiaoxin had no intention of fabricating lies. She was already prepared to accept the gifts from Bai Rui and Long Zheng. To fabricate a story would be too pretentious and exhausting. Confronted with Tu Xiaoxin's cunning smile, the hearts of several men softened. The notification of Long Zheng's affection reaching 100, and the accompanying small gift pack promptly entered Tu Xiao Xin system storage. Tu Xiao Xin raised an eyebrow, realizing she had forgotten to open that gift pack. She planned to explore its contents later that evening when time permitted. This gift pack seemed more reliable than drawing cards, as the probability of obtaining valuable cards had diminished, leaving only a trickle of points. Initially, Tu Xiao Xin thought her points were considerable, but after glimpsing the exorbitant skill cards, she realized her points were virtually worthless. Chapter 55. A brief overview of interstellar knowledge. Those permanent skill cards were exorbitantly priced, leaving Tu Xiao Xin with a sense of financial despair. Thus, she pondered whether the gift packs contained the treasure she desired. So, does this mean the wife is accepting us both? Long Zheng and Bai Rue exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their attention to Tu Xiao Xin, their eyes filled with pleading. I can only say that your actions have touched me, but we are not yet at the stage of acceptance. Please allow me some time, all right? Tu Xiao Xin Gunke, glancing down at her belly, where two little ones were nestled. If anything were to transpire, it would have to wait until after delivery. All right. Both men nodded in unison. Seeing their cooperative demeanor, Tu Xiao Xin felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. Alas, what merit do I possess to garner the affection of so many handsome men? Jin, who will accompany you tonight? Hu Xiao was disinclined to observe Tu Xiao Xin interacting with other males. He sought to monopolize her attention entirely. Naturally, Tu Xiao Xin intended to say, "Of course, it's you," but sensed a sorrowful gaze directed her way, causing her to glance awkwardly at Hu Yuan. "Uncle?" Hu Yuan frowned. Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded Tu Xiao Xin. "Why do you keep calling me uncle?" "Well, it just feels right," Tu Xiao Xin replied. Her expression tinged with shyness as she nestled closer into Hu Yuan's embrace, attempting to hide her slightly awkward demeanor. "I share your sentiment. You resemble a little rabbit. So obedient." Saying this, Hu Yuan lowered his head and gently nibbled on Tu Xiao Xin's ear. Tu Xiao Xin was utterly unprepared for such an action, her ears blushing as if they might bleed. Observing her reaction, Hu Yuan chuckled softly. Upon entering the room, Tu Xiao Xin wriggled free from Hu Yuan's embrace and dashed to the balcony. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the sky outside. "Uncle, come quickly. There's a shooting star." After standing on the balcony for a brief moment, she spotted a meteor streaking across the sky and immediately clasped her hands in a prayer-like gesture. Hu Yuan strode over to her side, following her gaze, and chuckled. "On the main star, we shouldn't be able to see any stars. What you see are all artificial satellites. That meteor is merely a returning spacecraft." "Oh." Tu Xiao Xin felt a twinge of disappointment. "Do you want to see stars, little one?" Hu Yuan retrieved a reclining chair from his wrist device, laid it down, and embraced Tu Xiao Xin, allowing her to rest her head against his chest, where she could hear his strong heartbeat. Nestled in Hu Yuan's arms, Tu Xiao Xin was unusually quiet, gazing up at the sky. It was quite beautiful, if one were unaware of the truth. Tu Xiao Xin examined the satellite-laden sky, still finding it stunning. "My little one is so unfortunate, having never seen the wonders of the world. One day, I'll take a long leave to show you the real night sky," Hu Yuan said tenderly, gently caressing Tu Xiao Xin's head, his movements reminiscent of petting a small kitten. "Oh, where we go to see it? Is that possible?" Tu Xiao Xin eagerly sat up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Hu Yuan. "To Zhuke Wangxing, where the scenery is pristine and you can witness the most complete starry sky. You can even see the Milky Way," Hu Yuan began to explain. Noticing Tu Xiao Xin's keen interest, he reclined her back into his embrace and opened his wrist device, showing her online photos of the starry river captured from Zhuke Wangxing. "Tu Xiao Singapet in Astanim Utali Amadet. How can there be two moons?" she inquired incredulously. "My little one, that is not the sun. Zhuke Wangxing is a binary planet. This is its brother planet. They have a predetermined trajectory, orbiting in circles around it. If this balance is disrupted, both planets will be destroyed," Hu Yuan patiently explained, shaking his head with a smile. "Oh, so that means there's only one moon, then?" Tu Xiao Xin grasped the concept, realizing that indeed, No moon could be so close to a planet. It would likely induce panic in anyone suffering from megalophobia to see such a massive celestial body so near. Certainly, this moon is not referred to as the moon. Instead, we call it Si Xing, signifying a lifeless celestial body that exists solely to maintain orbital balance between planets, largely influenced by artificial forces. Hu Yuan, akin to a well-versed mentor, patiently elucidates Rabbit Xiao Xian's queries. Rabbit Xiao Xian remains alert and engaged, finding this knowledge far superior to what she gleaned from her bracelet. Artificial? Do humans possess such capabilities? Can they manipulate a celestial body for their own use? Rabbit Xiao Xian inquired, astonished, as this seemed to surpass Earth's technological prowess. Indeed, a divine-level being can accomplish such feats, Hu Yuan affirmed, nodding. Rabbit Xiao Xian was left dumbfounded. Divine level? ISNT, the highest tier, the 9th level? Above the 9th level lies the divine tier, known to many as the Beast God, Hu Yuan responded. Their exchange resonated warmly in the night. Chapter 56. Is there truly a Beast God in this world? Huh? Is there really a Beast God? Rabbit Xiao Xian found this notion increasingly unbelievable. Certainly, otherwise, from where would so many beast tribes originate? Hu Yuan gazed into the boundless starry sea, his eyes reflecting a yearning that was hard to articulate. Can an ordinary beast man ascend to the divine level? Rabbit Xiao Xian posed a unique question, prompting Hu Yuan to chuckle lightly. My little darling is truly intelligent. The ultimate goal for an ordinary beast man is to break through the 9th level and ascend to the divine level. I must say, Bai Rui knows a divine-level powerhouse, but that individual has been missing for decades. Bai Rui met him only once in his childhood. Wow, there are indeed divine-level powerhouses. Zabit Xiao Xin et Galim, feeling a surreal sense of proximity to divinity. However, I harbor some skepticism regarding Bai Rui's claims, given he was merely a child at the time. That lad, at just 39 years of age, claims to have encountered a being of divine caliber. Who would believe him? He even stated that our Baihu clan's ancestor is a beast god. Such statements are typical of noble families boasting to one another and cannot be taken seriously. Living beast gods? We have only heard of them, never truly witnessed one. All right. Rabbit Xiao Xian felt as if she had been ensnared by exaggerated boasts. My dear, you don't appear tired, Hu Yuan observed, his gaze deepening as he met Rabbit Xiao Xian's lips. Leaning closer, he gently blew in her ear, causing her to shiver. His hands began to roam restlessly across her form. Rabbit Xiao Xian, startled, felt an urge to flee, yet his touch seemed to possess a magical allure, rendering her immobile. Her mind gradually clouding. This time, Hu Yuan refrained from using any supernatural abilities to obscure Rabbit Xiao Xian's memory. He wanted her to vividly remember who had accompanied her that night, and who had bestowed upon her unparalleled joy. Uncle, be patient a little longer. No more. She protested. You can do it, my little darling. Upon awakening, Rabbit Xiao Xian acutely felt the sensation of gentle yet lethal tenderness. The exhausting training with Sun Shi and Hu Xiu paled in comparison to the night spent with Hu Yuan. She felt as if she might shatter, her waist aching, her body rendered nearly useless. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan exited with a look of rejuvenation. Shortly after his departure, Rabbit Xiao Xian drifted back into a deep slumber. Unconsciously, she bid him good night before burying her head in her sleep. Sun Shi and Hu Xiu, understanding her need for rest, refrained from disturbing her. In a daze, Rabbit Xiao Xian felt as though she had dreamt of Bai Rui, his white hair framing a smile directed at her, his gaze imbued with a tenderness that was indescribable. Before she could greet him, he approached her directly, large hands cradling her face, his deep gray eyes gazing at her as if to see through her soul. Little darling. Bai Rui's lips moved silently, calling her. Having previously experienced the overwhelming allure of a man in his 30s, Rabbit Xiao Xian was taken aback, raising her hand to silence him. No, don't call me that. Panic washed over her. Last night, Hu Yuan's repeated calls of little darling had left her utterly defenseless, allowing him to toy with her for most of the night until her tears rendered her hoarse. Prompting him to relent. Thus, the mere sound of little darling now sent her into a frenzy. Bai Rui, taken aback by her reaction, chuckled softly. It seems you're not fond of that term. Very well, I shall call you Kai Kai instead. Though his lips moved silently, she comprehended his meaning. Realizing she could understand his unvoiced words startled her. Bai Rui grasped her hand and leaned in to kiss her. Rabbit Xiao Xian stared in disbelief as he deftly explored her mouth with his tongue. She felt bewildered. How could this seemingly austere figure be so forward? Before she could fully process the shock, she found herself being drawn deeper into his embrace. Truly, such a handsome man was irresistible, regardless of gender. Especially when he held her closely and whispered a deep, magnetic groan in her ear. Her mind blanked, overwhelmed by a rush of exhilaration. Upon awakening, she felt an inexplicable fatigue despite having slept. Jin, are you awake? Came Sun Chi's gentle voice. Rabbit Xiao Xian turned to find concern etched on Sun Chi's face, and upon hearing her own voice, she was startled by its hoarse quality. Bao Huan, my voice. Jin, let me take you to the medical bay to rest for a while, Sun Chi said, sensing her discomfort and lifting her with care. Rabbit Xiao Xian felt utterly powerless, as if her fingers were no longer her own. She had only woken up with a sore back, yet after that dream, it felt as though she had lost control of her entire body. When would this ordeal end? Silently, she allowed Sun Chi to carry her to the manor's medical room, where medical pods were available. Sun Chi gently placed her inside and kissed her forehead. After the medical pod assessed her condition, it revealed that she was suffering from severe exhaustion due to mental strain. Both Sun Chi and Rabbit Xiao Xian were perplexed. Sun Chi even called Hu Xiu for assistance. They all appeared troubled. In a state of bewilderment, Hu Xiu decided to seek Hu Yuan's counsel. Yes, uncle, that's the situation. So, can you handle lunch yourselves? I'm going to fetch a potion to replenish Jin's mental energy. Just as Hu Xiu finished speaking, Rabbit Xiao Xian struggled to emerge from the medical pod. I feel much better now. Ah Xiu, can you carry me back so I can rest a bit longer? Rabbit Xiao Xian contemplated the treasures in the system shop that might help restore her mental energy, eager to return and indulge in some shopping. Huh? Oh, all right. Though Hu Xiu was bewildered, he complied obediently, carrying Rabbit Xiao Xian back to her room. Chapter 57. The Ninth Level Heavenly Tribulation. You go help Achi prepare lunch for the three of them. They can eat if they wish. Zabit Xiao Xin Muset Alva Baizui. Wondering if her dream interactions with him had led to her excessive mental exhaustion. Never mind them. Let them be. I long to remain here with Hu Xiu, unwilling to depart, as I witness the frail state of Tu Xiao Xian, which tugs at my heartstrings. Very well. If you wish to stay, then stay. In truth, Hu Xiu's presence here is inconsequential. The functionality of the wristband mirrors that of the system's marketplace. For Hu Xiu, conjuring items is a trivial feat thus. Under the guise of the wristband, Tu Xiao Xian unabashedly began to peruse the system's marketplace. She swiftly discovered the section for items that restore mental energy, and the prices were quite reasonable, merely a few dozen points akin to the cost of the spiritual fruit she consumed during her pregnancy. Currently, she lacked nothing but points, and with a decisive gesture, she purchased a vial of spiritual liquid and drank it down. Hey, what are you drinking? Hu Xiu exclaimed as he realized Tu Xiao Xian's actions, just as the vial of spiritual liquid was consumed. The restorative elixir for mental energy? All your star coins are in my possession, and you still wish to purchase items for me? Tu Xiao Xin Zito Confiden, unable to stifle her amusement at Hu Xiu's flustered expression. Actually, my account is linked to yours, and the funds within my account are also at my disposal. To put it plainly, the so-called transfer to Tu Xiao Xian's name merely binds it to her, granting her the authority to freely utilize these star coins, Hu Xiu explained. Tu Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is even better. It saves you all from having to ask me for money in the future, which would be quite awkward. She certainly did not wish to see her men coming to her for living expenses. That image was too delightful to even contemplate. True to the system's quality, mere moments after consuming the spiritual liquid, Tu Xiao Xian felt revitalized, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. closing her eyes to savor the sensation. She realized her vitality had returned. It turned out that the depletion of mental energy could lead to inexplicable fatigue, akin to being trapped in a state of perpetual drowsiness, unable to keep one's eyes open. However, once her mental energy was replenished, she became vivacious once more. Host, your mental energy was depleted due to the activities with Bairue in your dreams, and now Bairue has broken through the 8th tier barrier to the 9th. Moreover, if all goes well, a heavenly tribulation is imminent. The system's voice echoed in her ears, causing Tu Xiao Xian's previously euphoric state to diminish instantly. What? A heavenly tribulation? It cannot be the kind I envision, can it? Tu Xiao Xian's voice trembled with trepidation. Indeed, host, it is precisely the heavenly tribulation you imagine, the system confirmed. Is the success rate for this heavenly tribulation high? A sense of unease began to creep over Tu Xiao Xian. Not high. If it were, wouldn't there be countless 9th tier beings? The path to advancement is inherently fraught with difficulties, with each tier presenting greater challenges. Beyond the 8th tier, it becomes a trial of life and death. The marketplace offers items that can assist your target in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. You need not spend millions or even hundreds of thousands, merely 8,008. The system's voice grew increasingly fervent as it spoke, causing Tu Xiao Xian's expression to darken, to the point where she felt an impulsive urge to strike down her interlocutor. I refuse to buy from you, you swindler. Did they resent her for having too many points? Host, he is your rightful beast husband. Can you truly bear to see him perish? The system, relentless, continued to tempt her for points. Just as Tu Xiao Xian was torn over whether to spend those 8,008 points, Hu Xiu suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! Someone on the main star has broken through to the 9th tier and is facing a heavenly tribulation." How do you know? Du Xiao Xin Inguit Pu Dao. As she approached Hu Xiu, who was engrossed in the latest news, pushed through the wristband. Soon, a video appeared before them, depicting dark storm clouds gathering above the government building on the main star, poised ominously. Many voices were urging the individual facing the tribulation to vacate the premises, lest the building succumb to the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. Amidst the cacophony, a white figure abruptly vanished from the rooftop of the government building, dashing toward the outskirts of the main star city. Tu Xiao Xian's heart raced. This was dire. She needed to urgently contact Bairue. What is it? Hu Xiu asked, bewildered by Tu Xiao Xian's sudden urgency. Hurry. If we delay, it will be too late. Tu Xiao Xian recalled that star coins could also be exchanged for points, albeit at a steep conversion rate. However, preserving Bairue's life was worth any expense. Thus, she made a decisive gesture, instructing the system to deduct the necessary star coins equivalent to 8,008 points from Bairue's account. As Bairue jumped through several spatial rifts away from the main star city, he was startled by the hefty deduction notification from his wristband. While he pondered what Tu Xiao Xian had purchased that cost so much, his wristband rang. I'm currently occupied with the heavenly tribulation. Can we talk later? Bairue softened at the sight of Tu Xiao Xian's name flashing on his screen. If you're preoccupied with receiving your package, I will hang up. Remember to keep it on your person. Do you recall? Tu Xiao Xian, recognizing the urgency of the moment, quickly got to the point. She then transmitted the items purchased from the system to Bairue via her wristband. As Bairue opened the photo, the item materialized in his hand with a whoosh. He stared in bewilderment at the antiquated mirror in his grasp, still trying to comprehend its purpose when the storm clouds followed him to the outskirts of the city. A blinding light descended, and before he could gather his mental energy to resist, the lightning struck directly at the mirror in his palm, which instantly absorbed all of its brilliance. A crack appeared in the mirror. It was then that Bairue realized the extraordinary artifact Tu Xiao Xian had sent him. His heart trembled. Tu Xiao Xian had truly procured such a precious item for him. He could hardly believe his eyes. Subsequent bolts of lightning followed suit. The mirror absorbed half of the heavenly tribulation required for his advancement to the 9th tier, leaving Bairue capable of resisting the remainder with his own strength. However, relying solely on the mirror would result in failure to progress, dooming him to a lifetime devoid of the 9th tier. Thus, As the mirror prepared to endure the final bolt of lightning, Bai Rui decisively stowed it away and began to brace himself against the tribulation. As expected, he successfully weathered this trial. He heard the sound of the 8th-tier barrier shattering within his mental realm, and he experienced a profound sense of transformation. The chasm between the 8th and 9th tiers was not something easily breached. It was akin to crossing a vast divide. He had believed that a breakthrough would be impossible before his 100th year, yet unexpectedly, a dream led by his mental energy facilitated his ascension to the 9th tier. The magnitude of this joy left Bai Rui ecstatic, and he never anticipated receiving such a divine object to aid him in overcoming this life-threatening tribulation. His affection for Tu Xiao Xin had surged beyond 100, awakening a tumultuous tide of love within him, and he yearned to be by her side at that very moment. Casting his gaze toward the main city, he leapt, his figure vanishing into the horizon. Once Tu Xiao Xin confirmed that Bai Rui had received the gift, she learned from the system that he would not face any life-threatening dangers during the tribulation. With her heart finally at ease, she closed her eyes, intending to rest a while longer. Although she had consumed the restorative spiritual liquid, her body was genuinely fatigued. She had come to realize that engaging in intimate activities with individuals of higher cultivation levels exhausted her mental and physical energy far more than with lower-tier beast husbands. She felt as though she could sleep until evening. As for the cake, she decisively entrusted it to Senki, who possessed considerable talent. Although Senki's flavors did not quite reach her level, he excelled in every other aspect and was already considered the pinnacle of culinary skills across the entire interstellar realm. The refrigerator was stocked with all the necessary ingredients. Everything one could desire was readily available. Tu Xiaoxin curled up in a ball on the bed, revealing a fuzzy head as she fell into deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time, even as it reached the hour of their return from work. It was only when a gentle disturbance stirred her that she awoke, her drowsy eyes meeting a pair of deep gray ones, confusion evident within them. Bai Hui, you're back? Tu Xiaoxin murmured, seeking a comfortable position in his embrace, still half asleep, completely unaware that this person should not be before her bed. Yes, I'm back, Bai Rui replied, suppressing the surge of excitement and fervent affection within him, his voice hoarse. Tu Xiaoxin settled into her preferred position and closed her eyes once more. Observing the evident fatigue in her eyes, Bai Rui felt a pang of guilt. Entering her dreams through mental connection to engage in such activities was immensely taxing on a female's mental energy. Yet, Bai Rui was uncertain when he would ever earn Tu Xiaoxin's favor, thus resorting to this deception. Seeing her so weary truly tugged at his heartstrings. Bai Hui, you scoundrel! Did you break through to the 9th level just to deal with us? Came the furious voice of Hu Yuan from outside the door, filled with regret for having let a wolf into the house. He had initially thought Bai Rui to be indifferent to females, but the first thing he did upon returning was to dominate their beloved little one with his superior cultivation. Hu Yuan now regretted his decision deeply. Hearing the voice from outside, Bai Rui remained unperturbed, continuing to cuddle with Tu Xiaoxin for a moment longer before reluctantly placing her back onto the bed. After tucking her in, he rose and left the room, sealing the door behind him with an impenetrable barrier. This series of actions left all the beastly husbands present utterly speechless. When it came to shamelessness, who could rival Bai Rui? Long Zheng realized that in this vast interstellar world, the most audacious was not the cunning Hu Yuan, but rather the seemingly benevolent national master, Bai Rui. The little female is very tired. Let her rest undisturbed tonight, Bai Rui said, unbothered by the implications of his actions, addressing them with calm authority. Their expressions were a tapestry of incredulity as they exchanged glances, finally settling their gazes with ire upon Bai Rui. What have you done to her? They demanded in unison. Bai Rui felt a flicker of guilt at their words. Just as he was about to deny any wrongdoing, he caught Hu Yuan narrowing his eyes. You didn't use that method to bond with her, did you? It was not a question, but a declaration, imbued with an excited certainty. Bai Rui's heart raced with anxiety. No way. National Master, how could you engage in such behavior? No wonder Jean was so exhausted today. She was concerned about bringing you gifts while in that state. How could you justify this to her? Senki erupted with fury, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing to Bai Rui. The least powerful among them, the tiger beast, looked bewildered at the unfolding drama. What are you all rambling about? Jin did indeed seem off today. Does that relate to him? Although he did not grasp the specifics. It was evident that Jin's condition had something to do with Bai Rui. I apologize. I acted too hastily, Bai Rui admitted without reservation. To hell with you. Long Zheng exclaimed in anger, throwing a punch. Bai Rui stood firm, absorbing the blow without flinching. He remained unscathed, even as Long Zheng winced in pain, clutching his hand as if it had shattered. Are you all right? Hu Yuan rushed to support Long Zheng, then suddenly realized, wait, you've reached the 9th level. The only way for you to injure a peak 7th level like Long Zheng is if your levels are vastly disparate, suggesting you've indeed broken through to the 9th level. You were the one who nearly faced tribulation at the administrative building this afternoon. Hu Yuan connected the dots, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Yes, Bai Rui replied, glancing at Long Zheng. Even if you reach the 8th level, striking me would only hurt yourself. Upon hearing this, Long Zheng's expression darkened, feeling like a fool. Is there anyone else who knows about this? Hu Yuan suddenly became serious, his demeanor shifting dramatically. No, just if you are aware now, Bai Rui answered candidly. Bai Rui, I solemnly warn you, do not let this information leak. I beg you. It was rare for Hu Yuan to speak in such a humble tone, leaving everyone present in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 59. Disturbingly disgusting. Bai Rui raised an eyebrow. It seemed even the astute Hu Yuan had discerned the secret of his breakthrough. Rest assured, the little one is now my beloved. I will protect her, Bai Rui replied confidently. The expressions of the others shifted as realizations dawned upon them. What do you call Jin, little one? It's rather nauseating, the tiger beast remarked disdainfully at Bai Rui, suggesting that simply calling her Jin would suffice. You understand nothing, Bai Rui retorted with an indignant huff. That is a term of endearment between me and my beloved. Your idea of endearment is to be her beast father? How twisted. Long Zheng scoffed, clearly disgusted, viewing both Hu Yuan and Bai Rui as the epitome of eccentricity. One calls her little one and the other little darling. Isn't that just madness? Mind your own business. Bai Rui's formidable aura surged, nearly causing Long Zheng to spit blood, the metallic taste rising in his throat, yet unable to escape. Bai Rui seemed to temper his force, otherwise, everyone present would have been left reeling. Let us not quibble over names. Call her whatever you like. The pressing matter is that Bai Rui must safeguard the secret of his breakthrough to the 9th level. If you wish for our little darling to have more suitors in the future, feel free to spread the word about her merits. Hu Yuan voiced his concerns, fearing the arrival of more rival suitors for their beloved. His words resonated with the other males present, their gazes hardening with resolve. Do we even need to mention it? We will keep Jin's secret, they affirmed. Among them, Long Zheng appeared the most perplexed. He was genuinely curious about the little female's secrets. However, seeing the others already privy to the situation, he recalled Bai Rui's claim of having achieved the 9th level. Given Bai Rui's typical strength, it was improbable for him to have reached the 9th level before turning 100. Yet here he was, and he seemed to value Tu Xiaoxin immensely. Could it be that engaging in the bonding process with a little female could enhance one's cultivation? As Long Zheng pondered this, he suddenly sensed a tremor at his own cultivation barrier. His expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and left, leaving the others to watch his sudden departure with curiosity. The transition from 7th to 8th level was devoid of tribulation, but ascending from 8th to 9th level was a true breakthrough in the interstellar beast realm. The transition from the 7th to the 8th tier is indeed formidable, necessitating a profound metamorphosis akin to a rebirth. The experience is comparable to having died once. Numerous orcs with weak resolve may perish during this transformation. Where's the crown prince? Hu Xiao sensed an air of mystique surrounding everyone. Alas, this lad is indeed no ordinary foe. Hu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance contorting as he glared at Long Zheng's retreating figure. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cast an enraged look at Hu Xiao, You useless fool. Huh? What have I done? Hu Xiao, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, appeared innocently bewildered. Why do you scold him? Xiao possesses the weakest cultivation among us. Is it not natural for him to be struck by any attack? Bai Rui scoffed, then recalling something, his gaze turned ominous as he watched Long Zheng return to his chamber. The large tiger, with the least prowess, looked around in confusion. What is happening? What riddle are they playing? Sin Chi cast a sympathetic glance at Hu Xiao. Brother, you must elevate your cultivation swiftly. Otherwise, your future is indeed grim. Anyone could snatch someone from your bed. How tragic. Hu Xiao remained perplexed. What does this have to do with improving cultivation? Nevertheless, although Hu Xiao was somewhat simple-minded, he was receptive to advice. Since everyone deemed his cultivation inferior, he resolved to find ways to elevate it. As for how to improve, he would naturally engage in the activities he loved with Jin Jin. The others were entirely unaware of Hu Xiao's intentions. After all, who could fathom that a fool might develop clever thoughts? Everyone assumed Tu Xiao Xin would not rise for dinner. Unexpectedly, she not only got up but also consumed a considerable amount of food. Subsequently, she resolutely rejected any request to share a bed, pointing to her slightly protruding belly. I must nurture the child. You all must be quiet. Tu Xiao Xin, in her frequency of activity, was oblivious to her pregnancy. Everyone felt a pang of guilt, except for one individual whose eyes glinted with mischief. However, no one noticed. Very well, tonight the little one shall rest well. Although Bai Rui longed to hold Tu Xiao Xin throughout the night, he considered her frail condition. Stifled momentarily by Rui's address, Tu Xiao Xin composed herself, surveying him. As the eldest man here, it was only natural for him to desire children. Perhaps she should reserve a child for him in the next round. A child born the 9th tier would yield even greater rewards. Moreover, the benefits would be manifold. With this thought, Tu Xiao Xin felt invigorated. Go to sleep. We shall not disturb you tonight. Hu Yuan also felt sympathy for Tu Xiao Xin, as older beastmen tend to be considerate. Go on, Jin Jin, good night. Sun Qi and Hu Xiao echoed in unison. Seeing everyone so cooperative, Tu Xiao Xin felt like a blissful little rabbit, skipping merrily to her room. Witnessing her adorable demeanor, several hearts melted, their lips curving into uncontainable smiles. Tu Xiao Xin rarely enjoyed such tranquility, indulging in the dramas and films of the beast world, only to declare that she needed to cleanse her eyes. Wow, are the dramas of the Interstellar Beast World this explosive? There seems to be no regard for propriety. Are they not afraid of leading the young astray? Unbeknownst to Tu Xiao Xin, for the Interstellar Beast World, procreation is a paramount concern, and they do not shy away from such matters. Furthermore, the education of the young begins from an early age. Thus, children here are not as naive or ignorant, as they already comprehend that only those who bond through a contract, male and female, truly come together, while mere partnerships do not count. Once a male and female bond, the male bears a totem representing his mate, the placement of which varies according to her significance in his heart, differing among various beastmen. As she had never paid attention to it before, she only learned of it through television. Narrowing her eyes, she felt a flutter of curiosity, pondering where her totem might appear in the hearts of her beastmen. As she contemplated whether to call Hu Xiao over to take a look, a fluffy tail unexpectedly emerged from beneath the covers. Tu Xiao Xin then realized she had been too engrossed in the television to notice someone had entered her room. She reached out, seizing the mischievous tail, and soon, a pair of quivering beast ears appeared before her. Tu Xiao Xin's eyes sparkled as she tugged the tail toward her, successfully pulling the individual onto the bed. Their gazes met, and Tu Xiao Xin couldn't help but laugh. I never expected my Xiao would resort to clever tactics, especially after promising me a peaceful night. With a smile, she reached out to pinch his fluffy ears. It must be said they feel delightful. Do you not miss me? Jin Jin? Hu Xiao rubbed his head against Tu Xiao Xin's neck, then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her ruby lips. I wish to see where my totem appears upon you. Tu Xiao Xin extended a finger to rest against his sturdy chest. Hu Xiao raised an eyebrow. curious as to how she came to contemplate such a thing. So where's my totem? Speaking of which, what does my totem look like? Tu Xiao Xin had yet to witness her totem's appearance. Seeing her so intrigued, Hu Xiao's eyes glinted mischievously, and with a swift motion, he tore open his shirt to reveal his firm, muscular physique. He then summoned his spiritual energy, causing a small white rabbit-shaped totem to materialize at the center of his chest. The little rabbit's mouth delicately grasped a pinkish spot, leaving Tu Xiao Xin momentarily speechless. Oh my! Tu Xiao Xin buset, the leading dis totem dadili manifest. Indeed, it only appears when summoned by spiritual power, Hu Xiao explained, lifting her hand to cover the totem. Feel it. It's still warm. Tu Xiao Xin touched it, feeling an unusual warmth. How fascinating. How do you feel? Do you like what you see, Jin? Hu Xiao's gaze bore into Tu Xiao Xin, as if he might consume her with his eyes. Tu Xiao Xin remained blissfully unaware of his intense stare, instead delighting in lightly tracing a spot on his chest, eliciting a low growl from him. Soon, a tempest of fervent kisses enveloped her, and Tu Xiao Xin quickly found herself lost in the rapture. Awakening from slumber, Tu Xiao Xin once speculated that this indulgence was merely for Hu Xiao's benefit. After his break, he had become quite unruly, disrupting his biological clock and rising much later than even her, a pregnant woman. Tu Xiao Xin gazed at the figure nestled tightly against her, sleeping soundly, and a wave of helplessness washed over her. Xiao, while on break, why not travel with me? I heard your little uncle mention that the stars on Zhu main star are spectacular. Let's go see the stars. Leaning closer to Hu Xiao's ear, she whispered her thoughts, and the youthful man suddenly opened his eyes wide, sparkling with excitement. Really? Jin wants to join me to see the stars. Yes. Tu Xiao Xin nodded. Staying cooped up at home all day is not ideal, is it? I will book the tickets right away, Hu Xiao declared, immediately rising to activate his wristband to make the arrangements. Should we inform the others? Tu Xiao Xin remembered the other beastmen at home. Do you not wish to have a moment alone with me? Hu Xiao gazed at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes pleading. Tu Xiao Xin's heart softened. Whenever she faced Hu Xiao, she found it difficult to resist. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded without hesitation. Hu Xiao's joy was palpable as he intertwined his pinky with hers, then suggested, shall we travel together? By the way, should we invite my little uncle? This idea was his, after all. Tu Xiao Xin hesitated. Hu Xiao truly was a good nephew to Hu Yuan, even during such moments of indulgence. He thought of Hu Yuan. You decide. Bringing along Hu Yuan will certainly provide much greater assurance. Thus, I shall discreetly inform my little uncle, urging him to accompany us in viewing the Zhu main star. Hu Xiao grinned foolishly while Tu Xiao Xin wore a look of embarrassment. Fortunately, Hu Xiao's character is somewhat salvaged by Hu Yuan, a paragon of virtue. Had he not been such a noble gentleman, he might have devoured every last crumb of his dignity. Well, suit yourself. What more could Tu Xiao Xin say? Naturally, he could only acquiesce. However, Xiao, I strongly advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if others discover that you have disregarded our agreement, the one who will suffer is me. He casually stroked the stubble that had just emerged on his chin, a lazy smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's expression changed momentarily. But he quickly thought of something. No need to worry. I have ample means to ensure they remain oblivious. With that, he once again enveloped Tu Xiao Xin in his embrace, showering her with numerous tender kisses as they relived the bliss of the previous night. When Tu Xiao Xin witnessed Hu Xiao stealthily making his way to a corner at dawn, opening a concealed small door to exit, she finally understood how he had entered and left so silently. It turned out that this fellow had utilized his status as the first beast husband to occupy the room next to hers for this very purpose. He had secretly opened a small door when no one was aware, a door that others could not detect. This truly was amusing. When Tu Xiao Xin saw Hu Xiao crouching his tall figure as he slipped through the small door, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Are you quite cheerful this morning, my little one? Bai Rui's voice drifted in from outside, followed by the door opening to reveal his tall silhouette. He looked at Tu Xiao Xin, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable joy. You rose quite early. It is barely dawn, and you've already awakened. Do you not require sleep? Well, I was thinking of you, so I couldn't rest. Bai Rui entered the room and sat at the edge of the bed, placing his hand on Tu Xiao Xian's abdomen. I heard that you intend to bear a child on your own. Indet, Tu Xiao Xin not det, but that is quite perilous. What you're considering is fraught with risk. A hint of concern flickered in Bai Rui's eyes. That may apply to others, but not to me. I shall not encounter danger. You should be aware of this. Tu Xiao Xian couldn't believe that these men, having spent so long with her, still did not comprehend her unique circumstances. Bai Rui's hand hesitated over her belly as he pondered, "Little one, will we be able to have our own little one in the future?" Although Bai Rui understood that such a possibility was exceedingly slim, he still couldn't help but dream. It will happen. After this pregnancy, I shall bear you a little one. Given the high cultivation levels of males, it is best not to conceive too many at once, lest it severely deplete one's points. Such offspring require higher-tier spiritual fruit, and naturally, points correspondingly increase. Thus, for the sake of one's own points, it is prudent to take it easy. Fewer is better. One is just right. Chapter 61. For Hu Yuan's sake, moreover, aside from Bai Rui, there are also Hu Yuan and Long Zheng, both of whom possess formidable cultivation levels. Therefore, nurturing a future child with these three fellows will surely be quite the challenge. As long as it is what you wish for, I shall believe it. Shall I reserve it in advance? Although aware that Tu Xiao Xian might be merely indulging him, he couldn't suppress the budding anticipation within. Aren't you working today? Tu Xiao Xian glanced outside, curious. It's the weekend. I do not work. As he spoke, Bai Rui casually removed his shoes and climbed into bed, drawing Tu Xiao Xian into his embrace. Aren't you concerned that a Yuan might find trouble with you? Tu Xiao Xian expressed her disbelief at his boldness in joining her in bed. A Yuan is preoccupied. He was summoned to the palace before dawn. The Empress requires his presence. After Bai Rui spoke, he promptly set up a barrier, beginning to enjoy his spoils. As for the other beast husbands, they could not intrude. Isn't this a bit sudden? Tu Xiao Xian thought to herself. He cannot possibly think of conceiving a child now, can he? Little one, it is merely a dream. Bai Rui murmured, lowering his gaze to meet Tu Xiao Xian's wide, startled eyes, swallowing hard before leaning down to kiss her crimson lips. Tu Xiao Xian felt a refreshing fragrance enveloping her senses, delightful and intoxicating, almost instantly scattering her thoughts. See, males of high cultivation possess numerous methods. It is utterly beyond the capacity of a female to resist. Tu Xiao Xian had initially anticipated being utterly exhausted, only to find herself unexpectedly invigorated. Eventually, she realized it was Bai Rui's unique ability that revitalized her body, alleviating her fatigue. In the days that followed, as the most formidable presence in the household, Bai Rui consistently seized the initiative. After Hu Xiu relayed Tu Xiao Xian's stargazing plan to Hu Yuan, Hu Xiu received a thorough reprimand from Hu Yuan. The danger inherent in females giving birth is well known. How could this fellow consider taking a pregnant female to gaze at stars? Although aware that this might have been Tu Xiao Xian's idea, Hu Yuan could not bear to reprimand her, so he could only chastise his nephew. Upon witnessing Hu Xiu's bruised face before her, Tu Xiao Xian felt a mix of pity and amusement. Could your little uncle not have spoken more kindly? As she tended to Hu Xiu's wounds, her heart ached for him. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan felt quite pleased with himself. Deliberately avoiding medical treatment to evoke concern from the little female, all the while subtly undermining his own standing in her heart. It seemed this tactic had proven quite effective. I merely thought of Jean wanting to go, so I inquired, and unexpectedly, he resorted to violence. It hurt terribly. Hu Xiu pouted in Tu Xiao Xian's embrace. Tu Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to stroke his head. Accidentally finding it enjoyable, Hu Xiu let out a low, purring sound, and then, with a shift, transformed into a magnificent white tiger before her eyes. Tu Xiao Xian was startled by the sudden beast transformation. Once she regained her composure, she confirmed it was Hu Xiu, for the tiger spoke human words and nuzzled against her. Your true form is a white tiger. Du Xiao Xin et Galim. delighting in the smooth fur that felt akin to a luxurious carpet beneath her fingers. Awu, Jean, your touch feels wonderful. Hushio rolled onto his back, his eyes half closed in bliss. Amused by Hushio's demeanor, Tu Xiao Xin decided to use both hands to groom his fur. However, as she continued, she noticed a black, glimmering snake tail emerging beneath her hands. Tu Xiao Xin gasped and followed the tail to find Sun Qi had also transformed, now coiled as a black python, exuding the unmistakable aura of a serpent in heat. Her heart raced, yet thinking of fairness, she simply reached out one hand to pet the great tiger while the other caressed the snake tail. The tiger purred and the serpent hissed. Had she not known she was in the beast realm, Tu Xiao Xin would have felt as though she had stumbled into some peculiar zoo. When Bai Rui entered and beheld this scene, he was instantly struck with both amusement and exasperation. Sensi, Hushio, he barked, startled. The two immediately reverted to their human forms, standing obediently before Bai Rui. Compared to the stern Hu Yuan, the ethereal Bai Rui appeared far more intimidating. What on earth are you two doing? Bai Rui raised an eyebrow, questioning them. We are merely keeping Jean company, Hushio replied weakly. Are you accompanying her, or is she accompanying you? Are you unaware that your beast forms can be frightening? How could you use your beast forms to scare her? Bai Rui was at a loss for words. Many females detested the male beast forms. Males in their beast forms often lost their rationality, which is why it is strictly prohibited within the city. Females, upon birth, may be in their beast forms, but by the age of 3, they transition to human form and cannot revert. It is said that females only transform during childbirth. However, this is merely folklore. Very few females today give birth on their own. Bai Rui was not that extreme. I'm not afraid. Tu Xiao Xin recognized the seriousness in Bai Rui's expression, understanding that he was genuinely concerned for her. Indeed, I was not at all intimidated by the beastly transformations of Senki and Hushio. To speak candidly, Bai Rui wore a helpless expression. His offspring always exhibited such tenderness. This is unacceptable. The regulation within the city prohibits beast transformation, and I hope you will remember this in the future. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you to the Security Bureau. As the eldest and most powerful member of his family, Bai Rui naturally held the authority to make such decisions, even though he was not the foremost beast husband. Hushio expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that as the first beast husband, he was quite powerless, lacking any real authority. Understanding his frustration, Hushio spoke up. Recently, it seemed that his uncle had been exceedingly busy. Tu Xiaoxin recalled that Hu Yuan had been leaving early and returning late, even foregoing his nightly competition with other beast husbands for the right to share a bed. Indeed, he had been quite occupied with thoughts of his friend Bai Rui's side. The prince and princess of a foreign race were scheduled to visit. As the first assistant, he was responsible for overseeing many matters. He had been overwhelmed with tasks, and it was rumored that the foreign princess was coming specifically for him. Being Hu Yuan's nephew, Hushio naturally knew more than others. Why do you speak so freely? You shouldn't share such matters with Tu Xiaoxin. If another of the opposite sex has their eyes on you, there's no need to inform him, lest he becomes overly concerned. What is happening? Tu Xiaoxin's expression hardened. Someone was actually vying for his beast husband. Rest assured, the two of you are not only partners, but also bonded. No matter how the foreign princess may feel, she would not pursue a second-hand item. Bai Rui reassured Tu Xiaoxin. Chapter 62. The socially anxious clan Tu Xiaoxin did not feel reassured. What kind of foreign race was the princess from? The Sea Clan was the reply. They resided on starfish-shaped planets. Senki was aware of the origin of the visiting foreign race. Are they not merfolk? Tu Xiaoxin felt a sense of crisis. He had heard that merfolk were renowned for their beauty. Well, beauty is subjective, he mused, recalling the various beast husbands, each with their own distinctive and often difficult to describe appearances. In a world where handsome and beautiful beings were the norm, the Sea Clan certainly had a unique aesthetic. With their myriad expressions, Tu Xiaoxin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity. You'll understand once you see them. While the Sea Clan does have their fair share of attractive individuals, the majority are rather unattractive, particularly among the royal family, with the more unsightly ones often reflect a higher status. They seem to have a penchant for ugliness. Hu Xiu explained with a slight grimace. Tu Xiaoxin paused, seemingly grasping the concept, and felt a twinge of sympathy for Hu Yuan. I heard Hu Yuan mention that you plan to take our offspring to travel and stargaze. Bai Rui shifted his focus onto Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine, glancing at Tu Xiaoxin with a hint of guilt. It was not Ah Xiu's idea, it was mine. I merely wish to go out for a while, especially since there is just over a month until I give birth. Observing the gradually swelling belly, it was quite astonishing. In the Interstellar Beast World, females seemed to be favored by the heavens. Had it not been for the necessity of her system requiring her to bear her child herself, she could have easily left the task to machines and even chosen the genes, a true testament to her power. However, there are pros and cons, despite advanced technology. The birth rate of females has been declining year by year, indicating a gradual deterioration of female genetics. Perhaps this is the balance of nature. It is you who should be more cautious. As the first beast husband, you should discourage such reckless behavior. Bai Rui retorted, glaring at Hu Xiu with a hint of exasperation. Did this fellow truly deserve the title of first beast husband? Hu Xiu, feeling somewhat guilty, instinctively shrank behind Tu Xiaoxin. While he was indeed the first beast husband, the ultimate decision still rested with me, the wife. Tu Xiaoxin knew that being the first beast husband among a group of formidable individuals must be quite challenging for Hu Xiu. Aware of his struggles, she preferred to defend him in front of others, ensuring he received the respect befitting his title. Upon hearing Tu Xiaoxin's response, Bai Rui immediately discerned the underlying truth. Hu Xiu was, after all, different to Tu Xiaoxin. He had investigated everything about her. A female who had endured such hardship in a harsh environment. It was no wonder her character was so gentle. Hu Xiu was the one who had pulled her from the mire, which naturally led her to rely on and defend him. He wished he had arrived in her life sooner. Had he been the first to appear, he would have been the first beast husband. Hu Xiu recognized that Tu Xiaoxin was defending him, and he felt profoundly moved. Truthfully, he sometimes felt unworthy of the title of first beast husband. Yet, Jin had repeatedly emphasized that no one was more suitable for the role than he. Perhaps among a group of strong individuals, the first beast husband need not be the strongest, but must certainly be someone whom all beast husbands can accept. Aside from Hu Xiu, were not all the other beast husbands astute in their own right? When overly clever individuals gathered, someone like Hu Xiu was needed to bring a touch of simplicity and harmony, allowing him to navigate the complexities of such a powerful assembly. This topic is best left alone. If you are uneasy about my traveling, I shall refrain. But may I attend the upcoming festival of the myriad races? I would like to witness the festivities, Tu Xiaoxin implored, blinking innocently. In addition to the Sea clan, numerous other foreign royals would be coming to pay their respects. As the strongest beast clan in the interstellar realm, they not only eradicated unruly foreign races each year, but also received tributes and homage from all across the star system, a display of their esteemed status. Of course, Bai Rui nodded, smiling in agreement. This cannot be. Lord Guoshi, you are as busy as the crown prince and the first assistant, who will stay by Jin's side during this time. Relying solely on Hu Xiu and myself may not suffice to protect her, Senki admitted, fully aware of his limitations. Naturally, it will be me. I am merely the humble Guoshi, with no major undertakings. My presence is not required. Besides, I'm still a 9th-tier powerhouse. Who would dare interfere with my movements? Then let them meet their maker. Agreed. Those foreign races were a motley crew, many of whom were indeed formidable. And Senki remained apprehensive. What other foreign races are there? We know the Sea clan is peculiar. What about the others? There are many. Allow me to enlighten you. Hu Xiu said with enthusiasm, eager to take on the role of educator for Tu Xiaoxin. Curious, Tu Xiaoxin settled beside Hu Xiu to listen intently. Is it true that there are naturally occurring robots in this world? Upon hearing Hu Xiu mention the mechanical clan, Tu Xiaoxin could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, the interstellar realm is vast and filled with all manner of extraordinary beings. Naturally, there exists such a mechanical clan, but their method of reproduction differs from ours. Their planet is home to an ancient tree known as the core energy tree, from which all mechanical clan children are born. Hushio explained, possessing ample knowledge about the mechanical clan. They could freely alter their appearance, transforming into airships or vehicles, anything mechanical. The Beast clan and the mechanical clan shared a close bond, akin to brother races. Does that mean the mechanical clan has integrated into our lives as beast men? Yet, I have never encountered them before. Tu Xiaoxing questioned, puzzled. That is because the members of the mechanical clan tend to be socially anxious. They predominantly exist in mechanical forms. However, they all bear a uniform insignia. Should you see a machine adorned with such a mark, it signifies that it has transformed from a member of the mechanical clan. Hushio smiled as he explained. Yet, their social anxiety is one aspect. They are also quite reluctant to engage with others, preferring to lead their secluded lives, which is why you may not have witnessed them becoming anyone's steed. Oh, now I understand. This is a stark contrast to the impression Tu Xiaoxing had of the Transformers. In the movies, the Transformers are depicted as valiant warriors. Yet it is surprising to discover that the true mechanical race is rife with social anxiety, particularly of the type that prefers to blend into the background. Chapter 63. This must be a social butterfly. The advanced technology of the interstellar beast realm is undeniably linked to their contributions. Without their assistance, the realm's technological advancements would not have reached such heights. Every member of the mechanical race possesses unparalleled genius in mechanics, and the devices we commonly utilize are crafted by their extraordinary intellect. Regardless of gender, males inherently possess an affinity for machinery, and Hushio is no exception. If Jin wishes to meet the mechanical race, they will appear as the chief allies during the grand assembly of the myriad races. And those who can stand alongside the populace of the main star are indeed social butterflies of the mechanical faction. Senshi, noticing Tu Xiaoxing's curiosity, reminded her that this is one of the rare opportunities to see the mechanical group in person. Wow, now I absolutely must attend. Tu Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The others could not help but laugh at her enthusiasm and readily agreed. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day arrived. At this moment, Tu Xiaoxing's abdomen had grown considerably, and the date of her impending childbirth was merely a week away. The aquatic race, eager for a union, arrived earlier than the myriad races, and the aquatic princess immediately set her sights on Hu Yuan. The outcome was predictable. Upon learning that Hu Yuan already had a spouse, the aquatic princess was infuriated. Just as she was about to leverage her royal status to trouble Hu Yuan, she was promptly expelled from the main star along with her envoy by the Empress. The Empress could afford to offend anyone, but not the esteemed chancellor of the main star. Some individuals, when standing in a certain place, may indeed be a beautiful sight, serving as pleasing ornaments. However, when put to use, they become formidable weapons, often with a ruthless nature. Tu Xiaoxing was astounded upon hearing this news, realizing that Hu Yuan was akin to Jiaxiu of the interstellar beast realm. He was too valuable to be discarded or utilized by others, thus relegated to being a mere mascot by the Empress. Nevertheless, Hu Yuan was not as indiscriminate as Jiaxiu. He merely employed ruthless tactics comparable to Bai Qi, earning him the title of the god of death in the beast realm. The battles he commanded consistently resulted in the annihilation of rival races. Since he entered the Beast Realm Empire at the age of 16, having completed all his studies ahead of time, he has been involved in numerous conflicts over the years, all resulting in the extermination of enemy tribes. The battle that catapulted Hu Yuan to fame was against the insect race, a persistent headache for all the myriad races. Under Hu Yuan's command, the insects were eradicated, and their resurgence was effectively thwarted. This victory brought him widespread acclaim and revealed the emergence of a remarkable presence within the Beast Realm Empire. Without the aquatic race, Tu Xiaoxing finally recognized the splendor of the myriad races, which opened her eyes to the astonishing diversity present. There were even plant beings, those genuinely transformed from flora, yet still bearing botanical characteristics. Among the myriad races, there were indeed humans, though they resembled those Tu Xiaoxing had encountered on Earth. Their technology was commendable, yet the mechanical race held a distinct aversion to interacting with humans, resulting in humans being less adept at utilizing mechanical devices compared to the beastmen. This was a novel discovery. Seated in the viewing platform specially designed by Bai Rui, Tu Xiaoxin curiously observed the various alien races. Her gaze eventually landed on the singular and conspicuous figure of the mechanical race, as the only representative of their kind amidst the myriad races. This individual's attire was nothing short of ostentatious, almost as if they wished to announce their existence to all, akin to an emperor on a public outing. This transcended mere social confidence, did it not? Are you certain this is a member of the mechanical race? Tu si osno, insodulo, leaned closer to Bai Rui and whispered a question. Ah, that individual is an anomaly among the mechanical race, a quintessential social butterfly. Bai Rui found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Other members of the mechanical race would never dare to appear in such a setting, yet this one did, and so flamboyantly. Hello, how is everyone in the interstellar realm? I am your brother, Hong Ing of the mechanical race. To align with my new name, I specially had myself painted red. Does it look good? Is it alluring? Are you captivated by me? Upon hearing Hong Ing's voice, amplified for all to hear, some members of the mechanical race, hiding in the crowd, felt utterly mortified. They would never acknowledge this individual as one of their own. Could it be that their core mother tree has mutated, resulting in such a creation? Tu Xiaoxin turned her head away, embarrassed on their behalf. Honging. To Tu Xiaoxin's astonishment, this flamboyant figure even had fans. Some females in the crowd were fervently calling out his name. Excellent taste, everyone. After today, I will select one lucky female to accompany me on an outing. Stay tuned. Hong Ing continued to broadcast his words through the loudspeaker, fearful that others might not grasp his message. This left Tu Xiaoxin speechless and unable to critique further. Despite appearances, the mechanical race can indeed unite with our beastmen. Bai Rui raised his hand to shield Tu Xiaoxin's view, explaining. Tu Xiaoxin was further shocked, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Wait, what did you say? How can a machine and a beastman unite? You may not be aware, but our beastmen's bodies are, in essence, intricate machines. The reason mechanical beings can bear children is that they can extract genetic material from our female beastmen and integrate it with their own genes, which is then input into the core mother tree to facilitate childbirth. Bai Rui elucidated, possessing knowledge far exceeding that of Hu Xiao. He was indeed a well-known star of the mechanical race in our beast realm. Sin Shi, seated nearby, further elucidated the situation for Tu Xiaoxin. Indeed, many females aspire to bear mechanical offspring with him. Hu Xiao nodded, sharing his own curiosity about the potential offspring of a mechanical and beastman union. Tu Xiaoxin let out a dry laugh, struggling to believe her ears. It felt as though her worldview had been reshaped repeatedly. Wait, system. Could it be that one of my potential targets is also mechanical? A foreboding sensation suddenly washed over to Xiaoxin, prompting her to question her system. The system remained silent, instead emitting a villainous chuckle. Please don't tell me it's such a character. Tu Xiaoxin's expression darkened, growing increasingly dismal. Chapter 64. Leader of the Mechanical Race, Qing Ci. Rest assured, host, I assure you that I have arranged only the finest candidates for you. The time has yet to arrive, and you have not yet encountered them. In any case, it is certainly not this flamboyant one. This individual does not even qualify to be your consort. The system is committed to selecting only the most exceptional candidates for the host. This person is wholly unworthy. While in other stories, such characters may be protagonists, here, they're the most despised. Can I preview the profile of that mechanical being? Tu Xiaoxin suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. To be fair, the system's aesthetic aligns closely with her own. Neither of them favored such ostentation. No. When they appear, I will naturally inform you. With this, Tu Xiaoxin acknowledged the system's rules. What? Are you also interested in finding a mechanical consort, little one? Bai Rui, sensing a shift in Tu Xiaoxin's tone, squinted at her and inquired. Tu Xiaoxin immediately felt a wave of guilt, hastily gesturing to stop. No, don't think too much into it. The system pondered, if it's a mechanical being, it won't need to emerge from my abdomen, right? This thought crossed Tu Xiaoxin's mind. The system's response, although not quite an answer, brought her some relief. It must emerge from your abdomen. The subsequent remark left Tu Xiao Xin utterly bewildered. Was it not said that only the core mother tree can give birth to mechanical beings? Why must I do it myself? The prospect of birthing a tiny robot seemed quite embarrassing. How else could I be called a birthing system? Everything can give birth. The system replied, its voice growing fainter. Tu Xiao Xin felt as though she had stumbled into a pitfall. She found herself too exhausted to criticize further. Interestingly, her favorite character in Transformers was not the heroic Optimus Prime or Bumblebee, but Megatron. Perhaps no one could comprehend her preferences, yet she was drawn to Megatron's passionate and fierce personality. Forget it. I don't want to complain anymore. Tu Xiao Xin was disinclined to argue with the system, especially as she noticed someone's eyes glimmering with concealed jealousy and their hands beginning to fidget. Swiftly, she raised her hand to suppress the mischief of the person beside her. Dabai, do you not trust me? Tu Xiao Xin ap fetinota nikambai zuizabai. For after encountering Bai Rui's true form, she felt a sense of warmth akin to that of a gentle man in his presence. The resemblance to the character from the animated film, the adorable robot Big Hero 6, was striking, both evoking a comforting and reliable aura. After restraining the hand of her companion, she took it and placed it against her cheek, caressing her face with his palm. Having you is sufficient for me. I need no more partners. As she spoke sincerely, she gazed earnestly at Bai Rui. His heart softened at her gaze, and he gently stroked her tender cheek with his fingertips. It must be said that Tu Xiao Xin's skin felt exquisite, resembling the finest porcelain, evoking a desire to hold on forever. Dabai, I'm tired and wish to go home to sleep. Tu Xiao Xin yawned, addressing Bai Rui. Indeed, let us depart. Bai Rui responded, lifting Tu Xiao Xin effortlessly into his arms as he walked. Sun Qi and Hu Xiu hastily followed suit. They boarded a flying bus parked at the roadside, only to realize something was amiss. There were no other passengers aboard. As they surveyed the empty bus, Tu Xiao Xin suddenly heard the system's announcement. Ding! New target identified. Name, Qing Ci. Species, mechanical. Age, 100 years, in a mechanical race's lengthy lifespan of millennia. 100 years is merely considered adulthood. Rank, none. Mechanical beings do not possess ranks. Background, the youngest leader of the mechanical race. The direct elder brother of the prominent figure, Bao Hong Ying. Favorability, 0. Upon hearing the announcement, Tu Xiao Xin blinked her innocent eyes. So, are we currently in their body? She couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone. The mechanical race does not possess a concept of body, the system kindly replied. Tu Xiao Xin fell silent, feeling caught in an awkward situation. Why is there no one on this bus? Sun Qi queried in a low voice, curiosity piqued. Perhaps the interspecies entrance ceremony has just commenced, and not many have left as we have. That could explain the emptiness of the bus, Hu Xiu speculated, surveying the seemingly ordinary vehicle. Just then, the entire bus gave a slight jolt. Let us depart, Your Excellency Qing Ci. Bai Rui recognized the bus's origins and spoke to the air. The others stared at Bai Rui in confusion, unable to grasp how he identified the individual. It is indeed the National Master. I appreciate your consideration. I shall commence our journey now. A low, electronic voice resonated in their ears. Tu Xiao Xin curiously examined the bus's interior, which appeared identical to any other flying bus, making it hard to discern any peculiarities. Wow, a mechanical being! Hu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't they say mechanical beings dislike being treated as tools? Hu Xiu questioned, somewhat incredulous. It seems the ones I encountered were merely pretenders to the role. That is indeed the case, young friend. However, it depends on who one is dealing with. If it is the National Master, serving as a transport is quite acceptable. The familiar low, electronic voice echoed again. You are too kind, Your Excellency Qing Ci. Upon our return home, I shall present the appropriate compensation. To have the youngest leader of the mechanical race escort them home was indeed a remarkable honor, warranting a fitting reward. What kind of compensation? Tu Xiao Xin inquired with curiosity. You'll find out when we get home. Please secure yourself. Bai Rui instructed as he helped Tu Xiao Xin settle into her seat and fasten her safety belt. Sun Qi and Hu Xiu followed suit, fastening their own belts. Bai Rui, having secured Tu Xiao Exin, left his own unfastened as the vehicle ascended into the air. In an instant, with a whoosh, the bus vanished at hyperspeed. A wave of dizziness washed over the passengers, and aside from Bai Rui, they felt a sense of vertigo. Noticing Tu Xiao Xin et po comme le Xin. Bai Rui felt a pang of concern. Your Excellency Qing Si, are you in a hurry? He couldn't help but inquire about the rapid pace. Apologies. I just arrived from the mechanical star and forgot to shift gears, came a deep, muffled chuckle, as Bai Rui and the others disembarked. The bus transformed before Tu Xiao Xin's eyes, performing a remarkable metamorphosis. Chapter 65. Robots can be so handsome? Unlike the ostentatious crimson of Hong Ying, the figure before them, Qing Si, was adorned in a delicate azure hue. What astonished them further was that upon transforming into a human, he bore an appearance strikingly similar to that of a person, differing only in the metallic texture of his skin. Greetings, little female. Are you the consort of the national master? Qing Si greeted with a gentle smile, waving at the petite figure cradled in by Rui's embrace. Zets, Tu Xiao Xin not that, marveling at how handsome a robot could be. His appearance rivaled that of Bai Rui and Long Zheng. She realized once again that she had indeed feasted too well. Wow, you must be an exceptionally remarkable little female. As Qing Si spoke, he assessed Bai Rui's reaction. Noticing Bai Rui instincto cieling Tu Xiao Xin from view. A smirk crept onto his lips. Your Excellency Qing Si seems rather talkative today. This is a token of appreciation for your assistance. Bai Rui retrieved an item from his wristband and tossed it into Qing Si's hands, signaling his desire to end the conversation. Qing Si grasped the energy stone Bai Rui had tossed to him, his smile brightening. Thank you for the generous gift from the National Master. However, it seems you've given too much. I am unsure how to repay you. It's unnecessary. The excess serves as compensation for your esteemed position in aiding us as tools. Bai Rui remarked, turning his back and leaving with Tu Xiao Exin, offering Qing Si no chance to respond. Qing Si merely smiled silently as he watched them depart. Sun Qi and Hu Xiao, seeing them leave, promptly bowed in gratitude to Qing Si before hastening to catch up. What allure could the little female possess to cause the esteemed national master to lower himself to such a position? His eyes sparkling with excitement as he spoke to himself, then transformed into a cerulean mechanical bird, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Has something occurred with the national master? Sun Qi and Hu Xiao pursued, perplexed. That old fellow is not one to be trifled with, Bai Rui answered, glancing at Tu Xiao Exin, who was already on the brink of sleep due to the earlier dizziness. He affectionately placed a kiss on her forehead and addressed Sun Qi and Hu Xiao. Surely not. Isn't it said that the primary method of reproduction for the mechanical clan is through the genetic combination with the core mother tree? How could that individual have taken a liking to our gene? Hu Xiao has developed a psychological shadow regarding the allure of young females. It appears that anyone who has encountered his gene is instantly captivated, regardless of their species or status. This is utterly dreadful. Such a situation should not be allowed. If it were Hong Ying, it might be plausible, but the counterpart is Qing Si. As the newly appointed leader of the mechanical clan, he is far more cautious and prudent than any of his kin, making the occurrence of love at first sight highly improbable. Sun Qi, unconvinced, remarked on this notion. Bai Rui, who understands Qing Si better, merely scoffed at the comment and, without further ado, carried the small rabbit Exin inside. As they entered, Rabbit Xin found herself facing Qing Si's profile in the system, and to her astonishment, her affinity towards him had surged to 10% during their conversation. This was extraordinarily rapid compared to her previous interactions with Long Zheng and Hu Yuan. It seemed that Qing Si might possess a lineage akin to Hong Ying, rather than merely resembling him superficially. The venue for the grand tribute of all races was indeed crowded with attendees from nearby planets, all gathering for this triennial celebration. Having attended once, Rabbit Xin had no desire to return, unsure if it was due to her enlarged belly or other reasons. Ultimately, she found the situation quite bothersome. opting instead to watch the festivities on her large television at home. It became evident that she had some social anxiety, preferring the comfort of her home while nestled against her beloved. Hushio and the others had ventured out, and Rabbit Xin was surprised to discover that Hushio also had a penchant for social gatherings. Considering that Rabbit Xin was about to give birth, he decided to join others while she remained home. This inadvertently left Sun Chi as the sole beast man in their spacious abode. He cradled Rabbit Xin in his arms, his lower body transforming into a serpentine tail that coiled around her pronounced belly. The body temperature of pregnant females is significantly higher than that of ordinary females, so Sun Chi's actions were also intended to provide her with some relief from the heat. Surprisingly, Rabbit Xin found this gesture quite enjoyable. The pregnancy lasted no more than 3 months, and the weather transitioned from early spring to the sweltering heat of summer, despite the central air conditioning installed throughout the estate. The cooling effect could not compare to the natural chill provided by Sun Chi. Rabbit Xin appreciated this greatly, even reaching out to embrace his serpentine tail, pressing it against her skin. In her previous life on Earth, Rabbit Xin had never imagined that her future husband would take the form of a serpent. Yet in hindsight, it was rather inconsequential. At least it was comfortable. However, Jin was acutely aware of Rabbit Xion's affectionate rubbing against his serpentine tail, and he could no longer restrain himself. He let out a deep, resonant hum, eliciting a momentary pause from Rabbit Xin, who quickly realized that this was not the right time. She swiftly released her hold. Gozing Sinzi Dorstai Dieklisoptli. I am aware, I am not that beastly, Jin. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Rabbit Xion's forehead. A shiver ran through her as she met Sun Chi's unique serpentine gaze. Jin, I feel immensely fortunate. In response to her gaze, Sun Chi's eyes filled with tender affection as he lowered himself to place another kiss, this time on her nose. What? Rabbit Xin looked at Sun Chi with confusion. I am grateful for the fortuitous twist of fate that brought me to your side, allowing us to have our own offspring. Sun Chi extended his hand. It seemed that the baby within sensed its father's affection, as a small paw distinctly appeared against her skin, causing both of them to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Oh, the little one feels its beast father, Rabbit Xin exclaimed in delight. The life-enhancing potion produced by the system was indeed potent. Throughout her pregnancy, she had experienced no discomfort, and the child within her was not particularly restless, enabling a remarkably comfortable gestation period for Rabbit Xin. Sun Chi, both astonished and moved, gently prodded the tiny paw with a finger. The little paw, sensing its father's touch, quickly withdrew. Observing the disappearance of the mark, the smile on Sun Chi's face remained undiminished. Chi, if our child is not a boa constrictor, would you be disappointed? Rabbit Xin suddenly pondered aloud, a hint of concern in her voice. Why would I be disappointed? As long as it is our child, I shall not feel let down. Sun Chi replied, shaking his head. It matters not if it is a boa constrictor. If it were, I would be uneasy. Though our lineage has thinned, the disdain and injustice I faced as a snake beast man from a young age lead me to believe that it might be better if our child were not a snake beast. But I wish to bear you a boa constrictor child. To be honest, I was once genuinely afraid of snakes, those cold, unfeeling creatures, yet now I harbor no fear at all. Because of Sun Chi, Rabbit Xin began to develop a fondness for snake beast men and wished to give birth to a similar snake beast baby. That is not advisable. Sun Chi shook his head. Do you know why my beast mother despised me and wished to end my life? If it were not for the fact that killing offspring is a crime, I would have likely perished at her hands long ago. Sun Chi was aware of Rabbit Xion's kind-hearted nature, yet he did not wish to put her in harm's way. Why? Rabbit Xin genuinely did not know, as no one had ever informed her. Because my snake beast egg is quite large. If it were not for a considerably sized female beast, she would not be able to bear it. My beast mother was unaware of my impending arrival. I was conceived alongside her beloved beast man. When the time came for delivery, the other child had emerged early, but I became stuck during my birth, nearly causing my mother to perish. Because of my existence, she lost her chance to be a mother, and from that moment on, She harbored a deep-seated hatred for me and my beast father. Consequently, she severed her bond with him. Sun Chi's beast mother was likewise a creature who had succumbed to love's folly. It was unfortunate that her devotion was misplaced, not directed towards Sun Chi's beast father. One who wishes to bear children should not blame their offspring for the difficulties of childbirth. This revelation left Rabbit Xin in disbelief. Jean, I dare not take the risk. Please do not persuade me. As long as there is one child in my bloodline, that is sufficient. Heaven knows that Sun Chi felt a wave of relief wash over him when he sensed that his and Rabbit Xion's child was not a snake beast egg. Thus, he acquiesced to her intention of giving birth independently. Had he sensed that it was a snake beast egg, he would have never permitted her to proceed with the birth alone. Rabbit Xion remained silent, contemplating her own decisions. Ultimately, the matter of giving birth rested with her, not Sun Chi. All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it further. Do not worry. Noticing the furrow in Sun Chi's brow, Rabbit Xion gently caressed his forehead, attempting to soothe his inner turmoil. Senzi replete horribly. Their rare moments of solitude together marked some of the happiest days of Sun Chi's life, as he had the privilege of having Rabbit Xion all to himself with no one else around. However, joyful times are fleeting, and in the days leading up to her due date, Rabbit Xion began to prepare her nest. The act of nest building was a natural instinct of rabbit beastmen, wherein they pull fur from their bodies to create a comfortable environment for their offspring during birth. Naturally, Rabbit Xion could not pluck her own fur, as she had not yet transformed into a rabbit beast. Instead, she purchased soft cotton from the Beast World Mall and filled her bed with it, curling up amidst the fluffy material. The sight of this left everyone uneasy, even leading them to skip class. Not even the relentless calls from Her Majesty the Queen could rouse their attention. Hu Yuan Longjing and Bai Rui declared their refusal to attend work, even going so far as to assertively request leave. Upon learning that the Xiaoxin was nearing her time of labor, Her Majesty the Empress was left utterly speechless. These three individuals did not appear to be particularly irresponsible, so how could they consent to their own wife giving birth? Surely, the notion of machines bearing children is far more appealing. Why must they endure the tribulations of childbirth? The Empress found herself perplexed and unable to comprehend their reasoning. However, with their firm decision to remain indoors, she had no recourse but to muster the courage to issue commands to other officials. The vast imperial palace was not solely occupied by these three competent individuals. There were others capable as well. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxin, the Empress's thoughts were far removed from her own. On the eve of her due date, Tu Xiaoxin began her labor. A wave of bone-deep discomfort surged through her abdomen, accompanied by excruciating pain. As her body started to sprout soft, white fur, she gradually transformed into a beastly form. In the embrace of Huxiao, she morphed into a pure white rabbit, her belly churning violently. With her eyes closed, she buried her head into Huxiao's arms. System, please arrange for the pain-free pill, she implored, overwhelmed by the agony. Understood, host. The pain-free pill is being arranged. However, the system suggests that you consider purchasing a package deal, which includes the pain-free delivery pill, the milk-full pill, and the recovery pill together. It will cost fewer points and yield excellent results. The system, at such a critical moment, did not forget to promote its offerings. Tu Xiaoxin was unsure whether to commend the system for its dedication or criticize it for its lack of awareness. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then let us go with the package deal. I have points to spare. Upon hearing this, the system promptly arranged for the pain-free pill. As the effects of the pain-free pill took hold, Tu Xiaoxin felt the pain subside, though her belly continued to move. Remarkably, the discomfort had diminished to the point where she felt nothing at all. Just as she was about to rejoice, she suddenly felt a warmth below, as something surged forth from her body. Looking down, she was astonished to see a plump pink rabbit. After that, her belly fell silent. Biwi, tu sion questin. Wasn't she supposed to give birth together? Host, please be mindful. Of course, not all are born at once, nor were they all conceived together. The system replied with a hint of exasperation. Tu Xiaoxin hesitated. When should I take the remaining 2 pills? Of course, You will take the other 2 pills a week later when you give birth to the other 2 cubs together. The system reassured her, rest assured. Next time you deliver, you need not purchase the pain-free pill again, as its effects will last until your next childbirth. We aim to provide cost-effective solutions. With the system's assurance, too, Xiaoxin sighed in relief, grateful for the opportunity to save points. Soon, she felt another sensation within her belly. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the placenta. Is Jean feeling anxious? My little one's 1T arrive for another week. Hu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Tu Xiaoxin successfully give birth without any complications. As his gaze fell upon the little pink rabbit, warmth filled his eyes. This was Jean's offspring. Though not his own, it was still a little rabbit, undeniably adorable. Chapter 67. Acknowledgement of hardship. Senki stepped forward and kissed Tu Xiaoxin gently on the forehead before swiftly cradling the little rabbit. He accepted the soft blanket that Hu Yuan offered and wrapped the tiny creature within it. His movements were remarkably skilled, as though he had performed this countless times before. Tu Xiaoxin was puzzled and soon learned that beast fathers were expected to study the care of cubs in advance while their wives were pregnant. There existed a universal understanding in the beast realm. Females give birth while males provide care. Those with this awareness naturally took the initiative. It was evident that Senki had excelled in his lessons, demonstrating the finesse of a competent father. My dear, you have worked hard. Witnessing the agony etched on to Xiaoxin's face during childbirth, the males felt their hearts constrict with empathy. They longed to alleviate her suffering and finally understood why the beast realm had invented birthing machines. Such inventions indeed safeguarded many females from peril. Cub, are you feeling uncomfortable now? Bai Rui approached to Xiaoxin, placing his palm gently on her forehead. A beam of white light enveloped her, swiftly revitalizing her previously fatigued body. She gazed at Bai Rui in disbelief. Are you feeling better now? Bai Rui inquired with concern. Yes, Tu Xiaoxin nodded earnestly. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. I am your beast husband, Bai Rui replied, shaking his head as he reached out to stroke Tu Xiaoxin's still protruding rabbit ears. After giving birth, Tu Xiaoxin returned to her human form, though her belly remained swollen, containing 2 tiger cubs. Rabbit ears are exceptionally sensitive, and Tu Xiaoxin trembled at his touch, her cheeks flushing a delightful pink. She dared not meet Bai Rui's gaze, seeking refuge in Hu Xiu's embrace. Observing this scene, the other beast husbands exchanged glances filled with a glimmer of excitement. Senki, you should take the children to drink beast milk now, suggested Longjing, eager to join in the tender moment, but was preempted by Bai Rui. After stroking her ears, Tu Xiaoxin's ears retracted. Longjing was left with nothing to do and resolved to find something to occupy himself to alleviate his embarrassment while vowing to be by Tu Xiaoxin's side the next time she gave birth. Eager to experience the texture of her ears for himself. Very well. Senki nodded in agreement, cradling the cub as he descended the stairs. Let us rest for a while. In another week, Xiu's cubs will arrive. Hu Yuan's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, seemingly aligned with Longjing's sentiments. Yes, I will rest for a while, Tu Xiaoxin replied, nodding before closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. She had anticipated relying on the pills for sustenance for her cubs, but to her surprise, upon awakening, she found herself pleasantly full. Perhaps it was the first time having cubs, but the discomfort was significant enough to leave her feeling lightheaded. Having previously prepared for the care of a postpartum mother, Hu Yuan quickly recognized the signs and sprang into action to alleviate Tu Xiaoxin's pain, successfully bringing forth the sustenance for the cubs. Tu Xiaoxin eagerly beckoned Senki to bring the rabbit cub closer, beginning to feed it. Bathed in the soft glow of dim light, Tu Xiaoxin appeared to radiate a sacred brilliance, the unique glow of a mother beast, stirring emotions in all the beast husbands present, causing their hearts to flutter and warmth to spread within them. Tu Xiaoxin lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows upon her cheeks, her delicate pink lips curving into a gentle smile, seemingly lost in the joy of her little cub. This little cub was quite the eater, having already consumed some of Senki's stored beast milk previously, and now, astonishingly, was still hungry. It was entirely normal for such a sizable cub to require frequent feedings. Senki, well versed in this knowledge, promptly explained. It's perfectly natural for a large cub to eat more often. Is this little one female or male? The others were still uncertain about the sex of the rabbit cub, but as the beast father, Senki should have known. They felt embarrassed to pry open the cub as delicate features to ascertain its gender. Moreover, Senki had swiftly wrapped the cub after its birth. How could they possibly see anything? It is a little male. Despite it being a male cub, Senki was immensely satisfied. This was his and Jean's offspring. Congratulations, congratulations! The others exclaimed in unison. Senki felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing a hint of schadenfreude mingled within their congratulations. No need to mention it, he replied through gritted teeth, feeling somewhat irked. Nevertheless, he held deep affection for his cub, despite it not being of the same breed as himself. Do not mention Senki's fondness. The other beastmen, without offspring, are equally envious. If they were in Senki's position, they would feel the same. Having offspring is undoubtedly a blessing. Axio, are all your offspring male? Huyuan pondered for a moment and inquired about Hushio. Not at all. I have one of each, replied Hushio after a brief reflection. Following a moment of silence, the onlookers cast somewhat unsettling glances at Hushio, particularly Senki, who appeared quite despondent. Why were his offspring not little females? What right did Hushio have to such fortune? Tu Xiaoxin sensed the undercurrents swirling among the beastmen, glanced at them, and felt a tinge of guilt. For it was she who had consumed the twin dragon's pill to conceive one male and one female. Otherwise, natural conception would have been improbable. Little females are delightful. Are they all tiger beasts like Aki, or is there a rabbit beast among them? Huyuan's brows unfurled at the thought. He certainly preferred Hushio's offspring over Senki's, for they were connected to his own bloodline. All tiger beasts, Hushio replied somewhat forlornly, secretly wishing for a rabbit beast. That would be splendid, Huyuan expressed with a hint of frustration. Indeed, he too wished for a rabbit beast among them, preferably a little female akin to Tu Xiaoxin. Alas, it was not to be. Surely, not all good fortune should be monopolized by those of the tiger clan. One male and one female is already commendable, and yet they still complain. We desire what you have, yet cannot attain it. Long Zheng lamented, expressing his own desire for dragon eggs, which remained elusive. Moreover, the difficulty of acquiring them had escalated. With his level rising, the probability of having offspring diminished further. Precisely. Greed knows no bounds. Ahuan, you're already fortunate. It can be said that your Axiu has brought honor to your family. Bai Rui felt similarly discontent. After all, Huyuan was still related by blood to Hushio. Having already produced offspring is a significant achievement, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Yet here they were, still wanting more. Males. Chapter 68. The system delivers. Huyuan relished the sarcastic remarks from his two friends, wearing a smile that suggested the little ones in Tu Xiaoxin's womb were his own. He gazed down on her still rounded belly with joy. The household had become quite lively with the arrival of the offspring. The first order of business for every beastman upon returning home was to check on the little ones, excluding Senki and Hushio, of course. These two had not only taken wedding leave, but also maternity leave, combining both to care for their offspring, who they could only bring to work once they transformed into their human forms. Their primary task was now to look after the little ones and Tu Xiaoxin. The week passed swiftly. As soon as Tu Xiaoxin began to nest again, everyone knew she was about to give birth. Consequently, Huyuan and the others requested leave once more. Their reasoning was entirely justifiable. They needed to be present for the birth of their partner's offspring. The Empress had grown accustomed to this and chose not to intervene, comforting herself with the thought that after these two births, she would not have to grant further leave to these three troublesome individuals. After all, little did she know that Tu Xiaoxin was a highly fertile individual, capable of granting offspring to her eldest son and even to Bai Rui, who had elevated his abilities to the 9th tier. However, those were matters for another time. Once again, the same formula yielded the same results. The only difference this time was that Tu Xiaoxin experienced no pain and directly delivered two little tiger cubs, one male and one female, appearing exceptionally adorable. Hushio was overcome with emotion as he held his two cubs, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Tu Xiaoxin, who was left in a state of bewilderment by his tears. She awkwardly raised her hand to wipe his tears, only to have Hu Yun grasp her wrist, indulging him. How could a strong male be so sentimental? Let him cry. Hu Xiu, however, paid no heed to Hu Yuan's words, showering his cubs with kisses, mindful not to kiss their cheeks, but instead pecking at their chubby, pink paws. Those little paw pads were simply irresistible. Oh dear, how adorable little tiger cubs are at this age. Long Zheng, upon seeing them, was reminded of something and chuckled. Axi, you resemble your cubs so much when you were young. He recalled Hu Xiu's appearance at birth. Huh? Hu Xiu was puzzled. They do look alike. Hu Yuan cast a glance at the two cubs before reaching out to stroke two Xiaoxin's rabbit ears that had yet to retract. Long Zheng, quick to follow suit, reached for the other ear. With such sensitive ears being touched by these two Xiaoxin's face flushed crimson, feeling as if it might bleed. She promptly dove into Hu Yuan's embrace, tucking her ears away. No wonder little Guai likes to touch my ears. It feels so delightful. Hu Yuan smiled gently at the bashful Xiaoxin, whose head was buried in his chest. Indeed, it feels quite similar to having my dragon horns touched. Long Zheng nodded in agreement. The sensation was indeed pleasant. You two are incorrigible. Xiaoxin pouted, peeking out with a playful complaint. This elicited hearty laughter from the beastmen. The two cubs were sent off to drink beast milk, allowing Lil Guai to take a nap. Hu Yuan cast a glance at his nephew, who stood idly by, lost in thought, and issued a command. Hu Xiu, startled from his reverie, hurriedly took the cubs away, although Xiaoxin had regained her strength by Rui's assistance. She felt somewhat fatigued and soon fell asleep. Upon awakening, she was greeted by 3 pairs of glistening little eyes. Upon closer inspection, were they not her own cubs? It was indeed peculiar. These cubs had opened their eyes earlier than usual. At the moment their gazes met, they emitted soft, cooing sounds, clearly yearning for their mother's embrace. Xiaoxin sprang up, surprised to find herself feeling as light as a feather, as if she had never given birth at all. She then realized that the system had administered a restoration pill to her. Truly, it was the system. How impressive! After mentally applauding the system, she began to feed the cubs. Thanks to the system's abundant milk, there was more than enough food for the 3 cubs to consume. Thus, a certain shameless tiger next door benefited from this abundance. He would sneak in during quiet moments to pilfer the cubs' food. Had it not been for her continuous supply of food, he might not have had enough to eat. 1 month later, as this individual sneaked in to steal food once more, he was caught by Hu Yuan, who promptly yanked him by the ear and tossed him out. He was then sent back to school, and his maternity leave was revoked. Realizing his mistake, the individual dared not utter a word and obediently returned to class, though he still took on the part-time role of childcare. Yes, in the Beast World, students are permitted to bring their cubs to school. Moreover, the school has a designated nursery to cater to the needs of students who are partners or parents. The sight of Hu Xiu attending school with his 2 cubs was nothing short of impressive, causing jealousy to bubble among other students, who gritted their teeth and drooled with envy. I consulted the doctor, who assured me that after 2 months of comfort, Xiaoxin had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be tormented. Then she discovered that the individual who had sent Hu Xiu to school had shamelessly occupied Hu Xiu's original room and was attempting to sneak in through the small door during the night. However, Xiaoxin hesitated, glancing at the blanket covering her. "TSK, old thing, I knew you weren't a good one." A familiar voice rang out, causing Hu Yuan's pupils to constrict as he flung back the blanket, confronting Long Zheng's charmingly wicked face. His expression darkened considerably. "Ah, Yuan, you lack decorum." Another voice chimed in, as Bai Rui's figure appeared in his line of sight. "You too." Hu Yuan gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow the 2 before him whole. "I have checked. The little female's body has fully recovered." Long Zheng interrupted Hu Yuan, who was seething with rage, his words laden with implication as his gaze drifted over to Xiaoxin's flushed cheeks. "Eh, Yuan, do not accuse us of being ungracious, at the very least. We have not left you outside, which speaks to our consideration." Bai Rui has already placed the blanket back over Xiaoxin, their gaze steadfastly locked with Hu Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yuan implores, "Do not cause a ruckus. Xiao Guai cannot withstand it. But with me here, if you are unwilling, you may exit to the left." Bai Rui's voice emerges from beneath the blanket, sounding muffled and somewhat hoarse. What on earth are you three doing? Du xiao xin mu de. Her head filled with confusion, wondering what this trio is up to. The three remain silent, yet their stance suggests a powerful equilibrium among them. Jean, you cannot fathom how envious we are of those two scoundrels. Moreover, our plight is far worse than theirs. You must show some mercy. With that, Longzheng has already extended his hands, cradling Tu Xiao Xian's head and placing a gentle kiss upon her crimson lips. Hu Yuan and Bai Rui exchange a knowing glance before they each move towards a switch to extinguish all the lights in the room. Chapter 69, Assisting a Friend's System. I have truly made progress. Please proceed with the arrangements. I fear for my very existence. After 7 days and nights, Tu Xiao Xian realizes that her internal dialogue with the system has become hoarse. Just as her words fall, she hears no response from the system. Pondering this, a hurried voice suddenly chimes in. Level up, level up. Host, after giving birth, my system has undergone an upgrade. What has been upgraded? Is there something beneficial? Tu Xiao Xian's eyes brighten just as a multi-birth pill is placed in her mouth. The system has already anticipated her needs. Nothing is more suitable for her current situation than a multi-birth pill. When I am confined in the small dark room, I can now chat and entertain myself with systems that are confined at the same time. During this confinement, I won over 100 points from those systems. Hee. I have prepared gifts for the 3 little cubs. The host can check the backpack. The system is exuberantly pleased. Du Xiaoxin, who had intended to complain about what this upgrade entailed, is suddenly filled with delight. Wow. System, you are becoming increasingly humanized. How considerate of you. Du Xiaoxin etgali min supli. Sure, who wants to be human? I am the system, and I aim to be the most exceptional system. The system proclaims grandly. Tu Xiao Xian nods emphatically. You are indeed the most exceptional system. Therefore, I must ask for your assistance. I can hardly muster the strength to rise. Please procure some medicine for me. With that slight nod, Tu Xiao Xian feels as though her head might detach from her body. Her bones creak ominously. All right, I have administered the recovery pill to you. The system's voice resonates. Why is it again the recovery pill? Tu Xiao Xin question, perplexed. The recovery pill is the most effective remedy for restoring bodily functions. The system asserts confidently. Tu Xiao Xian feels her body genuinely returning to its optimal state and cannot help but commend the system. I must see what delightful items you have prepared for my little cubs. As soon as she utters those words, Tu Xiao Xian opens the small gift package from the system. She discovers 3 enlightenment pills and is instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Oh my heavens! My dear system, what would I do without you? She cries, deeply moved. Do not cry, do not cry. These enlightenment pills were not purchased with my own points. After all, I only won a little over 100 points and cannot afford 3 of them. I won them from other systems. The system hastily clarifies. These pills are perfect for the cubs. After consuming them, their brains will be developed to the fullest extent. Thank you, system. Truly. Tu Xiao Xian acknowledges that at first, she was reluctant to accept that she had to bear children to complete her tasks. However, now she is genuinely grateful to the system. After all, without it, she might have already met her demise. Fool, in this vast beast realm, the only person you are familiar with is me. The system takes a deep breath and states. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiao Xian feels her eyes welling with tears. System, let's make a pact. You must never leave me and accompany me for a lifetime. Tu Xiao Xian is profoundly touched. Yes, rest assured, I shall accompany you for a lifetime. The system silently vows, but not just this lifetime. In the next and the one after, I shall always be by your side. However, these words remain unsaid. All right, host, you should rest for now and complete the second phase of the birthing task as soon as possible. The system concludes, playing a lullaby for Tu Xiao Xian. Remarkably, the melody proves to be quite hypnotic, and she nearly succumbs to slumber after just 3 lines of lyrics. When she opens her eyes, she is greeted by a rumbling sound. For a moment, Tu Xiao Xian believes it is thunder and rain outside. Upon opening her eyes, she discovers she is seated in a vehicle. the roaring noise emanating from the machine, speeding across a vast expanse of dusty desert. Tu Xiao Xin almost suspects she has traversed time once more. Where am I? Tu Xiao Xin, perplexed, rubs her eyes and gazes at the fleeting scenery outside, feeling somewhat lost. Awake at last, little female. A voice, both strange yet familiar, reaches her ears, causing Tu Xiao Xin to widen her eyes in astonishment. On the Wasteland Star, the other responds. Are you Qing Ci, the leader of the mechanical clan? Tu Xiao Xin Kaosli Ingui. You recognize me? How did you know? Qing Ci, shedding his deliberate disguise, allows his voice to return to its original timbre. Your voice is unmistakable, Tu Xiao Xin remarks, her lips twitching. Does Qing Ci lack any self-awareness regarding the unique vocal quality of the mechanical clan? Much like the system's electronic voice, even with intentional alterations, Qing Ci's distinctive mechanical tone remains discernible. Oh, I thought that even if you recognized me, you would only see me as Hong Ying. His tone revealing evident delight. Pray tell, what brings you to the Wasteland Star to seek me out? Tu Xiao Xin cannot fathom why this individual, whom she has only met once, would go to such lengths. Naturally, I have matters that require your assistance. Qing Ci replies as the vehicle accelerates. Goodness, the nauseating sensation resurfaces. Just as Tu Xiao Xin fears she might expel the child she has just ingested, Qing Ci abruptly applies the brakes. Subsequently, Tu Xiao Xin finds herself violently ill, having been placed on the ground by Qing Ci. Rushing to a nearby boulder to brace herself as she expels the contents of her stomach. Are you all right? Qing Ci approaches with a hint of guilt, scratching his head. As he gently pats Tu Xiao Xin's back, feeling the comforting motion, her expression softens. What exactly do you want from me? Why did you bring me here? After swallowing a vomit suppression pill from the system, the tumultuous feeling finally subsides, and her expression improves significantly. It is not that I captured you. I simply have a request. Qing Ci admits, looking somewhat sheepish. What is the request? Tu Xiao Xin Ingui Puel. I need your help to save a friend. Qing Ci gestures toward a nearby cave, which evidently has been deliberately excavated, as its edges are remarkably smooth. Let us investigar. Tu Xiao Xin Zipli. Surprised that Qing Ci is aware of her ability to assist. Many physical ailments, regardless of whether they afflict the beast or mechanical clans, would not require her intervention. Advanced medical pods could resolve all issues. If her assistance is needed, it likely pertains to a mental issue, perhaps a severe condition or a collapse of the mental sea. Chapter 70. He is the beast god. Let us proceed. Kinguchi gestures invitingly. Tu Xiao Xin follows closely behind as they enter the cave. And just as they step inside, the entrance seals itself shut. From the outside, this cave seemed as though it had never existed in this place. Merely a colossal rock of the most ordinary kind. Upon hearing a sound behind her, Tu Xiao Xin turned her head to glance warily at Qing Ci. This is a secret that must not be divulged. Moreover, this desolate planet is equipped with devices that shield certain signals. Rest assured, if you can save my friend, I shall allow you to return. Qing Ci hastily began to explain, fearing that Tu Xiao Xin might refuse to assist if she became displeased. Why are you so certain I can save him? He has already been bound to this place and cannot return on his own. He truly has no means to make it back. Furthermore, once he returns, well, it's a life full of children without the prospect of escape. Tu Xiao Xin admitted to having some social anxiety. Yet even those with such feelings sometimes yearn for adventure. She did not wish to be cooped up, endlessly bearing children. The system had proclaimed that the offspring conceived using the system's birthing pills were exceptionally healthy, unlike those produced by others who could not rid themselves of their burdens. Yet, those beastly husbands treated her like their most treasured possession, forbidding her from venturing anywhere, not even to the planet Zhu Ke, which she longed to visit. She genuinely wanted to gaze at the stars. I overheard a conversation between the National Master and the Prime Minister. I am now privy to your secret. Qing Ci felt a touch of embarrassment, recognizing that eavesdropping was hardly an honorable act. What did you overhear this? Tu Xiao Xin was astonished. Qing Ci's abilities were remarkably impressive. It was during the meeting at the administrative building. They closed the door to discuss your matters. I had never seen you before, yet I felt curious. A few days ago, I infiltrated your home and learned even more about you. As Ching Si spoke, his voice grew softer. As the leader of a clan engaging in such unrefined behavior, he felt utterly humiliated, yet all for the sake of his dear friend. Tu Xiao Xin was even more taken aback. Where were you hiding? Recalling her recent experiences, her complexion paled. She had not anticipated the presence of an observer. Do not worry. I ensured I was invisible. I saw nothing but heard your conversation. As a member of the mechanical clan, I can merge with any machinery. From a mere socket to a grand spacecraft, anything could be my vessel. It is exceedingly easy for a member of the mechanical tribe to infiltrate a beastman household. The rarity of mechanical beings is simply due to their unique ability to meld with all forms of machinery. However, only I possess the capability to merge with something as small as a socket. My brother cannot, as he can only integrate with robots. Thus, the chances of being discovered are quite high. You are quite audacious. Tu Xiao Xin gritted her teeth. With a parting remark, she ceased to regard Ching Si and swiftly moved ahead. As she walked, a thought struck her, prompting her to halt and fix her gaze upon Ching Si. If I assist you in this matter, what do I stand to gain? She was not the sort of person to act selflessly, especially when others leveraged her secrets for their own benefit. You say, Ching Si suddenly realized she was negotiating terms. I wish to visit the main star Zhu Ke to see the stars, Tu Xiao Xin stated candidly. Is that all? Ching Si could hardly believe his ears. Indeed, but my beastly husbands must not know my whereabouts. Can you manage that? Tu Xiao Xin raised an eyebrow. Certainly. Such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities. If he lacked this skill, he could not have extracted someone from a place under such stringent surveillance. Seeing you agree so readily makes me feel as if my bargaining power has diminished, Tu Xiao Xin mused, reflecting on whether her demands were too modest. Indeed, they seemed somewhat lacking. She could propose additional conditions. Let me see what I can accommodate. After all, I have gone to great lengths to extract such a precious female. Kinguchi replied, earnestly. Tu Xiao Xion's lips twitched. She remarked on Ching Si's honesty. He was capable of eavesdropping, yet aware of the value of his own bargaining chips. Very well. If I wish to travel, and they refuse to let me go, will you come and take me out and then return me? She understood her own nature. Tu Xiao Xian knew she could not endure a life confined to the estate, endlessly bearing children. Agreed. When you wish to travel, contact me, and I shall provide you with a communication number. Ching Si was taken aback by how deeply Tu Xiao Xian yearned for adventure, yet he readily acquiesced. Tu Xiao Xion's expression brightened considerably. Which room? As the two conversed, they arrived at a pair of iron doors. Tu Xiao Xian inquired, confused by the two doors. This one, Ching Si directed, leading her to a particular iron door. As the door opened, the sight within left Tu Xiao Xian astonished. Who is he? She gasped, gazing at a figure seemingly in slumber, enveloped in liquid. Is that a phoenix? The existence of such a creature was beyond her comprehension. He was the beast god of flames in the interstellar beast realm, who, during a battle against the encroaching dark matter, had sustained severe injuries to his spiritual realm and reverted to his original form, destroying countless stars before being forcibly subdued by other beast gods and falling into slumber. This was the handiwork of those beast gods. Although they could not save him, there were rumors that a healing female would soon awaken in the beast realm, capable of restoring him. Over the years, I have searched for the rumored magnetic line in vain, until I overheard the conversation between the National Master and the Prime Minister at the administrative building, which provided some clues. As the leader of the mechanical clan, Ching Si bore a heavy responsibility, one of which was to protect the slumbering fire beast god. But he is a beast god. Are you jesting? Tu Xiao Xian felt Ching Si had lost his senses. I am merely an utterly ordinary female. How could you believe I could heal him? You overestimate me. Chapter 71. Beast God Feng Qing Ding. Exceptional male detected. Name: Feng Qing species. Divine beast phoenix age. 1000 rank. Divine tier, one of the beast realm's guardian gods. The fire phoenix is the pinnacle of combat power. Securing him would make you the mother of a beast god's offspring. Background. Beast Realm Beast God. Tu Xiao Xin fell silent, feeling overwhelmed by the regard the other held for her. Are you mistaken? This is a vegetative state? How do I capture him? Tu Xiao Xin nearly spat at the system in disbelief. How could one even consider doing so? Can he even stand? Host, you need not worry about that. It serves a dual purpose. You can assist him in restoring his spiritual realm. After 10 encounters, he will surely awaken. Trust in the system. The system will not deceive you. The system's excited tone nearly seemed to wish to take Tu Xiao Xion's place in engaging with the esteemed beast god. 10 encounters. You must be joking. Tu Xiao Xion felt the system was being absurd. I beg you, little female, I believe in you. You can do it. King Gucci implored. His eyes filled with desperation. Tu Xiao Xion's expression tightened. After inquiring further about the system's operations, her face flushed a spectrum of colors. I do not have complete confidence. You must extract him first. I am unsure how to awaken him, but I know that physical contact is essential to soothe their spiritual realms. Tu Xiao Xion's expression was fraught with difficulty, for the system revealed that this beast god was hanging by a thread. Should he remain in slumber for another century, his demise would be irrevocable. The fall of such a lofty beast god weighed heavily upon Tu Xiao Xion's heart. She had not anticipated that the greatest peril in the interstellar beast realm stemmed not from foreign tribes, but from the dark matter. It was these mysterious beast gods who stood as the bulwark against such darkness, as the most formidable among them. Seeing the beast god in such a state truly pained her. Huh? But will the beast god go berserk if released? King Gucci hesitated, concerned about the potential chaos that might ensue. How long has he been in slumber? Tu Xiao Xin understood the king CS worry. But the system assured her that releasing him would pose no danger, granting her the audacity to instruct Qing Sai to proceed. After more than a century of deep sleep, she had inherited the duty of guarding him from the previous clan leader. The mechanical clan served as the most loyal servants to the beast gods, having dedicated their existence to becoming their loyal subordinates. Perhaps he will need a strong jolt to awaken. Release him first, and grant me a few days to resolve the matter. I will summon you once it is handled. The thought of her impending task made Tu Xiao Xion unable to meet Qing Si's gaze. By the way, you must not spy on me while I am alone with him. I know, I would never dare to eavesdrop or peek. Just kidding. He is my master after all. I wouldn't have the audacity to invade his privacy. Then please step outside. If things go awry, I shall have you here to collect the remains. Tu Xiao Xion prepared herself for the worst, yet the system reassured her that all would be well, allowing her to proceed with confidence. This endeavor must be executed flawlessly, and she had a dwelling to utilize. It suddenly dawned upon her that the system likely chose her because her rabbit beast possessed 2 houses. It seemed determined to keep her from resting for even a moment. Very well, I shall assist in releasing your master. After some contemplation, Qing Si decided to lend a hand. With their combined efforts, they labored diligently until they finally freed the phoenix from its confinement. Having been immersed in the life liquid for such an extended period, every feather of Feng Qing was saturated, resembling a drenched chicken. The sensation was entirely distinct from being submerged in water. This was Qing Si's first encounter with a beast god in such a condition, and he felt a profound sense of offense, hastily attempting to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Dry his feathers. She had no desire to engage with a drenched chicken. Upon hearing Tu Xiao Xion's exclamation, Qing Si froze momentarily, then nodded vigorously, transforming his hands into a hairdryer and began the drying process for Feng Qing. After more than half an hour, they finally succeeded in drying the phoenix's feathers. Only then did Feng Qing regain his majestic appearance. One could not help but wonder what Feng Qing would resemble in his beastman form. Tu Xiao Xion had observed a pattern. The rarer the beast, the more handsome its human form. Among her beastly husbands, the most striking was Bai Rui, followed by Long Zheng, with Hu Yuan in third place. If Feng Qing were to transform, he must be astonishingly beautiful. I shall take my leave now. Do attend to your business. Qing Si bowed profusely before hastily exiting, ensuring to close the door behind him. Tu Xiao Xion couldn't help but smirk at his hasty demeanor. Once the door was closed, She turned her attention back to the phoenix lying on the operating table. Her curiosity piqued as she gently touched his feathers. After having been dried for over half an hour, there's still no response. He can't possibly be dead, can he? After thoroughly inspecting the legendary creature, doubts began to cloud her mind. Fear not, he is not dead. You must administer the medicines I previously suggested. Otherwise, how will you complete your task? The system reminded her with a hint of sarcasm. A pang of regret surged through Tu Xiao Xen. The elixir she had purchased had nearly depleted her entire stock of points. Of course, this did not include the assets of her beastly husbands, which she would not dare to touch lightly. Thus, she relied solely on the points accrued since the beginning, which also included those earned from birthing her 3 offspring. It was indeed a painful expenditure. Yet, the prospect of successfully birthing Feng Qing's child outweighed her concerns. Not only would she break even, but she could also amass a fortune. The thought sent a thrill through her heart. She retrieved a handful of elixirs, pried open the phoenix's beak, and began to feed them one by one. Once all the elixirs were administered, Tu Xiao Xin felt the previously lifeless phoenix begin to stir with renewed vitality, leaving her utterly astounded. He won't awaken, will he? She asked, swallowing hard. Rest assured, he will not. Hurry, the system urged. Tu Xiao Xin followed the system's guidance as she embarked on a healing journey, initially believing she could complete the task within a few days. But it stretched on for over half a month. Chapter 72. Tu Xiao Xin disappeared guarding the massive stone. Qing Xi had often contemplated breaking through the door, but each time he remembered that Tu Xiao Xin had not signaled him, he suppressed the urge. Just as he began to worry that Tu Xiao Xin might have encountered danger, the communicator he had left for her began to beep. His spirits lifted, and he swiftly entered the room. Upon opening the door, an overwhelming aura assaulted him. Even as a mechanical entity, he could hardly withstand such a presence, causing his mind to short-circuit as he locked eyes with Tu Xiao Xin, whose gaze was filled with terror. In the end, his consciousness faded, and he remembered nothing. System, I curse you. Tu Xiao Xin felt as though she had nearly perished in that room. After laboriously utilizing the elixirs provided by the system to sedate the divine being, she shakily retrieved the communicator to summon Qing Xi for rescue. What she did not anticipate was that Qing Xi, as a mechanical entity, would charge straight toward her without comprehending the situation. In that moment, she truly felt she was on the brink of death. Yet, each time she neared her end, the system timely supplied her with elixirs, allowing her to survive. She deeply regretted heeding the system's advice. Her situation was truly dire. The outcome is favorable, as you now carry 2 children. The system's triumphant laughter echoed, leaving Tu Xiao Xin utterly exasperated. Surely this task must be nearing completion? There shouldn't be any further objectives. Certainly not another involving a beast god. Tu Xiao Xin was genuinely frightened. She had underestimated the beast god's capabilities, especially that of one without self-awareness. What began as a passive encounter evolved into a forceful domination that left her pinned to the ground. Just recalling that scene made her feel as though she had narrowly escaped death once more. About that, the system hesitated, searching for words. Curse you. If there's another beast god, I'm out. Tu Xiao Xin could no longer contain herself. One beast god was already overwhelming, and another would surely lead to her doom. Do not be alarmed, host. Take a moment to assess your body. Receiving the beast god's blessing may indeed prove advantageous for you. The system hurriedly reassured her. Tu Xiao Xin frowned and carefully examined her body. To her astonishment, she found that her strength had significantly increased. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Prepare a teleportation talisman to send me to Zhuke main star. Tu Xiao Xin was still yearning for her celestial, stargazing journey. Qingxi found herself unable to awaken promptly, astonished that even robots could exhibit such madness. Truly, they are worthy servants of the beast god. The system promptly announced, "Cough. All right, host, prepare yourself. We are about to take off." Immediately, it produced a teleportation talisman. In the blink of an eye, Tu Xiaoxin found herself standing upon a hillside. Before her lay an expanse of crimson soil, which left her momentarily dazed. Clutching a large spiritual fruit, she nibbled while surveying her surroundings. Is this the Zhuke main star? Why does it appear so desolate? After glancing around, she was startled to discover that the vegetation on Zhuke main star was also red, defying the traditional notion of green. Indeed, the vastness of the universe holds countless wonders. Yes, host, look up. The system, acknowledging the hardships endured by its host, declared. To be fair, it had to admit that its host was exceptionally obedient, completing tasks without the melodrama typical of others who whined at the mention of childbirth, claiming to seek true love. Where in the world is there so much true love? After spending time together, it had grown increasingly satisfied with its host. Upon hearing the system's words, Tu Xiaoxin looked up and gasped. No wonder Zhuke main star was renowned as the best stargazing location. The scenery before her was undoubtedly unattainable on Earth, even before the environmental degradation. The two moons were a marvel in themselves, with one particularly close to Zhuke main star while the other loomed at a distance. Not only did Tu Xiaoxin witness the incessant meteor showers from Huyuan, but she also beheld countless stars and numerous meteors encircling Zhuke main star, some appearing as if vast continents floated in midair. Dissatisfied with the clarity of her view, she exchanged for an astronomical telescope provided by the system to examine the meteors more closely, only to be astounded to discover that some of them bore structures. They appeared to be hotels. Stunned, she lowered the telescope, exclaiming, "Heavens! System, is it as I imagine?" Her voice trembled with excitement. "Indeed, host. You may descend the hill and take a flying vehicle to those hotels. By the way, host, I shall be upgrading now. The upgrade will take 24 hours. When I return, I will be an even better system." The system's voice brimmed with delight. Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback. "Why does this upgrade take so long?" Cough. "This is a dual-level upgrade, host," the system replied excitedly. Nodding, Tu Xiaoxin said, "Very well then, I shall explore the travel guide for Zhuke star on my own. You may attend to your business." She knew that although the system would be upgrading, the system store would still be operational, ensuring her personal safety. Thus, she resolutely allowed the system to leave for its upgrade, descending the hill joyfully. With the spiritual fruit replenishing her energy, she felt revitalized, showing no signs of carrying 5 little ones within her. In stark contrast to Tu Xiaoxin's tranquility, Qingxi's world had descended into chaos. Upon awakening, she found the sky had fallen. Tu Xiaoxin was nowhere to be seen. Upon reviewing the surveillance, she discovered that all footage of Tu Xiaoxin had been erased, including all matters concerning Tu Xiaoxin and the beast god Fengqing. This led Qingxi to ponder whether the one who had awakened was indeed that individual. Yet, she had completely forgotten what had transpired before, only faintly recalling Tu Xiaoxin's sobs and pleas. The memory of Tu Xiaoxin's tear-filled eyes caused a pang in Qingxi's mechanical heart. "Who are you?" Just as Qingxi was engulfed in confusion, a foreign voice echoed in her ears. Stiffening, she turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. A man with long red hair, resembling a deity, appeared before her. The flame symbol upon his brow confirmed his identity. Chapter 73. He has been acknowledged by the beast god, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with a fiery phoenix. His expression of compassion further emphasized his divinity. Beast god, I am Qingxi, the newly appointed leader of the mechanical clan. Qingxi immediately set aside her tasks, prostrating herself on the ground in a gesture of reverence. "The mechanical clan? Has your previous leader passed away?" The man's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired. "Yes, beast god." Qingxi dared not lift her gaze, feeling that even a single glance would be an affront to him. "How did I awaken? Even the life of the mechanical clan has an end." She recounted truthfully. "I sought a healing type ability user, a little female, to save you." "A healing type ability user? A female capable of awakening abilities?" Fengqing's eyes flashed with astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized something. Wasn't I on the battlefield of the Outer Realms? Why am I here? And why does a piercing pain begin to spread through my mind as I delve deeper into my thoughts, causing me to gasp in agony? So painful. It had been ages since the beast god experienced such torment. "Beast god, it is said that you were invaded by dark matter. causing the collapse of your mental sea, and that it was only through the combined efforts of several other beast gods that you were rescued. However, your life signs had faded, and the other beast gods had no choice but to immerse you in the waters of life, patiently waiting for that healing-type female to appear to devise a means of saving you. Qingxi disclosed everything she knew without deceit. Yet, Fengqing remained silent, collapsing into a chair, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, revealing the agony he currently endured. Qingxi did not dare to rise, remaining prostrate on the ground, maintaining the posture of utmost respect for the beast god. Time passed, and eventually, Fengqing began to feel the pain subside, slowly digesting the memories of his past and the years spent in slumber. Indeed, although he had fallen into a deep sleep, he retained his consciousness. He recalled a female, whose appearance eluded him, touching him with hands seemingly imbued with magic, gradually restoring his shattered mental sea. In the moment he opened his eyes, he was startled to realize not only could he not recall her visage, but he was also astonished to discover that his previously shattered mental sea had not only been restored, but its collapse rate had also diminished to the lowest level. He was fine. He had truly recovered. Beast God, do you feel better? Being able to regain human form and converse with himself must indicate recovery. Who is that little female? Where is she now? Since she saved me, I must repay her kindness. After all, it is a matter of life and death. Otherwise, I would surely have perished. Apologies, I do not know. After I awakened, she disappeared, and I do not know where she is gone. But I do know her name is Tu Xiaoxin. She is the consort of the Grand Prince and the Prime Minister of the Empire. Qingxi answered candidly, appearing remarkably unlike a leader. The National Master, the Grand Prince, and the Prime Minister? It seems the Empire undergoes rapid changes, compelling 3 high-ranking individuals to willingly share the same female consort. How could those of such lofty status be mere beasts? They must be exceptional beings among humans. Yet they willingly share a single female. What does this indicate? It can only suggest the empire has fallen into decline. Cough. You may be unaware, but the female, named Tu Xiaoxin, is truly remarkable. As the only female in the entire star system to awaken abilities, she is gentle beyond compare. The ordinary female had likely been kidnapped long ago, yet she displayed no signs of distress. On the contrary, she maintained a serene demeanor and fulfilled her promises, aiding in the revival of the beast god. Oh, it was truly unexpected to hear such praise for a female from the lips of a mechanical being. Fengqing felt a twinge of surprise. Could the one who had comforted her be that very female? Nonetheless, to be fair, he found himself deeply nostalgic for the warmth of those hands, as if he wished to keep them close forever. Perhaps it was merely a fondness, likely owing to her healing abilities. Go seek her out. Convey my heartfelt gratitude for her assistance. I owe her 3 wishes. Inquire about her desires and return to inform me. This is a voice stone, regardless of your location, as long as you activate it with your powers. I shall hear your voice. Fengqing collected his thoughts, rising to his feet and conjuring a blue stone, placing it in Qingxi's hands. Qingxi was astonished that Fengqing would bestow such a precious artifact upon him. The voice stone was a treasure reserved solely for the beast god, and its gift signified the acceptance of his servitude. He had been acknowledged by the beast god. Yes, my esteemed beast god, I vow to fulfill your task. Qingxi prostrated himself on the ground, feeling compelled to search for her without needing further instruction. After all, he owed her an immense debt of gratitude and had gained the beast god's recognition, so it was only right to seek her out to express his thanks. More importantly, he retained vague memories in his mind. It seemed he had formed a bond with that little female. Upon this realization, Qingxi could not help but glance at his own body, regrettably clad in clothing that concealed the evidence. Moreover, with the beast god still present, he felt even more reluctant to depart. He kept his head bowed until the other had left. Only then did he cautiously rise, surveying his surroundings until he confirmed he could no longer sense the beast god's presence before standing fully. Meanwhile, far away on the Zhuke main star, Tu Xiaoxin lounged on the sofa of a floating meteor hotel, casually propped up with her legs crossed, gazing through an interstellar telescope at the vast expanse of stars above, savoring the tranquility. Truth be told, she had not been there for long, having stayed for over a month. The journey from the main star to Juke, main star, typically required 1 to 2 weeks. If one accounted for the time spent searching for herself, it would take even longer. In short, she had been carrying the offspring of Hu Yuan for more than a month, while Fengqing and Qingxi's had already reached a full month. In just over 2 months, she would give birth. Time certainly flew by. Tu xiaoxan mused en wildly, glancing down at her slightly protruding belly. Chapter 74. Without desire, how did you arrive at Juke main star? A familiar boy started tu xiaoxin, nearly causing her legs to buckle. In astonishment, she turned towards the source, where a cluster of azure electronic shards coalesced into a humanoid figure before her. Bewildered, Tu Xiaoxin gazed at him, unable to comprehend the situation. I have no idea. I just woke up here. The complexities of the system were beyond explanation, so she decided not to delve into them. Upon meeting Tu Xiaoxin's bewildered gaze, Qingxi realized she was not lying. There was no reason for her to do so. With a resigned smile, he thought, never mind, you harbor many secrets, perhaps even unbeknownst to yourself. You are carrying my child? He inquired with a peculiar expression. Had it not been for the conflicting pheromones between his offspring and her own, he would have located her much sooner, avoiding the month-long delay. The fact that he had found her first brought a sigh of relief. Huh? Tu Xiaoxin looked down at her rounded belly, astonished that it had happened so quickly. So, we really were together on the desolate star? After sending off the beast god, Qingxi had removed his clothing to examine himself, eventually discovering the mark of their bond on his chest. The realization struck him with dismay. As a member of the mechanical race, he had refrained from leaving his pheromones on the core mother tree, envisioning a future where he could find a partner to bear his children. However, the probability of producing offspring with a different race was exceedingly slim. He had prepared himself for a life without children, even considering adopting a royal descendant to become the next leader of the mechanical clan. Yet, he had never expected such a wish to materialize so soon. You seem to lose your mind then. I was unable to resist you no matter how hard I tried, Tu Xiaoxin murmured, her head bowed in shame. She would not divulge to him that she had simply gone with the flow, as she was already assigned the task of bearing children. Whether her favorability reached 100% was inconsequential. The critical factor was that carrying the child equated to completing her mission. I apologize. It was my fault. Qingxi sincerely expressed. No worries, it's all in the past, Tu Xiaoxin replied, shaking her head. How long have you been on Juke main star? Do you wish to return? Qingxi was unaware of how long Tu Xiaoxin had been there or if she needed to go back. I've been here for nearly a month. It's a lovely place, but I miss home and would like to return for a visit. Tu Xiaoxin thought of her beast husbands and resolved to take good care of herself for the remaining 2 months. It would be troublesome if they arrived while she was still unprepared. Very well, I shall escort you back and then inform the beast god of your whereabouts. Qingxi nodded in agreement. Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback. You mean you will notify the beast god, the one named Fengqing? She queried, bewildered. What for? Yes. Did you not form a bond with the beast god as well? He inquired. Tu Xiaoxin raised her gaze, rolling her eyes before nodding. There's no helping it. My healing technique is rather unique. The more intimate the physical contact, the stronger the healing effect. She explained candidly. Qingxi understood at last. No wonder the beast god had fully recovered. It was due to this reason. The beast god said to inform him once you were found, and he would grant you 3 wishes, he relayed. I did not require any of his wishes. Tu Xiaoxin shook her head. Had she been bedridden and suffering, she might have had countless wishes. However, now she was quite content, and any desires she had were better conveyed to the system, which was far more reliable than any beast god. Favorability 10. Congratulations to the host. Qingxi's favorability has reached 100%. The system's notification chimed in her ear. Tu Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow, bemused. It was indeed strange. She had not encountered Qingxi over the past month. Yet his favorability had steadily increased day by day, now surpassing the 100% mark. This revelation truly astonished her. Many sought a promise from the beast god, but received none. How could she refuse 3 opportunities? Qing Si had always believed that the females of the beast race were selfish, yet he was surprised to find an exception in Tu Xiaoxin. Others have their desires. I currently live quite well, free of any wants. My only wish is to complete the task of giving birth and lead a carefree existence. She reflected that, over the past month, the star coins she spent were all exchanged from the system, as she had feared being discovered by her beast husbands if she used their coins. Such a scenario would ruin her vacation plans. The expression of Wiswokiu, Qing Si grew increasingly astonished. Could it be true that a female devoid of desires and wants existed in this world? It was utterly inconceivable. Tuxiao did. Would you like to lie down and gaze at the stars? The stars here are truly as beautiful as Hu Yuan described. With a sigh of admiration, Tu Xiaoxin lifted the telescope and continued observing the celestial wonders. This telescope, adjustable in size, allowed for a longer or shorter view, facilitating the observation of the star's true shapes. Tu Xiaoxin was thoroughly entertained, secretly hoping to find a familiar planet among the countless nebulas. Regrettably, after a month of nightly observations, not a single similar star was discovered, though many oddly shaped stars were encountered. It was surprising to learn that not all stars were circular. Some appeared heart-shaped and took on various forms. This revelation shattered Tu Xiaoxin's preconceived notions about stars. Yet, upon reflection, how profound could humanity's understanding of the universe be, given that they had yet to fully explore their own planet? After all, how could they possess a deep comprehension of the cosmos? Seeing Tu Xiaoxin so enamored with the stars, Qing Si could not resist. He followed her gaze, and a telescope materialized before his eyes, as if it had grown from his very face. When Tu Xiaoxin turned to observe the change in him, she was rendered speechless with astonishment. No way. Such a thing is possible. However, considering that the telescope was ultimately a mechanical device, it was not too surprising that he could conjure it. Tuxiao, do you wish to see what the distant planets look like? Qing Si, sensing Tu Xiaoxin's movements, made the telescope vanish from his face and turned to her with a question. Isn't that what a planetarium is for? It sounds too cumbersome, Tu Xiaoxin replied, shaking her head. I don't need to. Just tell me if you want to see now. Qing Si smiled. After pondering for a moment, Tu Xiaoxin exclaimed, Look! Just as the words left her lips, Qing Si rose and, before her astonished gaze, transformed into a genuine astronomical telescope. Come closer to take a look. Qing Si's voice resonated from the telescope. Tu Xiaoxin, her surprise dissipating, approached to examine the telescope closely. What are you observing? Came Qing Si's puzzled voice. Did you not say that all members of the mechanical tribe possess markings? Where is yours? Tu xiaoxan enquayel de condidli. Look beneath the lens, Qing Si's slightly bashful voice replied. Curiously, Tu Xiaoxin bent down to take a closer look. Oh my, why does it resemble a little rabbit? She gasped in surprise. The insignia of those in the mechanical tribe who have not bonded with a female is uniform. Once bonded, it transforms into the beast form of the wife. Qing Si explained, somewhat awkwardly. This revelation left Tu Xiaoxin in silence, realizing it was due to her presence. Oh dear, what a situation. So, this little rabbit signifies me? She thought, recognizing the familiar shape she had seen on those beastly husbands. Indeed, came the reply. Then why haven't they found me yet? Tu Xiaoxin's interest in stargazing waned as thoughts of her beastly husbands flooded her mind. I have blocked your signal, which is why they could not locate you. However, they should be arriving shortly, Qing Si responded. No sooner had he finished speaking than a knocking sound echoed from behind them. See, just as I mentioned, he added. Oh dear, should you consider hiding? Tu Xiaoxin suggested earnestly. Qing Si contemplated for a moment and agreed. It was now or never. Concluding that the most dangerous place could also be the safest, he transformed into a swirl of azure electronic fragments, merging into the bracelet on Tu Xiaoxin's wrist. Taken aback, she exclaimed, Isn't this a bit too brazen? She gazed at her bracelet in shock. Inside the bracelet, there are guests outside who wish to meet you. A strange voice announced from beyond the door. Tu Xiaoxin hesitated for a moment, then approached the visual monitor and saw her 5 beastly husbands waiting outside. A wave of nervousness washed over her, and her scalp prickled. How had they found her with such precision? Oh right, the cubs. The cubs in her belly would only be sensed by the husbands after a month. Given that it took at least 1 or 2 weeks to travel from the main star to Zhuke main star, their timely arrival indicated they had sensed the cub's bloodline power immediately. With newfound courage, Tu Xiaoxin opened the door. As the door swung open, she fell into a familiar embrace. The scent of cedar enveloped her, and before she could raise her gaze, she was held tightly. Why did you silently run so far away? She heard a powerful heartbeat, filled with joy at their reunion. I can explain, Tu Xiaoxin, aware of her guilt, quickly interjected. It absolutely wasn't for my heart. It was indeed a matter of guilt. Then, do tell, the 5 men decided to grant her the opportunity. Tu Xiaoxin invited them into the room and, facing her 5 husbands, offered them a flattering smile. Hee. The situation is as follows. That wretched robot. Without hesitation, Tu Xiaoxin revealed everything, and the men all grimaced in frustration. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Qingxi. He acted out of urgency. Had I arrived any later, the Fengqing beast god would have surely perished, Tu Xiaoxin recounted, explaining that she had spent over a month on Zhuke main star for treatment. This explanation held water. The men's brows furrowed as they exchanged glances. You haven't deceived us? Of course not. Tu Xiaoxin replied earnestly. Suddenly, her wrist bracelet emitted a warm sensation, causing her cheeks to flush, lying in the presence of the concerned parties. While neglecting the fact that she was pregnant with Qingxi's and the beast god's cubs, was not intentional. You are with our cubs. But it is not that we wish to confine you. It is simply that your situation is too unique. You must understand the implications of your extraordinary fertility, being able to conceive again after giving birth to 3 cubs. Do you comprehend what this means for the entire galaxy? We genuinely worry about our ability to protect you, even though I'm a 9th-tier powerhouse. When Bai Rui felt the surge of bloodline power, he nearly lost his mind. He had never dared to dream of having his own cubs. Though he had mentioned wanting a cub with Tu Xiaoxin during moments of deep affection, it had merely been idle chatter. Little did he know that such idle words would materialize into reality, with Tu Xiaoxin truly carrying his cubs. My dear, I wish to experience the essence of the cubs, Hu Yuan's thoughts mirrored by Rui's. At their level of cultivation, they hardly entertained the hope of having their own offspring. Now, it felt akin to a poor person suddenly acquiring wealth, overwhelmed by their astonishing fortune. I want to touch them too. Longzheng gazed eagerly at Tu Xiaoxin's abdomen. Heaven knows that when he completed his upgrade, he felt more anxiety than joy. He understood that this meant his chances of having his own cubs had diminished. However, he never anticipated such a turn of events. Come here. Tu Xiaoxin's mouth moved faster than her brain, and before she could think, the words escaped her lips. No sooner had she spoken than 3 large hands rested on her slightly rounded belly. The expressions of the 3 men turned to stone. Jin, have you suffered any grievances in the past month? Have you taken care of yourself? Hu Xiao observed, appearing far from well, with deep dark circles under his eyes. Tu Xiaoxin extended her hand to grasp Hu Xiao's, transferring a gentle surge of healing energy toward him. Almost instantaneously, the subtle ripples within his mental ocean were smoothed over. As tranquility enveloped his spirit, Hu Xiao's complexion improved significantly. Chapter 76, The Offspring of the Beast God? How could this be? Sun Qi silently reached out to take hold of Tu Xiaoxin's other hand, enveloping it with his own. The sensation was surreal, as his hands trembled slightly. Why do I sense 4 distinct bloodline energies within you? Hu Yuan withdrew his palm, revealing a look of confusion. Me too. How is this possible? The other 2, having snapped back from their shock, also retracted their hands. In that moment of shared gazes, the expressions of the group were exceedingly complex. Logically, it should only be the 3 of us. Where did the energies of these 2 strangers come from? Furthermore, when I attempted to delve deeper into one of them, my mental ocean was violently shaken. Bai Rui felt a chill run through him, despite his 9th-tier prowess. He sought to perceive the origin of the 2 unfamiliar bloodlines, only to be struck down by one of them. What were you doing trying to sense this? Are you all right? Hu Yuan asked, exasperated. You think you can act recklessly just because you're 9th tier? Remember, there are always greater powers beyond. What? You were injured? Tu Xiao Xian, startled by their conversation, quickly grasped by Rui's hand to sense his condition. Indeed, his mental ocean was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. So, the so-called closest to divine tier, the ninth tier, is but a mortal before the true divine? Merely sensing the offspring of another had left him gravely wounded. The offspring of the beast god are not easily disturbed. Just as the beast god himself is unattainable, I dare not approach you unless I am certain of safety. If the beast god were to appear beside you, I would have to withdraw. It would be perilous. The system's voice resonated, and Tu Xiao Xian realized how fortunate she had been last time. She had completed her task while the beast god was in a stupor, with the system assisting her. Understood. Tu Xiao Xin not that. Please step outside for a moment. I need to aid by Rui. His mental energy is on the verge of collapse. She spoke gravely to the four beast husbands. Their expressions shifted dramatically. By Rui, the strongest among them, if his mental ocean were to shatter, the repercussions would be uncontrollable. With this thought, the four hastily rose and exited, granting space for Tu Xiao Xian and Bai Rui. You two leave? Tu Xiao Xian, noticing her hand ring remained inactive, gritted her teeth in frustration. Before Bai Rui could grasp the situation, he saw pale blue electronic fragments drifting from Tu Xiao Xian's hand ring, and he understood. Qingqi, how dare you? Bai Rui was about to confront Qing Ci when Tu Xiao Xian suddenly pushed him onto the bed. He could only watch as the blue fragments disappeared into an outlet in the nearby wall. No, offspring, how could you allow that person near you? Bai Rui's mental ocean was at a breaking point, causing him to lose control of his emotions. I will explain later. We have matters to attend to. Tu Xiao Xian leaned over, pinning him down, and lowered her lips to kiss him. This kiss successfully quelled all of Bai Rui's agitation and unease, redirecting his thoughts. The four outside had not wandered far, remaining at the door, eager to discern the situation within the room. They soon realized how effective the hotel's soundproofing was. What a miscalculation. The four sat on the ground, deliberating their next steps. Ah Yuan, why didn't you sense the bloodlines of the other two offspring? Long Zheng inquired curiously. Huh, did you not hear Jin? Before arriving at Zhu Ke Main Star, she had been with Qing Ci and the beast god. Guess whose offspring those two are? Bai Rui appeared astute, yet his actions were somewhat rigid and unyielding. Unlike Hu Yuan, who could extract a wealth of information from a single statement. Long Zheng's face turned pale. No way. Wasn't it said that the beast god cannot have offspring? Huh. Others claim that we, too, cannot bear offspring due to our cultivation level. And yet, here we are. Hu Yuan retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Long Zheng fell into silence, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. This cannot be. This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for Jin. Long Zheng comprehended the grave implications lurking behind this revelation. Their conversation was shielded by the barrier established by Hu Yuan and Long Zheng to prevent eavesdropping, allowing them to discuss such sensitive matters freely. Otherwise, they would never dare to speak of it outside. Hu Xiao and Sun Qi felt a wave of relief upon hearing their exchange, grateful they were among the first to encounter Tu Xiao Xian. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, not only would they be incapable of having offspring, but even the act of intimacy would be in question. They shared similar concerns as Long Zheng. Their beloved was far too exceptional. All they could do was wait and see if the beast god would come for them. Hu Yuan wore a despondent expression, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Even with Bai Rui, a ninth-tier beastman among them, the chasm between ninth tier and divine tier was insurmountable. If that beast god were to arrive and refuse to keep their secret, it would mean Tu Xiao Xian would become a coveted prize among the beast gods. The reason the beast god could not bear offspring was said to stem from time millions of years ago when the beast god could indeed conceive, albeit with a minuscule probability. The offspring of a beast god would invariably possess divine tier cultivation upon birth, leaving no room for ordinary beastmen to thrive. As such, throughout the long ages, the divine tier beast gods seemed cursed by fate, unable to produce progeny. Despite their eternal lifespan, they've borne not only the burden of safeguarding the cosmos, but also the weight of endless solitude. Even some beast gods, seeking to escape their loneliness, endeavored to find different mates to share their interminable lives. Yet none could bear them offspring, facing the sorrow of watching one female after another perish before their eyes. Consequently, over time, the beast gods grew cold and unfeeling, weary of endless separations, and gradually locked their hearts, dedicating themselves solely to the protection of the cosmos. Those dark substances were not something an ordinary beast man could provoke. Even a mere touch would lead to the immediate collapse of their mental ocean. Chapter 77. The Divine Child is not easily conceived. Who among the beast gods could traverse the deadly web woven from dark substances without fear? Surely it must be. Long Zheng lamented, despairingly covering his eyes. Why must our Jin suffer so cruelly? In a surprising turn, the typically indifferent Long Zheng was brought to tears by this revelation, leaving Hu Yuan in a state of shock. After a few deep breaths, tears welled in his eyes. Let's devise a plan. Hu Yuan lowered his head, feeling utterly helpless regarding the situation. As their discussion concluded, the door to the room remained closed, with the beast husbands waiting anxiously. After an entire night had passed, the door finally opened. Bai Rui emerged, cradling the unconscious Tu Xiao Xian. We're going home. Bai Rui's expression was grave, raising concern among the others. Are you all right? Why do you look so pale? Hu Yuan asked worriedly. One of those unfamiliar offspring within the offspring's belly must belong to Qing Cai. Bai Rui's response struck like a clap of thunder on a clear day, leaving everyone in shock. What about the other one? Have you figured it out? Despite feeling that the truth was close to his conjecture, Hu Yuan could not help but ask. I dare not try again. I fear I might collapse, Bai Rui said, his expression filled with turmoil. Let's head home first. This isn't the place for discussion. Or perhaps we should return to the flying ship, Long Zheng interjected, interrupting their conversation. The others agreed with this reasoning and decisively left the hotel. They quickly departed and boarded Hu Yuan's flying ship. Unbeknownst to them, just as they left, a figure cloaked in azure appeared at the doorway, clutching the voice stone given to him by the beast god. Did they think that bringing someone back to the main star would resolve everything? There is nothing in this world that can obstruct the bloodline power of the beast god's offspring. The beast god was aware it was merely a matter of time. Strictly speaking, he should have already been aware and was on his way. I must keep up if I wish to remain by Tu Xiao Xian's side, he thought. Vanishing from his original spot and reappearing within the confines of Hu Yuan's flying ship, Hu Yuan and the others remained entirely oblivious. During his sprint towards the flying ship, he also relayed the news of Tu Xiao Xian being with the beast god's child to the beast god, Feng Qing. Feng Qing had just returned to the star domain battlefield and was still immersed in the endless slaughter, trying to recapture the sensation of galloping across the battlefield in his younger days. Suddenly, he felt an unlikely sensation stimulating his heart. The sensation grew stronger, to the point where he could no longer concentrate on fighting. He had to withdraw from the battlefield, seeking an uninhabited dead star, intending to unravel the origin of this sensation. Just then, he heard Qing Si's voice. Lord Beast God, Tu Xiao Xian is carrying your child. The voice was brief yet direct, stunning Feng Qing, who could barely believe his ears. He momentarily thought he had misheard. As he was about to inquire further about the situation, the sensation intensified. Closing his eyes to focus, he heard a childish call. Afyu, Afyu. Each utterance of Afyu sent a jolt through Feng Qing's heart. He pressed his hand to his chest, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. After millennia, since the moment of his birth, he had never experienced such a feeling. Now, as the beast god, he was able to. It was indeed astonishing. Sitting on a stone for quite some time, he closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he sprang to his feet. No, the child of a divine being cannot be conceived so easily. With this thought, he transformed into a streak of fire, vanishing from his spot. How long until he could return to the main star? First, they needed to place Jean in a medical chamber to check if there were any issues with her health. Once aboard the flying ship, they decided to begin examining Tu Xiao Xian. The group unanimously agreed to place her in the medical chamber aboard the ship. As far as I know, divine beings are not so easily conceived. Bai Rui stated gravely. Having reached the 9th tier, he had accumulated some memories of bloodline inheritance. As the youngest offspring of the Divine Beast clan, he was frail for birth since his mother was not a divine beast, though his father was. Thus, he had never been as robust as his siblings, whose parents were both divine beasts. Many of his brothers had already reached the 9th tier by his age, with hopes of breaking through to the divine tier. However, the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. It was quite remarkable to have even one among 10,000. The Divine Beast clan places immense importance on the inheritance of offspring. Aside from the Bai family, descendants of the ancient Divine Beast clan, the royal Long family also descended from the ancient Divine Beast clan, including Hu Yuan's own lineage. However, the bloodlines of the Divine Beasts have become increasingly diluted over time. Compared to the ability to produce naturally divine offspring, the Divine Beast clan emphasizes the continuity of their bloodline. If the bloodline ceases to be passed on, it signifies impending extinction. Therefore, even if Hu Yuan was unwilling, if he remained single past the age of 40, the Hu family would arrange a match for him, ensuring that their bloodline would not perish with him. The same applied to Hu Xiao. However, Hu Xiao was the earliest married child of the Hu family and was originally the youngest of his generation. As for Sun Qi, his family did not belong to the Divine Beast clan, yet the son and clan were born strong, both in stature and combat prowess. However, they did not prioritize the inheritance of offspring, focusing instead on enhancing their abilities. Thus, in their family, whether one took a partner or not was inconsequential. But one must be strong. The Sun family had no weaklings. Consequently, Sun Qi was the only legitimate heir of the Sun and clan. As only those born in the Sun and form would be recognized by the Sun family, other forms would not be acknowledged. Therefore, the Sun family was quite an anomaly in the interstellar community. What? Upon hearing this, both Hu Yuan and Long Zheng were greatly alarmed. Some memories of inheritance do not manifest from birth, but awaken once a certain level is attained. Thus, neither Hu Yuan nor Long Zheng possessed the qualifications to awaken such memories. It must be noted that it had been tens of thousands of years since a child of the beast god had been born. This was common knowledge among them. Bai Hui Spokigravedi. The others exchanged glances, fully aware of this. Most had never even seen the beast god. Chapter 78. Get out here, you rascal. Nodding, they looked at Bai Rui with serious expressions. The nutritional needs of a divine offspring in the womb far surpass those of ordinary offspring. If the nutrition is insufficient, the beast mother may face either stillbirth or death during labor. The more Bai Rui elaborated on the newly born memories of inheritance, the more anxious he became. It was not only Bai Rui who was alarmed. Everyone present felt a surge of trepidation. What should we do? Hu Xiao looked at his wife, lying in the medical chamber, filled with concern. However, I have heard that as long as we can find the divine fruit for the beast mother to consume, both she and the child will be fine. My Bai family should have one. I'll ask my grandfather for one. Bai Rui closed his eyes to ponder before decisively activating his wristband. Then, he turned to Long Zheng and Hu Yuan. Don't just stand there. You are also descendants of the ancient Divine Beast clan. Your families should possess divine fruit as well. Have them bring it forth. All right. The two replied in unison, beginning to contact their families. Unsurprisingly, when the three initially communicated their intentions to their families, they were met with harsh rebuke. Divine fruit? What do you mean by divine fruit? That is a fruit meant to cultivate divine tier powerhouses. Consuming it not only ensures the safe delivery of a divine child for the female, but also offers a 5% chance of surviving the 9th tier to divine tier tribulation. Such a treasure is unique to every noble family. Moreover, given the current existence of the beast god, possessing divine fruit is akin to prying a morsel from the fingers of the beast god. How could we possibly give it up for the needs of a younger generation? Thus, it was entirely normal that Bai Rui and the others were initially scolded. However, soon no one was reprimanding them anymore. For Bai Rui revealed that his wife was pregnant with his child. The entire clan was aware of Bai Rui's ascension, and they had invested all their resources in him. Recognizing him as the youngest to break through to the 9th tier, Bai Rui's standing within the family had risen considerably. Bai Hui, do remember that our Bai family's divine fruit is limited. even though you are the most promising candidate to break through to the divine tier. We can only provide you with one divine fruit. We do not have more. He entrusted this fruit to your wife. For when you ascend to the divine tier in the future, we will not have a second one to offer you. On the other end of the line was by Rue's grandfather, speaking earnestly to his grandson. Grandfather, I merely wish to see if the child born of my wife, after consuming the divine fruit, possesses a talent that surpasses my own. By Rue sighed deeply. This divine fruit, as an experimental specimen, is not unjustified. After all, as a ninth-tier cultivator, desiring a child is akin to scaling the heavens. Indeed, children are the future hope of the Bai family. I shall fetch it for you. Do remember to accept it when it arrives, Grandfather Bai concluded before hanging up. Bai Rue breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged a glance with the others, who also appeared relieved. Things were similar for Hu Yuan and Long Zheng. Initially, they faced scorn, but upon learning that the fruits were intended for their offspring, both families were filled with joy. They had not initially sought partners, as they had no ties to anyone, but once they reached the appropriate age, they would send their children away for alliances seeking the utmost benefit. As for the offspring, who would dare to hope that two eighth-tier beings could bring forth descendants for their families? Such thoughts were mere folly. Thus, when news of their wives' pregnancies emerged, the family's excitement surpassed even their own. After a hurried family meeting, the divine fruits were distributed to them. Upon receiving 3 divine fruits, each the size of a fingernail, the expressions of the 3 men were rather nuanced. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Normal-sized divine fruits were in the possession of the beast gods, leaving no share for ordinary folk. These divine fruits were family heirlooms, leftovers from the selections of the beast gods. Wait a moment. If the 3 of you are gathered here, and all your wives are the same person and pregnant with your offspring, have you considered the consequences if this news were to spread? Sun Shi remarked, observing as they released 2 Xiao Xin from the medical pod, which displayed that she was in excellent health with no adverse reactions. At Sun Shi's words, the 3 men's expressions shifted, and then they regained their composure. Do you think our families will remain silent? They replied, whether they will speak is one matter. Whether they will send someone else is another. After all, Jin Jin's fertility is undeniable. Sun Qi's expression darkened. The fertility of 2 Xiao Xin had indeed astonished them. While others employed every means to conceive a child, she had become pregnant almost immediately after her confinement. Moreover, each child she bore held a remarkable lineage. This was enough to drive them to desperation. Even a child of the beast god was on the way, which was no trivial matter. Hu Shou also felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples. Even if Jin Jin could avoid delivering at a hospital, he believed Sun Qi's words held merit. In the future, more individuals would come seeking her. But that also requires them to possess the ability to cross our threshold. Hu Yuan's gaze darkened, a fierce glint spilling forth, causing all present to shudder. The last time Hu Yuan displayed such eyes was during the extermination of the entire insect race, and this gaze was indeed frightening. At this juncture, do you truly believe that the beast god who made Jin Jin pregnant would simply let her go? Long Zheng sighed heavily, remarking that everyone was too naive. None of us from the 3 families are fools. Vying for a wife with the beast gods is sheer folly. The crowd fell into silence. After reflecting on the future, they sighed again. What are you all sighing about? A light and abrupt voice interjected, startling everyone. They turned to the source, their expressions turning to gritted teeth. King Chi, you rascal, how dare you show your face here? Each person's reaction varied, but all were filled with curses directed at him. They even contemplated beating him senseless. Unfortunately, this slippery fellow vanished into thin air before they could reach him. Qing Xi, you rascal, come out. Knowing it was futile to act against Qing Xi in this metallic domain, Hu Yuan was the first to abandon the notion of teaching him a lesson. Finding a comfortable spot, he called out to the air, come out. How long can you hide, you shameless little man? Bai Rue was also infuriated. I thought the mechanical clan only had Hong Ying as a scoundrel, but it seems you surpass him. Bai Rue's grievances were justified. He was genuinely angered by Qing Xi's actions. If it weren't for his stealthy abduction of individuals from the estate, they would not find themselves in such an awkward predicament. Don't rush to blame me. Jean Jin's uniqueness will eventually be revealed. No matter how hard you try to conceal it, you cannot overshadow her brilliance. In my view, her receiving the protection of the beast god is a fortunate occurrence. Who in the galaxy would dare covet the female of a beast god? Qing Si finally stood before them again, albeit 3 meters away, maintaining a safe distance to ensure his own security. The 5 men gritted their teeth, their expressions reflecting a desire to send him off to the afterlife. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a powerful aura, one that could compel submission, suddenly enveloped the room, causing all present to kneel. Even Tu Xiao Xan, cradled in by Rui's arms, vanished. In their moment of astonishment, a crimson figure appeared before them, and Tu Xiao Xan found herself in the embrace of this being. Bathed in the gentle light of the ship, the individual was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a divine presence that made it impossible to gaze directly upon. Merely meeting his eyes invoked an urge to submit. "You are the little female who bears my child?" The voice, akin to celestial music, roused the slumbering Tu Xiao Xan. She opened her drowsy eyes, clearly reluctant to awaken from her slumber. Yet an unseen force compelled her to do so. Upon opening her eyes, she vaguely realized she was being held, the embrace warm and comforting. She grasped the fabric of the person holding her, snuggling deeper as she sought a comfortable position before drifting back to sleep. Witnessing this seamless series of actions, the figure dared not breathe too loudly, fearing to disturb the obedient little female before him. Such a soft and delicate little creature was truly intriguing. A flicker of joy crossed Feng Qing's eyes, and a notification of rising affection echoed in Tu Xiao Xan's mind. However, Tu Xiao Xan, feeling drowsy, remained oblivious to it, lazily smacking her lips before sinking deeper into slumber. "Very well, sleep on. I shall hold you," Feng Qing said gently, shedding the fierce visage he wore before the dark matter, his expression softening as he gazed at the little one in his arms. As he spoke, he placed his palm on her gently rounded belly, closing his eyes to channel a strand of divine energy into Tu Xiao Xan. He distinctly sensed the joyous greetings of their child within her, much to his astonishment. Their offspring was unharmed. Typically, the gestation period for beastmen lasted over 3 months, and Tu Xiao Xan, already a month pregnant, should have been absorbing nutrients voraciously. Yet, she appeared to be in remarkable health along with the child. This was utterly beyond Feng Qing's comprehension. However, Feng Qing did not dwell on it too long. The divine energy he transmitted was swiftly absorbed by their unborn child. He acted again, sending another thread of divine energy. With 2 strands coursing within, the child rolled around in Tu Xiao Xan's belly as if intoxicated, finding a cozy spot to settle down for sleep. Feng Qing narrowed his eyes to sense the child, only to discover how astonishing. It was a phoenix egg. The little one is so lively even through the belly and the egg membrane. It seems the body is indeed very healthy. A slight smile unconsciously graces my lips. In just a month, we will discover the gender of this little phoenix. Patience is required. Bai Rui and the others are unable to rise. Without a word from Feng Qing, they dare not stand. After ensuring that Tu Xiao Xan and the little one are safe, Feng Qing finally directs his gaze to the beastmen kneeling on the ground. "Are you all little female beastmen?" As Feng Qing's words fall, the overwhelming pressure upon them dissipates, allowing them to finally stand. Aside from Qing Si, the other 5 immediately rise, their eyes warily fixed on Feng Qing. Bai Rui cautiously assesses the man before him, still unable to meet his gaze, feeling that even a fleeting glance would be an offense. "Feng Clan, Feng Qing." Just 4 succinct words leave everyone present speechless. Is he not the legendary Feng Qing inscribed in the ancient history of the stars? As the only one among the 5 beastmen still studying, Hushio's reaction is quite natural. There's only one Feng Qing in the Feng clan. You must be referring to me. Feng Qing languidi tharo tu xiao xin. As if holding a delicate little one. His stature of over 2 meters commands an impressive presence even while seated, making it difficult for others to meet his powerful aura. Silence envelopes the crowd, leaving them at a loss for words. Feng Qing? Even after thousands of years, the name Feng Qing resonates throughout the entire starry expanse. The longevity of a divine beast is infinite, so it is not surprising that Feng Qing remains alive. Yet no one could have imagined that he would share such a connection with their beloved wife. If a year ago someone had told them they would one day share a wife with Feng Qing, they would have certainly responded with disbelief. Yet here they are, faced with the undeniable reality. Not only are they sharing a wife with a divine beast, but a year ago, they could hardly believe they would even have one. How amusing it is that they have now found themselves in such a remarkable position. Among you, who is the Lord? Feng Qing replaces the chair beneath him with a reclining seat, adjusting himself into a comfortable position before lazily resting his chin on his hand and inquiring. Hu Xiao suddenly feels as though he is seated on needles. No one had informed him that he would have to share a wife with Feng Qing. Just a moment ago, he thought himself the happiest, the weakest yet still a lord, and now he feels the seat is scalding. You? Feng Qing raises an eyebrow, incredulously surveying the 5 beastmen before him. 1 at the 9th rank, 2 at the 8th, and 2 at the 7th, yet the weakest 7th rank is the Lord. Your approach is rather unique. Unable to contain himself, Feng Qing chuckles. It is truly unfathomable. Are not the strong revered in the beast world? Is this family so casual? And how could these strong individuals willingly submit to another? As Xiao Guai mentioned, a Xiao is her first beastman and her first partner. It is only natural for him to be the Lord, and no one else may surpass a Xiao. Hu Yuan musters the courage to step forward and respond. Oh, is it a rule set by the little female? No wonder, yet you all seem quite receptive to it. Do you not feel embarrassed? Chapter 80. Being a steed for the divine beast is not degrading. Feng Qing is genuinely curious about the living arrangements of this little family. How could such a household exist? The weakest is the Lord. This is unheard of throughout the beast world. Not at all. Bai Rui shakes his head. A Xiao is excellent. We all respect him. Aside from Hu Xiao, the others are rather astute, with a Xiao being the most straightforward. Bai Rui was initially resistant, but later realized that Hu Xiao was indeed the best choice for the Lord. Ah, indeed, a Xiao is magnanimous. One cannot become a lord without such qualities. Longzheng similarly responds. I arrived too late. Otherwise, I could have been magnanimous as well. Sun Qi grumbles, receiving a fierce glare from Hu Xiao. So, does this mean that after I settle into your little home, I must also play the role of the subordinate? Feng Qing's gaze scrutinizes Hu Xiao before he leisurely poses the question. How can that be? Hu Xiao, terrified, feels his knees weaken. Has he lost his mind to allow a divine beast to be beneath him? It is merely a title. We do not place much importance on it. After thousands of years spent alone, having family now is a novel experience. Feng Qing replies, a smile gracing his lips. His gaze is softening as he looks at Tu Xiao Exine. It is indeed fascinating how this little female has united such admirable males into one family. Moreover, as a divine being, I have not spent much time among the stars. I am not well versed in the intricacies of interstellar life. If I fail to fulfill this role as Lord, you do it quite well. To be recognized by all these stronger beastmen is a talent in itself. Since he possesses such capability, he does not feel diminished. Who would have thought that the divine beast would possess such an open-minded disposition? The crowd falls into silence. However, I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? As the conversation takes a turn, hearts race, anticipating his words. You are too kind. Please. Speak, Hu Xiao replies, cold sweat trickling down his brow, surprised by the divine beast's politeness. I may recommend another beastman to our wife. Would that be acceptable? Feng Qing gets straight to the point, not mincing words. Throughout the entire starry expanse, no one and no god warrants his need for subtlety or circumlocution. He is accustomed to being direct, as he has been for millennia. May I be so bold as to inquire who it is? It wouldn't happen to be him, would it? Hu Xiao gestures towards the still kneeling Qing Ci. Is he not already part of your group? He has already formed a bond with the little female. Feng Qing retorts. The crowd exchanges furious glances. You have formed a bond with Jin Jin? How shameless of you, being a machine. What about your dignity? The reactions of several vary. Feng Qing raises an eyebrow, realizing he was mistaken. Little Qing Ci, you are lacking in strength. He chuckles quietly. The one I refer to is not him, but my biological brother, Zhu Yan. The sparrow god, Zhu Yan. The collective gasp is audible. This name is indeed well known. It seems you are familiar with him. How fortunate. Feng Qing nods with a smile. Wait. Bai Rui suddenly recalls something and discreetly raises a hand to interrupt Feng Qing. As far as I know, the sparrow god is allergic to females, is he not? He won't harm anyone. Offspring are far more important, are they not? All previous divine beasts were unable to reproduce. He may not have considered it. However, now that he can, as the sole brother, Zhu Yin must leave behind an heir, if only to ensure the continuation of our phoenix lineage. The crowd falls silent, realizing that the higher one's cultivation, the more emphasis they place on offspring. Even as divine beasts, they still care about progeny. Nevertheless, it is understandable. The Phoenix clan is said to have become extinct, and aside from the legendary Feng Qing and Zhu Yan, all others have faded into the annals of history. Though divine beings no longer prioritize worldly matters, they still hope for family. As long as the sparrow god agrees, it is not an issue, Hu Xiu readily affirms. Your temperament is indeed the best among them. Feng Qing praises Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu smiles wryly, for he initially had a poor temperament. Yet, as more people arrived, he grew numb to it. Despite the crowd, Jin remains the best to him. He has truly learned to love himself above all else. What more could he desire? This is what I, as the Lord, ought to do, Hu Xiu respectfully responds. Feng Qing nods. Rest well at home soon. Do not waste the precious time of this journey. As soon as he finishes speaking, they notice a torn spatial rift appear before their spacecraft, which then rushes into the fissure, and soon they emerge before the main planet's spherical form. The spacecraft speeds toward the landing pad of their estate on the main planet. Several individuals found themselves in disarray amidst the winds, and by the time the flying vessel stabilized, they experienced a dizzying sensation akin to that of motion sickness. Upon disembarking from the vessel, aside from the deeply slumbering Tu Xiaoxin and Feng Qing, the others succumbed to their nausea. The three of them, however, departed with composure, with Tu Xiaoxin being cradled by Feng Qing as they entered the estate. In mere moments, Feng Qing had whisked Tu Xiaoxin away, vanishing from sight. This is the beast god. The ability to tear through space is truly remarkable. After regurgitating, Hu Xiu gazed in admiration towards the direction Feng Qing had departed. The role of the beast god is not an easy one, as it also entails the responsibility of ensuring the lineage of the clan. Fortunately, he had come only for his offspring, and once Jin bore him a child, he likely would not contest for Jin's affections. Long Zheng also regained his composure, realizing that this ability to rend space was not within the grasp of ordinary beastmen. Such feats were indeed astonishing. The journey that typically took a week had been reduced to mere moments. No wonder everyone aspired to become a beast god, for it was indeed extraordinary. Hu Yuan, burdened by his thoughts, pondered the implications of this. Furthermore, what of Zhu Yan? Alas, he hoped there would be no new members in the future. How many beast gods could there possibly be? Might those beast gods be akin to Feng Shun? Bai Rui felt as though he might collapse under the weight of his thoughts. Hu Yuan, perplexed, inquired, so, how do you know that the sparrow god has an aversion to females? I encountered him during my childhood, Bai Rui asserted with pride. So, the beast god who is friendly with your Bai family is indeed the sparrow god? The group gazed at Bai Rui in disbelief. Indeed, to be precise, he was a friend of my grandfather's. My grandfather had the fortune of being his steed. Bai Rui wore a look of honor. Being a steed to a beast god is no disgrace, after all. Chapter 81. You have suffered before. It is evident from Qing Ci that serving the beast god is also a matter of great pride. Oh, the crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with envy. You can boast before your grandfather that you share a wife with the sparrow god. Hu Xiu raised an eyebrow at Bai Rui, leading to a collective silence among them. While serving the sparrow god is indeed a source of pride, the notion of sharing a spouse with him stirred uncomfortable feelings within. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously sighed. Hu Yuan was the first to react, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Such matters should not be spoken of. Hu Xiao fell silent, lowering his head in a moment of guilt. However, it appears that Feng Shan harbors little affection for our little Guai. It is merely because she is carrying his offspring. Moreover, he has indicated that his interest in her is solely due to her fertility, so there is no need for us to worry about having two formidable rivals. On the contrary, we have gained allies who will not vie for our little Guai's affection. The fact that the beast god's offspring will have little Guai as their mother only brings benefits to her, as the pinnacle of interstellar combat prowess. The presence of one beast god is already a significant source of protection for little Guai, and now, with another, her safety is further ensured. Uncle is right. Hu Xiao nodded vigorously, fully accepting Hu Yuan's reasoning. He mused that Hu Yuan appears shrewd on the surface, yet in certain aspects he shares a remarkable simplicity with Hu Xiao. Long Zheng found it difficult to suppress his comments, recalling how just moments ago, Feng Shan had voluntarily carried Jin Jin into the house, appearing anything but indifferent. Following the aura, Feng Qing gently returned Tu Xiaoxin to her room, laying her upon the bed and gazing down at the petite figure before him. In the context of the beast world, this little female's height is indeed diminutive, resembling a mere cub, which could easily disarm one's defenses. Furthermore, in terms of appearance, she is truly stunning, possessing an allure that is not characteristic of the beast world. Although both females and males in this realm are typically striking, they often share a flaw: rough skin and enlarged pores. Additionally, as they age, they tend to appear considerably older. However, this issue seems non-existent in this little female. Her skin is as smooth as jade, with pores so fine they are virtually invisible, a testament to her exceptional complexion. Gently touching her cheek, Feng Qing raised an eyebrow, finding the sensation aligned with his expectations. It felt akin to the finest silk, evoking an indescribable thrill. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaoxin was ensnared in a terrifying dream, one in which she faced death, devoid of any system assistance. She yearned to signal for help, yet her limbs remained motionless, and her throat produced no sound. She could only feel the suffocating grip of death closing in, instinctively struggling for survival. Yet all her efforts were in vain. She abruptly gasped and sat up in bed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I refuse to die," she shouted in a frenzy, only to be momentarily taken aback. Surveying her surroundings, she recognized that she had returned to her familiar room in the estate, realizing that everything had merely been a dream. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, she patted her chest and turned to get off the bed, only to find herself face to face with a familiar figure. That unparalleled visage suddenly filled her field of vision. Mere centimeters apart, their proximity so close she could feel his breath, causing her to tremble and shy away from direct contact. Tu Xiaoxin, were you having a nightmare? Feng Qing observed her pale complexion and the sweat cascading down her brow, gently pressing his hand to her forehead. Instantly, the weariness from her nightmarish ordeal dissipated, vanishing from her being. It was then that Tu Xiaoxin realized something. What are you doing here? Little female, you have not been forthcoming. Why did you not inform me of your pregnancy? Why hide away alone? Feng Qing continued, raising his hand to reveal a fruit larger than his palm, presenting it to her. Eat this. You should have notified me as soon as you realized you were with child, but fortunately, it is not too late. Your health seems robust, and you have not faced significant backlash. Tu Xiaoxin hesitated, recognizing the fruit before her as a divine fruit. However, she could not reveal her knowledge. She must feign ignorance. Each system point requires 100 points, and she begrudgingly consumed a few, but unlike ordinary offspring, the offspring of a beast god necessitated one divine fruit daily. She began to comprehend that all rewards were clearly priced in the shadows. Her pregnancy with the beast god's child required high points, which were further drained due to the unique nature of this child. She had no time to lament the points she had painstakingly accumulated. Now, it seemed, there were divine fruits readily available, alleviating her need for frugality. Elated, Tu Xiaoxin felt her earlier expenditures on a divine birth pill, which cost several times that of a standard one, were worth it. The divine fruit, capable of aiding the growth of her unborn child and enhancing her own physical strength, was explained by Feng Qing, who understood that Tu Xiaoxin was unaware of its significance. "Thank you, Beast God," she expressed her gratitude promptly. "You are my wife. How could you be so distant? Moreover, you carry my child." Feng Qing gently gathered her disheveled hair behind her ears and bent down to assist her in putting on her shoes. "How should I address you?" she began. But before she could finish, Feng Qing leaned in and kissed her crimson lips. In a fleeting moment where their lips met, all the fervent memories that had been lost returned to Feng Qing's mind. A flicker of astonishment passed through his gaze, which soon softened as he turned to look at Tu Xiaoxin. Gently releasing her, he tenderly caressed her cheek, acknowledging the suffering she had endured. The harrowing scene of her nearly perishing beneath him replayed in his mind, filling him with dread. Tu Xiaoxin, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied awkwardly, "Well, it wasn't that bad. You truly possess a temperament as gentle as your beastly companions have described, remarkably unperturbed," Feng Qing noted. "Any ordinary female would have turned against me by now." Despite his exalted status as a beast god, in the eyes of those arrogant females, he was merely a slightly more formidable male. Tu Xiaoxin found herself speechless. It was indeed a mutual agreement of sorts, and she had little reason to be angry. After exchanging glances, Feng Qing broke the silence. "Shall I call you Xiaoxin from now on?" "That works," she nodded in agreement. "What do you wish to do now?" Feng Qing inquired as he noticed her intention to rise from the bed. The life of a female generally revolves around eating and sleeping, with occasional shopping excursions, Tu Xiaoxin mused. "I want to go downstairs to prepare something to eat." Anjuke main star. I lacked the tools to make what I desired and was limited to the fruits readily available in the space of my pregnancy. My cravings have begun to protest. "Should I have them bring food up for you?" Feng Qing suggested, unwilling to let her overexert herself, knowing that a pregnant female should be treated delicately. "No need," she replied. "I simply crave my own cooking. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting Senki handle the meal. However, as a pregnant woman, my tastes are rather unique and spontaneous." What she truly yearned for was to indulge in a hearty feast. "Then please eat this fruit first," Feng Qing insisted, placing great importance on the safety of their unborn child. "All right," Tu Xiaoxin nodded, and after getting out of bed, she took the fruit he had given her and began munching as she walked outside. She pretended to browse the hand-ring marketplace, but in truth, she was exploring the system's shop. Feng Qing followed her outside, and, unable to bear her inattentiveness to her surroundings while shopping, he swept her into his arms and carried her downstairs. Tu Xiaoxin offered no resistance. Since having a beast husband, she had accepted that her legs were often mere ornaments. During this time, she had already selected all the items she desired, and upon reaching the ground floor, she clicked to purchase them, with everything she wanted appearing beside her. The other 6 companions promptly rose, their eyes fixated on her with eager anticipation. "Accueil, accu. Lend a hand. We're having hot pot later," Tu Xiaoxin exclaimed, her cravings for hot pot overwhelming. Thus, she had purchased various ingredients related to it. "Hot pot? Is it the kind that actually cooks? Can we eat it?" Hu Xiu asked, astonished. Yet he quickly approached to assist. Senki, naturally, needed no urging. He was thrilled to be of service to Tu Xiaoxin. The two of them moved to the kitchen to begin gathering supplies, with Tu Xiaoxin following closely behind. "You can't enter here." Feng Qing attempted to usher her out, but Tu Xiaoxin was resolute. "Why can't I? I'm merely here to supervise. I want to be doing any of the work," she explained, aware that if Feng Qing knew she intended to participate, he would insist on removing her from the kitchen. However, before Feng Qing could respond, his voice cut off abruptly. "I'll step out for a moment. Wait for me." With that, he vanished from sight. Wow, is this what a beast god can do? The others wore various expressions, all tinged with admiration for the beast god. Enough of that. Let us assist Jin Jin instead. Long Zheng rolled up his sleeves, not wanting only Hu Xiu and Senki to shine in front of Tu Xiaoxin. "Right, I'm in too," Hu Yuan declared, unwilling to be outdone. Bai Rui needed no encouragement, but Qing Ci appeared somewhat lost. "King Chi, come hier, tu Xiaoxin bekund." And Qing Ci's face lit up with surprise at being called upon. "Little female, what do you need me to do?" he asked eagerly. "Please help me create this appliance." Tu Xiaoxin requested, displaying a design for a hot pot integrated device. The mechanical beings had innate talents for machinery, so she sought Qing Si's assistance. Though the marketplace offered such items, they required points, which she hesitated to spend. Hence, she decided to enlist Qing Si's help, especially since he had a child of his own growing within her. What? Qing Si approached to examine the blueprint she had conjured from her handring. Unable to suppress his surprise, he raised an eyebrow. This pot looks quite remarkable. Indeed, can you make it? Of course, I will gather some materials. Qing Si replied, heading toward the storage room designated for kitchenware, which was provided by the beast husbands for Tu Xiaoxin. She had a penchant for collecting peculiar utensils, and thus, whenever they encountered odd tools, they would gather them for her, indulging her little hobby. Qing Si was well aware of this. After selecting from the storage room, Qing Si retrieved an item that resembled a hot pot. The only difference was that it operated with energy crystals, which seemed wasteful. Yet, Qing Si could modify it. Once he brought it to the dining table, he raised his hand, and the utensil levitated into the air, twisting and transforming before their eyes into the shape of the hot pot Tu Xiaoxin had shown him earlier. What appeared immutable to the average person became malleable in Qing Si's hands, as if it were mere cotton, easily shaped to his will. Tu Xiaoxin observed Qing Si's actions with keen curiosity, momentarily forgetting to direct the others in the kitchen. The men, sensing her distraction, turned to observe Qing Si's feats. What is so fascinating? This is a natural ability of the mechanical beings. Every one of them possesses such skills, not to mention Qing Si is the clan leader. Hu Yuan remarked, lifting Tu Xiaoxin to redirect her attention back to them. Realizing her oversight, Tu Xiaoxin nodded. Oh, so that is how it is. But it's quite beautiful. Their amusement was palpable. What else is there to do? If you enjoy watching, let Qing Si do it for you every day. Bai Hui, who usually had a penchant for cleanliness, seemed to have shed such tendencies since being with Tu Xiaoxin. Previously, he could never have imagined himself assisting in the kitchen. Of course, the beef balls must be pounded out by hand for the best flavor. Keep at it until they reach the consistency of minced meat. Tu Xiaoxin resumed her role as the director. Wait, beef balls? Like those made from beastmen? The others halted their movements, incredulous. Is the hand-ring marketplace really that advanced? Even beastman meat is on sale? What are you thinking? It's not beastman meat. Come, smell it, Tu Xiaoxin said, nearly choking on her laughter at their wild assumptions. They shook their heads and leaned in to sniff, detecting the scent of primitive beasts. Those creatures that can't transform into beasts are called primitive beasts in the galaxy, but they are notoriously unpalatable. However, Jin would likely disagree. Having some experience in cooking, Senki was perhaps the most qualified to comment. Disregard it. Let us indulge in the culinary delights. Longzheng currently finds himself utterly defenseless against the exquisite dishes crafted by Tu Xiaoxin. Just as everyone immersed themselves in the lively atmosphere of food preparation, the butler robot suddenly rushed in with great haste. Master, there are visitors outside. Upon hearing this, all present ceased their activities. Arue, go see who it is, Hu Yuan instructed, wishing to avoid dealing with the outsiders, delegating the task to Bai Rue. Understood. Bai Rue halted his actions, handing over the two mallets to Hu Yuan, who accepted them and resumed pounding the meatballs. Bai Rue then vanished in an instant, appearing at the entrance of the estate within a mere breath. Whom do you seek? He inquired through the iron gate of the manor. Is this the residence of Tu Xiaoxin, the female? I am the appointed attorney of her beast mother, here to require Tu Xiaoxin to fulfill her obligations of nurturing her offspring, the visitor spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai Rue's countenance darkened, an ominous atmosphere enveloping him. As he pressed the button to open the gate, the moment it creaked open, the visitor's face drained of color upon recognizing the figure within. Hadn't Tu Xiaoxin severed ties with her beast mother? Bai Rue recalled that Hu Xiu had already addressed the matter of Tu Xiaoxin's lineage. Why were there still lingering issues? Tuda Fin claims she has not received any documentation regarding their relationship, which is why she has sent me to discuss custody matters with Ms. Tu Xiaoxin, the lawyer stammered. May I ask what your relationship is with Tu Xiaoxin? We live together. What do you think our relationship is? Bai Rue retorted, instantly recognizing that the visitor had identified him. His counter-question rendered the visitor pale, trembling uncontrollably. That is quite the offense. However, this case was entrusted to me by Ms. Tu de Fon, and I still wish to meet with Tu Xiao Xian. Despite his fear, curiosity overwhelmed him. He was eager to meet the female who was the wife of the National Master. This was the National Master. He had only seen her on television before, and now she stood right before him. You might not have the opportunity to meet her. Wait here. I shall summon her lord and another beast husband to converse with you. This situation was a result of Hu Xiu's negligence. It was only fitting that the uncle and nephew handle the aftermath. Did he appear to be someone who had ample time on his hands? With that, Bai Rue vanished in an instant before the visitor's eyes. The visitor stood dumbfounded. Was this the power of a true stronghold? Moments later, two towering figures materialized before him. Upon recognizing one of them, the lawyer could not help but collapse to his knees. You are the one seeking my wife. Hu Yuan looked down, a menacing intent swirling in his gaze. The visitor's scalp tingled, his entire being shaking uncontrollably. Impossible. The National Master shared a bond with this infamous interstellar killer. How could this be? Tu Da Fan? Hu Xiu furrowed his brow, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Haven't I already facilitated the severance of the mother-daughter relationship between her and Jin? What's she doing now? Considering the connection to Tu Xiao Xian's beast mother. Hu Xiu had merely aimed to sever the relationship without contemplating the other's demise. He anticipated that she would dare to approach. You simply sever their ties? Hu Yuan's expression darkened, an ominous aura permeating the air. Hu Xiu felt a shudder run through him, casting a nervous glance at his uncle, smiling obsequiously. After all, she is Jin's beast mother. I fear that if I overstepped, Jin would be heartbroken. She is such a kind soul. We will address this later. What was Tu De Fon's request of you? Hu Yuan shot Hu Xiu a piercing glance, then turned his attention to the still kneeling lawyer. She entrusted me to ensure that Tu Xiao Xian fulfills her obligations as a beast mother. The lawyer trembled as he spoke. My wife is under 30, and the other party is not yet 60. What obligations of nurturing do you expect from her? Hu Yuan's incisive response left the lawyer momentarily stunned. Hastily, he activated his wristband to verify the information, only to find his face paling rapidly. I apologize, I'm not privy to that. The lawyer's voice quivered. Moreover, my wife has already severed her mother-daughter relationship. As an attorney, did you not investigate this? Hu Yuan struggled to contain his fury. Recalling everything Tu De Fon had done to Tu Xiao Xian, his murderous intent becoming palpable. I was informed that the termination agreement was never signed, the lawyer replied, his voice shaky and tearful. Not signed? Hu Yuan's gaze turned venomous, and Hu Xiu felt a chill run down his spine, fearing he might be pounded into meatballs by his own uncle. How could it not be signed? She did sign, Hu Xiu quickly retorted. She initially signed, but later reported that she had been coerced into signing the agreement, providing video evidence of the signing. The government determined that she signed under duress and thus invalidated the agreement. The lawyer felt as if misfortune had befallen him, finally grasping why no one dared to take on this case. How could he have been so oblivious? Chapter 84. Is it because of the offspring in her womb? Fool! You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Hu Yuan took a deep breath, swiftly sending a message to his subordinates through his wristband. Just moments after sending the message, the lawyer's wristband buzzed with an incoming call. May I take this call? He asked cautiously. You may leave. My wife will not see you, nor will she pay any child support. My attorney will follow up with you, and this lawsuit will become the greatest blunder of your legal career, Hu Yuan declared, promptly closing the manor's gates. The lawyer gazed at the closed gate, his legs turning to jelly, unable to rise. Tears streaming uncontrollably as he mentally cursed Tu De Fon thousands of times. I will see her dead. Sparing her is not an act of kindness. Hu Xiu was equally enraged, unable to fathom the duplicity of the other party. Xiu, do not leave any leeway for wicked individuals. Doing so is an act of cruelty against your future self. Hu Yuan uttered a warning, vanishing in an instant before Hu Xiu. And do not entertain thoughts of harming the female. It will invoke retribution from the laws of the beast realm. The laws of the beast realm do not permit the active harm of females. This explains why, regardless of a male's cultivation level, they will always remain subordinate to females in status. Even the beast gods cannot lay a hand on females. Otherwise, they would face brutal punishment. While direct harm may be off the table, legal retribution is an option, such as exiling one to a desolate star. The crimes committed by Tu Da Fun are sufficient to warrant a century of exile. More precious than females are female offspring, particularly those like Tu Xiao Xin, who can conceive repeatedly. In the vastness of the starry realm, they are an invaluable existence. The only fate that awaits Tu Da Fun is exile. As for how to eliminate her without bloodshed, Hu Yuan had ample knowledge. You have returned? Upon seeing them, Tu Xiao Xin peeked her head from the kitchen, greeting them with a smile. Hu Yuan and Hu Xiu exchanged faint smiles in response, beckoning her over. Tu Xiao Xin Ap Okek Puel. What is it? Has something happened? Uncle, should we really inform Jing about this matter? Hu Xiu harbored a deep reluctance to disclose this matter to Jing. He wished to shield her from anything that might affect her mood. Speak up. Xiao Guai is far stronger than you imagine, Hu Yuan asserted resolutely. Upon overhearing their exchange, Tu Xiaoxin appeared bewildered. What are you talking about? Tu Dafan has engaged a lawyer to demand child support from you, Hu Yuan stated calmly. Tu Xiaoxin was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the situation. She came to ask me for child support? Indeed, Hu Yuan confirmed, raising his hand to display the surveillance footage of the earlier encounter at the door for Tu Xiaoxin to view. Contrary to expectations, Tu Xiaoxin did not exhibit anger upon witnessing the footage. She simply observed with a serene countenance. Hu Yuan and Hu Xiu were acutely attuned to Tu Xiaoxin's state, their eyes betraying their concern. Yet throughout the entirety of the video, Tu Xiaoxin's expression remained unmoved, even her gaze devoid of fluctuation, leaving Hu Yuan and Hu Xiu in a state of perplexity. After a lengthy silence, as the video concluded, Tu Xiaoxin suddenly pondered aloud. Does she expect me to support her? Is it akin to how she supported me before? Her words struck Hu Yuan and Hu Xiu like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned disbelief as they regarded Tu Xiaoxin. Am I mistaken? Tu Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No, you are absolutely correct. It should be this way. Hu Yuan was the first to recover, astonished that Tu Xiaoxin could entertain such a notion. While he and Hu Xiu contemplated means to ensure Tu Dafan's natural demise, Tu Xiaoxin was fixated on retribution. Jing, Hu Xiu hesitated, considering that she is your beast mother. If unfavorable rumors about her were to circulate, would it not adversely impact your future? Yet over the years, I have been unable to convey any messages to the outside world, Tu Xiaoxin replied. Her tone is indifferent, as if discussing someone with whom she had no blood ties. Hu Xiu believes I am being too cruel to her? How could that be? I merely worry that if this matter were to leak, it would tarnish your reputation. Hu Xiu was concerned for Tu Xiaoxin's well-being. He cared little for the nature of the opposing party. What importance does reputation hold? I neither seek fame nor aspire to be an influencer. To me, reputation serves little purpose. Tu Xiaoxin was a quintessential introvert, preferring solitude. This was evident from her month-long seclusion on Zhuke main star. Jing, we have prepared everything you requested, Senki interjected from the kitchen, interrupting their conversation. Thus, let us return the favor in kind. Tu Xiaoxin inhaled deeply, uttering a final statement before striding towards the kitchen. Hu Yuan's gaze shimmered with an indescribable gleam as he watched her depart until she vanished from sight. Uncle, let us proceed according to Jing's instructions. Hu Xiu directed his gaze towards Hu Yuan. Indeed, we shall do just that. I will contact the necessary parties. You assist in the preparations. Hu Yuan responded before turning to make the calls. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaoxin had already employed the electric dual pot crafted by Qingxi, adding the hot pot base ingredients. Once all the ingredients were in place, a rich aroma began to waft through the entire house. One enticing fragrance. Bai Hui exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Tu Xiaoxin. What is this? Hot pot, the perfect dish for winter, Tu Xiaoxin remarked, glancing at the sky outside. Pleased that winter was approaching. Is that so? Does food really have a seasonal aspect? Long Zheng observed the array of dishes with interest. Stop dawdling. It's time to eat. Tu Xiaoxin commanded, prompting everyone to take their seats. The hot pot experience reshaped their perceptions, revealing that food could indeed be a delightful spectacle. After the meal, Feng Qing had yet to return. With Feng Qing absent, everyone felt more at ease. Aren't you all busy? Tu Xiaoxin asked, somewhat uncomfortable with the attention she was receiving. Not at all, Hu Yuan replied, holding Tu Xiaoxin in his embrace, finally feeling a sense of security. Are you all so concerned about me because I carry your child? She inquired curiously, recognizing that pregnant women often overthink. Chapter 85. The gift brought by Feng Qing. Upon hearing this, the group turned half serious, with Bai Rui hastily denying, nonsense. Even without a child, we still care about you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jingjing, you are far more important than any child. Long Zheng admitted that he had initially been captivated by Jingjing's culinary skills, but as time passed, he came to realize that his wife was far more extraordinary than she appeared. She was the best wife in the world. Tu Xiaoxin offered a knowing smile. Teasing them playfully, I know that regardless of whether I have a child or not, your feelings for me are genuine. Perhaps influenced by Feng Qing's sentiments. It was understandable that Tu Xiaoxin might feel this way, as Feng Qing had the lowest affection rating among all the individuals. Qingxi's favor had already surpassed 90%. Yet Feng Qing's remained at a mere 30. Although this was a significant improvement from the beginning, it still marked the lowest rating in history, especially considering that she was carrying his child. This inevitably led Tu Xiaoxin to question her own allure. Host, the beast god, is the deity of the beast realm, akin to the deity of your original world. Both are devoid of desires. The system's voice echoed in her ears. It sensed Tu Xiaoxin's inner thoughts and continued thus. Dear host, this 30% favorability is already considerable. At least to a being of the beast goddess caliber, you are his wife. As long as it does not contravene principles, he would willingly traverse mountains and seas to fulfill your desires. Tu Xiaoxin was taken aback. So, is 30% truly a substantial amount? And if it were 100%, would that imply he would act against his principles for me? She asked curiously. That would depend on whether you possess the capability. This 30% is already quite significant. The previous host took a century to achieve not even 10% favorability. The system hinted. Tu Xiaoxin narrowed her eyes. The previous host? Did you have another host before me? Yes, host. The system confirmed with a nod. Tu Xiaoxin was rendered speechless, taking a moment to process this. It seemed only natural that she could not expect the system to lack prior hosts. No waities. This is merely standard procedure. Tu Xiaoxin swiftly reconciled with this revelation, surprising even herself. Thank you for your understanding, dear host. You are the best host the system has encountered, the system remarked, reflecting on the previous hosts who had either been love-struck or perfectionists, with none treating the system's tasks as genuine responsibilities. Over time, it became apparent that this host was truly a paragon of clarity. Enough with the flattery, Tu Xiaoxin interjected, leaning against Hu Yuan, listening to the steady beat of his heart. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep. After being brought back to the main star, Tu Xiaoxin resumed her leisurely life of indulgence. Yet, this existence felt much like before. In truth, Tu Xiaoxin felt somewhat helpless. She yearned to experience a vibrant life. But it seemed that such aspirations would have to wait until her tasks were fulfilled. Feng Qing was away for over a month, and by the time he returned, Tu Xiaoxin's belly had grown considerably, carrying 5 children. Even Qingxi's favor had reached 100%. When Feng Qing returned, he carried a birdcage containing a peculiar, hairless, abstract-headed bird. The moment Tu Xiaoxin laid eyes on the peculiar bird, she was utterly dumbfounded. This was the bird she pointed to in the cage. Looking at Feng Qing with confusion, Feng Qing smiled, a playful glint in her eyes, and said, "This is a little gift for you. What do you think?" Tu Xiaoxin hesitated, contemplating how to express that this creature had little resemblance to a gift. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in her ear, startling her. "Host, this is the legendary bird deity, Zhu Yin. Do not speak ill of it, or you will jeopardize your rapport." Tu Xiaoxin's expression shifted, and she quickly recovered, exclaiming, "Your taste is quite exquisite. This little bird seems rather charming." She almost remarked on how unique Feng Qing's taste was, considering that with a drizzle of honey, the bird could easily be transformed into a sweet delicacy. Thankfully, she refrained from being too candid. With that, she beamed a radiant smile. Feng Qing, hearing Tu Xiaoxin's words, chuckled softly, glancing pointedly at the hairless bird in the cage. In a voice as gentle as a lullaby, she added, "Did you hear that, little one? My wife thinks you are adorable." The bird in the cage, however, seemed unimpressed, letting out a haughty snort before fixing its gaze onto Xiaoxin. Suddenly, a series of notifications chimed in her ear, announcing affection level 1 increased. Tu Xiaoxin quickly silenced the notifications in her mind. So, he is also my target for rapport? Indeed, host. Ding. High-quality breeding candidate detected. Name, Zhu Yan. Species, Divine Beast UK. Age, 998. Tier, Divine, one of the guardians of the beast realm, a pinnacle of strength, with a penchant for beauty and soft fur. Easier to manage than Fengshan. Background, beast realm deity. Now made sense. No wonder the system had warned her not to criticize its appearance. It turned out to be a creature that favored being groomed. With this realization, Tu Xiaoxin smiled and lifted the cage from Feng Qing's hands. "Fengshan, may I release it? Keeping it confined may make the little bird unhappy." She inquired gently. "If you wish to let it out, do so. It won't stray far from you." Feng Qing replied casually, clearly having placed some enchantment on Zhu Yan to keep it close. With that understanding, Tu Xiaoxin opened the cage. Upon its release, Zhu Yan did not wander off. Instead, it hopped joyfully to Tu Xiaoxin's side, circling around her as if eager for her to pick it up. Tu Xiaoxin found the oddly unattractive bird somewhat endearing and began to wonder what its true form looked like. However, it seemed that Feng Qing intended for Zhu Yan to bond with her first. With that thought, Tu Xiaoxin reached out and cradled the bird in her arms. To her surprise, the texture of its skin was remarkably smooth, unlike the plucked skin of a chicken, and the patterns were far more intricate than she had anticipated. Truly, it was a divine beast. It appears you have quite the fondness for this unusual bird. Feng Qing teased upon witnessing Tu Xiaoxin's actions. Chapter 86. In search of divine fruits, for her the subject of the teasing was clear. Still reeling from the astonishment of being touched by a female, Zhu Yan glared fiercely at Feng Qing, as if wishing to take a bite out of him, leaving Feng Qing both amused and exasperated. "Well then, I shall leave this little female in your care. I have other matters to attend to, but rest assured, I will return in time for your childbirth. Here are the divine fruits I found for you. Make sure to keep them and consume them," Feng Qing said, waving his hand, causing a mountain of divine fruits to appear on the table before Tu Xiaoxin, leaving her utterly astonished. Not only was Tu Xiaoxin shocked, but even Longzheng was left speechless. Even as a prominent prince, he had never witnessed such a bounty of divine fruits. "Did you really go out to gather these divine fruits for me?" Tu Xiaoxin asked, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. "Yes, it is my duty as your beast husband. Having ensured you are with child, I must guarantee your safety during childbirth," Feng Qing responded. Tu Xiaoxin was filled with mixed emotions. It is said that one can discern a man's true love for a woman not by what he says, but by what he does. Surely, in Feng Qing's eyes, she must hold some significance. After all, he had procured such a rare bounty of divine fruits that many noble families across the galaxy could not obtain. This demonstrated his earnestness towards her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her heart fluttered, and she looked at Feng Qing with eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you." The divine fruits could also be purchased with points, but their efficacy paled in comparison to those Feng Qing had gifted her, which contained abundant divine energy, making the child within her more active. "There is no need for thanks between us. Please take good care of this peculiar bird," Feng Qing said, casting a lingering glance at the hairless bird cradled into Xiaoxin's arms. "I will, rest assured," she replied with a nod. "Fengshan, Jin is already over a month along. She will give birth in about another month," Long Zheng interjected, concerned that Feng Qing might miss the crucial moment of Tu Xiaoxin's delivery, which could pose a life-threatening risk. I am aware, dear prince. Do not worry. Feng Qing replied curtly, without looking back as he departed. Was Feng Qing so busy gathering divine fruits? Tu Xiaoxin pondered while gathering the divine fruits before her, feeling somewhat perplexed. It is likely divine fruits are primarily found in dark territories. The beast deities rely on these fruits to maintain the purity of their spiritual seas and divine power. Their ventures into the dark territories are sometimes not solely for the eradication of dark matter, but also for the fruits, Longjing explained, having some knowledge of such matters due to his royal lineage. Tu Xiaoxin's eyes betrayed her hidden worry. Is it dangerous? Naturally, it is perilous, Longjing affirmed gravely. But it is also the mission of every beast deity. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the hairless bird cradled into Xiaoxin's arms, suddenly finding it quite an eyesore. This bird, Longjing began to comment when Tu Xiaoxin interrupted him. It was given by the beast deity, so it must be the finest. She interjected quickly to prevent any potentially outrageous remarks. Longjing chuckled in response, nodding. Of course. Zhu Yan, however, was oblivious to Longjing's musings and was instead astonished that a female would be concerned about the safety of beast deities. It was indeed a remarkable sight. Tu Xiaoxin paid no mind to Zhu Yan's thoughts. After accepting Zhu Yan, she began to care for it meticulously, feeding it specially prepared bird food and bathing it to groom its newly sprouted feathers. There was nothing that Zhu Yan could imagine that Tu Xiaoxin did not attend to with care. Zhu Yan's affection level gradually increased from the initial hesitance to a thrilling crescendo. What delighted Zhu Yan even more was that he felt no aversion to the touches of this little female named Tu Xiaoxin. Thinking of what his brother had said about Tu Xiaoxin, that she bore a secret capable of conceiving the offspring of a divine beast, Zhu Yan's affection soared as if it were free of charge, igniting Tu Xiaoxin's enthusiasm. Has this bird started to grow feathers? Everyone present recognized that this peculiar bird was a gift from Feng Qing, yet none were aware that it was the renowned bird deity, Zhu Yan. They all simply regarded it as an oddly abstract creature. After all, in the vastness of the galaxy, nothing was truly bizarre. Such an oddly charming bird was not an unusual sight. Perhaps Feng Qing had worried that Tu Xiaoxin would find her pregnancy dull, so he had procured a curious-looking bird to keep her entertained. Indeed, it has red feathers. Tu Xiaoxin noted that, feeling that her efforts over the past month had not been in vain. Not only had the once emaciated creature transformed into a plump little bird, but it had also grown feathers. So, little bird, how did you lose your initial plumage? Hu Xiao, being the youngest among the beast husbands, couldn't help but exhibit a childlike disposition. However, he was aware that the gifts from the beast god were likely not ordinary, so he refrained from offending the bird. Zhu Yan maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, as his voice had been silenced by his brother's means. For the past month and more, he had lived as a mute conversing with others. More importantly, much of his fur had been lost during a battle with dark matter, leaving him with a disheveled appearance that troubled him. In an effort to remedy this, he had plucked all his remaining fur, hoping that when the feathers grew back, they would be more aesthetically pleasing. Little did he expect that his brother would send him in such an odd state to the little female. Initially thinking that the feathers would be difficult to nurture, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the little female took excellent care of him, and his feathers grew back rapidly. This bird could not speak, rendering inquiries futile, and there were no avian beastmen among them, save for the Keishan, who could not comprehend his thoughts. Among similar beastmen, heart-to-heart communication was possible, but it was impossible between different kinds. They had no avian representatives apart from the Fengshan. Yet with the Fengshan absent, who could fathom the thoughts of this peculiar bird? By the way, I recall that the Fengshan mentioned wanting to introduce his brother to you. Do you remember? Longjing suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. Chapter 87. That beast god lacks vision. Tu Xiaoxin momentarily froze, glancing down at the ugly bird in her arms, shaking her head in uncertainty. It did not matter. She already had her companions, which was sufficient. Tu Xiaoxin did not wish for Zhu Yan to discern that she was already aware of his identity, as it would not benefit her strategy for garnering affection. Moreover, Did she not already possess a beast god husband? One should not be overly greedy. Tu Xiao Xian's response truly caught everyone off guard. Not only were Long Zheng and Hu Xiu astonished, but even Zhu Yin, cradled in her arms, felt incredulous. Most females in the beast world were vain. The more powerful the husbands, the greater their prestige. Yet, none anticipated that Tu Xiao Xian would be the exception. Hu Xiu was deeply moved, nearly rushing over for a hug. However, before he could reach her, the communicator chimed. Hu Yuan was calling. Upon answering, Tu Xiao Xian discovered that Hu Yuan spoke of Tu De Fun. Her matters had yet to be resolved. She had assumed that time had sufficed for resolution. Cough. Upon hearing Tu Xiao Xian, Long Zheng and Hu Xiu exchanged awkward coughs. The logic was sound, yet hadn't she previously stated that one should repay with the same coin? Thus, time was consumed, and the other party expressed a desire to meet her, leaving them with little choice. Hu Yuan had informed all the beast husbands to avoid any ambiguity that might trouble Tu Xiao Xian regarding Tu De Fun situation. Then let us meet. Du Xiao Xin Sai Sopti. I have not seen her for quite some time. Now, Long Zheng frowned, glancing at Tu Xiao Xian's noticeably rounded belly, reluctant to proceed. Yes, right now, Hu Xiu replied helplessly. Jin, if you are unwilling, you may decline. Eventually, we must meet. What need is there for evasion? Let us go. Du Xiao Xin Stet Gan Li. Hu Xiu and Long Zheng exchanged glances and chose to escort Tu Xiao Xian out. She did not leave Zhu Yin behind. She carried him along. After all, from both a weight and appearance perspective, Zhu Yin did not seem particularly heavy. Given Tu Xiao Xian's evident affection for him, it was entirely reasonable to overlook this. Thus, she ventured out with a newly feathered bird. Concerned for Tu Xiao Xian's well-being, they arranged for Bai Rui and Hu Yuan to accompany her, as Long Zheng and the others were preoccupied. Sun Qi and Hu Xiu had attended to the children, leaving them unable to join Tu Xiao Xian. The three walked side by side to the agreed-upon location. Just as they settled in, a self-mocking sneer echoed through the air. I truly did not expect this. The voice was eerily familiar to Tu Xiao Xian, causing her to stiffen as she turned to face its source. It was the voice of a nightmare that had imprisoned her for a decade. Tu Xiao Xian felt a visceral aversion to this voice. Upon glancing at the individual, she observed that the once slender, slightly harsh-faced woman had transformed into an unrecognizable figure, now a corpulent, menacing-looking woman. It is often said that the overweight possess gentle faces. Yet this one was anything but. She appeared fierce and terrifying. Tu Xiao Xian had grown accustomed to the expressions this woman displayed when facing her. She offered a knowing smile. It has been a while. I thought you would perish in that rental unit. Yet, not only have you survived, but you have also found a path better than in your previous life. By what right? How is it that fate is so unjust? Why should you little wretch, enjoy such happiness? Tu De Fun's face twisted in rage as she slammed her hands on the table to convey her fury. Tu Xiao Xian regarded her indifferently, yet she seized upon a crucial element in the woman's words. Previous life? This Tu De Fun had been reborn? Tu De Fun, am I your own flesh and blood? Tu Xiao Xian gently stroked the featherless bird in her arms, speaking in a voice as calm as a tranquil pond. I hate you as my own. If I had been reborn sooner, I would never have allowed you to be born. Tu De Fun screamed like a madwoman, contrasting sharply with Tu Xiao Xian's serene demeanor. Oh, it seems there truly exist mothers who do not love their own children. I have witnessed it firsthand. She was not the original host and had not emerged from Tu De Fun's womb. Thus she was unfazed by her words. 10 years of confinement were merely a stroke of ill fortune, having unwittingly traversed into Tu Xiao Xian's body. Bai Rui and Hu Yuan looked at Tu Xiao Xian with concern. Madam, could you please speak respectfully? Bai Rui inhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented urge to commit violence. I'm speaking to my offspring. What right do you, a beast husband, have to interject? Tu De Fun scoffed, never having respected males. Bai Rui, being a refined individual, did not wish to argue with a shrew. More importantly, Tu Xiao Xian had placed a calming hand on his leg, signaling him to remain composed as she quietly met Tu De Fun's gaze. This is my husband, not yours. You have no right to command him. Tu Xiao Xian's response starkly contrasted with Tu De Fun's outburst. The atmosphere between the mother and daughter was taut and charged. Huh, you are remarkable indeed. Your accomplishments in this life are commendable. I know that my current state is all you're doing. Don't you just wish to see me dead? If you have the capability, do it. Let's see if the beast god will bring down divine punishment to make your life worse than death. Tu Da Fein taunted, emboldened by the belief that Tu Xiao Xian would not dare to retaliate. Throughout the entire exchange, Tu Xiao Xian's expression remained unnaturally calm, as if she were observing an amusing performance. After living 2 lives, this is the extent of your intellect? Which beast god was so blind as to grant you a chance at rebirth? With those words, Tu De Fun's defenses crumbled, as if something had lodged in her throat, leaving her unable to express her grievances and fury. She gazed in disbelief at the little female before her, unable to accept what she had just heard. Why would I ever wish for your demise? I genuinely hope for your well-being. Ah Yuan, she remarked. She claims to have been reborn and remembers events from her past life. Does that not warrant investigation? Tu Xiaoxin gazed at Hu Yuan with a pair of innocent, wide eyes. Hu Yuan immediately grasped the implied meaning behind her gaze. It seems that confining her in prison and caring for her was somewhat of an underestimation of her capabilities. Thus, he decided to take her to the Research Institute. With a command from Hu Yuan, 2 auxiliary police officers standing nearby swiftly placed handcuffs on Tu Dafin and fitted her with a silencer. Though her mouth opened and closed in silent curses, no sound escaped as she was escorted out. Chapter 88. My name is Jean. After watching Tu Dafin leave, Tu Xiaoxin wore an expression of amusement. Could they pry open her mouth? She longed to know what her previous life had been like. No need to pry her mouth open. In our interstellar society, there exists a supreme form of punishment, a method of extracting memories. Her crimes have reached the threshold for the implementation of such punishment. Thus it may be executed. Hu Yuan was far more knowledgeable about interstellar law than Bai Rui, the national advisor who seldom worked. Then let us proceed with it. I want to see the results later. After speaking, Tu Xiaoxin reached out her hand. Uncle, give me a hug. For some unknown reason, after encountering Tu Dafin, Tu Xiaoxin now felt particularly vulnerable, especially yearning for familial affection. The term uncle, which she had not used in a long time, stirred something in Hu Yuan, prompting him to embrace her. Bai Rui recognized that this was not the time for jealousy. Tu Xiaoxin clearly appeared to be in distress. Despite her efforts to maintain a calm facade, the pain in her eyes betrayed her. Only Tu Xiaoxin understood that all of this stemmed from the original soul's influence. If it weren't for the provocation from Tu Dafin that had awakened the original owner's soul, this body would likely not exhibit such peculiar reactions. Sensing the shift in Tu Xiaoxin's emotions, Zhu Yan, cradling her, narrowed his gaze, fixating intently on the 2 flames of soul energy residing within Tu Xiaoxin's consciousness. 2 souls in 1 body. This little female is indeed extraordinary. After silently musing, Zhu Yan resolved to observe further. He was indifferent to whom this body originally belonged. What mattered to him was which soul he had fallen for, not whose it was. As for the other soul, he could not simply eradicate it. As a beast god, he could not casually obliterate a female spirit. He could only suppress it, keeping that soul subdued. Tu Xiaoxin had not anticipated that the original owner's spirit would be stirred. She was also troubled. Did this mean she would have to relinquish the body? If she yielded the body, what would happen to the system? And what about these beast husbands? She was reluctant to part with them, especially with that foolishly large Hu Xiao. She wondered if, once the body was occupied by the original owner, her beast husbands would recognize that it was not her. If none of them could discern the difference, how humiliating would that be? The more she thought, the more distressed she became, yet she could not break free from her restraints. The moment she was held by Hu Yuan, her consciousness slipped into slumber. Host, please rest assured, this system is bound to your soul, not to the original owner's body. The system will always be your strongest support. The system's voice resonated at the perfect moment, filling Tu Xiaoxin with warmth. Using someone else's body is so troublesome. I wonder if I can ever return to my own body. Now unable to escape, Tu Xiaoxin could only engage in idle chatter with the system. The outside world was enveloped in darkness, rendering her unable to see anything. This is a result of a system operation error. However, in order not to be discovered by the heavenly Tao of this world, the system cannot assist the host in indiscriminately eradicating the original owner's spirit. We can only wait and see if the original owner intends to relinquish the body. If she is unwilling, the system will apply to the main system for a new body for you. If the host wishes to return to her own body, it can also be achieved with some points. The system's response relieved Tu Xiaoxin. Given the current situation, it seems the other party is unwilling to leave her body. I am merely an outsider. Why not directly spend some points to help me reshape my body? As for the task of bearing children, I can certainly start anew. What could be more significant than changing bodies to conceive? Tu Xiaoxin felt assured with the system by her side. Please wait a day, host. I will first consult with the main system. The system concluded, its voice fading as it presumably went to confer with the main system. Tu Xiaoxin passionné waited. Enduring the silence. Bored, she decided to enter the fetus space to observe some excitement. Just as she pondered how long a day could feel, a voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Little female, can you hear me? A strange male voice reached her, causing Tu Xiaoxin to brighten. Her astonishment prompting her to scan her surroundings. Drawing her consciousness back from the fetus space, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. Who is it? Tu Xiaoxin inquired. Excellent. It appears you can hear me. The voice sighed in relief. Tell me, is the one outside not the little female capable of bearing children for me and my brother? Hearing the question, Tu Xiaoxin hesitated for a moment. Yes, that is correct. I am the one. This time, she did not speak aloud, fearing that her words might be overheard. Instead, she responded through her thoughts. She was uncertain if he could hear her, but fortunately, he could. That is good. Do you wish to come out? If you want to come out, I can assist you. The voice continued. Tu Xiaoxin contemplated for a moment and shook her head. This body does not belong to me. The one outside is the true master. I cannot be so selfish as an outsider. But are you willing to hand over your beast husbands? Are you truly content with that? His words plunged Tu Xiaoxin into silence. If I return to my body with your assistance, I will be no different from Tu Daffin. This body was hers first and then mine, though I am reluctant. If those beast husbands cannot even distinguish between me and this person, they do not deserve to be my husbands. In the beast world, three-legged toads were rare. Yet two-legged men were plentiful, especially in a polyandrous society. It seems you are indeed her. Very well, I will keep an eye on those beast husbands for you. If they are deceived, you can simply part ways with them. Zhu Yin also had selfish intentions. He hoped Tu Xiaoxin would abandon these men. Okay, Tu Xiaoxin replied, though her heart ached slightly. She had genuinely invested her feelings in these beast husbands. However, she could not bring herself to simply occupy another's body. May I know your true name? Tu Xiaoxin appears to be the name of the original owner of this body, correct? Zhu Yin continued the conversation. Tu Xiaoxin paused for a moment, feeling somewhat dazed. Having traversed this world for over a decade, she had almost forgotten her original name. Yet now, recalling it brought a flicker of warmth to her eyes. My name is Jean, just Jean. Each time she heard Hu Xiao and the others call her Jean, it resonated within her effortlessly because that name was indeed her true identity. Chapter 89. Reclaiming my body, her surname is Jean, and her name is Jean. The reason for this name was that her parents were fond of wealth, with a particular fondness for gold. Furthermore, both her parents bore the surname Jean, leading them to name her Jean. Unfortunately, both parents met untimely ends. After their passing, she was tossed around among relatives until she eventually fell into an orphanage. Growing up in the orphanage, she entered society, and after much effort, she finally completed her studies. Yearning to make her mark, only to succumb to the same hereditary illness as her parents and die on the streets at the tender age of 22. Her life had only just begun. She had barely received her university diploma. What a cruel twist of fate. So your name is this? What a lovely name. Zhu Yin curved his lips into a faint, knowing smile. My little female, I know you possess extraordinary abilities. Should you ever manage to escape this vessel, do let me know. For now, I shall imprint my mark upon your soul, so that I may find you again whenever I wish. Would that be agreeable? Having spent but a few days in her company, Zhu Yin had already perceived Rabbit Shux's unparalleled prowess. How else could an ordinary being conceive the offspring of a beast god? Such a feat was beyond mortal capacity. Agreed. Free cultivation points delivered to her doorstep. Why refuse? She had no idea how many points it had cost to transport her body into this world. What if her reserves ran dry? Moreover, carrying Zhu Yin's offspring would allow her to amass points swiftly, doubly advantageous. Do not resist. Resistance will nullify everything. As he cautioned her, Zhu Yin summoned his divine energy. A slender thread of rose-gold light pierced the encroaching darkness and sank into her brow. Warmth unfurled through her like a gentle tide, flooding her limbs with profound serenity. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, until his voice echoed once more. There. Complete. This ritual drained me greatly. I shall rest now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. She murmured inwardly, then surrendered to slumber. From this point onward, the protagonist's name shall be Jin. Do not mistake it. Host. Awake at once. We completed the body transfer. A voice chimed beside her ear. Jin snapped her eyes open. There, hovering within her mind's eye, floated the system's core, a soft, pulsing orb of light. Oh, approval granted? Rabbit Shuxin asked, startled. Yes, given your exemplary performance. The central system has approved my petition and brought your original body to you, the system declared, brimming with enthusiasm. But what of everything I've accumulated in this vessel? Skills, enhancements, blessings, can they be transferred back to my true form? She earned each with blood, sweat, and countless agonizing gotcha pulls. How could she simply abandon them? Of course, all system-bestowed enhancements shall be seamlessly transplanted into your native body. And my cubs? Her heart tightened. They were nearly due, each a precious source of points. They are yours, and thus travel with you, safely enfolded within the gestation sanctuary, shielded from all external perception. As a procreation system, its very purpose was the protection and preservation of offspring, its sacred charge, its raison d'etre. Then all is well. Let us depart. With no lingering hesitation, Jin rose, then paused. But do restore the original host's body to its natural state, please. A modest expenditure of points is acceptable. Better that she live as she was meant to, rather than frighten my beast consorts with a stranger's visage. Besides, I've occupied her form long enough. This is but fair recompense. Understood, host. Rest assured. After-sale service is our solemn vow. The system's words had barely faded when Jin felt herself enveloped in radiant warmth. Then darkness swallowed her whole. When consciousness returned, she blinked open her eyes, only to gaze upon desolation. She recoiled. This was no familiar star. Where am I? She scanned the barren expanse. No spire, no settlement, no sign of life. Her body felt heavy. She glanced down. Her belly swelled high, taut and radiant. Her cubs had come with her. Host. I cannot place you upon a world inhabited by beast gods, so I selected a more remote location. Rest easy, the cubs arrive with you, and your beast god consorts will soon follow. But do consider how you'll explain your new form and identity to them. While I may fabricate credentials for ordinary mortals, I hold no sway before a beast god. The system's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Jin nearly rolled her eyes into oblivion. So, she was to handle everything alone? And how, precisely, am I to leave this planet? It's a wasteland. No roads, no signals, no sign of civilization. Did you abandon me on a desolate star? This location is secure. Oh, beast god aura incoming. I must retreat. The system vanished mid-sentence. Jin nearly choked on her own breath. What a gloriously irresponsible system. So, only I bear the burden? Staying alive truly is an art. She lifted her gaze skyward, silent, exasperated. Which beast god has sent me so swiftly? Feng Qing, or Zhu Yin, whose soul mark still glowed upon her. Before the thought fully settled, a streak of molten crimson tore across the heavens, blazing, unstoppable, hurtling toward her at impossible speed. It struck the earth like a falling star, crashing with earth-shaking force, carving a crater several meters deep. Dust and ash billowed, thick and blinding, then slowly parted. From the haze emerged a towering figure, broad-shouldered, radiant, and unbearably vivid, striding forward with effortless grace until he stood before her. She coughed violently, spitting grit from her mouth, her face dusted gray, her eyes watering. He gazed down at her, then smiled, brilliant and unguarded. "Long time no see, Jean, my little female." Only Zhu Yin would call me Jean. Feng Qing would address her with formal, unyielding precision, as if she were no more than a vessel. "Who are you?" She knew his identity, but dared not name him aloud. "I am Zhu Yin, the vermilion sparrow god, the one who seal my mark upon your soul." With that, he bent down and lifted her, still seated on the scorched earth, into his arms. Cradled against his chest, she finally beheld his face in full. Goodness. Chapter 90. Hu Qian if Feng Qing was warmth like golden sunlight at dawn, gentle, steady, luminous, then Zhu Yin was the sun itself. Fierce, unapologetic, incandescent. Oh, so that's why the other female's belly vanished just before birth, and her features dulled. You spirited the cubs away. A devoted mother, aren't you? Even in departure, you carried your young with you. His gaze dropped instantly to her swollen abdomen. Birth? Her mind blanked. That is not for days yet. Zhu Yin arched a brow. You've been gone over half a moon. During that time, she demanded embryo transfer, insisted the cubs be moved to nurturing chambers, refused outright to bear them herself. Your consorts were in utter disarray. No persuasion worked. She nearly triggered premature labor, but your cubs are remarkable. They held on, through every crisis, until the appointed day. And on that very day, poof, her belly vanished. The cubs, too, gone. I felt your soul flare, so I left them behind and came straight to you. I'm the first, naturally. My elder brother 1T arrived for some time. The bond of blood pales beside the resonance of a soul mark. Huh. He delivered the tale with smug, unrepentant pride. Jean could only stare, speechless, because suddenly her abdomen clenched. A deep, rhythmic throb pulsed through her, sharp, insistent. Her face twisted. My little female, what's wrong? Zhu Yin's voice sharpened with concern. I think I'm going into labor. Find me shelter now. She inhaled sharply, then opened the system shop, desperate for a pain-nullifying pill, only to discover her balance, overdrawn. This is outrageous. She nearly screamed, then bit her tongue, remembering Zhu Yin stood inches away. Gritting her teeth, she selected credit purchase, swallowed the pill whole, and braced herself. With the administration of the painless pill, the sensation of pain faded away. Zhu Yin, now thoroughly startled by Jin's commotion, hurriedly took his companions to seek a suitable place for the delivery of their offspring. With Zhu Yan's sudden aversion, Feng Qing, who was attuned to the location of the cubs, found himself utterly disoriented. He observed as his cubs seemed to sprout legs, swiftly traversing the cosmos as if they were determined to encircle all habitable stars in the galaxy. Feng Shun, have you sensed the location of the cubs? Bai Rui and the others were equally anxious. During this time, Tu Xiao Xian had inexplicably transformed, becoming resistant to their touch and even harboring disdain for the cub within her, which shattered their hearts. Yet, what truly broke their hearts was that at the very moment before delivery, the cubs vanished. This was nothing short of a thunderclap. The sparrow god was missing. Hu Xiao interjected, reminding them that they were already aware of this. The large, featherless bird that Feng Shun had sent earlier was indeed the legendary sparrow god. Reflecting on their relatively courteous treatment of that peculiar avian during its visit, everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, at this very moment, Hu Xiao declared that the sparrow god was missing. Zhu Yin, Feng Qing gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration that just as he had failed to sense the cub's location, that rascal's aura had vanished from beside him, indicating he should have kept a closer watch on him. Surely, he must have done something commendable to locate that peculiar little female before Feng Qing could. Meanwhile, Feng Qing was in utter chaos, unable to pinpoint Zhu Yan's whereabouts. Zhu Yan, accompanied by Jin, was rapidly navigating the stars in search of the most suitable planet for her to deliver smoothly. Brother, please stop teleporting. I feel nauseous. The pain has subsided, but now my stomach is churning. Jin clutched at Zhu Yan's clothing, pleading, and before she could finish her words, she retched. Alarmed, Zhu Yin quickly landed on a nearby planet, fortuitously spotting a hospital-like structure in the distance. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhu Yan's eyes. Recognizing it as a hospital for beasts, he promptly escorted Jin inside. The sudden arrival of a pregnant female in labor sent the entire hospital into a frenzy. For the safety of both the cubs and the beast mother, they dispatched their most skilled physician, Hu Qian. Upon learning of a pregnant female in imminent labor, Hu Qian was taken aback. How absurd! How could a female bear young on her own? Does her beast husband not know that there are nurturing pods for such purposes? Hu Qian's anger flared as he strode purposefully into the emergency room. Approaching, he spotted Jin lying on the delivery bed, pale and with remnants of vomit at the corners of her mouth. Despite her distress, her beauty remained undeniable, reminiscent of a fragile glass doll, as if she could shatter at any moment. Hu Qian's heart quivered. As he reached her side, he also armored himself from head to toe. Indeed, he had an affliction, a sensitivity to females that rendered him unable to touch them. Even the slightest contact could lead to rashes or, in severe cases, respiratory distress. Thus, for the sake of his own well-being, he always ventured out fully armed. Furthermore, due to his condition, interstellar law exempted him from the bachelor tax and the obligation to find a mate, allowing him to live freely as a male. "Little female, how are you faring?" he inquired gently, attempting to soften his voice. As the hospital's most experienced delivery physician, Hu Qian had only assisted with cubs and nurturing pods, lacking experience with delivering females, which left him somewhat flustered. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Jin's mind. Ding, quality male detected. Name, Hu Qian. Breed, white tiger. Age, 28. Rank, peak 7. Background, progeny of the interstellar marshal from the main star. Wow, he is Hu Xiao's brother. Favorability, 0. Focused on delivering her cubs. Jin nearly lost her composure upon hearing the system's prompt, only to feel a sudden release as something surged forth from her body. The first cub emerged. Oh my, the cub has been born. This is nothing short of a miracle, Hu Qian exclaimed in awe as he witnessed the effortless arrival of the first cub. Upon closer examination, he realized the cub bore a striking resemblance to him, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Tentatively, he reached out to hold the cub, his hands trembling. Is this a descendant of my white tiger lineage? And a little female at that. Hu Qian was overwhelmed with excitement upon discovering that the cub's bloodline was indeed linked to his own. Jin, oblivious to Hu Qian's words, was consumed with expletives directed at the system. The second cub also made its entrance, possibly due to the pent-up energy from her mental tirade. And soon the second cub was born. It was a dragon egg. Heavens, a royal offspring. The other attendants recognized the cub's identity and gasped in astonishment. Huh, a dragon egg? Hu Qian paused in disbelief, glancing incredulously at the female on the bed, who was now laboring to deliver the third cub. Could this female be the wife of his uncle and Hu Xiao? Lost in thought, he was startled by the arrival of the third cub. As the third cub emerged, clouds of auspicious mist enveloped the entire room, giving an ethereal ambience. As everyone focused, they discovered a small, beast. After delivering 3 children, Jin initially thought it was over, only to find that the commotion had caused the other 2 cubs to arrive prematurely. The 4th cub followed, and then the 5th. My heavens, what am I witnessing? As the 4th cub emerged, the room was engulfed in divine light, and the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a figure swooped in, claiming the glowing egg into their embrace. When the crowd recognized the figure to be the beast god, they were left in shock, kneeling in reverence. Although they did not know which beast god it was, the divine aura surrounding him rendered them unable to lift their heads to see. The 5th child was also cradled by one of the attending staff. The room was abuzz with activity as everyone hurried to organize the scene. Let us place these 2 preterm cubs in an incubator for a while, they decided. Jin, having concluded her accusations against the system, focused entirely on the delivery upon sensing Fengqing's aura. After giving birth, she discreetly popped a recovery pill into her mouth while reminding those present that the last 2 born were preterm. This child does not require an incubator. Your ordinary beast incubators are of no use to it. I will take it and care for it myself. Feng Qing, with no time to spare to admire the petite female on the bed, prioritized transporting the preterm cub back to his divine realm for proper care, lest the first cub of his beastly life perish. Without delay, he left the hospital, taking Jin Jin's cub with him. Jin watched as Feng Qing took her cub away, an indescribable ache swelling within her. This bastard, he truly only values my ability to bear cubs. She fumed. Discontent lingered, yet as Feng Qing departed, the system chimed in again. This incubator is inferior to our nurturing space. Have you forgotten its purpose? Jin raised an eyebrow at the remark and promptly stood, instructing the attendants to bring her cubs to her side. Is this truly my white tiger family's cub? Hu Qian could clearly feel the cub belonged to their lineage. Yet this female did not resemble the photographs Hu Xiao had shown him. Clearly, this female was even more exquisite, and her aura surpassed that of the previous one. This is my cub. Jin spoke with a tone of irritation, likely incensed by Feng Qing's actions. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her offspring, firmly believing that they were solely hers and that no one else should dare to take them away. Consequently, she decisively summoned Zhu Yan to come in. Did my brother just arrive? Oh my goodness, that scared me to death. Zhu Yan had felt Feng Qing's aura earlier and had hidden away, fearing retribution from his brother. Help me hold the children. We are leaving, Jin said expressionlessly, directing her gaze at Zhu Yan. Taken aback by Jin's seemingly inexplicable temper, Zhu Yan dared not question her and obediently complied. With a wave of his hand, he collected several of the little ones into his divine realm, then prepared to leave with Jin. Little female, you have just given birth and your body is still weak. Shouldn't you stay in a medical pod for a while? Hu Qian hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Not necessary, Jin replied without a hint of expression, nimbly jumping off the hospital bed and walking away. As she recalled everything that transpired between her and Feng Qing, tears streamed down her face. Despite it being a mission, they had developed a bond, and now she had given birth to their children. Yet he appeared to care only for the offspring, completely disregarding her well-being as he left with the children. She resolved that Feng Qing would never enter her household registry in this lifetime. Are you all right? Seeing Jin angrily exit the hospital, Zhu Yan felt uneasy and quickly followed her. Can you take me back to the main star? She longed for Hu Xiao, yearning deeply for him, for reasons unknown. After witnessing Feng Qing treat her as merely a vessel for reproduction, her thoughts became solely consumed with thoughts of Hu Xiao. You wish to return to the main star? To be with those beastly husbands? Zhu Yan was taken aback by Jin's statement, but she was no longer their wife, was she? Currently, Jin had no ties to those beastly husbands at all. You must let me find closure. Jin lowered her gaze, concealing the unspeakable sorrow in her eyes. Seeing the little figure with only her head visible, Zhu Yan's heart softened, and he sighed deeply. Very well, I shall take you there, if only to help you find some closure. With that, Zhu Yan scooped Jin into his arms and vanished from sight in an instant. True to his word, Zhu Yan returned with Jin to the main star, even arriving at the entrance of the estate. Because several children had been placed in the divine realm, the connection between them and Bai Rui was severed, rendering them incapable of swiftly locating Jin as Feng Qing had done. Just as they had left the estate and were racking their brains about where to search for the children, the connection abruptly cut off. The four men stood at the entrance of the estate, exchanging worried glances. What should we do now that the clues have vanished? They pondered, their eyes filled with concern. Is it possible that we cannot even protect the offspring that Xiao Guai left for us? Hu Yuan lamented, we have already lost Xiao Guai. What went wrong? Why has she disappeared? Is that truly not Jin inside? Qing Si asked, somewhat dazed, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead, sorrow evident in his eyes. Can't you tell? Well, I can't blame you. You are the last among us to be with Jin, so it's understandable that you can't discern, Long Zheng remarked, exasperated, questioning why anyone would still hold hope for the imposter inside. Chapter 92. The arrival of the children. Where has Jin truly gone? Qing Si covered his face, unwilling to reveal his vulnerable side. Let's search again. There are always more solutions than difficulties. If all else fails, I shall steal ancient secrets from my family and use forbidden techniques to find her. Bai Rui took a deep breath, exuding a sense of righteous determination. Have you lost your mind? That would lead to your demise. Hu Yuan exclaimed incredulously. As long as one is alive, they can always be found. But if you die, even if you locate her, you will never see her again. Are you truly willing to accept that? I am unwilling, but what can I do? I just want to find her. Without her, what meaning does my beastly existence hold? Bai Rui questioned, his eyes reddening. Where are Senki and Hu Xiao? Where have they gone? Long Zheng suddenly recalled the other two individuals. They went to obtain our couple certificate, Hu Yuan replied, taking a deep breath. That person must become a mate. That works. It saves us from having to force her into it. Bai Rui's expression slightly brightened. But I promised them that I would respond once we found Xiao Guai, Hu Yuan said, his words trailing off. I will go to my family to retrieve the secrets, Bai Rui declared, taking a step forward. As they struggled to halt Bai Rui's progress, contemplating their next move, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Bai Rui nearly collided with the small figure before him. Looking down, he saw a petite female, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing up at him. He was stunned for several seconds, and just as he was about to speak, the figure lunged at him. As the familiar scent enveloped him. Despite the little female's appearance being entirely different from his memories, Bai Rui felt an overwhelming sensation, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Are you the little one? He managed to utter, suppressing his voice. Jin, through her tears, broke into a smile and looked directly at him, remaining silent. That familiar gaze and smile made Bai Rui's heart ache, and he tightly embraced the little one in his arms, exclaiming, It's you. It really is you. Jin had initially been disheartened by Feng Qing, contemplating abandoning her previous beastly husbands and fleeing to a distant land. However, recalling that her previous husbands were not Feng Qing and that they had spent more time with her, she decided to give them another chance. If she did not hear the answers she desired, she would abandon them. To her surprise, they provided her with the answers she sought, leaving her deeply moved, and she stepped forward to halt Bai Rui. Jin, Xiao Guai. The men, upon seeing her, rushed forward, surrounding her. All were overjoyed by Jin's return, none noticing the flatness of her abdomen. They were unconcerned about where the children had gone. All that mattered was that Jin was back. Surrounded by the fervent affection of the men, Jin felt overwhelmed, almost suffocated by their enthusiasm. Finally managing to extricate herself from their embrace, she gestured for silence. Do you all miss me so much? Of course. The men replied in unison, nodding earnestly. Jin gazed at their serious expressions, her own demeanor tinged with melancholy. But what about the children? She glanced down at her flat abdomen, a conflicted and pained expression crossing her face. Only then did the men collectively notice her lack of a protruding belly. Children? That's not important. What about you, Jin? What happened? Long Zheng, though regretting the loss of his offspring, felt immensely relieved that Jin had returned. That alone was sufficient. You all really think that children are unimportant? Jin's words cut through the air, causing the four men to freeze, their heads shaking vigorously. No, it's not like that. What we mean is that while the children are important, you are the most important to us. No number of children could ever compare to you. Hu Yuan, ever the strategist, quickly turned the tide, suppressing Jin's rising anger. In the shadows, Zhu Yin could not help but smirk. Indeed, females were rather complicated beings. However, he had heard that in ancient times, before the advent of birthing pods, females would experience unpredictable tempers while pregnant and giving birth. Considering Jin's recent upheaval and reflecting on his brother's obtuse behavior, he found clarity in his own ability to remain by her side, free from association with his brother. More importantly, the ones being troubled were not him, but those outside. Why should he concern himself with them? Do you truly feel this way? Jin pondered that she was not overly sentimental. Perhaps it was the recent transition into a new body and the tumultuous experiences that had rendered her emotions so unsettled. She endeavored to stabilize her fluctuating feelings, her eyes glistening as she inquired of them. Of course, the four men replied in unison. Well then, Zhu Yin, please come over to take care of the children. We cannot keep imposing on you. Upon hearing Jin's words, the four men felt a thunderous alarm within. casting wary glances around. It was only when Zhu Yan's figure unexpectedly materialized before them that they exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere palpably uncomfortable. Ahem. Jin cleared her throat, lowering her voice in an attempt to sound gentler. Zhu Yan, I entrust this to you. No need for politeness, Zhu Yan replied, crossing his arms. And four little ones with varying expressions appeared in his embrace. Each man gazed in astonishment at the offspring resembling themselves, and after a prolonged moment, they trembled as they reached out to gather their respective child. Is my child a preemie? Qing Si asked, observing the evidently underdeveloped infant with confusion. Indeed, much like the one from Feng Shun, that one was whisked away by Feng Shun immediately after birth. I feel as though I've harmed his child, she added, gritting her teeth at the recollection. Oh, it's no issue for the mechanical clan. I can use the core to help him recover later, Qing Si reassured, remaining calm unlike Feng Qing, as their clan only needed to ensure the child was conceived. The rest would be manageable. The core was plentiful, as each mechanical clan member transformed into a core upon death, which was primarily inherited by the next generation for energy absorption. As the clan leader, he had amassed a significant number of these cores. Cores belonging to deceased members without heirs were managed by the leader. That's good then. Seeing Qing Si so unfazed, Jin let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 93. I wish to bond with you. Well, I'll take this to incubate. Long Zheng was, of course, cradling a dragon egg. He contemplated heading to the royal hatching chamber. Go ahead, Jin nodded. Long Zheng hurriedly departed with the dragon egg for the royal palace. Remaining were Hu Yuan and Bai Rui, each holding their ravenously crying little ones, reluctant to leave their spot. You too. Jin hesitated. The children are hungry. It's fine. Missing a meal or two won't hurt. Hu Yuan shook his head. Jin, come with us. Go where? Isn't this our home? Jin pointed to the estate behind them. We processed the divorce certificate, which requires relinquishing half of the male's assets. This estate is now under the other party's name. It no longer belongs to us, Hu Yuan awkwardly explained. I'll take you to the Hu family residence. Why should we go to the Hu family? We should go to my Bai family. Bai Rui interjected, displeased, as he had no intention of living in someone else's home. Going to the Bai family is out of the question. The Bai family only allows their own kin and spouses. Outsiders are not permitted. Qing Si shook his head, indicating it was not feasible. Then where can we go? Jin had not anticipated the high cost, but considering she had previously utilized the other party's body, she deemed this compensation fair. After some contemplation, Jin concluded that this arrangement could settle their accounts, not necessarily a bad outcome. Since no one was willing to yield, let's pool our resources to purchase a house together, allowing everyone to reside there. Seeing that they could not reach a consensus, Hu Yuan suggested buying a brand new residence. The other two nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to contribute. I haven't yet obtained a bonding certificate with Jin, so all my assets are mine. How about I cover the majority? Qing Si thought to present himself favorably to Jin and decided to bear most of the expenses. Get out of here. You haven't even secured a title yet and are already making demands? Hu Yuan and Bai Rui shot him disdainful glares. Qing Guqi, unfazed, chuckled brightly. Jin, shall we go get the certificate? Qing Si moved closer to Jin and whispered in her ear. Sure, but the first one must be a xiao. Jin replied resolutely. The other two exchanged glances, revealing expressions of as expected. However, they bore no jealousy. Why does it still start with that little male? Can it begin with me? Zhu Yan finally interjected, clearly displeased. Jin looked at Zhu Yan in disbelief, as if to say, do you even hear what you are saying? Zhu Yan met her gaze with an awkward chuckle. This isn't my concern. Ahem. Keishun, let us not cause a ruckus. Bai Rui, initially hesitant to speak so casually to Zhu Yan, found the latter's audacity overwhelming. What business is it of yours? What have I done? I simply wish to be Jin's lord, Zhu Yan declared, thinking, as a beast god, what was wrong with seeking a lordship? This was unrealistic, and the other three shook their heads. Rather than discussing this matter, you should find accommodation first. Hand me the children. I need a place to nurse them. Jin could no longer endure as the two men seemed oblivious to the cries of the little ones in their arms. All right then, the two immediately returned the children to Jin. Looking at Zhu Yin, Jin thought it inappropriate to expose her child in front of them. Let's head to the divine realm. You all find a house and contact Jin. Once you do, Zhu Yin stated, wrapping an arm around Jin's slender waist and vanishing from the sight of the three. They realized there were still many matters to attend to and decisively chose to proceed with their tasks. Jin was brought into Zhu Yan's divine realm. The divine realm was a unique living space each beast god possessed, akin to a miniature world accessible only to the beast gods and those permitted by them. If this realm were ever to shatter, it would signify the beast god's demise. Essentially, for beast gods, this space represented their sanctuary, restricting any foreign entities from entering. Even their other half, Zhu Yin, was indeed a rare beast god among the top 10, directly bringing someone into his divine realm. He even fashioned a chair from clouds for Jin to ensure her comfort during her nurturing phase. Zhu Yin settled beside her in a similar cloud chair, watching as Jin fed the little ones. Jin, I wish to bond with you. Zhu Yin gazed at Jin's delicate features for a long moment before finally uttering this sentiment. Jin paused her actions and met his gaze. Let us discuss it once I've fully recovered. This body has endured the pains of childbirth, and although I have taken a recovery elixir, I still need some time. All right, Zhu Yin readily agreed, which surprised Jin. She looked up at him and asked, Isn't it customary for beast gods to possess pride and dignity? Why do you appear so different from your brother? Compared to his aloof sibling, Zhu Yin radiated warmth and humanity. I'm not like my brother, Zhu Yin nodded. He was raised with the belief in being emotionless and unfeeling, following the path of detachment. I, however, was taught to seek joy and follow my heart. My brother was constrained in his upbringing, while I was allowed to flourish freely. My brother's goal in life has always been to become a deity, while my aim is to travel the stars and explore every celestial body. Zhu Yin's words trailed off as he suddenly recalled something. Wait, do you know who my brother is? Your brother is Fengqing, right? Jin glanced at her meager 30% approval rating, taking a daring risk. I bore a child for him, yet surprisingly, my fondness for him remained unchanged. Indeed, my judgment was correct. What does it matter if he is a beast god? A beast god devoid of compassion is certainly unworthy of being included in my household. Ah, was it my brother who informed you? Zhu Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment as he discerned the fleeting chill in Jin's gaze upon the mention of Fengqing and reflecting on his brother's actions. It was no wonder Jin felt this way. His brother was oblivious to emotions, incapable of understanding the feelings of a female, only focused on ensuring the safety of the child. In the female's eyes, this would create the impression that he cared solely for the child, disregarding her feelings. Chapter 94. Taking her to see the black hole when his brother contacted him, claiming to have found a female capable of bearing children for the beast god. Zhu Yin realized that his brother likely comprehended nothing of love. At that moment, when you were brought before me in that grotesque form by your brother, I recognized you as the sparrow god Zhu Yin. Jin's forthright reply indeed elevated Zhu Yan's affection somewhat. Observing that their relationship had reached a 40% affinity despite nothing having transpired between them, it appeared the system had erred. There were indeed distinctions among beast gods. Zhu Yin recalled how he felt vexed at having been transformed into such a foolish appearance by his brother. In truth, Jin, I have something to confess to you. My brother, lacking humanity, caused me to lose face before the young female, so he must not blame her for her coldness. What is it? Jin asked, gently placing the satiated by Zhe cub aside while picking up another hungry tiger cub, gazing at Zhu Yin with keen interest. My brother sought me out, mentioning a young female capable of bearing children for the beast god, urging me to prepare to meet her, but I was unwilling. Thus, he transformed me into that hideous form and sent me to your side. Having been injured in the outer battlefield, I lacked the divine power to break the seal my brother had imposed, so I could only remain by your side in that unsightly guise. Zhu Yin hesitantly began, I am quite different from my brother, who holds antiquated views. I believe that my ultimate goal in seeking a bond with someone is not merely to bear children. If possible, I would prefer that the female I cherish be spared the agony of childbirth, for the offspring of a beast god are not easily conceived or born. This revelation was quite shocking to Jin, who had not expected Zhu Yin to possess such cunning. After all, living for several millennia, one must possess some wits to have survived this long. Among 10 beast gods, competition for resources and territory is fierce. It is not as harmonious as one might imagine. Those beast gods lacking capabilities have perished, while those who remain are indeed the elite among them. Observing that his lengthy discourse had left Jin unperturbed, even smiling, Zhu Yin felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. Fine, I concede. My brother is indeed an antiquated relic. His intentions are not malevolent. In truth, my desire to be with you is not solely for the sake of the child. I genuinely like you. My brother has never shown any signs of affection for that young female throughout the years. Zhu Yin knew that Feng Qing was surely doomed. Let's not speak of him any longer, Jin remarked, shaking her head, showing her reluctance to discuss Feng Qing. Well, it is understandable that my brother's actions have hurt her. However, for him, having acquired a child should suffice. With this thought, Zhu Yin smiled. So what shall we discuss? Let's talk about where you can take me to explore next. I do not wish to remain on the main star any longer. In 2 lifetimes, I have never had the chance to truly enjoy the outside world. Jin expressed her longing for adventure. Once you have regained your strength, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, Zhu Yin replied, surprised to discover that Jin harbored the same sentiments as he. I have traversed all the planets in the interstellar realm, even visiting a black hole. If you wish to go, I will take you to any place you desire. A black hole? Is it the kind that devours everything? Jin's eyes lit up, astonished at the prospect of witnessing a black hole in her lifetime, something only found in textbooks. Indeed, black holes are vast. However, it is said that on the other side of a black hole lies another universe. Yet, I cannot ascertain the truth of this. You know, I am merely a minor beast god, and there are restrictions within the black hole that we beast gods cannot traverse. Zhu Yin expressed his regret, recalling a time when he had entertained a wild thought of crossing through a black hole to see what lay beyond. I see. So, the black hole consumes everything. Will you not be swallowed by it? Jin curiously inquired. Naturally not. Stand back. Black holes are immense, larger than planets. You can witness the spectacle of planets being devoured from the periphery of the black hole. Of course, these planets are invariably barren. Once a barren planet loses its established orbit and vitality, it begins to wander through the cosmos, and when it drifts near the black hole, it is drawn in and vanishes entirely. Then what are we waiting for? Shall we go and take a look? Jin exclaimed, eager to witness the magnificent sight. Are the cubs satiated? Zhu Yin raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the little creature in Jin's embrace. Jin glanced at the sleeping tiger cub, whose lips were smacking in slumber, and nodded with a smile, gently placing the child in a cloud-crafted crib nearby. Zhu Yin took her hand and pulled her into his embrace. In a flash, they departed from his divine realm, only to reappear in the vicinity of the so-called black hole. Ahem, where's the black hole? Jin, aware of Zhu Yan's abilities, expected he would not fail to bring her to the vicinity of the black hole. Yet, all she saw around them was desolation, prompting her to curiously inquire. Over there. The place we have arrived at is the safest distance I have meticulously calculated. Any closer would be perilous, as we would be drawn in. While I could rescue you, it would be too exhilarating and would exhaust divine power, so we must not be too reckless. Zhu Yin pointed toward a distant, distorted circular ring that appeared markedly different from the surrounding darkness. The darkness within the circle was twisted, resembling a whirlpool. From their distance, at least several tens of thousands of light years away, they could still discern the general shape of the black hole and even hear the sounds emanating from within. How to describe that sound? It was akin to a roar from the abyss or a whisper from hell, chilling to the bone, truly embodying the sound capable of consuming all things in existence. Do black holes move? Indeed, witnessing it firsthand reveals the terror of a black hole. Jin swallowed hard, struggling to ask. They do not move. However, planets do shift. Living stars follow their established orbits, while barren stars deviate from their paths. Thus, you mostly observe barren stars drifting near the black hole. Look, a barren star is approaching, Zhu Yin exclaimed, observing a scene in the distance and promptly handing a telescope to Jin Jin. As a beast god, his vision extended beyond that of ordinary beings. But Jin Jin was not so fortunate. Chapter 95. Do not fear. Jin Jin hastily grasped the telescope Zhu Yin offered and beheld a scene she would never forget. She witnessed a planet slowly nearing the range of the black hole, influenced by its gravitational pull and subsequently drawn into its depths. In an instant, the entire planet was torn apart before her eyes, obliterated and consumed by the black hole, vanishing completely from the universe. The spectacle was so overwhelming that words could scarcely convey it. She trembled uncontrollably, experiencing for the first time the insignificance of life. Even a mighty planet could not alter its predetermined fate. The scene involving Zhu Yin was utterly terrifying, causing Jin Jin's legs to weaken, and she stumbled into Zhu Yan's embrace. With quick reflexes, Zhu Yin supported her and reassured her, "Do not fear. The desolate stars are devoid of life. Even if some of these barren planets once harbored beings, they were long since dispersed before this forsaken star approached the black hole. This is the duty of the beast gods. There are 10 beast gods in total, each fulfilling their respective roles. Among us, 2 are responsible for the management of these desolate stars, and I share a cordial relationship with both. I shall introduce them to you on another occasion. Their temperaments are quite amiable, far superior to that of other beast gods." Jin Jin nodded, yet her mind incessantly replayed the horrifying image of such a colossal star being torn apart before her eyes. It was too dreadful to fathom. If there had been life on that star, the despair they would have faced was unimaginable. If you cannot bear to look, we need not observe any further. Let us return to the divine realm, and I shall accompany you in caring for your offspring. This spectacle was indeed beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand, leaving one to grapple with self-doubt. Zhu Yin recalled the first time he witnessed such a sight and questioned his own significance, even as a beast god, feeling like merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean. That self-doubt took a considerable time to resolve, yet in retrospect, it seemed entirely reasonable. Before absolute power, even a beast god is but a small boat adrift in the sea. Jin Jin, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, dared not linger, fearing that if she stood there any longer, she too would become one of those desolate stars engulfed by the black hole, utterly annihilated. The overwhelming fear rendered her visage pale. Zhu Yin contemplated and decided to take Jin Jin to some charming planets favored by small females for a leisurely visit. Upon returning to his divine realm, Zhu Yin relished the blissful days spent with Jin Jin. Their fondness for each other blossomed, despite the absence of any substantial relationship, their affinity having surpassed the 60% mark, entering the realm of affection. Thus, Zhu Yin unabashedly displayed his affection for Jin Jin. With his impressive stature, he treated the petite Jin Jin as a cherished doll, carrying her effortlessly with one hand, along with her 2 offspring cradled in her arms, ensuring her feet never touched the ground. The days within Zhu Yan's divine realm were fleeting and joyous, and Jin Jin once again felt valued. However, an unexpected visitor disrupted this tranquility. Of course, without Zhu Yan's consent, even a beast god could not enter his divine realm. "My brother has arrived." Those 4 succinct words shattered the silence and sealed Jin Jin's good mood. "He is likely here to seek you. Do you wish to meet him?" For reasons unknown, after spending time together, Zhu Yin felt reluctant to allow his brother to meet Jin Jin, believing he was unworthy. Jin Jin silently shook her head, conveying her refusal. Seeing her response, Zhu Yin felt a surge of delight and leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. "Very well, I shall send him away. Then may we?" Zhu Yin hesitated, his eyes speaking volumes. "You must first dismiss him," Jin Jin replied, raising her head and pressing her crimson lips against his. When their lips met, Zhu Yin shuddered, and an uncontrollable tempest of emotions surged forth, as if seeking to engulf them both. Their kiss deepening until their lips were swollen and tender, before reluctantly parting. Zhu Yin waved his hand to restore his lips to their usual state. then gently caressed her lips, saying, "Wait for me. I shall deal with him." With that, he vanished from the divine realm. Not long after, Zhu Yin returned, appearing relaxed, suggesting that he had resolved the matter. Jin raised an eyebrow, questioning if everything had indeed been settled. "Yes." Zhu Yin nodded. "He came to inquire if I'd seen you. I told him that after returning you to the main star, I had not seen you again. While beast gods can track the movements of mortals, they cannot locate those who do not wish to be found. Zhu Yin had previously been located by Feng Qing because he desired to be found, but now he had no intention of being discovered. However, he aimed to sever any thoughts his brother might harbor regarding Jin, thus maintaining contact with Feng Qing. The most crucial aspect was that abruptly severing ties with Feng Qing would expose Zhu Yan's issues. Hence, he devised a plan to subtly distance himself from Feng Qing until the latter ceased to remember him. Would he seek out Hu Xiao and the others? If he did, he would still learn of my whereabouts. A sense of foreboding crept over Jin as she lowered her gaze. He will come. However, I have already informed your beast husbands. They will not divulge any information regarding your location to him. Moreover, since he was overly preoccupied with the children, he hardly noticed you, making it challenging for him to track you down. Zhu Yan's brother was astute, yet he failed to consider Jin's unique identity, neglecting to leave any mark upon her. While a spiritual mark requires the individual's consent, a physical mark does not. He simply never entertained the thought. To say he was not clever would be misleading. His mind was consumed by the safety of his offspring, leaving no room for awareness of Jin's presence. Yet, this was fortuitous. If he was not mistaken, Jin's current body was not that of a rabbit-type female, making it unlikely for her to indulge in reckless procreation as before. It seemed she could only conceive once, and even that would be a significant endeavor. Nevertheless, if Jin's uniqueness were to become known, it would inevitably attract powerful males vying for her attention. After much contemplation, Zhu Yin resolved to safeguard Jin's identity, entrusting her status within the star realm to Hu Yuan and the others. As the prime minister and a prince of the empire, they ought to manage Jin's identity information effectively, or else their prolonged tenure in their positions would be in vain. Chapter 96. The fragility of the little female. Reflecting on this, Zhu Yan's expression softened. Just as he had surmised, after the life signs of the offspring stabilized, Feng Qing finally sought to locate Jin. He approached Hu Yuan and encountered a group of inebriated souls drowning their sorrows in love. Unbeknownst to Feng Qing, this entire charade had been orchestrated by his younger brother, who had previously arranged for the beast husbands to feign heartbreak. "You look rather despondent, Feng Qing. Care for a drink? We are all wanderers in this world." Hu Xiao, half his face grinning while the other half wept, appeared utterly defeated, as though he had lost his entire universe. Feng Qing, witnessing Hu Xiao's state, felt an unexpected pang of compassion. "Have you not considered that the little female who bore your offspring is not the same as the one you seek? Mortals often fail to recognize such distinctions. It was the previous little female, embodying dual souls, that led to this predicament. Yet these beast husbands were utterly oblivious, unable to recognize their true partner. It was a pity that the little female had borne their children in vain." "Ha! Feng God, your jest is hardly amusing. We would not fail to recognize our own partner. If you're not distressed, then perhaps you should leave. After all, you share little sentiment with our Jin." Sun Qi chuckled bitterly, and his laughter was tinged with melancholy, before he and Hu Xiao embraced and wept. The two grown men cried openly, while the other three men stood silently, unsure of how to react. "Where's Qing Xi?" Looking around, they quickly realized he was absent from their midst. "Why should we concern ourselves with him? He is not Jin's beast husband." Hu Xiao's heart sank. As Feng Qing's servant, Qing Xi could not possibly deceive him. Thus, they had seized an opportunity to confine him alongside Kei Shun. It is likely that he is still confined even now. Strangely, I can no longer find him. Feng Qing also appeared bewildered. That lad had always been quite attentive to him, yet he had inexplicably grown silent over time. "Then I shall not keep Feng Shun. You should go and search for him properly." Hu Yuan gestured invitingly. Feng Qing raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar in the demeanor of these individuals. Though he could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss, He was too indifferent to employ the soul-searching technique on them. For Feng Shun, locating someone was a straightforward task, provided that the individual was still among the living. With this thought, he gathered his focus and turned to leave the spot. Once Feng Shun departed, the group feigned suffering for a while longer. However, once they were certain he was no longer nearby, they promptly contacted Kei Shun, informing him that Feng Shun had indeed come to seek them out. "Did you hear that? He truly sought them out," Zhu Yin remarked with a smile, placing the voice stone into Jin Jin's hands. Jin merely glanced at it and replied, "Your brother is not the type to cling stubbornly, is he? Perhaps we should wait a while before I inform him of my whereabouts. However, I genuinely do not wish to be entangled with him." In the days of rest that followed, Jin had thoroughly inquired about the system's requirements. The system explained that the need for progression was solely to ensure Jin Jin's safety in giving birth to the offspring and being accepted. It was not meant to compel Jin to pursue every potential mate. The ultimate goal of the birthing system was simply to produce offspring. In essence, if a child could be conceived and born without the necessity of fostering emotional ties, that would suffice. With this clarification, Jin felt a sudden enlightenment. How delightful! There was no need to cultivate feelings. Simply having a child would do. How convenient! After all, it is not mandated that love must precede such actions. Otherwise, her previous world would not have witnessed so many fleeting romances devoid of emotional depth. Rest assured, my brother is certainly not the type to cling persistently. He has always been indifferent towards relationships. However, Jin, I find myself increasingly drawn to you. Observing the steadily rising affection levels, Jin realized that Zhu Yin was not deceiving her. His feelings for her were genuinely intensifying. She reached out, placing his hand within her own. Noting how one of his hands was larger than both of hers combined, and indeed, his hands were remarkably beautiful. They resembled those of a character straight out of comic. "What? Do you like my hands?" Zhu Yin teased, noticing Jin's gaze and actions. A playful smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear. The warm breath against her ear sent delightful shivers down Jin's spine. She trembled slightly, tilting her head to meet Zhu Yin's gaze, encountering his divinely perfect visage. Indeed, handsome men possess an enchanting allure. Jin had never been one to adhere to rigid conventions, always living life on her own terms. During their time together, she had indeed grown fond of Zhu Yin, though it had not yet reached the level of love experienced with Hu Xiao. Reflecting on her mission and the complete recovery of her body, she wrapped her arms around Zhu Yin's neck. "Do you wish for me to bear your child?" Jin inquired, her crimson lips parting. "A child is not necessary. I do not wish for you to endure such hardship. However, I would like to bond with you." Jin, "Shall we form contract?" His voice, laced with an enchanting allure, resonated in Jin's ears, intoxicating her and sending waves of exhilaration through her. She tilted her neck upward, willingly offering her lips. Zhu Yin's smile deepened as he lowered his head to press his lips against hers, his voice husky as he asked, "May I?" Even having experienced many romantic encounters, Jin still felt a rush of shyness. Following a barely audible affirmation, Zhu Yin could no longer contain the swelling emotions within him. Thus, in Zhu Yin's divine realm, they composed an eternal song of life beneath the vast sky and soft earth. "Let go of me. Is this too much to bear? I promise I won't next time." No, it is not over yet. After regaining her own body, Jin felt an astonishing alignment of her physical and spiritual selves. Even the fatigue after their intimate encounter felt more pronounced than before. She lay on the cloud-formed bed, unable to move a single finger, her eyes wide open, a look of confusion on her face. Had it not been for the faint trace of her breath, Zhu Yin might have thought she had perished. Alarmed, he held her tightly, daring not to make a sound. The little female is truly too fragile. Chapter 97. I miss you too, this is for you. Zhu Yin produced a small porcelain vial and held it to Jin's lips. Jin attempted to open her mouth, but a sharp pain coursed through her throat, prompting her to close her eyes in resignation, too exhausted to voice her discontent. "I apologize for my abruptness, Jin." Zhu Yin sat up, heart aching as he pulled her into his embrace, carefully uncapping the vial and directing it towards her lips, cautiously pouring the liquid into her mouth. Do not waste this. I acquired it with great difficulty. They say it takes 1,000 years to condense a single drop. I only possess a few drops, and your body is far too weak. This will aid in refining your constitution. Zhu Yin did not want her to faint before they had fully indulged in their experiences. That would greatly diminish their enjoyment. Jin understood the rarity of what Zhu Yin offered. Thus, she ceased to be coy and opened her mouth wide, swallowing the few drops he provided. A surge of formidable energy coursed through her, instilling a moment of fear that she might be overwhelmed by its intensity. Although she felt invigorated, it was accompanied by a terror that her life was nearing its end, leading her to grasp Zhu Yan's hand tightly. Sensing her fear, Zhu Yan's expression changed drastically, but he quickly regained his composure. Do not be afraid, Jin. I'm here to help you. Follow my instructions, and you will be able to fully assimilate this power with my assistance. His voice seemed to imbue Jin with boundless strength. She nodded obediently and began to follow Zhu Yan's guidance. Unexpectedly, the method he suggested was mutual cultivation. Nevertheless, the results proved to be as Zhu Yan had described. Through this intimate approach, the overwhelming energy within her was released, and she found herself invigorated rather than diminished. On the contrary, she felt increasingly energized. Zhu Yan was evidently pleased with Jin's transformation, and after sharing an undetermined amount of intimate time together, they finally departed the divine realm, returning to Hu Xiao and the others. You are Jin? Upon seeing her, Hu Xiao found it hard to believe. The figure before him, whose beauty rivaled that of Tu Xiao Xen, was indeed Jin. Yet, upon reflection, he felt that this female's visage aligned even more closely with his perception of Jin. She appeared more gentle and obedient, sitting quietly in Zhu Yan's embrace like a delicate doll. Xiao, it has been a while. Jin had nearly lost track of time, only aware of Zhu Yan's affection steadily increasing. His approval had finally reached 100%. Jin began to believe in the notion that love is cultivated through actions. Indeed, this sentiment was beautifully exemplified in Zhu Yan. Jin, I have missed you. After a considerable pause, Hu Xiao finally found his voice, choking on his words as he reached out to embrace Jin, only to retract his arm when met with Zhu Yan's possessive gaze. His eyes reflected a blend of reluctance and affection as they lingered on Jin. Jin sensed Hu Xiao's emotions and felt a slight pang in her heart. Yin, let me go, she implored. She attempted to extricate herself, but found Zhu Yan's arms, as unyielding as steel, binding her within his embrace, preventing her from departing. With a sigh of resignation, Jin gently spoke. Zhu Yan inhaled deeply, seemingly making a significant concession, and cautiously released the grip he had on Jin, allowing her to descend. Once her feet touched the ground, she dashed towards Hu Xiao, throwing herself into his arms amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. In that moment, engulfed by Jin's embrace, Hu Xiao was overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of emotion, his eyes instantly reddening. Bowing his head, he buried it in the nook of Jin's neck, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. I know she's not you, yet my heart shattered when I obtained the couple's certificate with her. Jin, I miss you so much, Hu Xiao choked out, his voice laden with grievance and sorrow. The mere recollection of that moment filled him with profound heartache. I am sorry for causing our dear Xiao distress. Jin, feeling his pain, reached out to cradle his face, gently wiping away the tears adorning his cheeks. Hu Xiao tilted his head, resting his cheek against her palm, smiling through his tears. But knowing she is not you, I'm not as heartbroken anymore. Your return is the best outcome, is it not? Yes, I have returned and will never leave again. Jin promised. Hu Xiao's tears transformed into laughter, and he nodded vigorously, tightly grasping her hand. From now on, I will never leave. Also, the little ones have grown up. They miss you dearly. I miss you too, he added after a brief pause. Hearing his last remark, Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I know, she nodded, glancing down at her abdomen. But now, I'm expecting again. Turning around, she looked at Zhu Yan, who seemed on the verge of drowning in jealousy. Zhu Yan's expression, initially furious, froze as he processed Jin Jin's final words, revealing disbelief. How is that possible? I took precautions. He could hardly fathom that she could be with child. He had meticulously ensured that the possibility of Jin Jin conceiving was eliminated. So why had it happened? A Yin does not want her child? Jin Jin questioned. If possible, she too would prefer not to bear a child. But failing to do so would jeopardize her mission, and she would not survive the consequences. Thus, for the sake of her own safety, this child must be born. I do not want you to take such risks, Zhu Yin replied, his countenance darkening with concern for Jin Jin's well-being. He had painstakingly refined her body with the essence of 1,000 years, rendering her physically exceptional, yet now he was to ask her to bear children. How could he bear such a thought? But I want a child with a Yin. The little one is already rooted within me, Jin Jin said, looking conflicted as she regarded her abdomen. Zhu Yin was momentarily speechless, recalling that last time, his brother's child had been born prematurely, and he had mentioned that if a beast god's offspring were born before term, there would be no divine retribution, though the chances of survival would be slim. He feared that if their child were to be born full term, divine punishment might descend, and Jin Jin would not withstand it. Chapter 98. No one wants to be the Lord. There is no but. The child is here. As you know, this interstellar world does not permit abortion. Abortion is also a defiance of the heavenly path. This is a divine fruit. You must eat it. Zhu Yin rose and retrieved a fruit, offering it to Jin Jin. He possessed many of these fruits, having cultivated several divine fruit trees in his divine realm, so he lacked for nothing. Although he had never experienced pregnancy, he had heard his brother speak of how to nourish expectant mothers. I have to eat again? I'm not actually pregnant, Jin Jin protested. Having grown weary of the divine fruits after receiving one daily from Zhu Yin for years. Didn't you just have one? That was before you knew you were pregnant. Now that you are, you require additional nourishment. So please accept another. It puts my mind at ease. Over the years, Zhu Yin had indulged in collecting treasures, gathering whatever he deemed precious, filling his divine realm with them. However, during the 2 months Jin Jin spent in his divine realm, he had not discovered a single treasure that captivated her. This led Zhu Yin to question the value of his collection. Why did nothing attract Jin Jin? If it were any other female, she would have already devised strategies to exploit his treasures. After some time together, Zhu Yin finally understood that, for Jin Jin, such treasures were merely worldly possessions. Very well, Zhu Yin's divine fruits were indeed enormous, each large enough to sustain one for half a day. Consuming 2 was simply unmanageable. However, Zhu Yin insisted, leaving Jin Jin no choice. Jin Jin had decided to return, but Zhu Yin was saddened. He wished for her to let go of her past, yet he understood the struggles of interstellar males. As a beast god, he possessed a natural empathy for all beings. Thus, after repeated reconciliations, he mustered the courage to take Jin Jin away from his divine realm to the interstellar empire. However, they did not venture to the main star, as Hu Yuan and the others had pooled all their resources to purchase the rights to the Zhu Ke main star, transforming it into the home of their dreams. After all, they believed the Zhu Ke main star was the planet Jin Jin would choose to flee to, and they thought she would love it. Thus, they were willing to exhaust all their savings. Jin Jin was taken aback by their audacity. Indeed, a home cannot thrive without a woman. Men, in their fervor, often accomplish extraordinary feats. With the rights secured, there was no turning back, and Jin Jin had no choice but to settle there. After a time, she discovered that the previous owner of the Zhu Ke main star was, in fact, Zhu Yin. Jin Jin learned this when Zhu Yin, observing her poor mood during her pregnancy, recounted it as a jest. This led to Jin Jin expelling him from the room, forbidding him from entering for a week. Zhu Yin regretted his actions deeply, having to return all the money he earned from those beast husbands just to appease Jin Jin. Yet, this did not resolve the matter of who would be Jin Jin's lord. Zhu Yin was adamant about claiming the title, but the other beast husbands grew resolute, expressing their willingness to contest the position if Zhu Yin insisted on it. The outcome of their negotiations was Zhu Yin's surrender. He never expected that these beast husbands would push Hu Xiu into the lord's position. So you all think I'm foolish and easy to bully, allowing me to become the lord? I refuse. Hu Xiao initially believed his admirable qualities had won over the beast husbands he had once lived alongside. However, upon eavesdropping on their conversation the previous night, he learned they deemed him the simplest among them, the least cunning compared to the others, thus making him the Lord. This reasoning even convinced Zhu Yan, who found their argument logical and agreed. Yet, this time it was Hu Xiao who was reluctant. I shall not be the Lord. I am the one Jin cherishes the most. Why should I take on this burdensome role? Hu Xiao declared, refusing to comply. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present grew notably intricate. How about this? Let none of us be the Lord. Someone shouted from the crowd, and suddenly everyone saw the light. Indeed, since the position of Lord made everyone uncomfortable, why not abolish it altogether? After all, they were all beast husbands. What difference did it make whether or not someone was designated as the Lord? Jin, what do you say? Jin's identity has been settled, and the next step is to find a partner. However, the issue of who the master is has become a stumbling block. I asked, do any of you wish to be the master? Jin was speechless. It was a position everyone had once vied for fiercely, yet now it had transformed into an undesirable role. No one wants it. The crowd shook their heads in unison. Jin turned her gaze to Hu Xiao, who defiantly declared, I'm not a fool. I refuse to take on that role. Jin sighed in frustration. These individuals had truly driven Hu Xiao to the brink. Yet, without a master, obtaining the couple certificate would prove to be a challenge. Jin sighed again. The couple certificate was not an issue. Leave it to Yuan to persuade the officials to make an exception. Longzheng unhesitatingly passed this task to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan shot a glance at Longzheng, acknowledging his cunning in delegating tasks. Afterward, he surveyed the men around him and inquired, Are we truly not considering the master position? Absolutely not. They replied in unison. Can I not want it? Qingci, bound and set aside, timidly questioned. Everyone's eyes darted towards him. You don't even qualify to be a consort. Yet you aspire to be the master? Who prompted you to notify the function? Bai Rui glared at Qingci, deeming him a traitor willing to betray Jin. Unworthy of being her consort. I didn't. I never had the chance to assert that I would not betray Jin before you all locked me up. This is unjust. Qingci felt deeply wronged, especially since this group had assigned Zhu Yan to deal with him. It is known that aside from the beast god, no mere mortal could contend with him, for he, Qingci, was akin to a loach, nearly impossible to confine. Do not underestimate anyone. No one is a fool. You should abandon any thoughts of the master position. Hu Xiao insisted. If he refused, the position would remain vacant. After all, everyone present was as clear-minded as a mirror. None were magnanimous, and each held petty grievances. Compounding the issue, Zhu Yan, relying on his superior cultivation and the fact that Jin was carrying his offspring, monopolized all of Jin's sleeping hours, preventing them from even catching up with her. Chapter 98. No one must speak of this. Their frustration was palpable. However, there was little they could do. Zhu Yan had sound reasoning, claiming that the beast god's offspring were not easily conceived and required daily nurturing for optimal development. With such reasoning laid bare, what could they say? They could only acquiesce. What about a consort? Jin, I only wish to be a consort. Qingci pleaded, looking pitifully at Jin. After sending his offspring back to the core mother tree of the mechanical clan for further development, he returned, only to find this group of individuals utterly insufferable. They dared to deceive the beast god. Yet, he found himself unwilling to let Jin become entangled with the function. The function had no affection for Jin. His concern lay solely with the offspring. Thus Qingci found solace in this arrangement, allowing Zhu Yan to confine him without objection. No way. Senki retorted angrily at Qingci, stating that had Qingci not taken Jin away, she would never have met the function, and thus none of these subsequent events would have occurred. I did not ask you. Jin snapped back at Qingci, asserting her authority, while others remained silent. Jin hesitated, glancing at Qingci. She knew that if Qingci truly resisted, even the sparrow god could not detain him. Yet, his willingness to be confined likely stemmed from his inability to face the revered beast god, using the sparrow god as a makeshift refuge. With this thought, Jin sighed and was about to speak when Zhu Yan interjected. Then let it be a consort. The crowd gasped in unison. If we do not bring him to our faction when my brother arrives, do you expect me to bear his wrath alone? Zhu Yan surveyed the group with an irritated glare, emphasizing that they should focus on how to face her brother instead of squabbling over this matter. A heavy silence fell, leaving them at a loss for words. After exchanging glances, they all felt that Zhu Yan's reasoning was indeed sound. Thus, Qingzi became Jin's consort. As for the master position, it remained unoccupied. Following Hu Yuan's maneuvering, the couple certificate without a master was duly created, with the second consort position awarded to Zhu Yan, the third to Bai Rui, and the fourth to Hu Yuan. Upon receiving the certificate, Jin discovered that the arrangement was based on their respective strengths. The beleaguered Hushou found himself at the very end of the list, while Qingzi, as the consort, naturally occupied the last position. Apart from Qingzi, the others had all held the title of master. It was merely the master position that was left vacant. All were masters. Thus, there was no hierarchy among them, only a sequential listing on the certificate. When this couple's certificate reached the royal court, Her Majesty the Empress was leisurely sipping on her nutrient solution when she nearly spat it out upon seeing the electronic version of the certificate presented by her subordinates. What on earth are Hu Yuan and the others doing? Did they not just separate? How could they so hastily find a willing female partner and all end up with the same one? The Empress scrutinized the names of the consorts on the certificate and was rendered speechless. After parting ways with Tu Xiaoxin, they had hastily married a completely unfamiliar female. Frowning, she searched for information regarding this Jin, only to find nothing. It was evident that this was encrypted information, as even her authority could not access it. This must have been the doing of her dear son. The Empress laughed in exasperation. He had truly grown wings and become independent. Had that Tu Xiaoxin found a new male consort? How was she faring? The Empress thought that although Tu Xiaoxin was of lowly status, she still possessed the strength of fertility. However, this Jin, with no discernible information, might very well be an unknown entity. How could such a person match the esteemed officials of her empire? Just as she was about to pose her inquiries, her hands had already flipped to the page of the couple's certificate listing the second master. Upon seeing the name inscribed there, she gasped in disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Damn! Unable to contain herself, she cursed and quickly summoned her aides to verify what she had seen. Suspecting that her aging eyes had deceived her, the aides obediently approached and confirmed her observations, gasping in shock. Heavens! They're sharing a wife with the Sparrow God. Who is this Jin? The aides were astounded. If the national master and the crown prince were already astonishing enough, the presence of the beast god was utterly surreal. By the heavens, the beast god! The Empress commanded silence. This matter must not be disclosed. Although names were quite common in the stars due to the vast population, there was an ironclad rule. One could not share a name with a beast god. Thus, the name Zhu Yan could only belong to the sparrow god Zhu Yan. So, who exactly was this Jin? How could she have garnered the favor of all the males who once accompanied Tu Xiaoxin? Not to mention captivating the beast god as her husband? The Empress admonished her aides, who immediately fell silent. In matters concerning the beast god, even she, the Empress, could do nothing. After taking a few deep breaths, she dismissed the file regarding Jin, knowing full well that it contained nothing of importance, just a name and a mundane photograph. So why dwell on it? Most importantly, she was the wife of the beast god, so it was best for her to remain blissfully ignorant. Zhu Yan had been captivated by the couple's certificate for quite some time, having fixated on it since it arrived and continuing to do so upon returning home. Cough. Kei-shun, it is indeed wise to keep this thing hidden away. Bai Rui followed closely behind Zhu Yan, clearing his throat a few times before offering his reminder. Wait, I have not yet had my fill of it. Zhu Yan raised his hand to interrupt Bai Rui's impending words, his slender fingers caressing the photograph of himself and Jin on the marriage certificate, more specifically, tracing the contours of Jin's cheek. This scene left Bai Rui utterly speechless. The individual was right beside him, yet he chose to caress a photograph instead of the person. Perhaps he was suffering from some grave affliction. Looking up, he noticed Hu Xiao holding Jin Jin's hand as they walked toward the estate's exit. "Hey, where are you two going?" At this moment, the entirety of Zhu Kei's main star belonged to them, including all properties and possessions. Nevertheless, they had selected the most scenic area on Zhu Kei's main star to reside, solely to accommodate Jin Jin's preferences. It was unexpected that Jin Jin would choose to follow Hu Xiao away. "I promised Hu Xiao that tonight, Jin Jin belongs to him." This was precisely why the marriage certificate was categorized by the strength rankings. If Hu Xiao disagreed with the existence of the marriage certificate in such a manner, Jin Jin would not consent either. Chapter 99. I hurt you before in order to gain Hu Xiao's agreement. Zhu Yan made concessions. Bai Rui fell into a moment of silence. Realizing this was the reason why Kei Shan was incessantly caressing the photograph. "Go on. Hu Yuan," who usually calculated how to manage his foolish nephew, could not help but acknowledge Hu Xiao's standing in Jin Jin's heart. He admitted to feeling a twinge of envy towards Hu Xiao, admiring his simplicity and unwavering support for Jin Jin, disregarding worldly opinions from the very first moment they met. Hu Xiao had initially intended to take Jin Jin away from home to find a better viewing platform for stargazing, fulfilling the promise he had made to her. However, unexpectedly, he halted at the doorstep. "Why aren't we leaving?" Jin Jin asked Hu Xiao, bewildered. "Our home is the finest viewing platform on Zhu Kei's main star." Hu Xiao spoke awkwardly. Apart from this place, there was no better viewing spot. In other locations, the sky was encircled by meteor belts, obscuring any beautiful sights, making this place far superior. "It's all right. As long as I'm with you, I'll be happy anywhere." Jin Jin linked her arm with Hu Xiao's, leaning against him, radiating profound affection. This scene brought a smile to Hu Xiao's face. "Really? I always knew Jin Jin's favorite person is me." At that moment, Hu Xiao closed his eyes in satisfaction, his gaze filled with adoration for Jin Jin. "Oh, I suddenly thought of something. Jin Jin, can you tell me?" he implored. "Otherwise, I might die of curiosity." Although the several beast husbands had already unanimously agreed to refrain from discussing this matter, Hu Xiao remained intrigued. "Let us find a secluded spot to sit and talk." Aware of Hu Xiao's persistent nature, Jin Jin conceded, pointing toward a distant grove of red trees. These trees soared toward the heavens and were exceedingly robust, requiring a dozen adults to encircle them hand in hand. Standing before these towering trees felt akin to an ant standing beside a giant. Even the beastmen, who generally stood over 6 feet tall, appeared diminutive before these redwoods. Those suffering from acrophobia would likely feel their skin crawl here, but Jin Jin, accustomed to the giantism of the beast world, felt relatively fine. After Hu Xiao led her into the grove, he selected the largest tree and began to climb, carrying Jin Jin on his back as he ascended with a grace surpassing that of a wildcat. His speed left Jin Jin in awe. Together, they reached the very topmost branches of the tree, which were as sturdy as an ordinary tree's trunk, and this was considered the thinnest branch. It truly opened Jin Jin's eyes. After finding a comfortable and secure spot to sit, Hu Xiao set Jin Jin down, only then noticing her pallor. This sight alarmed Hu Xiao. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" I have acrophobia," Jin Jin explained, her face regaining some color as she clutched her racing heart. Hu Xiao paused, taken aback by her admission. He realized that he could neither set her down nor keep her in his arms. Instead, he held her even tighter. "If you don't look down, you won't feel afraid of heights. By the way, among all the males in our home, Zhu Yan is the only one who can fly. Oh wait, Long Zheng and Bai Rui can fly too. I was going to say it would be convenient for you to travel, but you have acrophobia. What a pity. Once a beast husband transforms into his true form, only the wife can ride on their back, a universal understanding across the galaxy. Never mind, flying cars are perfectly fine. As long as one is elevated to a certain degree, fear of heights diminishes." Jin Jin had acrophobia in her past life, yet she was not afraid when flying on an airplane. Thus, she wondered if being at a certain height could lessen the fear. "Is that so?" Hu Xiao was astonished. "So you can still ride on their back for travel, right? But not with the beast god. I've never seen a beast god willing to let his wife ride on his back. Most existing beast gods are shrouded in mystery and aloofness, rarely seen." Yet, within half a year of being with Jin Jin, he had encountered too. Indeed, only offspring could stir the indifferent hearts of the beast gods. Is this the answer you sought? Jin Jin's lips twitched, surprised that Hushio was so keen to know this. Upon Jin Jin's reminder, Hushio realized he had yet to articulate the question he truly desired to ask. Naturally not, but you must promise me that if I ask my next question, you won't be angry. Is that all right? Hushio quickly shook his head, eager to clarify. He gazed nervously at the little female in his arms who, though taller than when she was the rabbit Xiao Xan, still appeared small in their eyes. A female under 6 feet was considered petite. I want to be angry. Go ahead, Jin Jin replied, puzzled about what had given Hushio the impression that she might be upset. All right, here I go. I want to know why you changed bodies. The person I interacted with before was always you, right? Holding Jin Jin brought a sense of security. This feeling was something he had never experienced before with the real Xiao Xian. Your previous body was not you. She wouldn't even let me touch her. And her gaze toward me was filled with disdain and contempt. I couldn't bear her looks, but my intuition told me she wasn't you. If it were you, you would be able to bear looking at me that way, causing me sorrow. Despite her appearance fading along with the love he held for her, he still nurtured hope, yearning for the true her to one day return, to caress his cheek and assure him of her enduring love. You guessed correctly. I'm sorry for making you so sad before, right? The fleeting sadness and despair in Hushio's eyes stirred a pang in Jin Jin's heart. She reached out to caress Hushio's cheek. It was indeed my fault. Honestly, it's nothing. You are my most trusted and cherished beast husband. This statement was utterly sincere, not merely a casual dismissal of Hushio. Upon hearing this, Hushio's eyes turned red, and he lowered his head to shower Jin Jin's forehead with countless kisses, his eyes brimming with joy. Chapter 100. Reflecting on the past you speak, and I shall listen. Once Hushio had indulged in his kisses, he embraced Jin Jin even tighter. Jin Jin felt no discomfort at his childish behavior. In fact, her heart swelled with softness. The person I am now is the true me. I find myself an outsider in this world, yet I arrived here a decade ago. When it comes to my own history, I am at a loss for where to begin, so I shall recount my journey from the moment I first arrived. What does that mean? Hushio, whose intellect seems somewhat lacking, inquired with evident confusion. Host, do not mention my existence to them. My existence is a secret. The system, alarmed by Jin Jin's revelation of her origins, hastily intervened. I understand. Rest assured. Your secret is my greatest secret, and I shall not divulge it. If the system's secret were to be exposed, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere separation. Jin Jin comprehended that everything she possessed was granted by the system, which served as her ultimate refuge and the most significant aspect of her existence. She could forfeit any person or thing, but the system was irreplaceable. I perished in my previous world, succumbing to a sudden death. An orphan, I grew up in an orphanage, reliant solely on myself. Thus, after graduating from university, I devoted myself to work with relentless vigor, determined to carve out a place for myself, even if it meant relying on my own efforts. However, unlike the beast men, humans are not endowed with such robust physiques. After several sleepless nights toiling away, I collapsed in my workplace, having only recently secured a permanent position. Reflecting on my past life, I felt a tinge of melancholy. As an orphan, I had no friends, no family, and no loved ones. I once harbored feelings for a boy, but remained an unrequited love, never revealed to him. When I reflect on my former life, my expression softens slightly. I do not perceive it as particularly remarkable. Humans, what does that mean? In your world, are there only humans and no beastmen? Yet in the interstellar beast realm, beastmen abound. Hushio's confusion was palpable as he regarded Jin Jin with bewilderment. No, the people in my world are akin to the beastmen here, existing at the pinnacle of the food chain, but lacking the beastmen's physical appearance. Men above 1.9 meters are considered exceptionally tall, those over 1.8 meters are a rarity, while the average height hovers around 1.7 meters. Standards like the 1.9 meter benchmark in the beast realm are seldom seen in my world. In the beast realm, 1.9 meters is quite common. Additionally, girls above 1.8 meters are deemed tall, while my stature of 1.68 meters is merely average among females. I pointed to myself, astonished to find that my height would categorize me as short in the beast realm. Huh? So, people in your previous world are quite short, with men not exceeding 9 meters? ISNT that akin to dwarfism? Hu Xiao questioned, his expression rife with disbelief. I chuckled at Hu Xiao's perplexed demeanor. It's not quite like that. In truth, my world is rather pleasant. The systems are somewhat similar to those in the beast realm, with the sole distinction being the marriage system, which adheres to monogamy. Upon reflection, the only significant difference between the two worlds lies in the marriage system. Huh? Monogamy? That is unthinkable. The beast realm has always had more males than females. If monogamy were enforced, countless bachelors would face the dire risk of extinction. Thus, polyandry exists, and many males remain single. Hu Xiao's head shook vigorously. Here, monogamy is illegal. Hence, I assert that this is the greatest difference. 10 years ago, I entered this world, inhabiting to Xiaoxinis body. Upon awakening, I found myself as Tu Xiao Exan, who had already been confined by Tu Defun and subjected to fattening potions. Reflecting on my darkest decade, I smirked. Tu Xiao Exan did not endure much suffering. I bore all the hardships. The physical transformation induced by the drugs and the psychological toll of imprisonment were mine to bear, while Tu Xiao Exan closed her eyes, sealing her soul deep within her consciousness. It was only when stimulated that she awakened. Strictly speaking, neither of us owed the other anything. So, the first person I encountered was you, not Tu Xiao Exan? Hu Xiao's excitement surged, fearing that Jin would vanish as before, and he embraced her tighter. Naturally, it was me. Initially, I was unaware that Tu Xiao Exan's spirit remained in that body, so I approached Tu Defun under her identity, never anticipating that it would provoke Tu Defun. Once her spirit awakened, that body no longer belonged to me. I had not expected my own soul to awaken within my true body, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself back in my own form, which had somehow manifested in the beast realm. This entire experience felt surreal. I could hardly believe it. Jin feigned ignorance skillfully, resembling someone genuinely perplexed by her return to her own body. She successfully captivated Hu Xiao, as well as the beastmen eavesdropping on their conversation. Observing the scenes and dialogues reflected on the screen, several beastmen pondered deeply. It became apparent that Jin was not of their world, and that her current form was indeed her original body. Hu Xiao, upon realizing this, felt a surge of compassion. You must have been very frightened, right? It was a bit daunting at first, but knowing that all of you were there thinking of me alleviated my fears. I had feared they would mistake me for Tu Xiao Exan, but it turns out the males of the beast realm are not foolish. They recognize that Tu Xiao Exan is not me. Jin, regardless of how you change, I will always recognize you at a glance. For I love you, forever and always. Hu Xiao, moved, leaned down to press a kiss upon Jin's crimson lips. His breath enveloped her, providing an indescribable sense of security. Closing her eyes, she reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, responding warmly to his kiss. After a brief moment, Hu Xiao, blushing, pulled away. Jin, your kissing skills have improved. Hearing Hu Xiao's words, Jin raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not like it? Huh. Over 100. A little celebration. And a sneak peek at the next novel's concept. It's going to be thrilling. For those who have read Air Dong's My Irritable Beast Tamer system, you are in for a treat. Expect the same protagonist in a different beast-taming world, anticipating the daily life of a straight girl being pursued. Huh. It's going to be hilarious. Get excited. Chapter 101, Confined. I like it very much. How could I not? Hu Xiao quickly defended himself, then shyly continued. My kissing skills are average. Could you teach me often? I will teach you right now. Jin smiled playfully, feeling like a mischievous woman tempting a youthful boy. Impressed, Hu Xiao's head down, offering her lips. Her agile tongue pried open his closed lips, exploring his mouth and drawing in his breath. Hu Xiao's face flushed even deeper. He had never experienced such a kiss before. He had always been like an old ox, only knowing how to plow. He never realized there were such nuances. Jin, have I made you uncomfortable before? Realizing something, his shyness faded, replaced by a pallor of concern. After their kiss broke, Hu Xiao awkwardly asked, Jin, was it truly comfortable? Jin did not deceive me. Hu Xiao's eyes reflected disbelief. He had no technique, relying solely on brute force. Yes, it was the kind of comfort that only youth can provide. Jin felt a wave of embarrassment, but considering they were alone, there was nothing to hide. Recognizing Hu Xiao's innocence, she decided to be more daring. I proclaim that I am indeed the youngest among them, the one who can bring comfort to Jin. Shall we return, Jin? As Hu Xiao spoke, Xiao had already peeked out. Feeling a rush of warmth, Jin's face flushed crimson, rendering her unable to meet Hu Xiao's gaze. Why return? Did you not promise to accompany me in stargazing? Jin pointed at the vast expanse of stars above, exclaiming how beautiful it was. She truly relished being on the Zhuke main star, where she could behold the starry sky at any moment. I wished to gaze upon the stars, yet I also yearned to be elsewhere, Hu Xiao suddenly mused, measuring the thickness of the branch beneath him, his breath quickening. Hu Xiao, Jin lamented, her frustration evident. Hu Xiao chuckled softly, reassuring her, Fear not, for this area is within the bounds of our estate, and no one shall intrude. It is just us. Jin, you will feel more at ease. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and enticing, akin to a devil's whisper. Jin, blushing, averted her eyes from Hu Xiao's intense gaze, yet he would not allow her to hide, showering her with fervent kisses until he captured her lips, playfully teasing her in return. Before Jin could react, he found himself growing increasingly impatient. Is it permissible, Jin? Hu Xiao inquired, uncertain of her willingness. Be quiet, Jin retorted, her cheeks aflame. Who asked such things before engaging with their partner? Hu Xiao's eyes darted towards her slightly heated cheeks, and drawing nearer, he felt her stir. Understanding her subtle cues, he declared, Tonight, you shall realize that I am undoubtedly your number one. With that, he fiercely kissed her lips. Meanwhile, several men within the estate wore dark expressions, abruptly shutting off their screens, engulfed in an unspoken silence. Who would have thought that Jin favors the youthful? After a prolonged silence, Senki stood and proclaimed, I shall head to the gym, sculpt my physique to match my youth. The older males, particularly Zhu Yin, scowled, their faces dark as ink. I am quite young as well. In the life of a beastman, I have yet to reach 100 years. I am still a youth. Long Zheng, unwilling to concede, stood up. I too am youthful. Hu Yuan, feeling inspired by Long Zheng's audacity to claim his youthfulness, declared himself young, being regarded as the youngest prime minister in the Interstellar Beast realm. In that case, I too belong to this youthful cohort. Bai Rui echoed Long Zheng and Hu Yuan sentiments. This left Qing Ci, who had surpassed 100 years, and the nearly 1,000-year-old Zhu Yin, exchanging glances before hastily diverting their attention elsewhere. The consequence of reveling in the wilds with Jin was that Hu Xiao returned to find himself confined by a group of beastmen for allowing Jin to sustain injuries. Jin bore several abrasions, some bleeding. The beastmen were deeply concerned, and it was a miracle they did not punish Hu Xiao. Most importantly, how could Hu Xiao dare to claim he was the youngest before Jin while administering eye drops to her? Such behavior was intolerable. What did they lack compared to that brat in terms of age? Zhu Yin had initially intended to punish Jin, but had to leave the estate due to other matters, promising to return a fortnight before Jin's delivery to be by her side until she gave birth. Before departing, Zhu Yin ensured Jin had ample divine fruits, instructing her to consume 2 daily for the health of both her and her child. One fruit was for the nourishment of the baby, while the other was for Jin's well-being. The quantity of divine fruits Zhu Yin left was more than adequate. He even granted Jin access to his divine realm, allowing her to rest there whenever she desired. At the same time, he could enter his divine realm elsewhere and still meet Jin. This could be seen as a means of reuniting with her. Nonetheless, he likely would not have time, as he wished to keep Jin close at all times. After Zhu Yan's departure, the remaining beastmen engaged in fervent discussions regarding who would accompany Jin for the month. They ultimately decided that each would take a day, with Zhu Yan already gone, leaving Hu Xiao, Senki, Long Zheng, Hu Yuan, and Bai Rui, and lastly, Qing Ci. totaling 6 individuals. Dividing 1 day among 6 meant that each would have only 1 day to spend with her. On that day, they would kindly allow Jin to rest. Thus, Hu Yuan and the others merrily settled this outcome for the voiceless Hu Xiao and Qing Si. By the time Hu Xiao learned of this arrangement, the rotation had already begun, nearly causing him to erupt in frustration. He suspected that these beast men, knowing they could not outdo him, had deliberately orchestrated this. They understood that Jin's heart truly belonged to him. How infuriating! Hu Xiao fumed, seeking comfort. Jin waved her hand, granting Hu Xiao the first Sunday of the rotation. This profoundly conveyed to the other beastmen that indeed, Jin's heart favored Hu Xiao. Strangely, however, they felt no jealousy. After all, who could envy a young lad? In Chapter 102, Zhu Yan's insecurities emerged. This lad was merely fortunate to have encountered Jin first. Had any of the others been in his position, they would have undoubtedly performed better. The reason they did not engage in fierce rivalry with other beastmen, wishing to eliminate the husband favored by their beloved, was solely because they could not bear to see Jin in sorrow. They were willing to care for Hu Xiao a bit more, accepting it without qualm. Jin, you must hide quickly. The Phoenix deity is approaching. As the second week of rotation commenced, Qing Si suddenly appeared, warning Jin. Her face paled. Where to hide? Most of the beastmen, aside from Qing Si, had gone to work. To accommodate Jin, they had adjusted their schedules to work within the estate rather than venturing outside. Hu Xiao and Senki, occupied with caring for the cubs, were particularly busy. The realm of the sparrow deity. Qing Si sighed, shaking his head. Pregnancy dulls the mind. I must take my leave. You must devise a plan to deal with him. Jin declared before vanishing from sight. Watching her disappear, Qing Si felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then transformed into a compact motorcycle, speeding toward the estate's entrance. Upon arrival, he was met by Feng Qing, who had just appeared at the door. How polite of you. Have you formed a bond with someone? Feng Qing inquired, noticing the chibi avatar on Qing Si's forehead. Yes, Qing Si nodded. That's wonderful. Congratulations. By the way, I would appreciate your assistance in inquiring about the identity of the female partner of a yin. Feng Qing pondered, realizing that such matters required professional insight. He was reluctant to expend his divine energy searching for that information, so he sought Qing Si's help instead. As Qing Si met Feng Qing's gaze, he quickly averted his eyes and thought, she is just an ordinary little female. An ordinary little female? Do you take me for a fool? With that, Qing Si unexpectedly knelt, unable to rise due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Feng Qing. The other beastmen in the estate also felt the shift, their expressions changing dramatically as they stood to investigate, yet no one dared to step outside. They feared that doing so would expose Jin's secret to Feng Qing. Remembering the sparrow deity's orders, none dared to act. Brother, why are you so concerned about my affairs? A languid voice resonated as the deity of sparrows, Zhu Yan, appeared by their side, leaning casually against the doorframe. Smiling as he inquired, Feng Qing, what brings you here? Have you abandoned matters beyond the realm? Feng Qing's expression darkened as he questioned, have you temporarily subdued them? Is this a mere respite you've carved out? Yet, I find it curious that my elder brother seems quite concerned about my affairs. Why do you not inquire about me? Who is this person causing trouble for a mechanical being? Zhu Yan yawned leisurely, his demeanor entirely relaxed, which only served to deepen the furrow in Feng Qing's brow. As your elder brother, born of the same mother, should I not take an interest in your matters? Am I not entitled to know about your spouse? The situation reeked of the bizarre, leaving Feng Qing with an unsettling suspicion. If only he could see that female. Merely laying eyes upon her would confirm whether his conjectures were accurate. However, it appeared that this group was intent on preventing him from encountering her, which only fueled his doubts. Zhu Yan had not anticipated Feng Qing would invoke the bond of kinship. Reflecting on the events of recent days, he suddenly felt that perhaps he had been a bit excessive. His brother was genuinely concerned for him. The more he pondered this, the greater his sense of guilt became. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Brother, we have both matured. I am no longer the helpless cub that relied on your protection thousands of years ago. I have grown, having endured millennia. I comprehend much now. Zhu Yan's gaze bore into Feng Qing, filled with earnestness. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness surged within Feng Qing. Very well. Henceforth, I shall not interfere in your matters. With that, he turned and vanished from sight. As soon as Feng Qing departed, Zhu Yan followed suit. Qing Sai abruptly collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body. Had there been outsiders present, they would surely be astonished to discover that even the mechanical race could exhibit vulnerability. After all, in the eyes of many, the mechanical beings were merely constructs, incapable of softness. Hence, the pressure exerted by the beast deity was beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. Zhu Yan's disappearance naturally led him to his divine domain, where he encountered Jin Jin's crescent-eyed smile. A grin formed on his lips as he extended his arms, pulling her into an embrace. I haven't mentioned you to my brother. Would that upset you? Zhu Yan always regarded his elder brother as exceptional, far more favored by females than himself, which instilled a sense of insecurity in him when in Feng Qing's presence. More importantly, Jin Jin had been with his brother first. Given the precedent, would she ever find someone like him worthy? Why would I be upset? I'm absolutely delighted. Jin Jin did not articulate the latter part of her thought, acknowledging that Zhu Yan's brother was, after all, his bloodkin. The dynamics of familial affection are peculiar. One may treat their relatives poorly, yet they cannot abide others speaking ill of them. Jin Jin, do you truly not harbor feelings for my brother? After all, you share a child with him, something every beast deity yearns for. Though I too have one now, my concerns are boundless. More than anything, I desire for you to be well and to spend our days together unceasingly. I share a child with you as well. Moreover, I lack nothing in that regard. This was the truth. She possessed a birthing system, so she would never be deprived of offspring. It wasn't that she lacked maternal love. In fact, during her return, she had tended to each of her children, even Qing Si's child. She had arranged for Qing Si to care for personally once the child was well enough to be brought home. Her offspring, naturally, could not be left to languish like children without parents. Indeed, you have an uncanny ability to produce children. Zhu Yan acknowledged Jin Jin's words as valid. But do you not wish to bear a child with my brother? Ultimately, Zhu Yan remained quite insecure. I do think about it. Yet I believe your brother can take good care of that child. After all, he is a beast deity. One can tell from Feng Qing's level of concern for that child how much he values it. This was the very reason Jin Jin felt reassured distancing herself from Feng Qing. She could suspect the entire world might not treat that child well. Yet she could never doubt Feng Qing's intentions towards it. More importantly, even now, Feng Qing's affection for her remained stagnated at a mere 45%, not even passing the threshold of mere fondness. Zhu Yan, why not inquire of your brother if he harbors any feelings for me? Jin Jin felt that Zhu Yan's inquiries could spiral into an endless cycle, so she resolutely interjected. And are you certain you wish to squander our time on such a dialogue? Did you come back merely to accompany me? As she spoke, she grasped Zhu Yan's hand, guiding it to rest upon her abdomen. Are you not going to greet your child? Upon hearing her last statement, Zhu Yan felt a rush of warmth surge through him. He recalled the conversation between Jin Jin and Hu Xiu during his earlier absence. His expression darkened. Was it the child that longed for him, or was it Jin Jin? A mischievous smile crept across his face as he leaned in close to Jin Jin, their ears brushing against one another in an intimate manner. Both, whether it was the child within her or something else entirely, Jin Jin found herself longing for the sensations she experienced with Zhu Yan. Since her body had undergone extensive transformation by the system, only by being with a male of higher cultivation could she reap the greatest benefits. The time spent with Zhu Yan yielded the highest returns, making the experience utterly intoxicating. Thus, when she reminisced, her body would involuntarily tremble. Though this answer did not fully satisfy Zhu Yan, it did not diminish his deep-seated yearning for Jin Jin. He cupped her face in his hands, pressing a passionate kiss upon her. Jin Jin emitted a soft sound of delight, using his embrace to leap into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Noticing her initiative, Zhu Yan was elated, swiftly carrying her petite form into the castle within his divine realm. After Zhu Yan departed, Jin Jin took several days to regain her composure. Primarily, Zhu Yan had been relentless, as if believing there would be no next time, persistently teasing her. In a span of a day and night, she felt as though she were a fish flipping on a hot plate, utterly overwhelmed until he finally relinquished her. He even remarked that had it not been for the pressing matters outside the realm, he would have wished to perish atop her. Hearing this, Jean raised her hand to cover his mouth, shooting him an exasperated glare. This series of exchanges finally satisfied Zhu Yin, and upon returning her home, he departed once more for matters beyond the realm. Zhu Yin's absence stretched into another week. Jean, with her slightly protruding belly, felt a sense of boredom. Since only one child, or rather, one egg, resided within her, her belly did not appear overly large. Even with the impending arrival of her child in a month, she remained utterly unperturbed, until someone took notice and, unable to stand idly by, arranged for a family doctor to come and oversee her. Now that the Zhuke main star was theirs, they brought the doctor to their home for Jean's care. However, the moment the doctor entered, Jean felt a momentary sense of déjà vu. "You look somewhat familiar." Gazing at the doctor, she couldn't shake the feeling of recognition. "Is it you? You are Xiu's new spouse?" The doctor also recognized Jean, expressing surprise. Both of them acknowledged one another, yet were unaware of each other's names, leading to an awkward moment. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Hu Qian, a Xiu's elder brother, born of the same beastly father and mother." The man spoke, his gentle demeanor rendering him far removed from the stereotype of a tiger beast man. After all, in the collective imagination of people, tigers are creatures that are anything but gentle. Even formidable women are often colloquially referred to as mother tigers. Yet, in Hu Qian, there exists an essence of softness that is extraordinarily rare among the myriad beastmen. It is only natural that one might feel a moment of astonishment. "Oh, big brother, hello," Jean greeted without any hesitation, her call causing a slight shiver in the other party. For reasons unknown, her utterance of "big brother" resounded melodiously from the small female's lips. "No, you're not just my sister-in-law. You're also my aunt," Hu Qian quickly corrected Jean's address. In the beast world, titles are derived from the elder generation. Thus it should be I who addresses you as aunt. Upon hearing Hu Qian's words, Jean felt a bit embarrassed. It truly was a challenge for Hu Qian. "Then how should you refer to a Xiu and the others?" "That is a matter of personal preference. After all, they are relatives, and we must not confuse the hierarchy." Hu Qian smiled innocently. Jean fell silent. "So it follows that the title of wife is based on the elder generation, rather than the younger generation. Well then, let's commence." Jean nodded and reclined at her chair. Hu Qian acknowledged her and began to prepare. Jean observed his movements. They were executed with elegance, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. He worked with neither arrogance nor haste, meticulously attending to every preparatory task, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure in the onlooker. However, Jean soon realized that the extent of preparation required was quite excessive. By the time Hu Qian completed his preparations, Jean was left astonished. It seemed he had fully equipped himself. "I apologize. I have had a peculiar condition since childhood. I cannot touch females." Upon witnessing Jean's shocked expression, Hu Qian revealed a sheepish demeanor. One could only imagine that beneath his mask, a smile of apology graced his lips. "Will you have an allergic reaction upon contact?" Jean suddenly recalled what Hu Xiu had mentioned to her earlier. "Indeed," Hu Qian nodded. "Is it only with larger females, or does it apply to all females?" Jean inquired curiously. "It applies to all females. Thus far, there have been no exceptions. Please lie down. I shall begin your examination now." Hu Qian answered sincerely. After instructing Jean to recline, he commenced directing her through the subsequent examination procedures. The process was somewhat akin to those on Earth, requiring the use of an ultrasound machine to observe the condition of the fetus within the womb. However, unlike on Earth here, both the pregnant individual and the doctor can observe the fetus together, free from concerns regarding gender. Well, the fetus is avian in nature, and it is an egg. You see it, don't you? The fetus is quite well nourished. Its embryonic form appears to be complete, and it should be successfully born in just over a month. Hu Qian focused intently on the image displayed by the machine, his eyes reflecting an unwavering tenderness. Chapter 104. Family Doctor. It was evident that Hu Qian genuinely cherished the fetus. After all, how could someone who was allergic to females undertake such duties? A Qian truly adores the fetus? Since she could not address him as Big Brother, calling out his name seemed fitting. Yes, very much so. The fetus is a gift from the heavens to the beast world. It represents the future of the beast world. How could one not adore it? Hu Qian replied with a smile, continuing to meticulously examine, ensuring Jean could see and understand clearly. Jean, too, gazed at the egg on the screen, marveling at the advanced technology of the ultrasound machine, which even allowed her to glimpse the interior of the eggshell, a rare sight indeed. However, she pondered, shouldn't the fetus be in the form of a yolk at this stage? How could it already exhibit a general shape? The fetus within your womb is no ordinary avian. Judging by its early formation, the father of the fetus must possess remarkable prowess. Hu Qian would have never guessed that the fetus in Jin's womb was that of the divine sparrow, Zhu Yan. Only the offspring of divine beast gods would exhibit such basic forms before hatching. Ordinary oviparous beastmen would not show any signs at all. Indeed, his prowess is quite high. Jean would naturally refrain from revealing the identity of the fetus's father, instead opting for a more ambiguous response. Oh, I see, Hu Qian nodded, finally concluding the lengthy examination process. If possible, Jean felt that Hu Qian would wish to show her the color of the eggshell. However, technology had not yet advanced to such heights, and thus she could not discern the color of the eggshell. More importantly, at this stage, an eggshell had not yet formed. There was merely a layer of egg membrane, which would only develop into a shell as the birth approached. This was a basic understanding that Jean possessed. She leisurely observed Hu Qian as he distanced himself from her, beginning to tidy up the examination equipment, ultimately starting to remove the isolation gear from his body. He inclined his head slightly in her direction. Then I shall take my leave. I will return when you are nearing your delivery. Having spoken, he turned to depart. But just as he took a step, his foot unexpectedly slipped, and he lost control, tumbling backward toward her. Before Jean could even let out a scream, she felt his weight pressing down upon her. Instantly, both of them tensed. They sprang apart almost immediately, Hu Qian glancing at Jean with lingering apprehension. I apologize. I'm unsure why I stumbled. Damn, isn't this a tactic employed by females? How could I make such a rookie mistake? He wondered if she might think he had done it intentionally. Everyone has their clumsy moments. There's no need to be so flustered. But are you certain you are unscathed? How is your allergy? Jean pointed toward Hu Qian. Hu Qian paused, seemingly coming to a realization. Previously, he could not tolerate being near a female without experiencing difficulty breathing and breaking out in hives. However, having collided with Jean, why did he feel none of those symptoms? Stunned by this thought, it took Hu Qian a considerable time to convince himself that perhaps it was because he had reacted swiftly and distanced himself that he remained unaffected. Just then, the door swung open, and a tall figure stepped inside. How did the examination go, Dr. Hu? It was Qing Ci, who approached and assisted Jean in rising from her seat. Jean steadied herself and nodded. The examination went well. The fetus within is quite healthy. That is good to hear. I will trouble you, Dr. Hu, for the next month or so, as my uncle has requested that you accompany Jean until she delivers. Qing Ci believed that Hu Yuan's concerns were not unfounded. After all, Jean was carrying only one fetus this time. It was the offspring of a beast god. More importantly, the beast god had mentioned that if the offspring were born at full term, it would pose a significant challenge for both the mother and the child. Having a doctor readily available at home is always wise. As the most authoritative expert in obstetrics and gynecology across the entire star system, Hu Qian's presence provided reassurance to everyone. Moreover, each individual had their own responsibilities, making it impractical for anyone to remain by Jean's side at all times. Thus, they needed someone to provide proper companionship for her. It is no trouble. We are all family. You are too courteous, Lord Qing Ci. Hu Qian was acquainted with Qing Ci, as the status of the Hu family was well known. His father and Hu Xiu's father were the Grand Marshals of the star system, responsible for external warfare. Their grandfather was the previous prime minister, now retired, enjoying the time spent with his great-grandchildren at home. This child, naturally, was the offspring of Hu Xiu, who, due to his grandfather's longing for his great-grandchildren, had sent him over with Jin Jin's consent. In truth, Hu Xiu relished this leisure, as the child was growing increasingly unruly. Coupled with Hu Xiu's reluctance to discipline him, this had fostered an ever more spoiled character. It was only upon encountering Jin Jin, experiencing the maternal bloodline's restraint, that he could behave as sweetly and adorably as other children. In their eyes, Hu Xiu, the father of the cat, lacks any semblance of authority, overshadowed by the bloodline dominance of Hu Yuan, the elder. Accompanying the dragon and phoenix twins back home are also Hu Yuan's offspring. The affairs of the empire have become exceedingly distressing, and Hu Yuan has devoted his scant available time to be with Jin Jin, leaving no surplus to tend to the children, which naturally falls to his own father. Taking advantage of his father's relative youth, it is only logical to have him take on more childcare responsibilities, especially since their beastly kin enjoy prolonged lifespans. Were Grandpa Hu aware of Hu Yuan's sentiments, he might have coldly remarked with a phrase that echoes great filial piety. However, Grandpa Hu is blissfully ignorant, believing that caring for grandchildren and great-grandchildren is simply caring for his own lineage, which he cherishes immensely. Recently, Hu Xiu had contemplated remaining on Zhuke Main Star to accompany Jin Jin, but the school issued an ultimatum, mandating his return for further studies in the latter half of the year or risk expulsion. Left with no choice, Hu Xiu decided to comply, though he truly wished to stay. Returning to the Main Star meant being separated from his beloved, which saddened him greatly. He considered asking his family to allow him to take online courses instead of attending school, but they vehemently refused, threatening to cast him out if he failed to graduate. Faced with such intimidation, Hu Xiu had no option but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, he planned to wait until Jin Jin had given birth to the children of the Phoenix deity before departing, ensuring he had ample time. He could even wait until Jin Jin had fully recovered postpartum. Thus, he felt no anxiety, leading a rather comfortable life while merely attending online classes to catch up on his studies. Chapter 105. He wishes to join his lingering thoughts from the previous outdoor incident, where he was confined by a group